wanted to understand from you, and also this picture.
Anand, that's a simplistic way of looking at things. The fact of the matter is BJP is being challenged by Congress or leaders who have left the Congress, but they continue to represent that. You look at Pradyot, the BJP tried very hard, Mr. Amit Shah also, to get him on his side, but he didn't, and he's resisting. And in the most likely scenario, if there is a hung house in Tripura, then Pradyot's party would go with the Congress Left Alliance, whatever what it is. Similarly, in the BJP has always been against dynasty culture, and look what it is doing in Meghalaya. Perhaps it will end up being again ally of a dynasty of a Sangma party. What happened with Mukul Sangma? He walked away with the majority of Congress MLAs just on the eve of election to the Trinamool. So Trinamool in Meghalaya is a Congress by another name. You may mock it, but that's the reality of it.
No, the fact of the matter is not what Tipra Mota is doing or the Trinamool is doing. The focus right now is the Congress party in this discussion. What is the Congress doing? Why is it allowing all these people to go and it's not able to hold back? If they harbor a sentiment where they believe they are going to provide an alternative to the BJP, then the Congress should be able to retain these faces given the kind of performance they are doing in these states. But they have not been able to do that. My focus is that, Rashid Kitwai. The question is, not that there is an opposition to the BJP, of course there is. But these leaders don't see hope within the Congress party. That is something the Congress has to address if it believes that it is going to lead the fight back of the opposition.
Yes, but that is not but the BJP is still facing challenge, whether it is Mamata Banerjee, whether it is Sharad Pawar.
You are stating the obvious there. You're stating the obvious there, Rashid, and I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from. I'm saying, why did Mukul Sangma have to leave the Congress and join the Trinamool? Why did Pradyot Manikya not be retained by the Congress? In all his rallies, he has said he was not treated fairly by the Congress party. He left the Congress to start something on his own. The Congress didn't consider him seriously, take him seriously. Everybody has an issue with the party, right? They are not looking at the fact that they are looking at their own political survival, and in that they are not looking at the Congress party as a viable alternative or a viable party where they want to continue to ply their wares on.
I understand. And there is regional aspiration is there. Look at the BJP. BJP is not on the driver's seat. If you look at the entire Northeast, 178 seats which are going to polls, the BJP is probably not going to, even if in spite of if they form government in 3 states, they will not have 60 seats on their own.
Sir,
so this is, we must understand these dynamics.
Sir, I totally understand the dynamic. The story, like I said, in this part of the conversation, since we have Sujata ji with us and since we have got a position where parties are claiming to be the fulcrum of the opposition in the fight against Narendra Modi-led BJP in 2024. Which party is going to be the fulcrum of the opposition? Is the Northeast, are these elections going to decide that? That's the point that we are discussing right now. It's not about the BJP, it's about the opposition. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you see this. There are those who have moved out of the erstwhile strong party that is Congress, and they are standing up on their own. Be it in Meghalaya with the Trinamool and Mukul Sangma and the Congress leaders who have walked out with him, taking the lead, taking the march right now. They're second largest party in terms of leads in Meghalaya, Trinamool, behind the NPP. In Tripura, it's Tipra Mota, a former Congress guy. He was the Pradesh Congress Committee chief. He moved out of that, the Raja of Tripura, and he started the Tipra Mota, and he's number 3 right now. Left plus Congress are just ahead by 1 seat. So that's the point that we're trying to focus right now. Mukul Sangma, the latest leads coming through. Mukul Sangma of the Trinamool Congress is leading from Songsak. This is a key race alert that's just come on your screens. Some more key race alerts coming in at this point. Conrad Sangma. So it's a Sangma versus Sangma fight. Conrad Sangma, South Tura, is leading. He is of the NPP, and he has very clearly hinted that if they come back into a position where they can form government, they will ally with a party that can help them at the center. So that alliance could continue. Right now, are they somewhere close to the halfway mark? Well, not so. Just about 6 to 7 seats from the halfway mark in terms of leads in Meghalaya. James Sangma, NPP, is trailing in Dadengre. So these are some of the key race alerts that are coming through. Nagaland, the BJP plus seems to be racing away at this point. 46 leads out, 42 leads are with the BJP plus. NPF 3, Congress getting onto the leaderboard with 1. Tripura, once again, the BJP plus, just 5 short of that halfway number in terms of leads. Still 3 more leads to come. so 57 out of 60, and it is Left Plus at 16, Tripura at 15, and of course the BJP Plus at 26. Will these leads stay? Will they hold, or will the scenario change as the ballots are counted? The scenario will change. Zaka, that was the point of this discussion. The idea is, are these parties working with the larger focus of how am I going to go and tell I am the focus? Because right now everybody is making the noise that I am the fulcrum.
No, I think if you go by the numbers that are there on the leaderboard, the TMC could well emerge as the principal opposition party in Meghalaya, irrespective of whether Conrad Sangma's NPP and the BJP come back together again in a post-poll arrangement. The TMC will be the force to reckon with in Meghalaya if these numbers hold. And I think Nalin is right, or I think Rashid made this point. The TMC is the Congress by another name, but the C in the TMC stands for the Congress. So the Congress really needs to ask itself this question: why is it losing people like Mukul Sangma? Why is it losing people like Pradyut Debarma, who are all congressmen and women, Sushmita Dev, who are going some to the BJP and some to other non-Congress opposition parties in a way that they are challenging the BJP in ground where the Congress should have been the principal challenger to the BJP. I think that is something, again, definitely worth asking. And nobody has the answer to this question. Why did Rahul Gandhi do just one campaign event in Shillong in this entire set of 3 state elections in the northeast? All he did was one. Again, in the last set of assembly elections in Gujarat, he did one campaign event. If you're not going to be there in the battlefield, if your generals are not going to be there in the battlefield, you are not going to win.
Well, there are multiple aspects. In certain states, the state leaders are saying, Rahul Gandhi, please stay away, we'll do the work. But there are other places where his presence is required. At least the Congress should have been seen at its putting up a fight, and it is saying that it will fight the battle and it will lead the battle if it wants to be the fulcrum of the opposition. Who will be the fulcrum of the opposition? Will that be settled once the results settle? We'll have to wait and watch. We're going to take a very, very short break. Stay with us. Which is on, and it's happening. A lot of activity in the national capital, so we'll go across there because Maria Shakil along with Siddhant and Abhishek Jha will be joining us live with all the activity from there. So we will be skipping across multiple dimensions of the newscast, but the focus will always remain the election coverage, the news that is the result day. What's the story that's going to be stitched? What's the narrative that's going to be stitched? Will the Northeast dictate the tone for the remaining states? All of this is what will be spoken about. Now, as far as the fight that is, as far as the fight is concerned, let's try and, before we go down to our reporters, let's try and understand and start from the state which BJP is trying to retain on its own, that is Tripura. It was a amazing story that was scripted, and when they first came to power, uprooting the left. And before we get to Zaka on that, let's try and quickly look at these exit poll numbers. Now, the numbers say that the BJP will consolidate, some of them say it won't be a landslide, it will be hung. The Tipra Muta will come into play as the Kingmaker. That's what the Times Now, ETG and Jan Ki Baat numbers are saying. But Zee Metris and Access My India say that the BJP will be comfortably past the halfway number. Zaka, if Tripura is retained by the BJP, and that too comfortably, it's a statement. And at multiple levels, because then this third party which comes in and diffuses the vote share for the opposition. In this case, it would be Pradyut Debarman's Tipra Mota.
So I think one of the fascinating things about the Tripura election is, last time
Rashtrapati Bhavan Convention Center, where foreign ministers have started arriving. Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, can be seen welcoming all of them as the G20 foreign ministers meet will begin in another half an hour to 45 minutes. But the big takeaway and the big breaking news that is coming in now is the first meeting that will be taking place between the new Chinese foreign minister and Dr. S. Jaishankar. That bilateral is scheduled to take place at 12 noon, an important one, particularly as it comes after the 26th meeting of the Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination on India-China, which was held on 22nd February 2023 in person in Beijing. Abhishek is joining me live. Abhishek, all eyes certainly would be on this very crucial meet.
Of course, and we know that apart from G20's multilateral agendas and global geopolitical tension, India and China and their land boundary disputes and the confrontation, military confrontation, and the massive deployment of troops across the border on both the sides has been one of the key worries of the current geopolitical tensions. So much so that USA side has also expressed their concern and sort of solidarity at times also with Indian side. And China has clearly become emerged as one of the aggressor, which not only has this border conflict with India but with Japanese side also, and then the encroachment and the aggressive behavior of China towards Taiwan is well known. So clearly the G20 meeting, which is discussing a lot of geopolitical tensions, would also have a key agenda if Jaishankar, if External Affairs Minister Jaishankar and Kim Gang will be meeting. Clearly more news and more headlines about this geopolitical tensions would be emerging from this venue.
Yes, it becomes important because it's happening at the ministerial level, the dialogue of this nature. India sending a message that as far as the tensions along the LAC is concerned, even if the process of disengagement is continuing, it's ready to hold that crucial talk with the Chinese in New Delhi. And when we look at these visuals, the body language is apparent and very, very clear. India is sending a message that it welcomes one and all. And here at the Rashtrapati Bhavan Convention Center, that's where the bilaterals will be taking place. There is a huge media presence, the contingents which is present from all the G20 nations as well. So the big takeaway at this hour is that meeting also with Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, who has arrived as well. US, though, will not be having any bilateral with China or with Russia. A clear message coming in from the United States, be it in the backdrop of the balloon controversy and also the visit that has happened to Kyiv by Joe Biden. But will the long shadow of the ongoing war in Ukraine mean perhaps that there will be no joint statement, whether there will be a joint statement where India will emerge as a consensus builder and ensure that important issues such as food security and energy security take the foreground. With that, it's a wrap from me. Back in the studio with Zaka and Anand.
G20 leadership poll victories, will they all coincide for a proper narrative that this Bharat is shining under the leadership of Narendra Modi, or will there be certain setbacks which will then have to be managed? We'll all see that in the course of the next hour or so, ladies and gentlemen. The verdict is out, the counting is going on. The final verdict will come through in just a bit. So far, the BJP in Tripura seems to be leading, the BJP plus, but the left plus, that is the left and Congress combined, now seems to be inching up. Tipra Mota slipping down on the lead. The left plus Congress making significant gains. BJP now, BJP plus, just about 5 seats from that halfway number, even as 57 of the 60 leads are so far out. Out of 55 leads, out of the 59 in Meghalaya, you were the NPP and the BJP. They're ahead 18 and 7, and then Congress again making gains with 7. Trinamool Congress is the second largest party at this point with 14 leads, just behind the NPP. And there are others also who have broken onto the leaderboard with 9 seats. Nagaland seems to be the BJP plus story. That is the NDPP and the BJP coming together there and doing very, very well at this point. 45 plus out of the 53 leads that have come through. So firmly in the driver's seat. If you were to say Nagaland, these leads hold, Nagaland is settled. Is this going to be a fight to the finish with vis-a-vis Tripura and Meghalaya? Certain twists in the tail. Zaka Jacob is with me. He's been looking at the wall.
You know, the only conclusion, 50 minutes into counting, we can come to, or conclusion to some extent, is that Nagaland seems to be a one-way street. I think 45-30 is the halfway mark. The BJP-NDPP alliance seems to be running away with it in Nagaland. Both Tripura and Meghalaya are still toss-up. Tripura, like I said, there is a bit of a delay between the numbers that you're seeing on the screen as well as on the wall. But I think the story is similar. The left Congress inching up, crawling up, little by little, 16 seats, gain of 4 from last time. The BJP at 21 still is the single largest party, but remember 31 is the magic figure, so still some ways to go before they can cross 31. The Tripura Mota has done well, no doubt about it, for a new party coming out of nowhere. To get 8 seats, 8 leads as of right now is a pretty incredible achievement in and of itself. The question again, in some time we will look into the details as to where these seats are coming from. Are these seats that the BJP had won last time? Are these seats that the Left-Wing Congress held last time? We'll have to wait and see on that front. But just to quickly run you through Meghalaya as well, and I think one story that's emerging there in Meghalaya is, of course, again, these numbers might be slightly misleading, but the TMC is poised to do very well in Meghalaya. They could potentially be the single biggest party in the opposition. They could be the principal opposition party. And I think that itself is a huge story change. I mean, the TMC will have huge bragging rights over the Congress party in a state like Meghalaya. Whether or not they have numbers to try and dislodge this government, that's a different story altogether. But I think after the fiasco that happened in Goa, I think Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee seem to have learned a lesson that the Trinamool, if it's going to expand, it needs to expand in the east and in the northeast first, and then possibly look at other states. Goa, I think, seems to have taught them that lesson.
No confidence in the Congress, but confidence in the Trinamool Congress as a viable opposition face. Now, if local leaders who are Bahubalis of the Congress in the past are making that statement saying that we'll continue to mount a fight against the BJP, but we will now use the Trinamool platform or a platform which is not the Congress party. That's a story in itself, ladies and gentlemen. For the BJP, of course, if its Vikas push has to come, if it has to shed off the tag and go back and say it's development, it's Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas as the message of the Prime Minister, that's translating into electoral victories. We have moved beyond just being a Hindu party. That aspect will have to be underlined only with retentions in Tripura, retentions or gains in Meghalaya, and of course retaining Nagaland. Will they do that? We'll have to wait and watch. Nalin Mehta is with us. Nalin Mehta, these leads, they throw an interesting perspective. And would that be the story for you? That as to who becomes a fulcrum of the opposition, or are you going to look at the fact that is the Narendra Modi magic, the Vikas push, the effort put by the BJP, is it translating to electoral gains and retentions on ground beyond Assam and Manipur?
I think what it's showing is that the BJP takes every election like is the most important election. They are fighting it on the ground. Of course, every state in the Northeast has its own unique dynamic. We can't put them all in one size fits all. However, the BJP is taking every election seriously in a way that the Congress is not fighting on the ground. I think Rashid said earlier that the TMC in Meghalaya is the Congress is basically the Congress with a different name. That's true. But the fact of the matter is that the Congress could not retain it. Even Trinamool Congress is the Congress in Bengal with another name. But it's a different party, no. So it's not the Congress. And when we talk about opposition unity, what it means is that there are enough people on the ground who may be wanting to take on the BJP, but can they come together under one umbrella? That is a bigger question. So what the Northeast offers us portents of where that debate is going. In Tripura, you are seeing the BJP in the lead. You're seeing the Tripura Mota coming up, the left and the Congress as possibly the second one. But look at Nagaland. The BJP is ahead by itself in 12 seats. It started off with one victory already because one candidate got elected unopposed. But NDPP is on 30 seats. So what you are seeing is the replacement of the Congress as the primary national party in the Northeast by the BJP. Now, it's very easy to say, okay, tomorrow BJP loses power at the center, all of them will shift back. But the fact of the matter is the BJP is a party which did not have either, not only did it never have a government in the Northeast up till 2016, if barring the Gegong Apang 2003 episode for 1 year, but it never even came second in any state until 2016. And now you are seeing it as the primary national party. So with all the local parties aligning with it in one way or the other. So I think the fact of the matter is that trend is continuing. It is not going backwards. And in 2024, one thing I do want to say, there are 25 Lok Sabha seats in the Northeast.
Yes.
The BJP had 14 of them in 2019, 8 of them in 2014. Now, in 2024, as we all make our calculations, the BJP will, to offset certain losses elsewhere, is looking at where else will it gain. These results, if they hold, and we have to wait and see if they hold, they also portend that Northeast is one area where the BJP is likely to make gains in alliance with other parties.
No, I want to ask, I mean, at this stage, it could look like a hypothetical question, but Rashid, look at the Meghalaya numbers right now. The NPP is at 10, BJP at 5, Congress has 7, Trinamool has 21. This is a hypothetical question, but if Congress and Trinamool were to come together to form a government, A, will that even happen? Will the Congress support a Trinamool-led government? B, will the Trinamool want to take support from the Congress? Because I think you can fairly say that NPP, Conrad's party, is not going to support Mukul Sangma's party. I think that's a fairly, straight this thing. Again, I don't think the BJP is going to support a TMC government. I think that also you can fairly rule out. So the only possibility, again, very, very early days, the numbers, if they stay this way, do you see the Congress supporting a TMC-led government in Meghalaya? Mukul Sangma, after all, he was a congressman.
Yes, so Zaka, as you know, I'm in Shillong at present, and this has actually been a talk, the IPAC which handled Trinamool campaign, they were all along saying that the exit polls and all will go wrong. The problem is that, Jairam Ramesh, because Jairam Ramesh came here to campaign and he described Mukul Sangma as a modern day Judas, and that created, as in a Christian dominated society, it created a lot of bad blood. So that is a spoiler. Otherwise, I think Mukul Sangma is very much keen to get Congress support. He's a congressman. Everywhere you go in Shillong, when Mukul Sangma was the chief minister, there is a plaque which has inaugurated by Sonia Gandhi, inaugurated by Pranab Mukherjee. So all the Congress stamp is very much there. So Mukul Sangma and his team is, or most of his family members, I think there are 4 of them are contesting, 4 or 5 of them are contesting, rather 8 of them are actually contesting. So they all are there from the Congress family or Congress heritage. But problem is Rahul Gandhi, because Rahul Gandhi came in Meghalaya, spoke against TMC. It led to sharp reaction from Mahua Mitra, Dadeko Bryan, etc. So this is been there. I think these things need to be ironed out, because as you know, not only the Raj Bhavan, all other institutions would be there in Northeast. It's rather infamous. They all will come to the rescue of the incumbent government if the numbers are close by. So that is a real task for the Congress. Congress, I don't think they have, able managers to, just call up and speak to Mamata Banerjee and stitch an alliance.
All right, just give me 1 second. I think just quickly on the Meghalaya story, I think one thing is very clear. The green is the Trinamool, which is Mukul Sangma, and this is the East and West Garo Hills, the Garo part of Meghalaya, which is always the Sangma versus Sangma fight.
Yes.
I think you can fairly say in that, if these numbers hold, it seems to be the Mukul Sangma that seems to be having his nose ahead rather than Conrad and his family, because this is their gud, as it were. This is where Tura is, this is where, the Sangma family, in fact, every constituency, you will find a Sangma name fighting the election in some party or the other. So if Mukul Sangma has won the battle of the Sangmas seemingly at this stage, like I said, it's just 1 hour into counting. Look at the green compared to the blue. The NPP is dark blue. The green is for the Trinamool. If in the Garo Hills, Mukul Sangma has prevailed, then I think, yes, I don't know how the state is going to eventually play itself out, but I think in the battle of the Sangmas, it seems like he's made a statement.
Yes, it is not Not just making a statement, the Congress retaining those who still have the potential to win and get it gains. Now, these gains could have been of the Congress party and not of the Trinamool had Mukul Sangma still been there. We'll go back to our guest, but quickly keep an eye on the leaderboard here, ladies and gentlemen. The BJP right on the halfway number. And halfway plus 1 will be majority in Tripura. So BJP plus, it's just slipped down to 28 and the left plus Congress is 21. So it's scenario is still changing. It's continuously evolving even in Meghalaya. Somewhere more or less settled, it looks like, in favor of the BJP plus in Nagaland. If these leads and these trends were to hold, Nagaland seems to be consistently moving in one direction, but it's a bit of a seesaw here. And of course, in suspension, even here in Meghalaya. Let's quickly go across to Kamalika joining us from the BJP headquarters. Kamalika, are there some heartbeats and blood pressure rising in the BJP, because it does not seem to be as smooth as they thought it would be so far, 1 hour into counting?
Yeah, absolutely. We are right now in the BJP headquarters, and as you can see, that since yesterday, the entire this is the BJP, the temporary makeshift office, which from where the election is conducted. Now everybody is really holding to their breath, as you can see. The entire BJP team inside, they're watching, they're keeping their eyes glued on TV. They're keeping their eyes glued on TV, and they are right now. Today in the morning, I'll just try to show. Today in the morning, they had a big puja out here. In the morning, and also the Chief Minister, he went to Mathabari. Everybody is holding the breath now since the number is still not clear, though they are in lead. But until and unless the lead will come, we'll just talk to some of them. ये बताइए कि अभी 28, 26, 28 ऐसा जा रहा है lead. क्या मतलब what is the josh now on ground?
As expected, initial trends shows that we are much ahead of other parties. As our Honorable CM yesterday told to you, this tsunami, we are expecting the tsunami, and hopefully after the
Celebration will start कितने बजे से?
Let the picture be clear, then we will start our celebration.
No, there where the court is, let the picture be clear. So they just don't want to go haywire with seeing the initial trends. What they plan is to see the final trend after
what is
11
the word,
o'clock.
Kamalika? How many
We'll see
rounds?
if the BJP is holding.
How many rounds of counting are through already? And you're saying it will take at least 11 o'clock before the results settle.
No, actually, Anand, it is the BJP team which will actually come out openly after 11 o'clock. You know, when they will, if they are confident that they are going to cross the halfway, that is the reason for which still now, though they are leads, though they are ahead of others, but they are really not going to do any celebration right now. They're just waiting for the final clock, final click in the final click and crossing the magic number. That's what they have planned. That's
So
what we
you're
have been
saying
told.
it's going to be at
After
least
that,
another 2
when
hours
everything
before the
settles down-
parties in Tripura are going to say whether they have won or lost the election, because they are wanting the leads to not just consolidate but also perhaps settle at one particular point. Thank you for your inputs, Kamalika. We'll come back to you. So BJP again moving up, inching closer to that 30 number. The halfway number in terms of leads, 28 for the BJP plus in Tripura. The BJP is up from 2 to 5 seats in Meghalaya, but overall that alliance, is it doing well, or is it the Trinamool Congress that will perhaps be in a position to emerge as the single largest party? We'll have to wait and watch. Then Nagaland, again, BJP plus is firmly in the driver's seat. 60 out of 60 leads have now come, 49 to the BJP plus. So who's gaining there? Is it the NDPP that's making the gains? BJP contesting 20 seats. How are they faring in those 20 seats? We'll have to wait and watch. Saurav Sikdar of the BJP is with us. Advocate Matthew Anthony, spokesperson of the Congress party, also with us. Namaste, Jai Hind, and good morning to all of you. Professor Nalin Mehta and Rashid Kidwai and Advait Kala continue to stay on with us. Saurav Sikdar, are the early trends increasing the worry lines, or are you still saying abhi baitho thoda all is well?
Not at all, not at all. This is just beginning, and so many rounds are left. We have full faith on the voters of Northeast, all 3 states. See, in the morning in Tripura, we are far ahead. Now, see, this ups and downs will be continuing, but we are pretty sure that in Tripura will form a government with a clean majority. As well as Meghalaya also, yes, we are doing well. Now it's too early to say.
But in these current scenario, what stands out is left plus Congress is making significant gains. Tripura Mota is stealing not just seats in terms of leads, but a huge amount of vote share given by the trends. If it is in double digits in terms of seats, that means it's got a certain share of vote share among the tribals. In Meghalaya also, Trinamool Congress so far is the single largest party. So in both these places, the current trends show that the BJP is not making the kind of gains it thought it would do on its Vikas pitch.
Again, I'm saying it's too early to say because it's just beginning. But yes, in Tripura, Tripura Motha, people I think didn't accept Tripura Motha as per the expectation. So it is clear that the fight is with the left and Congress alliance. But yes,
will you reach out to Tripura Motha? Current scenario shows you may be short. Current scenario shows you may be short of the majority number. You are leading in 27, Tripura Motha leading in 11, left plus Congress leading in 21. So is there a phone call that will go across to the Maharaja?
It's nothing. I think after 1 hour again the scenario will be changed. Because you know, if you see when the counting has been started in the morning, so we are leading near about 40 seats.
Okay.
So it's too early to say.
You're saying it's too early to say. What about Meghalaya? In Meghalaya, in the Garo Hills, the current trend shows that among the Sangmas, it is Mukul Sangma and his group, which exited the Congress, joined the Trinamool, that is coming out stronger.
I would not say that is a victory of Trinamool, because you know the Sangma families and all these Sangmas, they have a very big potential in Meghalaya politics always. So yes, they are really doing well, but it's not credit of Trinamool Congress, because Trinamool Congress is
no, but it is not. It is to the it is to the discredit, or it will be debited against the BJP then. Because that means that your narrative of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Vikas is not being accepted by Meghalaya.
They just wait and watch. Finally, they go with whom. That is also as a things to watch.
Finally, they go with whom? Who will go?
Yeah.
Finally, is the BJP going to? Is the BJP going to enter double digits? Are you going to do better than 2 seats the last time around? From a BJP's point of view.
In Meghalaya, last time we got only 2 seats.
Yeah.
So
this time it is 5 seats. So is that gain?
This time we are gaining there.
No, but 5 seats from 2 seats to 5 seats, is that what you would, from the BJP standards itself, would you say it is considerable current scenario?
No, we are confident that number will increase. Let the result come. At least the halfway. Let's go the halfway. Then we can conclude it.
We'll conclude it. Saurav Sikdar, please stay on with us. Advocate Matthew Anthony is also with us. Namaste. We don't have Matthew Anthony with us right now.
I think one story, if I may, like I said, the TMC is one big story of Meghalaya, but I think one other big story that's also emerging is the second player is 16 seats, which is in others. It's the party called the UDP. UDP, I'm also told, used to be part of the NEDA alliance. It was part of the ruling coalition.
They've gone with the BJP.
And then they sort of split. Apparently, the leader of UDP and Conrad don't see eye to eye, and I think there is a problem there. But I think they could potentially emerge as a critical player. They could hold the key. They could be kingmaker, because remember, right now, no party is in a position to form government on its own. TMC is the single largest, yes, as of this stage. The UDP has 13 out of the 16 is what I'm told. So it depends really on who the UDP wants to go with. If they decide to go with BJP, will they also then join hands with Conrad and the NPP? So again, you're seeing a return of the 2018 picture.
If we were to go with the magic wall, UDP 13, NPP 12, BJP 5, so they are at 30. So they are close to the halfway number.
They are again close to the halfway mark. If these numbers hold, it could either be again a return to the old coalition, as it were, between the UDP, the NPP, and of course the BJP. But the equations would have changed. The UDP would be the larger party, or the largest party in the coalition. I don't think the NPP would get chief minister or any of the plum portfolios. That is one option. The other option, of course, is if the UDP decides to go with the Trinamool. Again, the Trinamool is the single largest. Will they go with the Trinamool? So I think it's going to be very interesting in Meghalaya. I don't think it will be settled for at least a few hours.
So you could see the BJP, the Congress sitting in the opposition, whereas the Trinamool along with the UDP sits in government.
If they decide to go.
Yeah, interesting scenario that presents itself currently. You're talking about Meghalaya, so let's just quickly go across to the Garo Hills. Preeti Priyadarshini joining us live from Tura. Preeti, what's the talk on ground? Which of the Sangmas is taking that entire region? Mukul Sangma of the Trinamool or Conrad Sangma, the incumbent of the NPP?
Yes, definitely. It's a fight between the Sangmas at its stage in Garo Hills, and it's a fight between Conrad Sangma and Mukul Sangma. However, we have seen that the fight is very tough in here in Garo Hills between all the parties, because all the chief minister candidates belong to the Garo Hills. You call it Conrad Sangma, you call it Mukul Sangma, and even Bernard from BJP. So all of them are from Garo Hills. But yes, regarding taking the lead, we can see that as per the exit poll results has come out already. It states that NPP will be getting more seats. They're expecting at least 27. But again, we have seen that very recently, the incumbent Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Conrad Sangma, visited Guwahati and he met the Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sharma. So this clearly indicates that they are also looking for more numbers and getting into alliance with BJP. But again, we have to see that Trinamool Congress is also getting a good number. So who will get with whom along, because Meghalaya has always seen a very fractured mandate since 1970s. So definitely there are chances of getting into alliance, NPP getting into an alliance with BJP, and also as the earlier alliance took place between BJP, NPP and
UDP.
and the other parties, other local parties. So they're also looking into it. Conrad Sangma seems to be UDP was another party. So Conrad Sangma seems to be very confident about retaining power and again being re-elected as the chief minister of the state. But again, while we talk to Mukul Sangma, the leader of the opposition, he also stated that the people of the region has seen how the governance has went in the last 5 years, and he trusts in the party TMC because he trusts the people of Meghalaya. So already the counting has started, and at least by 10:30 the results will be coming out. Already here in the place where we are currently standing, SMELC, 11 constituencies, counting for 11 constituencies are happening, and so we are awaiting for the numbers to come out. The Chief Minister Conrad Sangma is not seen yet here in the counting center, but he will be arriving shortly, and also the other leaders will be coming here.
Right, Preeti, thank you for that, and we'll swing back to you the moment we see Conrad Sangma coming there to that SMELC center. 11 constituencies, counting is going on there, both in Tripura and in Meghalaya. They're saying by 10:30, 11 is when the leads will consolidate, and you could say now Trinamool Congress and the BJP both likely to woo the UDP in Meghalaya. That could happen because that's exactly what Zaka right now just behind me was putting out on the magic wall, that this scenario could come in, that unlike and not in Tripura but in Meghalaya, we could see the UDP emerge the kingmaker. So BJP plus NPP, if they don't have the numbers, the UDP, which is currently leading in 13 to 14 seats among that others list of 16, then will the UDP become the kingmaker? Will both the Trinamool and the BJP NPP reach out to the UDP? And if that happens, then what will the UDP do? The UDP walked out of this alliance ahead of the elections. They wanted to fight it on its own. There is a personality clash. We are given to understand, will that be sorted? Will Himanta Biswa Sharma come in play? As of now, at this point, there doesn't seem to be a clear winner. Will the alliance of NPP and the BJP work? Will the NPP, BJP and UDP come back together? We'll have to see. Each party going on its own at this point in Meghalaya. It could be hung, it could be suspended. Both parties, the Trinamool. So you'll have both the Sangmas. Conrad Sangma and Mukul Sangma both trying to, in their own way, reach out to the UDP. But are their channels already open via Himanta Biswa Sharma to the UDP from Assam, from Guwahati? And will that HBS magic come into play? We'll have to wait and watch. Scenario right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to go anyway. Everybody is going to be there up and hanging, and it's going to be hung as far as Meghalaya is concerned. Tripura could be a close race, but more and more rounds of counting and the leads could change dramatically. We're given to understand by 10:30, within an hour and 15 minutes from now, the scenario could change drastically in Tripura. Unlikely to change in Nagaland, where the BJP plus seems to be in pole position, running away with the election there. But in Meghalaya, it could be in suspension, in suspended animation. This entire assembly could be hung, and then there would be major conversations that could happen. Where does the Congress fit in all this? Matthew Anthony is with us. Namaste. Good morning. And
good morning.
And if you were to see, Congress's loss has been Trinamool's gain in Meghalaya. Congress's loss has become its own independent face, perhaps on its own could emerge Kingmaker, that is Tripura in Tripura. There is no Congress in Nagaland today. Is this the party that wants to be the fulcrum of the opposition, Matthew Anthony? How would you see this?
In Meghalaya, the performance of Congress, considering where we were before the elections, is pretty good, I would rather say. Not to the extent, that we are able to say that we will be a part of a government or not. But at the same time, from where we were and the kind of number of candidates we could put up in the entire 60 seats and the performance which we are delivering in Meghalaya is quite respectful from our perspective. And Tripura is emerging, so we can see in a couple of hours' time, how we will be there in the alliance. Nagaland, it has been quite a violent election. There's booth capturing. We have only limited number of seats, where we have our candidates, and we have made complaints to the Election Commission for repolls. And we have one of our candidates, coming out and saying that the repoll was not done in that particular constituency also. So there are a couple of things, but overall, Meghalaya looks good, and Tripura also is looking good for us. Nagaland is quite disappointing. That's how we look at it at this perspective right now.
Why do I get the sense that you're saying that, all right, you are under huge amounts of pressure, but all is well? Just continue to stay in the same pressure. I'm saying in Meghalaya, Mukul Sangma walking out, could that have been prevented? Every state, the idea, and I'm sure you're wise enough to understand where I'm coming from, that even in Tripura, you had Sushmita Deb, who joined the Trinamool, trying to sow this, moved out of the Congress party. Pradyot Deb Burman was upset. He moved and started something on his own. He was Pradesh Congress Committee chief at one point, Matthew Anthony. So, at all points, where is the Congress in the Northeast then? If the Congress is not there in the conversation itself in the Northeast, even in Tripura today, you are playing second fiddle to the left. You had picked up the bastion against it, and it was your arch rivals just about 7 years ago.
That I disagree with you there, because we are arch rivals with CPIM in Tripura as well as in Kerala, and we were in West Bengal. But we had alliances with CPIM in center also. So the reason is because we find a little bit of a political alignment in the political ideology with this with the CPIM rather than any other one. So that was a political alliance which was required in the state at that point of time to fight BJP. So whether we are playing a second fiddle or whether we are playing first, that's an alliance which we have formed as a political compulsion, as a political need to fight BJP in Tripura. Now, Congress is very much in the conversation in Meghalaya. How can you write off Congress? Because when we were nothing, before the elections, when everybody has written off, we are still making a good impact in Meghalaya right now in a hung assembly.
No, you're leading in 7 seats, 2 seats ahead of the BJP. You are the 4th party there. The leading party is Trinamool with 18. Then you have the UDP, and then you have the NPP. After that is the Congress party. So how is Congress part of the conversation in Meghalaya?
See, Congress was not there, before the election. That's what you rightly said. In terms of that, you were, all the media were claiming that the most of the Congress has left Congress, and Congress was finished in Meghalaya. Now you see where Congress is right now. We are 7. We put a 60 candidates in all the seats, and from where it's a new beginning, and we put around 47 of our candidates were new faces, 45 less than 45 years of age. And then, we put 10 women candidates. So, it's a good beginning for us, from our perspective. Now, the other question which you asked, could you have prevented a Mukul Sangma or could you have prevented other leaders from going? Had we had ED, had we had CBI, had we had other agencies with us, we could have prevented them. We didn't have, all of them. So, that is where, we
But he didn't walk into the BJP. Matthew, for that jibe to come, they should have walked into the BJP. They walked into the Trinamool Congress. So you didn't need an ED and a CBI or anybody else to hold down a Mukul Sangma. You just needed them to have confidence that they can continue to fight against the BJP in the Congress party. I'm sure you appreciate that. Zakir Jacob is with us. Zakir, this ED jibe is not required here because he's not walked to the
Yeah,
to the
you know,
BJP.
I just want to show on the map, I think there's a fascinating story emerging in Meghalaya, which is, if you look at the Garo Hills, it is being won, at least a large number of it is being won by the TMC. Let's go region by region in Meghalaya. The Garo Hills has about 24 seats, it's the largest part of the state, including, of course, where the Sangmas fight from. Tura is in this part, Mukul Sangma fights from this part, of which I think here it's very, very clear. The NPP has been decimated in its backyard. So if this was an anti-incumbent vote, this is a vote against the NPP. The TMC winning 17 out of 24 seats in the Garo Hills. That's the TMC story in Meghalaya. Look at the Khasi Hills. Now, this is where it gets really interesting because in Meghalaya, it's always between the two tribes. It's between the Garos and the Khasis. And in the Khasi Hills, it is the NDP. 12 seats that the NDP is leading in out of the 20-odd seats in this region. It's, sorry, the UDP. The UDP that is leading here. So, Metwa Lingdo, who is the Speaker of the House, all right, Prime Minister Modi, I believe, is speaking at the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting.
Head of international organizations, Excellencies, I welcome you to India for the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. India has selected the theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future for its G20 presidency. It signals the need for unity of purpose and unity of action. I hope that your meeting today will reflect the spirit of coming together for achieving common and concrete objectives. Excellencies, we must all acknowledge that multi and concrete objectives. Excellencies, we must all acknowledge that multilateralism is in crisis today. The architecture of global governance created after the Second World War was to serve two functions. First, to prevent future wars by balancing competing interests. Second, to foster international cooperation on issues of common interests. The experience of the last few years, financial crisis, climate change, pandemic, terrorism, and wars clearly shows that global governance has failed in both its mandates. We must also admit that the tragic consequences of this failure are being faced most of all by the developing countries. After years of progress, we are at risk today of moving back on the sustainable development goals. Many developing countries are struggling with unsustainable debt while trying to ensure food and energy security for their people. They are also the ones most affected by global warming caused by richer countries. This is why India's G20 presidency has tried to give a voice to the global south. No group can claim global leadership without listening to those most affected by its decisions. Excellencies, you are meeting at a time of deep global divisions. As Foreign Minister, it is but natural that your discussions are affected by the geopolitical tensions of the day. We all have our positions and our perspectives on how this tension should be resolved. However, as the leading economies of the world, we also have a responsibility toward those who are not in this room. The world looks upon the G20 to ease the challenges of growth, development, economic resilience, disaster resilience, financial stability, transnational crime, corruption, terrorism, and food and energy security. In all these areas, the G20 has capacity to build consensus and deliver concrete results. We should not allow issues that we cannot resolve together to come in the way of those we can. As you meet in the land of Gandhi and the Buddha, I pray that you will draw inspiration from India's civilizational ethos to focus not on what divides us, but on what unites us. Excellencies, in recent times, we have seen the most disastrous pandemic of a century. We have witnessed thousands of lives lost in natural disasters. We have seen global supply chains break down during times of stress. We have seen stable economies suddenly overwhelmed by debt and financial crisis. These experiences clearly show the need for resilience in our societies, in our economies, in our healthcare systems, and in our infrastructure. The G20 has a critical role to play in finding the right balance between growth and efficiency on one hand and resilience on the other. We can reach this balance more easily by working together. That is why your meeting is important. I have full trust in your collective wisdom and ability. I'm sure that today's meeting will be ambitious, inclusive, action-oriented, and will rise above differences. I thank you and wish you all the best for a productive meeting.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the excellencies at the G20 summit as they continue to engage and setting the message saying focus on what unites us and not what divides us. This is India's message, ladies and gentlemen, to the world. Now we've got the Foreign Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar speaking.
Because that is what the world expects of us. Colleagues, as we look ahead, there are both pressing and systemic challenges that we all confront. The future multilateralism depends very much on our ability to strengthen it in a changing world. Food and energy security are immediate anxieties magnified by recent events. But they do have long-term repercussions and solutions. And development cooperation is part of that larger solution that we are deliberating upon today. Colleagues, the current global architecture is in its 8th decade. The number of members of the United Nations has quadrupled in this period. It neither reflects today's politics, economics, demographics, or aspirations. Since 2005, we have heard sentiments for reform being expressed at the highest level. But as we all know, these have not materialized. The reasons are no secret either. The longer we put it off, the more the credibility of multilateralism stands eroded. Global decision-making must be democratized if it has to have a future. Our agenda for today's discussions include the challenges of food, fertilizer, and fuel security. These are truly make or break issues for developing countries. We heard their concerns directly in January this year through the Voice of Global South Summit. Such issues should not be relegated to the periphery of the international discourse. They are, in fact, crucial to the global economy and must be treated as such. Indeed, we urge that they be central to any decision-making. Along with that, the world must also strive for more reliable and resilient supply chains. Recent experience has underlined the risks of being dependent on limited geographies. Excellencies, all of us, individually and collectively, have an obligation to contribute to international growth and prosperity. They are implemented through sustainable partnerships and goodwill initiatives. On its part, India has undertaken development projects in 78 countries and has actively encouraged exchanges and capability building. During the COVID pandemic, we made a conscious effort at contributing to global solutions, even while looking after our own. Today's situation demands that we continue to live up to our international responsibilities. The G20 must be sensitive to the priorities and economic concerns of all our partners, especially those more vulnerable. We must ensure demand-driven and sustainable development cooperation based on country ownership and transparency. Respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity are essential guiding principles for such cooperation. Excellencies, as G20 foreign ministers, we can send a collective message affirming our determination to address the complex challenges that we face at this juncture.
So big message there by Foreign Minister Jaishankar. Also big message coming in from the voters too, ladies and gentlemen. Let's turn the spotlight back towards counting and result day live. Meghalaya, Tripura and Nagaland, and how the scene has changed just in the last 10 minutes between the Prime Minister's address and Subramaniam Jaishankar's address at the G20 summit in Delhi. Have a look at what's happening on the leaderboard. Meghalaya, the scene's changing. NPP clawing its way back, and now neck and neck with Trinamool Congress. Trinamool no longer the single largest party, NPP 15, 16, and then you have the UDP staying solid. And currently, if you were to see, if that former NEDA alliance of the BJP, NPP and UDP were to come together in Meghalaya, it's a return of that alliance yet again. That's what it looks like. These leads will further consolidate. They will settle. The numbers could change in the next 1 hour. Lots could change. By 10:30 a.m., 60 minutes from now, we could have a different scenario altogether. Here in Tripura, once again, have a look at the numbers. The BJP plus is further going up. The left Congress has slipped down a bit. Tipra Mota slipping down a little more. The Trinamool Congress not yet on the leaderboard. There is one other that has come through, but this is just about 4 short of that 30 plus 1, halfway plus majority number. That is 31. That's what it is. Slowly, the leads are consolidating in favor of the BJP plus, the incumbent. Even in Meghalaya, now Conrad Sangma could breathe easy. These numbers now matching the data on the magic wall, where again, before we go, just look at Nagaland. BJP plus firmly in the driver's seat and emphatically so. That seems to be settled there on that area. In Nagaland, we'll keep the focus, this part of that L band on our screen. Tripura and Meghalaya to the magic wall, and things are changing. More blues coming up.
Yep. Meghalaya is a fascinating story because you go into the regional divides between the Garo Hills and the Khasi Hills. In the Garo Belt, which is of course where Conrad Sangma, the Chief Minister, hails from, Mukul Sangma, the TMC Chief, hails from. There it seems to be a complete, TMC sweep. 13 out of the 24 seats. This is the largest region in the state. 13 out of the 24 seats have gone to the TMC. Conrad's party is down 6 seats. They had 12 last time. They are down to just 6 seats in this belt. The BJP has 3, which is a gain of 3. This is in the Garo belt. If you were to look at the Khasi belt, where again, which is the second largest region in the state, you again have about 28 seats. In there, the NPP has gained 1 from last time. The BJP, no net gains. The Congress down 5. This is where the Congress used to do relatively well. But the party that could well emerge as Kingmaker is the UDP of the Speaker Metba Lingdo. UDP has been part of the NEDA alliance. In fact, if you go back to the 1990s, BB Lingdo was the first coalition chief minister of Meghalaya. So Metba Lingdo, who is the speaker and the president of the UDP, he could very well be calling the shots because they split. They walked out of the NEDA alliance on the issue of the CAA. This was in 2019. He has said in the campaign as well as in interviews during the campaign that he's willing to go back to any coalition provided there are stringent preconditions. So if you were to just add up the NPP, which is at 15, the BJP at 6, that's 21, they still need 10, and that 10 will come from the others, which is the UDP. They currently have 13. Or will the Trinamool rush in to try and bridge the gap? The Trinamool and the UDP together can also go past the halfway mark of 31. I think it's going to be a question of who is going to take that flight quicker to Shillong.
No, at this point, even as you're speaking, Zaka, the Trinamool plus the UDP don't make the halfway number. They will have to lead on a Congress party or somebody else to get into that seat. So right now, this scenario is changing, ladies and gentlemen, and dramatically so. But somewhere, ladies and gentlemen, right at 30, with the leads consolidating, right on that halfway number again in Tripura, left Congress slipping. Tipra Mota still there. They've also slipped down to 11. But the BJP plus is moving up here in Tripura. And that is significant at this point in time because after Nagaland, where they are way past that halfway number, the BJP seems to be sitting right on that halfway number. One more and they will be halfway past plus, that is 30 plus 1. And there they will have majority in the House. These are leads, but they're consolidating. More rounds are being counted. We'll try and go across to Kamalika to see if there is a buzz in the BJP office. Matthew Antony of the Congress with us, Nalin Mehta with us. We also have Adwaita Kala with us. Nalin Mehta, now this scenario changing. As the clock ticks, more than an hour and a half, another hour, do you see this trend continuing?
Look, I think it's still early days. We should wait for the trend to consolidate further. But what we are seeing, I'm looking at the Election Commission data, Anand, and in Tripura in particular, where the BJP on your leaderboard there is exactly at the halfway mark. I'm looking at the vote shares, and admittedly the vote shares on the Election Commission, are for lesser seats than here. But the data is very interesting. It is showing me the Election Commission is reporting that of the votes counted so far, 50% plus are with BJP in Tripura. 17% are with Congress, 17% plus. And CPM is 15%. So CPM plus Congress, that alliance is somewhere around 32-33%. And BJP is holding on to a 50% vote share lead in Tripura at the moment. So this consolidation, if this trend continues, the vote share is showing that this will go one way. Now let's wait and see what happens. At this point, that's what it's showing.
Correct. Now, Meghalaya scene is further changing. Congress has gone up to 8 seats in Meghalaya. Trinamool slipped down to 14, same as the NPP. The others have gone up to 17. So, is the UDP making gains? Is the UDP going to play Kingmaker? Well, Advaita Kala, interesting. It's getting interesting both in Tripura and in Meghalaya.
Absolutely, Anand. Now is when you ask the question, how many rounds left and how many rounds are we done with in terms of the voting?
Yeah. We're going to connect with our reporters on ground, but I think there are still a few rounds. What we're given to understand both in Tripura and in Meghalaya is that we'll have to wait at least 10:30, if not till about 10:45, 11 o'clock. All parties are going to perhaps take a position around 11 a.m. By 10:30, 10:45, we should have a clearer picture, much clearer picture or consolidated picture. Yes, Advaita, continue, please. Advaita, are you there? We just seem to have lost her. There. We'll try and see if Kamalika is there with us. Matthew Anthony, you're saying the Congress has gone toward an entire reset button in Meghalaya. After the exit of Mukul Sangma and all his aides out of the Congress party, you've brought in young faces, largely less than 40 years of age, and you will take heart that they have still, out of contesting 60 seats, take heart that you won 8. So is this now a plan for the future, or do you believe that had you done a mix of both, had you been able to retain Mukul Sangma and also try and bring in some fresh blood, infuse some fresh faces into the Congress, you would have been sitting at 22 seats, 14 plus 8, that which has gone to the Trinamool now?
Okay. Too early to comment on Meghalaya closings because Meghalaya will decide largely with very close number of votes to decide the seats. You know, we can see the Meghalaya seats getting decided on less than 1,000 votes. A lot of them will get decided on less than 1,000 votes. Probably you cannot rule out a coalition government of Congress also in Meghalaya at this point of time. So let's wait for a couple of hours more, to see how it happens. Definitely, we have invested for the future in Meghalaya, and the performance which we have done right now in Meghalaya, which you're seeing in Meghalaya right now, from where we were, is quite respectful. I still maintain the stand that it's quite respectful. There's no point in talking about Mukul leaving or staying back in the Congress because that's past. So it is now we have to deal with the present. So we are closely on the emerging scenario in Meghalaya, and Meghalaya is going to be definitely an interesting state to see the closings in the next 1.5 to 2 hours. Tripura also, we see the emerging trend right now, and
if you look at the vote shares,
next couple of hours.
Yeah, if you look at the vote share, I'm just saying, is this a learning that where the Congress has or allies with traditional enemies on ground, when say arch rivals, political rivals on ground in the state elections, the arch rivals tend to benefit more than the Congress does. So there is a certain vote transfer which happens of the Congress votes to the enemies, but it doesn't happen vice versa. Is this a learning? Is this a trend? Would you agree? What you saw in Uttar Pradesh, what you saw in Tamil Nadu, what you're seeing in Bengal, what you're seeing in Tripura, or would you not want to see it that way? That when you go with those with whom you fought over the last few decades, it doesn't end up well for the Congress. You don't gain more. You could actually do better if you fight on your own.
See, on the election perspective, I will answer it in two ways. One is, in election, it is the number of seats which you win which counts, irrespective of the party. So that makes you help to form the government. On vote share, it is a reflection on the party on how it has to kind of formulate its strategies, its messaging, its access to the people.
I think we've lost Matthew Anthony there. We're trying to get him back. It was an interesting conversation. I wanted to bring in Zaka also there. But quickly, let's try and understand what's the scenario on ground. Kamalika, how many more rounds to go? Tripura.
Still more rounds to go, couple of like 7 to 8 rounds still to go. That's what we are getting in from my sources. But Anand, let me show you this. We are just standing outside Chief Minister's residence, Professor Dr. Manik Shah. This is an interesting strategy by the BJP. We are not seeing any hullabu. We are not seeing any celebrations till now. Either it's BJP headquarters or in the BJP corners of the city or outside the Chief Minister's residence.
Kamalika, Kamalika, just wait.
vote.
I just want to mark this point. For the first time, the BJP Plus has crossed the 31 number. They are past the halfway mark. They've got in pole position in Tripura. And we just on the top, you're seeing the Meghalaya leads. But here, to my right, what you're seeing here on the left of your screens and to my right here for me, it's the BJP, which is 31 plus. It's the first time that's happened since morning as we've been counting and the counting is going on. But as the rounds are progressing, another 7 rounds to go at least. But the BJP plus, for the first time, is got the numbers in Tripura. 31, that's the numbers that we've got. We try and see if we can put the band right on top here also of Tripura with the updated numbers. So 31 here, and these are the leads at this point. Yes, Kamalika, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this 31, as you pointed out, it has crossed the mark of 31. But still, I would like to show that this is the scene of the outside Chief Minister's residence. Every vote they are putting, effort on every counting, every second counting. They're just not coming out and showing that, okay, fine, we have won and we have crossed the marks. They are just holding on to every second because they know that it's like a 2020 match. And what we are getting from the BJP camp inside, that this instruction has gone, that hold on till the final results come out. So no more hullabaloo before, I told you earlier that before 11. Once these things are very clear, crystal clear, then only they'll come out, then only there will be celebration. But before that, because, even if exit polls showed them the numbers, even if Manik Shah told us today in the morning that they are going to cross, they are going to create tsunami, but BJP, very calculative, and I have been covering Tripura, let me tell you, while, the election campaign was taking place, even 3% Manipuri vote was important for them. They made the Manipur Chief Minister sit here for 7 days and do campaign. So they have actually counted every vote to it, and that's why they are not, coming out with big celebrations right now. But we hope that the celebrations will start as the numbers sticks to 31.
Like you said, in about 45 minutes, 45 minutes to an hour from now, the scenario would all change outside Professor Manik Shah's house and also at the BJP headquarters. Kamalika, I'd like you to get us in terms of how many more rounds to go. And when can we say that the leads are consolidating? Is there going to be a scenario change? Because the BJP is expecting to cross the 40 number on its own. It's right now, BJP Plus is at 31. Thank you for your inputs. Right at the top, ladies and gentlemen, the magic figure. And we see that the BJP has crossed that magic number of 31, and it's right there. It's got control of the House at now. Now, will it go further and consolidate? We'll have to wait and watch. The left again slipping, Zaka. Left is slipping.
I think the storyline, one very, very interesting storyline. We talked about this in the morning. Tripura has come from nowhere and he's got 11 seats. It could become 12. There's one seat where it's back and forth between the Left Alliance and Tripura. But where is he winning? Where is he getting his dominant seats from? 11 of those seats. Look at those gains. I'll put the filter again. These are the tribal seats in Tripura. Those gains have come at the cost of the BJP. The BJP had 18 of these seats in the last election. They are down to 7 now, and the Tripura has got 10 out of the 11 seats where it's leading in right now are seats that were won by the BJP alliance before. And the other story for me, in those tribal seats, the IPFT, which was the tribal party of Tripura, which the BJP has been in alliance with, they renewed that alliance before the 2023 election. IPFT today does not have a single lead in the state of Tripura. So basically, all the tribal seats have gone essentially to the Tripura Mota, or at least a majority of those tribal seats have gone to the Tripura Mota. So the Tripura has actually eaten into the IPFT votes, the tribal party that was in alliance with the BJP. And I think he has certainly hurt the BJP as much, if not more, than hurting the left Congress. Like I said, right now at 31, but they were at 44. It was a 2/3 majority. They've come down by 13. You were speaking about the Chief Minister saying BJP will cross 40 on its own. Let's see if they can do that. They are right now 31. The IPFT was fighting in 8 seats. They have not won any of those seats. There are no leads for the IPFT in any of those seats. So if the BJP has to manage to win 40 seats on its own, then this figure from -13 has to go up to -4 or -5. Otherwise, they are not getting up to that figure of 40. So I think you know, the BJP will also look at this result. If the result freezes this way right now, my hunch is they will approach Pradyut to support that coalition.
See, one of the aspects which is interesting, and Nalin Mehta, Advaita Kala are with us. Nalin Mehta, the IPFT was always seen as harboring a certain level of secessionist tendencies, separatist tendencies. Now, with the IPFT ground to dust by the Tipra Mota, which is talking only about more identity, more stature or status for the indigenous people, the tribals. Has that narrative now been swung away? Very smartly it's been done. And yet again, the BJP creates a third, I will not say the BJP has created, but there is a third entity that comes in which diffuses the anti-incumbency to a certain level and allows the BJP to consolidate.
No, I think, look, that there is a very clear demands by tribals, that there is a clear tribal vote. I mean, that's a given in Tripura. About 30% plus population in Tripura is tribals. That the fact that Pradyot's party has made a huge impact, I think that's unassailable. The fact of the matter is that along with that, now how do you align their demands within a framework? The demand for a greater state, all of that. Now that has much larger implications, which is why the BJP did not align with the Tipra Mota ahead of the election. Now, how will it? In the past, its alliance with IPFT did make a difference. Now it is past the halfway mark if these trends hold on its own. But the fact that there is 11 seats are being run by the Tipra Mota, that you will have to find a political accommodation for these demands.
Correct.
At the moment, but
here's the difference. Here's the difference, Nalin. The Tipra Mota is far more amenable. They are not looking for a separate state. They are not looking out for a separate region. What they are saying is give separate rights or gives more credence to the indigenous people of Tripura. The IPFT wanted to carve out a separate region, separate state itself and identify itself. So that's why they said it has separatist tendencies. It also looked at the same tribal vote, the same indigenous problem. Is this a more happier situation to manage for the BJP compared to what it was in the past? And of course, it negates those secessionist forces altogether in Tripura. I'm looking at it from that. I'm asking you from that point of view. Also, what has the Tipra Mota done? Tipra Mota has pulled away at least 20% of the vote share if it's got to win 11 seats.
I actually think it will be more difficult to manage the Tipra Mota because Tipra Mota, the IPFT for all its ideological positions was an alliance. And it was a manageable alliance for the BJP. With Tripura Mota, they are, it's a very clear new force in Tripura politics, which is saying that we are not happy with the status quo. Our demands are very specific, and it's entirely based on regional identity, which is a kind of a new sub-regional identity along with the tribal identity. So I think it'll make for very interesting politics and a different kind of politics than what Tripura is used to.
Pradyot Manikyam, for all the hard work that he's done, he's also gone through personal strife because of health reasons, but he's continued to labor on and he's drawn a lot of pull in terms of audience on ground. And he's put in the efforts from zero to at least breaking into double digits is no mean achievement. Advaita Kala, how do you see the scenario? BJP now further consolidating, 32 leads BJP plus. That's what they are largely. It's BJP wins, not the IPFT performing. Left has slipped down further to 17. Tipra continues to be at 11 at this point. So left Congress leads now moving over to the BJP as more rounds are being counted. Yeah.
Yes, and one has to wait because
TMC is just broken on the leaderboard as we spoke, and as you started speaking, TMC is broken into the leaderboard. BJP slipped down 2 places, so it's changing by the second. Yes, continue, please.
Okay, that's in Meghalaya. Okay,
Tripura. It happened in Tripura. It's happening in Tripura. I'm seeing the screen only, and I'm speaking in Tripura.
Really?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I think that's why the laddus are not out as yet. Otherwise, usually at BJP, the laddus come out by about this time. That's what happens. Maybe a little later. Maybe by
they're all waiting for till 10:45, 11. 10:45, 11 is what they're waiting for, both in Meghalaya and in Tripura. Please continue. Sorry.
Right. So they're, the interesting thing about the BJP is that they're very competitive amongst themselves as well. So when Gujarat came in with a historic mandate and, kind of broke all barriers, I'm sure Tripura, which had a historic mandate the last time round, the state unit there, wants to come up with another historic mandate, which would be to hold on power and to get more than the 36 seats they got the first time around. So I think that is why you're seeing a certain level of reticence. I think it's quite obvious that BJP will form the government in Tripura. I think one must compliment Tripura for really the debut that they've made on this, on the scene. And I think, like you said, Anand, I'm totally with you on that one. I think it'll be easier to speak with someone like Tripura in terms of the demands that exist for indigenous people and accommodating those demands. I don't think that there's going to be any issue with that. You already have people like Jyotiraditya Scindia and others who are already in the BJP. So I think there will be overtures, and I wouldn't assume by any means that if required, BJP may not require that support, but I don't think we should assume that Tripura would necessarily go with the Congress and not with the BJP or vice versa.
The other aspect is, even if the BJP, if these lids consolidate and the BJP gets to about 33 or 35 seats on its own and can form government on its own, would it want Tripura Mota on its side and have an unassailable kind of equation? Because then it gets also the indigenous tribals on board as part of the government, because Tripura Mota is being represented by those who were talking about indigenous identity. Kamalika is with us. I want to move to Meghalaya with Zaka in just a bit. But yes, Kamalika, quick update. How many more rounds to go?
Still, 5 to 6 rounds they are supposed to go, and again would like to show you the same picture, because this is very interesting, Anand, that even after when the numbers are 31, this is the scene of Chief Minister's, outside Chief Minister's residence. Absolutely no, workers have come, no celebrations, because of the fact that the BJP strategy is they are not going to, now we are getting an update, they're not going to say anything before 12, not 11. Let the picture come crystal clear, and then only BJP is going to come and show the celebrations. And today in the morning, the Chief Minister said that there's going to be a tsunami.
So no jumping the gun.
Rajiv Bhattacharya, the president.
In Trinamool, in Tripura, they are saying they'll wait till noon. They'll wait till noon before the picture becomes absolutely crystal clear. I'm pulling away from you, Kamalika, because the BJP just slipped down. Not just from 32, they've slipped down to 29. So quite a seesaw even in Tripura right now. Let's quickly look at Meghalaya. We'll change the leaderboard here also to Meghalaya now. But we start with Zaka on the wall, because the party that seems to be changing course is the UDP.
Yeah, I think so. The others are in the leaderboard. They are the #1 party if you were to take all of them together. But I think the story of Meghalaya is very, very clear. I think Conrad's party has taken a beating, no doubt about it. They're down to 14 seats. They had 20 plus last time around. The TMC, a new player, and Rashid is right, TMC is Congress by another name in Meghalaya, because it is Mukul Sangma, after all, former Chief Minister. He's the head of the TMC. They have got 14, but the others is where it gets really interesting. Out of these 18, 11 of them are the UDP. The rest of them are smaller parties. So you want to go back and check what is the route to power. Remember, the UDP was with the NDA alliance in 2018, when the last time they contested and won. So you have 14 of the NPP, you have 11 of the UDP, and then you have 5 of the BJP. So this is the old NEDA alliance. If they come back, that would add up to 25 and 5, 30. They still need one more. You can assume that one of the smaller parties will back them. The other route to power, I don't know if this is possible, but if the UDP says, we don't want to go back to NEDA, we don't want to have anything to do with the NDA, so they've got 11. You have the TMC, which has 13, and then you have the Congress, which has 7. So that's 20, 31. So that again would be another route to power. So which of these two routes to power will prevail in Meghalaya? I think that, to me, will be the story of the morning, late morning hour.
Trinamool and the Congress party ally, that's a story in itself. It's a story in itself, but right now it just looks like the erstwhile alliance seems to have the number with, even as Zaka was talking, the NPP has gone up to 17, BJP is 22 and 11. So then they will be at 31. So they are past that number which they want. And will they then get the regional parties also, parties like VPP, which are leading in 3? Will they do that? That's interesting. We've just got news coming through. Aparajita Sarangi, Lok Sabha MP of the BJP, joining us. But quickly putting this news that in Tripura, the BJP is crossing the halfway mark. It did, the BJP Plus did cross the halfway mark, but even as these leads are changing, we put out, and the UDP likely to play Kingmaker in Meghalaya. It's possible. It looks like it, and they're going to set stringent conditions. It's the cliffhanger in Meghalaya where there is no clear winner. Nagaland firmly in the pocket of the BJP Plus. So BJP Plus are set to sweep big in Nagaland. So that's a possibility, ladies and gentlemen. But here, on this lovely L band that we've created so that we can get you all the numbers of all the states, just focus here. This is the place where the focus lies, because the scenario can change over the next 45 minutes to 1 hour, ladies and gentlemen. That's why no celebrations in Tripura too, because this could become critical. And this pan here, Pradyot Deb Burman-led Tipra Muta, could become Kingmaker here. And the UDP could play Kingmaker in Meghalaya. So two Kingmakers, two regional identities who could then set very, very stringent conditions. And what could happen, we have to see. Will the BJP have the numbers on its own? BJP Plus, which is with the IPFT not making too many gains. Largely the wins are BJP. So let's say if the BJP can get the numbers on its own, will it then bring in Tipra on its side to be a robust, strong government which also has the indigenous aspirations of the tribals? We'll have to wait and watch. These scenarios can change. But Aparajita Sarangi is with us. Aparajita ji, namaste. So Nagaland seems to be comfortably placed, but it's all up in the air in Tripura and in Meghalaya.
A very good morning. In fact, whatever we see on the scoreboard today is the vindication of all the efforts of the central government, Prime Minister Modi and his team, and the Bharatiya Janata Party for the holistic development of the Northeast. We have been pursuing the policy of Act East. Congress used to pursue the policy of Look East. This has been the difference. And please do remember that in all these 8 and 9 years, Prime Minister Modi went to the Northeast, to different parts of the Northeast more than 51 times. And every month, twice, a cabinet minister or a minister of the central government would be touring the Northeast. So I think we have put in all efforts. And here is a party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, which goes to the people with its report card. Just let me know which party is there today in the country which goes to the people with a report card. A party which feels so much accountable to the people. Development is our main agenda. And I think people understand the Samvad of Prime Minister Modi. As far as Tripura is concerned, I'm sure you can see, we all can see we would be doing extremely well. We would be forming the government. Meghalaya, don't forget, we were at 2 last time and we are already at 6. That's what the scoreboard is showing. And Nagaland, we are coming up with a thumping majority. But we would keep our fingers crossed. It would be not right for me to kind of predict who forms the government where. But yes, BJP is all set to lead the show in all the 3 states.
As a party in Tripura, you won 36 seats individually last time around. You had 44 overall. Right now, you have 27 and largely yours. So is that a gain or is that a loss? Because right now you don't have you're not past the halfway number. You were past the halfway number just a short while ago in terms of leads, but those leads have slipped. In Meghalaya, NPP is looking stronger at 18, you've got 6, so 24, and if the UDP comes back to you, then you are in pole position to form government with 35. But will the UDP come? And that will come at a particular cost, because they are going to say that they're going to put very strong conditions. So in Tripura also, it just looks like you may have to lean on the Tipra Mota right now. If you were to go in the current scenario, you will have to lean on Pradyot Deb Burman to back you. So how is that a great performance?
Don't forget that we had bagged 35 seats on our own last time in Tripura. Yes, the scoreboard says 27, but don't forget we have 45 minutes to 1 hour to go. We would be improving our position. And I tell you, permutation and combination would take place, no problem at all. But I think we have put in a lot of efforts in Tripura, and I think it's showing. Saying that 27 is not the right number, not a good number, comparing it with the last time, it's not good. See, there is pro-incumbency wave and we must acknowledge this. What happened to the Bharat Jodo Yatra? That's the question now. Now, no Congress person should come out and say Bharat Jodo Yatra was not political. This is absolutely ridiculous. So I think Bharat Jodo Yatra
But the Bharat Jodo Yatra never went to the northeast. It went from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. Meeta Chakravarti of the Congress party is with us. And Meeta ji, would you want to... Namaste. Thank you for joining us here on the election coverage. Aparajita Sarangi is saying that the Congress party should not say what happened to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress did not do too much of work, at least the national leadership, in campaigning. And wherever they campaigned, the locals allege it actually backfired. Comments that perhaps did not go down well. In Meghalaya, we had one of the earlier speakers saying. But how would you want to respond to the BJP?
Okay, first of all, Bharat Jodo Yatra was taken out for a much larger cause. It was a fight against economic inequality, social inequality, and political inequality or over-centralization of power. It was not meant for electoral gains per se. Secondly, Bharat Jodo Yatra never went to the northeast. It was a yatra from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. So I do not know how you can link this results directly to Bharat Jodo Yatra. Thirdly, if it has to be linked right after Bharat Jodo Yatra, we saw two states going into election, Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. And out of these two states, after a gap of 4 years, we won majority in the state of Himachal Pradesh and we formed the government there. So you have to then take the whole thing into perspective if you are going to compare this with Bharat Jodo Yatra. As far as the Northeast is concerned, we are looking forward to the final figures. And yes, we definitely need to have a closer look at how the votes got split between the major opposition parties and what led to the final results. So we need to do a bit of data analysis there and then come to any concrete conclusion.
Well, let me just get Aparajita ji. She wanted to respond to you. Yes, Aparajita ji.
See, I mean, I think the people of the country would agree with me when I say that Bharat Jodo Yatra was meant to have a pan-India influence. That is why it was from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, you know, crossing the entire country. And not going to Northeast is hardly a kind of consolation. So Congress party people, Congress spokespersons actually should be asked not to comment on Bharat Jodo Yatra, rather defend Bharat Jodo Yatra. It has miserably failed and it's for all to see. See, we have put in a lot of efforts. And I think development is something which people actually go for these days. And we have gone for development everywhere. We call it HIRA, as you know. It's the highway development, the inland waterway development, the railway development, and the airway
if we were to look
development.
at the current scorecard in Tripura, where you were in government, you changed the chief minister. Right now, the left plus Congress is just 5 seats behind you in terms of leads. They have actually gained some 5 seats they have pinched from you. You were at 31 seats a short while ago. All those 5 seats in terms of leads have been pinched by the left plus Congress. And the left plus Congress currently is just 5 seats behind you. So if you have done so much of work, then how is it that those traditional arch rivals who have come together are just 5 seats behind you?
See, IPFT fought in 5 seats this time, and we fought in 55 seats. Last time they were in 9 seats and we were 51 seats, as we know. We thought IPFT would be doing well. And I tell you, we would be forming the government. It may be a kind of, little margin. I understand. It seems so at this juncture, but it would be premature on my part to say anything because 45 minutes and 1 hour would be actually showing the difference. We would be forming the government in Tripura maybe on our own. Let's see how it goes.
Well, we'll see how it goes. At this point in time, you don't seem to be forming the government on your own and you seem to have the left and the Congress very hot on your heels. But Meeta ji, it doesn't augur well for the Congress to play second fiddle to the left in Tripura, play no fiddle at all in Nagaland and out of tune in Meghalaya.
So I would definitely say that Congress definitely needs to relook at its Northeast policy. But before I go into that, Tripura is a state where I stayed myself for media management for a month. Congress and left coming there together was with a bigger purpose of not letting the opposition vote split. So Congress party actually made a supreme sacrifice in Tripura in terms of seat adjustment. And we did that for the larger interest of the people of the state of Tripura. Because what we saw in Tripura was a very high rate of unemployment, 16.1% if the data has to be quoted from January of this year, where the national average was around 7.1%. We saw
but all of that should have then translated. Well, see, because the polls are over and so I'm coming back to the crux of the matter is the fact that if your issues were resonating on ground,
It is a close contest.
then you should
It is a
be...
close contest. As you were saying that the BJP plus is at 27 and left plus Congress is around 22 or 23, right?
Tipra seems to have got is steady on 11 seats. Tipra as a non-entity 2 years ago.
Tipra Motha will be a very critical factor.
No, and the fact is that it's led by a person who was the former Pradesh Congress Committee chief. It's being led by a person as a former Pradesh Congress Committee.
Pradhu Dev Burman happens to be our ex-PCC president.
Yes,
and Tipra Motha had fought this election against the BJP.
Correct.
They had been fighting this election in order to bring in a change.
But he has also fought the election, saying that he was unwelcome in the Congress and he was not listened to in the Congress, and he walked out of the Congress because the Congress was not doing its job. So
that was in 1999. And if you remember,
he said it in the rallies this time too.
He went to one of the constituencies in Agartala, where the Congress candidate was Sudeep Roy Burman, and from the stage there, he appealed to the voters in Agartala to vote for the Congress candidate Sudeep Roy Burman.
Correct, but did he do it for the? Did he do it because of the family connection, or did he do it because of the party connection? So you have to understand the dynamic. What I'm trying to say is that the Congress party may have been somewhere around 20 seats on its own had Pradyot Dev Burman and his Tipra Motha been a part of the Congress party. Is that a point for inflection? Reflection is one point. I'm just going to bring in Zaka there with Tripura overall and where the Tripura Motha seems to have made its dent.
I think the fascinating story for me is the fact that you have a party which got 2/3 majority last time around. Obviously the numbers, all right, we're getting a piece of breaking. Nagaland, the NDPP and BJP are headed towards a big sweep. That, of course, is the one settled election. I think we can say that with a fair degree of certainty. 1.5 hours, almost 2 hours into counting now. In Tripura, the BJP is close to the halfway mark, but it is still neck and neck in terms of the fight between the BJP and the left plus the Congress. The Tipra Motha could very well emerge as the kingmaker. Whichever side he chooses to go could likely end up becoming the party in government. Let me just break up the Left Congress Alliance and tell you where they are winning or losing. Remember, the CPM was contesting, or the left parties were contesting 40 out of the 60, and the Congress was contesting 20. The Congress winning only 5, but those 5 are gains. They had not won these seats. The Congress had 0 last time around, so these 5 are gains from last time around. The CPM had 16 seats last time. They're down to 15. So 15 plus 5 plus 1 to the CPI. So that's where the Left Alliance has the bulk of its seats. The BJP, and the problem for the BJP is, and we said this all through our election coverage, from 44, they will come down. The question is, how far down? What is the bottom line? Can you catch? It's like a game of falling knives. At what level do you catch it? The BJP has come down 19. So they're down to 25. And they will definitely need the support of the Tipra Motha if they need to form government. So I think one thing is very, very clear. Whichever coalition, whichever arrangement goes on to form the government in Tripura next, this gentleman, Pradyot Dev Burman, leading a nascent party, coming out of nowhere, saying that we will represent you, talking to the indigenous people, talking to the tribal people of Tripura, he will hold the key. And I think I'm very sure about that he will be the kingmaker as far as Tripura is concerned. I want to quickly run you through Meghalaya as well, because the numbers are changing even as we speak. NPP has gone up to 21. They had 20 last time. Now they have added 1 to that. The others are 17, of which the UDP has about 11 or 12. They could likely be the second largest party as far as Meghalaya is concerned. The TMC was running away with it at one point of time. Now it's down to single digits. So I think you can fairly say that between the NPP, the BJP, that's 27, and then they just need smaller parties. So they could likely stitch that up, or they could go back to the UDP. Whatever the conditions of the UDP are, we don't know. But Metpa Lingbo, who is the Speaker of the House and the leader of the UDP, he has said that there will be stringent preconditions. But I think NPP is clawing its way back. Here in the Garo Hills, for example, in the western part of the state, we talked about this about half an hour ago. It was a sea of green. Now it's suddenly a sea of blue. So I think the NPP is crawling its way back. And part of the reason is these are very, very small constituencies, you know, populations of 50,000, 80,000, 1 lakh. I think that's where the real story is.
But that region in the Garo Hills was a Sangma versus Sangma fight.
Yes.
In this, as the rounds are being counted, it looks like Conrad Sangma is clawing his way back. And with 21 leads, and if that stays, ladies and gentlemen, the UDP will also not be able to exact the kind of pound of flesh that it wanted to, because it cannot combine with the others and still form government. So the BJP plus the NPP currently seem to be in pole position, and perhaps Mr. Lingdo will be able to continue to remain speaker if he continues with the UDP, but will the conditions be as stringent as they thought they could be, or will they also have to climb down a bit? This is the dynamic that's happening. But what we are also seeing is Mukul Sangma walking out of the Congress, getting into the Trinamool early on, look like it's going to reap rich rewards for the Trinamool, but it doesn't seem to be. The Congress and the Trinamool put together now are leading only in 15 seats. That's come down quite drastically, because some time back they were somewhere around 27 seats. Now we got news coming through. Trinamool Congress MP Abhishek Banerjee will be leaving for Shillong at 2 p.m. Now, so clearly the Trinamool Congress believes that there could be something amid the cliffhanger. Trinamool Congress MP is going to Shillong. We'll try and go across to Preeti Priyadarshini in Tura, because she said that sometime by around 10:30 we're expecting Conrad Sangma in that counting centre where 11 constituencies ballots are being counted. We'll try and connect with Preeti in just a bit. But quickly, let's go across to Kamalika in Tripura. Is the BJP sweating now? What's happening? The numbers that we are putting out here, are they reflecting locally, or is the BJP score sheet still saying 40 seats?
The BJP, obviously, Anand, while we were doing the coverage, we were actually on ground. I saw that it's not a cakewalk, and that's what Zaka was also pointing it out, that the Motha factor was there, and it's now, if these numbers are there, the Motha factor is there. So BJP very strategically, as from the morning, they are saying that there will be a tsunami. They are saying that chakke pe chakka. But we now get the information that it's by 600 votes. The BJP state chief, Rajiv Bhattacharya himself, is trailing. So BJP is holding on to it. BJP is not going for a big celebration right now. Yesterday, one top leader of BJP told me in the evening, will not go anything, the celebration will not start after 11. Now we are getting that the celebration will not start before 12. So it's like a 2020 march. They are going up, they are going down, they are going up, they are going, and the heartbeat of BJP and all the political parties are going up and down. And
because
that's how
nobody seems to be clearly.
I just want to ask Kamalika, if you can hear me, Zaka here, what is the likelihood or the possibility that Tripura Motha, clearly Pradyut is going to be the kingmaker, whichever side he chooses to go, align with the BJP or align with the left in Congress, they will come to power. But what are the chances of him supporting the left in Congress?
There are very interesting factors on left in Congress. The person who is projected from left as the chief ministerial candidate himself is a tribal, Jitendra Chaudhary. Pradyut has a very good relationship with him, but Pradyut's ancestors does not have very good relationship with the communists, because communists have fought the royal family always. But there was Pradyut is open to all. His one thing is very clear: give me in writing my demands, my indigenous people demands, and I will be with you. Be it Hemant Biswa Sharma of BJP, who generally strikes the deal, be it Congress or left, be it any other party. So it's more of an autonomy, and this will not happen in a day. Let me tell you, if the numbers are like this, and if they are getting somewhere around 15, then again the focus will be Shillong, because our sources are saying that Pradyut will be taking his MLAs to Shillong to stop voting. So it's going to be a very interesting fight both in Tripura and Shillong, and this Tripura fight may go into Shillong if Pradyut gets in that number and he takes his MLAs out there. So
you will have
is also an option, BJP also an option.
So you're saying resort politics is possible, or so that's also another possibility. But the bigger possibility in Meghalaya, ladies and gentlemen, is that the NPP-BJP alliance, if they come together, are just too short of a majority. Too short of one short of the halfway number, too short of majority in Meghalaya. In this case, they perhaps may not even need the UDP, because the smaller parties like VPP and 2 or 3 others, if they're able to cobble up, they'll get past the 35, 36 number, and then it'll be pressure on UDP whether they want to sit in opposition or Mr. Lyngdoh wants to continue to be the speaker. So these dynamics are changing. Look how it's changed in just about 25 minutes. 25 minutes ago, it was all suspended animation. It looked like Conrad Sangma is really going to emerge as perhaps the second largest party in that region. But now he's the single largest party. NPP is the single largest party. And of course, the competition is slipping up. The BJP continues to be steady on 6 seats, 4 seats more than the last time that they've got. So clearly, they've upped their vote share and their contributions. So encouraging. But Tripura remains a problem area for the BJP. So if Nagaland is settled, if Meghalaya, there can be some amount of relief that the current government will continue to go on. In this scenario, they'll be able to manage that. What happens in Tripura? We continue to keep the spotlight trained on these results. The numbers are changing, and over the next 25 minutes, a lot could change, ladies and gentlemen. Stay right here on your Election News Center. Keep watching the screen. We'll join you in just a bit. as we count down. 3, 2, 1, and counting gets underway. Counting gets underway in Tripura, in Meghalaya, and in Nagaland.
We're now slowly starting to get the numbers in Tripura. I think 4 out of 60 seats.
And in Nagaland, again, racing away. Out of the 11 leads declared, 10 are with the BJP plus.
What we are getting from the BJP camp inside, they are just holding on to every second because they know that it's like a 2020 match.
It's going to be hung as far as Meghalaya is concerned. Tripura could be a close race, but the scenario could change drastically. Unlikely to change in Nagaland, where the BJP plus seems to be in pole position, running away with the election there.
I think it's going to be a question of who is going to take that flight quicker to Shillong.
Many are going to take flights to Shillong, ladies and gentlemen, but one party that's taken flight is in Tripura, and that's the Tripura Mota, who have consistently for the last hour and a half stayed at that lead of 11 seats. What's changing is the fight between the BJP plus and the Left plus Congress alliance. Now the BJP plus once again clawing back, inching up towards the 30 number. So that's happening. Lots of drama in Tripura. But Meghalaya somehow seems to be settled in favor of the incumbents. After all that doubt earlier that it will all be suspended, it just looks like the NPP, Conrad Sangma's party, is going from strength to strength. And as we speak, BJP plus NPP are past the halfway number. In Meghalaya, BJP plus NPP are now past the halfway number at 31 leads is what they have. 25 plus 6, 31 leads. So they perhaps do not even need the support of the UDP, which now will not have too much of a bargaining chip. The Congress slides down to further to 5. They were at 9 leads at one point in time. They're now to 5. The Trinamool Congress, which was leading in 20 seats just about an hour ago, is now leading only in 6. Oh, what a slip. The regional parties are becoming stronger in Meghalaya. 18 leads for them. 11 of that was with the UDP. There were 3 with the VPP and 2 or 3 others of the regional parties. Will those regional parties gravitate towards the incumbent or those who are now going to be in power? And what happens to the UDP then? These dynamics really changing. But here, it just seems steady that whatever happens between 1 and 2 here, it is this number 3 who will play Kingmaker. Zaga, what a change, what a shift in fortunes in Meghalaya.
I think, let's start with Meghalaya. I think, about an hour ago, like you said, Anand, it was the TMC that was leading. It was the single largest party. But now it is the NPP. It's in fact a gain of 3 seats from last time. Remember, the NPP last time around fought on its own. It had 20 seats and then post-poll aligned with the BJP. But now between the NPP and the BJP, they have 29 seats. A couple of more seats from smaller parties should be good enough for the NPP-BJP alliance, the combined, to come back to power. The others is the second biggest category. The UDP is a large chunk of them. There are about 11 or 12 leads for the UDP out of that 18. It's a gain of 2. A bulk of it coming from this Khasi area, the Khasi Hills as it were. That's where the UDP is strong. That's the backyard of the Lingdos. The NPP, and I keep going back to this, this is the Garo Hills. 24 out of the 60 seats are from the Garo Hills. And in the Garo Hills, in the morning, it seemed like Mukul Sangma of the Sangma brothers, as it were, would be the one who would go home smiling. But now Conrad and his party seem to be making a big inroads back in the Garo Hills. The TMC is down to just single digits as it was leading in 20 seats about an hour ago, now down to just 7 seats. And the Congress down to just 5 seats, a loss of 16 seats from the last time around. Congress was the single largest party, remember, in 2018. They had 21 seats. They had more than even Conrad's party in 2018, but they're down to just 5 seats, single digits for the Congress party. I think it's very clear if these trends hold, the NPP with the BJP and perhaps 1 or 2 smaller parties will be able to form the government. That's the story in Meghalaya. The story in Tripura is very interesting because this was the one state that most pollsters said the BJP will hold and hold very comfortably, far above the 31 halfway mark. But right now, the BJP is at 27. But the figure to watch out for is this. They're down 17. They're single largest party, yes, but has this been a mandate against the incumbent government? The left in Congress, left fighting 40 seats, the Congress fighting 20 seats, the CPM 14 seats, down 2 from last time. The Congress had no seats last time, so they've got 5 up from last time. but the Tipra Mota, which is Pradyut Dev Burman's party, a new party, a tribal party bursting onto the scene just months before this election campaign kicked off with the demand of greater Tipra land, as he puts it. They will, if these numbers hold, if they stay steady like this party, this new party, this nascent party will likely keep the cards that will decide who will rule in Agartala for the next 5 years. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how this story plays out. Very quickly, Anand, if I can just, the division between the Bengali Hindu voters and the tribals. There, the BJP's losses, remember, overall in the state, they were down 17. But in the Bengali Hindu voter constituency, as it were, they've only down 5. So it's only about a third or so of the larger losses that they have across the state. Whereas if you look at the tribal seats, and this to me is the story of this election, at least up until now, 2 hours into counting, 10 seats, all gains to the Tipra Mota. The BJP has lost 13 seats in the tribal-dominated seats. 13 out of their 17 losses are from tribal-dominated seats. And I think that is the story of the Tripura election. This is something that they will have to take into account. Even if the BJP were to, let's say, hypothetically form the government, if Pradyut decides to support, if his pound of flesh is met, there will have to be that listening to the tribal constituency, as it were, because that's where the BJP got really, really beat in this election, and that's what's cost them. Coming from 44 down to 27 is something, and I think they need to sort of address that constituency, that the tribals have concerns there. Whether Pradyut comes on board or not, that is a different matter, but I think the need to be seen as listening to the tribal constituency, I think, is important.
Where Tripura finds a reference in the Mahabharata, there's a history. The Dev Burmans themselves have a history. Well, we all grew up to Sachin Dev Burman and also Rahul Dev Burman as far as the music industry is concerned, again related to the Tripura royal family. And now you have Pradyut Dev Burman, who is now the Maharaja of Tripura and also leader of perhaps the tribal face of Tripura, the party that is talking about the indigenous people, the tribals of Tripura. Jiten Dev Burma, Tripura spokesperson, is joining us. Namaste. आपको बहुत सबसे पहले आपको तो सबसे पहले मुबारक कि डेब्यू में ही आपने 11 सीटों पे अभी बढ़त बना रखी है, तो कितना इनकरेज्ड है इस परफॉर्मेंस से?
नहीं, हम इससे और भी बड़ा इनकरेज है, इससे ज्यादा हम लोग करेंगे। हमें आशा है। हमने जिन मुद्दों को लेकर लड़ाई लड़ी है इस बार के चुनाव में, हमें उम्मीद है इससे ज्यादा हमें सीट मिलेगी।
पर किसका साथ देंगे, बीजेपी प्लस का कि लेफ्ट का? क्योंकि लग रहा है सरकार बनाने में आपका बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल होने वाला है, आपकी पार्टी का।
अभी भी बहुत सारे रिजल्ट मतलब आना जारी है, सर देखेंगे आने के बाद।
लेकिन फिर भी कुछ तो एक इंटेंट होगा कि, या फिर आपने बस ये रखा है कि जो हमारे वादे पूरे करेगा हम उसका साथ दे देंगे? क्योंकि
नहीं, एक्चुअली ये हमारे बुबागरा जो महाराष्ट्र ने पहले भी कहा है, लिखित तरीके पर जब जो देंगे उनके साथ ही हम देंगे। तो बुबागरा ने पहले चुनाव से पहले भी बोला है कि किसी के साथ, इसके बगैर हम लोग किसी के साथ कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज या अलायंस पे नहीं जाएंगे। तो हमने लड़ा है इस बार चुनाव जो दबे कुचले लोगों के हक अधिकार के लिए। तो इन मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ने के बाद हमें आज ये रिजल्ट मिल रहा है, तो हमें बहुत खुशी है इस बात।
पर किसी का कोई फोन वोन आया है, कोई बातचीत हुआ है क्या? किसी को अंदाजा था कि तिपरा मोता इतना अच्छा करेगी? सबको लगा था कि वोट तोड़ने का काम करेगी, सीट जीतने का काम नहीं करेगी। तो अभी जो फिलहाल पिछले 1.5 घंटे से एक ही पार्टी कंसिस्टेंट है इस स्कोर पे, 11 सीटों के स्कोर पे। हमारे चैनल पे अगर हम लीड्स जहां से आ रहे हैं, कंसिस्टेंटली आप 11 सीट पे हैं, तो कम से कम 11 सीट तो आप जीत रहे हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है। ज्यादा भी जीत सकते हैं, लेकिन
ऐसा तो लग रहा है, लेकिन हमें उम्मीद है इससे ज्यादा हम करेंगे।
और कोई इंटेंट है आपका? रुझान
पूछा कि किसी जी सर, आपने पूछा कि किसी ने फोन किया या कुछ ऐसा वैसा? नहीं, हम तो देखेंगे आगे क्या होता है।
अभी ऐसा कहा जा रहा है, खबर ये भी आ रही है कि सारे एमएलए जो जीतते हैं, सारे जीतने वाले कैंडिडेट्स को महाराज शिलोंग लेके जा रहे हैं ताकि पोचिंग ना हो। सही है?
नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं है। हमारी जनता ने चुना है हमारी महाराष्ट्र के द्वारा जिनको एमएलए, वो तो जनता ने चुना है। अभी जनता ही देखेंगे, और जनता की तरफ से बुबागरा तो सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है बुबागरा जो भी करेंगे, हमारा महाराज जो भी करेंगे, हम सबके अच्छाई के लिए करेंगे।
क्योंकि हमें खबर मिली कि महाराज शिलोंग जा रहे हैं, ही इज गोइंग टू गो टू शिलोंग, और फिर सबको जो जो जीते हैं सबको शिलोंग बुलाएंगे त्रिपुरा से बाहर, ताकि पोचिंग ना हो, कोई गड़बड़ ना हो। पर फिलहाल अगर ऐसा लग रहा है, अभी नंबर फिर बदल रहे हैं जितेंद्र देव वर्मा जी, तो अगर बीजेपी कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी बना लेती है
जी,
बीजेपी 31-32 सीट जीत लेती है तो सरकार उनकी बनेगी, तो त्रिपुरा मोता उनके साथ फिर भी रूलिंग अलायंस में जाना चाहेगी या विपक्ष में बैठेगी?
नहीं, अभी बुबाग्रा ने क्लियरली चुनाव से पहले भी कहा है, अगर हम नहीं जीत पाते हैं तो हम लोग सरकार में तो नहीं जाएंगे, लेकिन विपक्ष में ही बैठेंगे।
अगर
विपक्ष का जो काम है, जो ड्यूटी है, वो निभाएंगे।
और अगर आपको आमंत्रण मिलता है, निमंत्रण मिलता है बीजेपी से कि आप भी सरकार में जुड़िए, तो
नहीं, हमने जो जिन मुद्दों को लेकर हमने चुनाव लड़ी है, उन मुद्दों को अगर किसी ने सपोर्ट नहीं करते हैं तो हम किसी के साथ तो नहीं जाएंगे।
कहीं आपको लगता है कि कांग्रेस
और अगर बीजेपी अकेले पार्टी अगर बहुमत हासिल भी कर लेते हैं तो ये जनता के बूथ के द्वारा हुआ है, उनको हम स्वीकार कर लेंगे कि जनता ने जिनको चुना है वो जनता के द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकार है।
पर जनता ने तो आपके भी 11 लोगों को चुना है, तो उनको अगर सरकार में जाने का मौका मिल रहा है तो आपको लगता है कि सरकार में रहकर और बेहतर काम कर सकेगी पार्टी, या विपक्ष में रहकर?
देखो, अभी हमारे पार्टी में बातचीत होने के बाद ही उसका निर्णय लिया जाएगा, क्योंकि बुबाग्रा उसका फाइनल मैन है, जो हमारा सुप्रीमो है, वो जब भी निर्णय लेंगे हम उनको स्वीकार करेंगे।
महाराज पहले प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी चीफ हुआ करते थे प्रद्योत जी, तो अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने उनको जाने दिया, ये उनकी गलती थी? आपको लगता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का नुकसान हुआ है त्रिपुरा में क्योंकि उन्होंने प्रद्योत जी को जाने दिया?
हाँ, नुकसान तो कांग्रेस का हुआ है, लेकिन हमारी बुबाग्रा ने जो अपने यहाँ की दबे कुचले लोगों के लिए आवाज उठाया है, ये यहाँ की जो गरीब जनता है उनके लिए एक तरफ से भला हुआ है, अच्छा हुआ।
आपके नजरिए से लेफ्ट और कांग्रेस का ये कॉम्बिनेशन ठीक है जाने के लिए, या बीजेपी का कॉम्बिनेशन ठीक है जाने के लिए? क्योंकि सेंटर में तो अभी पावर में बीजेपी है, तो ये फैक्टर कंसिडर करेंगे कि आप लोगों के लिए जो आपकी मांगे पूरी करने का जो पोजीशन है वो किसके पास ज्यादा पॉसिबिलिटी है, इसको कंसिडर करेंगे?
ज्यादा पॉसिबिलिटी तो हमें देखता है, अभी सेंट्रल में जिन दलों का मतलब सरकार है वही कर सकते हैं, लेकिन हमने पहले भी ये बोल चुका है, हमारी बुबाग्रा ने ये कह चुका है, बिना लिखित आश्वासन दिए बगैर हम किसी के साथ नहीं जाएंगे। तो ये चुनाव के बाद जो रिजल्ट, मतलब इसका काउंटिंग है, रिजल्ट आने के बाद भी अगर बीजेपी इस बात को लेकर बात करते हैं तो उस समय देखा जाएगा।
जितेंद्र जी, मेरा अंतिम प्रश्न आपसे है, वो क्या 3 चीजें हैं जो नॉन कॉम्प्रोमाइजेबल है? अगर आप अपनी 3 डिमांड्स रखेंगे कि जो आपको लिखित में चाहिए।
जो यहाँ की दबे कुचले जो लोग हैं, उनके जो संवैधानिक अधिकार है, जो जीने का अधिकार है, वही है हमारा जो मेन मुद्दा, जो असल में मुद्दा जो है, जो उन्हीं को लिखित तौर पर अगर देते हैं तो देखेंगे हम लोग।
आपने ग्रेटर त्रिपुरा लैंड की बात की थी, ग्रेटर त्रिपुरा की, इस पर आप अड़ेंगे?
नहीं, अभी तो हमारा ये मतलब हमारी तरफ से वो नहीं है, देखेंगे कि जब जिन सरकार के द्वारा हमें क्या देना चाहते हैं वो कुछ क्लियरली बोले ना कि वो क्या देना चाहते हैं यहाँ की दबे कुचले लोगों के लिए, आदिवासियों के लिए, वो स्पष्ट करे कि वो क्या देना चाहते हैं।
ठीक है, आप मेरे साथ बने रहिए जितेंद्र जी, क्योंकि अपराजिता सारंगी लोकसभा की एमपी हैं, बीजेपी की, हमारे साथ हैं, आपकी बातें सुन रही हैं। रिटन अश्योरेंस ऑन द डिमांड्स, व्हाट आर यू गोइंग टू डू फॉर द ट्राइबल पीपल? एंड इससे फायदा तो सेंटर में जो पावर्स हैं उनके साथ जाने में होगा, लेकिन हमें लिखित में चाहिए। करंट सिनारियो में तो आपको इनका सहारा चाहिए अपराजिता जी।
I can say with all humility but tremendous confidence that the government of Prime Minister Modi has done a lot for the tribals. And I think tribals, who constitute about 32% of the population in Tripura, believe in the policy and intention of Prime Minister Modi. In fact, the entire Northeast can always vouch for this. We have stood by the tribals. I can give you certain figures. Kindly give me 30 seconds. Today is not the day to give figures, but please allow me. 150 Eklavya schools have come up in these areas, and we are trying to recruit about 38,800 teachers in these schools. We are aware of the Parvat Mala Yojana, and we have done a lot for the sports development. See, there was a time when Congress used to look at the Northeast as ATMs, right? We have never looked at it as ATMs. We have always given a lot of importance to these states and the people therein, especially the tribals. We have gone for several agreements. Please don't forget that Bruriang agreement, Karbi Anglong, Bodo, NLFT agreement to resolve the issues pertaining to the tribals.
You are looking at all of Northeast. We are currently looking at only at Tripura, because the Tripura Motra is talking about Tripura. The dynamics of every state in the Northeast is different. हर state का dynamic अलग है. त्रिपुरा का demand बहुत clear है. अगर त्रिपुरा की सारी डिमांड मीट गई होती तो फिर त्रिपुरा के पास अभी आज 11 सीटें नहीं होती. करंट सिनेरियो अपराजिता जी 28 फॉर द बीजेपी प्लस, लेफ्ट एंड कांग्रेस इज 19. सो इवन इफ लेफ्ट एंड कांग्रेस एंड त्रिपुरा कम टुगेदर, they will not be able to form government. So you are the most viable option even for Tripura people. But the Tripura are saying you have to give a written assurance. Will the BJP give a written assurance? Their demand is, what are you going to do for the Adivasis and tribals, the indigenous people of Tripura?
See, it would be premature on my part to say anything in this regard. I tell you, permutations and combinations would take place pursuant to the declaration of results. Let's see how it goes. But we are very confident that we would be doing extremely well in Tripura. Just wait and watch. About 45 minutes to 1 hour to go. And the counting is on. And you can see the changing figures on the scoreboard. So I don't think we should be jumping the bandwagon at this juncture.
No, I'm not jumping the bandwagon. I'm saying if the current scenario stays, will the BJP be open to inviting the Tripura, and will you be open to considering their demand? That's the question.
I can only say that the doors are open for everybody who speak for the development of the people. So I think we all understand the policy and the intention of Prime Minister Modi. We are with everybody. Let's see how it goes.
जी, अपराजिता दी, please stay. जितेंद्र जी क्या कहेंगे अपराजिता जी की बात पर? मीता चक्रवर्ती is also with us. मीता जी, coming to you after getting a reaction from Jitendra Burman. जी जितेंद्र.
Actually, मैडम जी ने कहा है कि यहाँ की जो 32% इंडिजिनस पीपल है, एक्चुअली 32% नहीं रह गया है, 31.8% ही है, 32 नहीं लेते हम लोग इसको. तो कई सारी योजना के बारे में उन्होंने कहा, लेकिन हमारा तो यही एक मुद्दा है कि यहाँ की जो आदिवासी समाज है, आदिवासी जो लोग हैं, वो उनके साथ साथ कई सारे ऐसे नॉन आदिवासी भी है जो पिछड़ा हुआ है, जो दबे कुचले लोगों में ही गिना जाता है. उनकी डेवलप के लिए, उनकी विकास के लिए हमारे बुबागरा ने बहुत कुछ आपसे मतलब सेंट्रल जो लीडर्स है बीजेपी के, उनके साथ बात भी किए होंगे, मेरे ख्याल से किए भी हैं. अगर उस समय अगर सहमत हो जाते हैं तो बुबागरा मतलब इस चुनाव में बीजेपी से जरूर अलायंस हो जाता. लेकिन मेरे ये सोच है, मुझे यही लग रहा है कि उस समय बुबागरा से जितनी बार भी बातचीत हुआ होगा, शायद उसमें उन चीजों को नहीं माना गया होगा जिन चीजों को बुबागरा मतलब हमारे महाराज.
पर आप ये भी मानते हैं ना जितेंद्र जी की चुनाव से पहले परिस्थिति अलग होती है, चुनाव के बाद परिस्थिति अलग होती है.
नहीं, मैं परिस्थिति के बारे में ही बताने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा हूँ आपसे सर.
जी,
ये जो परिस्थिति अभी आए हैं, जिन मुद्दों को लेकर हमने लड़ा है, उन मुद्दों को लोगों ने स्वीकार किया. स्वीकार करने के बाद ही ये जो नतीजे आ रहे हैं, यही तो आप आज की जो परिस्थिति है. तो इन परिस्थितियों में भी हमारे बुबागरा के साथ अगर बीजेपी बात करना चाहते हैं किसी मुद्दे को लेकर ये बात कर सकते हैं, तब देखेंगे कि क्या कौन सी मतलब आगे बढ़ता है.
जी, तो दरवाजा उधर से भी खुला है, दरवाजा इधर से भी खुला है, और आपकी मांगों का वहां पर ग्राउंड पर एक गूंज है. इसीलिए आप 11 सीटें जीते हैं या 11 सीटों में आपकी बढ़त है इस वक्त. जीते नहीं कहूंगा, लगभग जीत गए ये कह सकते हैं. तो यानी कि देयर इज अ डिमांड ऑन ग्राउंड. तो ये भी वहां पर सुनाई देगा, उस दरवाजे से ये शोर भी चला जाएगा जहां दरवाजा खुला है. तो ये दरवाजे यहाँ खुले दिख रहे हैं. 28 और 11 मिला के 39 हो जाते हैं. इन कंफर्टेबल पोजिशन. सो देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी, एनीथिंग इज पॉसिबल. द पॉसिबिलिटी विच इज नॉट लुकिंग लाइक पॉसिबल is the left Congress and Tripura coming and forming government in Tripura right now, current scenario, Meeta ji? Congress left is slipping down in Tripura. Congress has slipped further down in Meghalaya. आप म्यूट पे हैं, मीता जी, आप म्यूट पे हैं. मीता जी, आप म्यूट पे हैं.
हेलो,
एक मिनट जितेन जी प्लीज स्टे. आई एम ट्राइंग टू स्पीक विद मीता चक्रवर्ती. मीता जी आप म्यूट पे, आई कांट हियर यू. कैन यू अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ एंड देन स्पीक?
Yes.
हाँ जी, अब बोलिए.
So related to Tripura, had the BJP or PM Modi's tribal development policy been so strong, then they would not have slipped down from somewhere around 44 to about 27 or 28 right now. According to your assessment, they have lost out around 17 seats, mostly in the tribal belt. So obviously, the policies that the BJP spokesperson was talking about was not very well received by the tribal population in Tripura. Number one. Number two, I would not rule out any alliance or any formation. We need to wait for the final results. I think you are saying that we are leading around in 19 seats, Tripura Motha around 11 or 12 seats. Numbers are changing, so we need to wait for the final formation. I'll again like to point out that Tripura went to this election talking about Poriborton, talking about bringing in a change, went against the BJP government. We need to wait for the final data and see whether we can come together with some kind of a consensus and give an alternative to the people of Tripura.
But the Tripura Motha spokesperson also said that कांग्रेस ने उन्हें जाने देकर गलत किया. कांग्रेस ने त्रिपुरा महाराज के साथ ठीक नहीं किया.
That happened in 2019. We still maintain on a personal level very good equation with Pratyut Dev Burman ji, and we will see what happens after this election. I would not rule out any option or any possibility.
I'm sure he did say he did campaign for Sudeep Dev Burman, and then he also is very good friends with Jitendra Chaudhary, who's the face of the left. And so Aparajita ji, so there are challenges on that part too. Trinamool Congress is leading on one seat. Could we see a scenario where the left, Congress, Tripura and Trinamool gang up to keep the BJP out?
See, everybody would like to keep the BJP out, but the fact remains that they would never succeed. शहर के सारे जुगनू मिलकर कहते हैं सूरज को उगने नहीं देंगे, लेकिन सूरज उगेगा भी और सूरज में चमक भी ज्यादा होगी. हमारी मेहनत पर हमें भरोसा है. हमारे हृदय खुले हुए हैं, सबके लिए दरवाजे खुले हैं, हृदय बड़ा है. तो मुझे लगता है कि हम सबको परिणाम की अपेक्षा करनी चाहिए. कुछ समय की बात है और उसके बाद जो सही होगा, जो जन कल्याणकारी होगा, जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों को अच्छा लगेगा, वैसा ही कार्य भारतीय जनता पार्टी करने वाली है.
देखिए कई बार ऐसा होता है बादलों की वजह से सूरज छुप जाता है और उन बादलों को हटाने के लिए हवा की जरूरत होती है, पवन के झोंके की जरूरत होती है. अभी त्रिपुरा में पवन का झोंका त्रिपुरा मोता है आपके लिए. अगर भाजपा का सूरज चमकना है तो त्रिपुरा मोता का हवा चलनी पड़ेगी, तभी वो बादल हटेंगे सरकार बनाने से जो आपको रोक रहे हैं.
See, never forget that our government is with the tribals. Our president, Draupadi Murmu, is from Santhal tribe in Odisha. So this is a kind of indication that Prime Minister Modi's government is with the tribals. Whatever there may be the demands, and Antyodaya is definitely our backbone.
जितेंद्र वर्मा जी, मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूं कि अपराजिता सारंगी इससे खुला आपको हिंट नहीं दे सकती, क्योंकि लोकसभा एमपी और नेशनल स्पोक्सपर्सन है तो उनकी एक मर्यादा है. इससे खुला आपको वो हिंट नहीं दे सकती कि वो अगर आपके साथ अगर अवसर हुआ तो काम करने को बीजेपी तैयार है. फिलहाल 29 पर बीजेपी पहुंच चुकी है. बीजेपी प्लस इज एट 29, तो यानी just 2 short of majority, 1 short of getting up to the halfway number. Tripura Motha continues to be at 11. Others are 1. Trinamool Congress is 1. Left is at 18. Meghalaya, very clearly, government firmly in control of the NPP, BJP because of the numbers the way they are. UDP has slipped. In Nagaland, very clearly, it's the NEDA that is coming through. BJP plus in pole position, sweeping that election quite literally with 41 plus in terms of 41 leads and still staying very, very strong. So all over now, even as we are about to take a break, the BJP right at the halfway number in Tripura. 30 seats, leading in 30 seats. For the first time today, they've breached this 30 number and leading in 30 seats. The BJP plus at this point, at 10:50, we said the picture will consolidate around 11. It's consolidating in favor of the BJP, the ruling disposition. Tripura continues to hold on. Left Congress is slipping and the BJP is consolidating and only inching closer to that number, which will give it the power to form government. 31 is the number. Halfway is the BJP. It's all happening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a very short break. Aparajita Sarangi, Jitendra Burma, Meeta Chaudhary, thank you very much. We'll come back with the latest results. The numbers continue to flash on your screens. We're just taking a very, very short break. Stay with us.
Well, the latest news coming in from the Supreme Court. This is about the Adani stock row, and the Supreme Court has put out its orders. Now, the SEBI is all set to conclude the probe within the next 2 months. You'd remember there was a public interest litigation that was filed at the Supreme Court of India, and this report shall be filed to the Apex Court Committee. This report shall be in a sealed envelope within the next 2 months. You had the Solicitor General, who himself appeared in the matter and assured the court that all sort of possible investigation shall be done in this matter. I want to cut across to our legal correspondent, Ananya Bhatnagar, who is with us on the broadcast. Ananya, tell us what transpired in the court today.
Well, definitely the Supreme Court had to pronounce its judgment whether to constitute a committee or not. And in fact, the Supreme Court has given out its clear judgment wherein it says that a committee has been created by the topmost court of the country, which would be headed by former Judge A.S. Sapre and would also be comprising O.P. Bhatt, Justice J.P. Deodhar, Mr. K.V. Kamath, Soma Sekhar Sundaresan, is what the Supreme Court committee has been formed. In fact, it is also said that, this whole matter, this whole investigation has to be carried out within a period of, within a period of 2 months, and a report is to be filed by the committee in a sealed cover before this court in 2 months. So definitely the Supreme Court has also noted that the SEBI is also seized of this particular matter, and then 2 months' time has been given to this particular committee to actually look into all of the aspects which were discussed into the petition. So we'll now have to wait and watch as to what the committee report has to say and what would the committee be saying when it concludes its probe into this particular case about...
Ananya, you're aware that this entire matter had taken deeply political overtones. You had the opposition parties raising multiple questions. So when this sort of committee has been formulated by the Supreme Court of India, how were the members nominated? And are there any other powers that have been granted to these committee members, like summoning people, recording their statements? Because all of that will be very critical in that sealed envelope report that will be submitted to the court.
Well, when this committee was actually being formulated and when this idea was actually being given out to the topmost of the country on the last date of hearing, when the Supreme Court had actually reserved this order, the court had rejected a submission by the central government that it would be giving out its suggestions with regards to the committee members in a sealed cover, and the Chief Judge has completely said that if at all it considers the sealed cover suggestion of, in fact, the central government, it would cast aspersions on the Supreme Court as to whether it is appointing a committee that would be a government-run committee, and that's the reason why the Supreme Court had said that nothing would be accepted in the sealed cover. And now, in fact, this whole committee has been formulated by the Chief Justice of India and the other judges on the bench, and now we'll have to wait for 2 months as to whether or when this committee will be giving out its report and what are the findings of this committee with regards to the various allegations that were there. In fact, I'll read down some portion of the judgment for you that it appears that the SEBI seized into the SEBI seized into the investigation, the allegations that have been made against the Adani group of companies. SEBI shall also investigate into whether there has been a violation of Section 19A, whether there
and all
was
those provisions of the
circuit.
Security and Exchange Bureau of India, the guidelines that they have laid down, the regulator is the SEBI, and they are going to decide whether there were large-scale violations that were done by a particular group, and you have none other than the Supreme Court of India, which is looking into that matter. My colleague Ananya Bhatnagar getting us all the details on that very important story. While shifting our focus to that critical battle in the northeast, the states of Meghalaya, Tripura and Nagaland are voting today. The leads are emerging, and of course there are very interesting trends that we'll talk about. Nagaland, of course, has given a clear mandate, but there are disruptors and new factors emerging in our top focus here on CNN News 18.
As we count down, 3, 2, 1, and counting gets underway. Counting gets underway in Tripura, in Meghalaya, and in Nagaland.
We're now slowly starting to get the numbers in Tripura. I think 4 out of 60 seats.
And in Nagaland, again, racing away. Out of the 11 leads declared, 10 are with the BJP plus.
What we are getting from the BJP camp inside, they are just holding on to every second because they know that it's like a 2020 match.
It's going to be hung as far as Meghalaya is concerned. Tripura could be a close race, but the scenario could change drastically. Unlikely to change in Nagaland, where the BJP plus seems to be in pole position, running away with the election there.
I think it's going to be a question of who is going to take that flight quicker to Shillong.
Well, let's get you some latest information coming in, and this is coming in from the state of Tripura, a state that BJP very, very closely is watching. Now, BJP is all set and it's close to the halfway mark in the state of Tripura. Tripura Mota to be the kingmaker, that's abundantly clear. This particular party has made its inroads and has created a record of sorts. In 1998, the maximum it got was about 20 seats, and once again, it has created history. Now, in Tripura, this particular party is going to be the kingmaker. In Meghalaya, what are the leads emerging in? BJP plus NPP, it's close to the halfway mark. They may not require the support of any other party. In Nagaland, it has given a clear mandate. The state has given a clear mandate. And you have the BJP plus the NDPP alliance that's going to hold the edge, that continues to hold the edge, and it's likely to form the next government in the state. So those are the leads emerging in. But the states of Tripura and Meghalaya, very, very interesting developments which are coming in. I also have with me my colleague Ridhima, who will take us through the magic wall. Ridhima, first Tripura, I guess.
Yeah, hi, again, an early start for all of us. A very interesting day it's turning out to be. Well, many thought that the picture would be pretty much clear by 10, 11, but there is still a lot of ups and downs that's taking place. Tripura, of course, is turning out to be extremely interesting. Now, Tripura, if you just quickly go back to what happened in 2018, it was actually the first time that the BJP Plus managed to make inroads, what was essentially seen as the bastion of the left. But this time around, you also have the rise of the new entrant, which is Tripura, which is by the erstwhile royal Pradyut Dev Burma, which of course has a lot of resonance on the ground because of the kind of demands that they've made for a separate Tripura land. So just look at where the numbers currently stand. For the BJP, this is going to be an interesting story because they're currently down by 14. They're at the just shy of that halfway mark. They're about at 30, but they were at 44 if you go back to 2018. So they're down by about 14. The left plus Congress, they're just up by 1. They're currently at 17. But the interesting story is with Tripura. That is at 11, and for a new entrant to make that kind of inroads is going to be historic. Which is also going to be interesting now is because the BJP Plus is just short of the halfway mark, so possibly they will not need any other support. Some smaller parties could come together and they will have that halfway mark. But Tripura as a story itself is very, very interesting. What their allies are going to be, what their alliances are going to be, what their ideologies are going to be, that's going to be very, very crucial as far as Tripura is concerned. For the left plus Congress, again, it's a story that has changed very drastically in just the last 30 minutes. At one point, we thought possibly the alliances here could change, but as of now, they're at 17, so nowhere close to the halfway mark. So, Anusha, this becomes interesting. Yeah. But for the BJP, as we said, the bigger story will be they're down by 14. They were at 44. They're just shy of that halfway mark. Smaller parties come together, you cross that halfway mark. Yeah. The rise of Tripura becomes very crucial. We were just speaking to the spokesperson of Tripura a short while ago. They've not denied anything. They've said doors are open. As they say in politics, anything can happen.
Absolutely. And Ridhima, as you pointed out, the loss of the BJP is largely in the tribal area. Yeah. And that gain has been made by Tripura. That's clear on the numbers. I also have with me Ankur Jhunjhunwala, the spokesperson of the BJP, joining us on the show. Good morning, Ankur. Thank you for joining us on this special day. The numbers are coming in. And in Tripura, while the BJP may manage to cross the halfway mark, fingers crossed, the numbers are still emerging. But a particular party which has demanded a separate land, Tripura land, has made inroads. There are serious damages, there are serious losses that the BJP has suffered, especially when it comes to the tribal belt. How do you look at that picture?
Well, the dynamics in Tripura are definitely there is a slight shift, but we are quite confident that in Tripura also, as the day progresses, we will see that the BJP is comfortably forming a government on its own. I don't see any other results at the end of the day. We are almost at the halfway mark already, and I think we will get over it very, very soon. As the rounds of counting progresses from the third to the fourth round, you will see the results changing.
You would see the results changing. That's what what are your thoughts about a party like Tripura Mota? I mean, keeping in mind that no other regional party could make the kind of gains that they have made, the kind of sentiment that they've been able to evoke on the ground, especially in the tribal region, and I'm talking particularly about Tripura right now. How do you see? Can they be possibly, a partner, an alliance partner? Is that the thinking within the BJP?
See, right now, like I said, we are not thinking about alliance partners because as far as Tripura is concerned, we are quite confident that we will cross the halfway mark. So there is no discussion as to whether we'll have to go into an alliance. I don't think that will happen. Having said that, I think the BJP is the only party. If you look at the entire gamut, you will realize that BJP is the only party which is actually focused on development.
Yeah.
Their entire agenda, their entire campaign, the entire policy has been pro-development, pro-people. All the other parties have, in one way or the other, tried to communalize the elections, which I think people see right through it. So I think once the day progresses, we will see that the BJP is comfortably forming the government in all the 3 states that have gone to elections in the Northeast.
So the BJP is confident that they won't be needing any alliance partners, even though when we spoke to the Tripura spokesperson a short while ago, they said the doors are open, but their ideology and what their demands are need to be the key priority. Our other guests are also now joining us on the broadcast. We also have Nalin Mehta. He is the group consulting editor at Network 18, author of the new BJP. He'll also be joining us shortly. We have Advaita Kala, author, Rashid Kidwai, author and journalist, also continues to be with us. Advaita, let me come to you first. How are you seeing the story of Tripura? About half an hour ago, it looked like the left plus Congress could possibly give a tough fight. But as of now, where the numbers hold and if these numbers do convert, it looks like the BJP is just shy of that halfway mark, possibly will not need any other alliance partners. But the rise of Tripura, that seriously has to be a big story to focus on. Will Tripura still be the kingmaker? Do you think these numbers could still fluctuate going forward? Advaita, you're in mute. Could you unmute yourself?
Hi, Anusha. I've been here since 7 a.m. and numbers have fluctuated. So at this point of time, I don't want to place any bets on whether they're going to fluctuate anymore or not. But I do believe that the BJP will comfortably form the government in Tripura. I don't think that they're going to have an issue. And as for Tripura, you're absolutely right. It's a great debut. It's a grand debut. And it's definitely to Congress's disadvantage because a little while ago, he was the Pradesh Committee president of Tripura, the erstwhile Maharaja, and went on to launch his own party because he didn't get any face time with the leadership of the Congress, so left very disgruntled with the party itself. And that seems to be a common story with the Congress, even in the Northeast. What we're observing even in Meghalaya, a similar situation wherein Mukul Sangma exited the party, went to the TMC and took some of that thrust with him. But the good news for the Congress, really, as far as I can see this morning, is that TMC's plans of expanding beyond West Bengal are being frustrated. They've not been able to crack Tripura. They've been okay in Meghalaya, very neck to neck with how the Congress has performed. So if you're looking at it from a 2024 poll opposition position view, then I think the Congress has little to worry about from the TMC going by these results. I think the TMC pretty much remains a party from West Bengal, one state party.
And as Advaita pointed out, much to worry for the Congress party. And I'll take those questions to Rashid Kidwai as well. But before that, here are the numbers for you. How are they stacked up so far? Who's win and who's lost? Who has gained and who has lost? Those are the numbers for our viewers that we are putting out. Well, look at those numbers which are emerging in. The BJP comfortably placed right now at 20. You had the Prime Minister. Halfway mark is 31. That's something to remember. The BJP is pretty confident that it's not going to require the support of anybody else to form the government. They are confident of forming the next government. Let's see how that really plays out. But Tripura is one state that BJP is very, very keenly eyeing on. They have been in the government and they want to retain and hold on to the power. These elections, the first elections of 2023, are also the momentum-setting election for any political party, including the BJP. Let's talk about others. Well, 29 is the number. Here it is, updating there for our viewers. 2029. All right, let's go to the other numbers also which are coming in. We have other parties like the left party, the Congress plus the left, that alliance that has come in. There are other factors as well which has emerged in all of this. You also have the new party, the Tripura Mota party, which of course is going to play a very, very important and a critical role. So those are the numbers. Until the last ballot is counted, this is going to be a neck-to-neck fight, and that's the reason that most of the parties, including the BJP, are going to hold on to their horses before making any announcement of we are the ones who are victorious. I want to cut across to Rashid Kidwai. Rashid, taking that point that Advaita was making, much to worry for the Congress party, especially with the kind of inroads that TMC is making, because clearly they're on a loss. The numbers tell you the story.
Yeah, but I think in the more realistic terms, you see, Congress does not fancy itself as a dominant party, what it was during 1970s, 80s, 90s also. And today the BJP at the national level has emerged as a dominant party. What Congress is looking at is as a coalition partner. So anybody who breaks away, as long as that person doesn't go to the BJP and has an identity of its own, then the Congress is very happy to do business with that party. Coming to Tripura, I think it's a very interesting thing. It's very evenly poised. If you see, Anusha, there is no significant others. So so if the BJP is short by 5 seats or so, for me, 25 or less is a critical thing for the BJP. So if BJP is stuck with 25 seats or so, I think they will find it very difficult to form the government because Tripura is a hard bargaining party. But one must think, we must remember about Tripura. If we are saying all kind of things about him, it's a new political party and it does not have, anti-defection law is not applicable. So theoretically speaking, somebody can break it. I'm not saying Tripura would break, but there is a threat. And in the Northeast, this is a very common practice that is happening. So therefore, I think Pradyot Varman is waiting for the, feelers from the Congress left, if they can make him a chief minister, because for the BJP, the post of chief minister, to my assessment, is non-negotiable. So this is going to be a little tricky thing.
A hard bargain that can be struck there. Babita Sharma, the spokesperson of the Congress party, is also with us on the show. Babita, the experts argue the manner in which the Congress party has lost ground in multiple states of Northeast, including the state of Tripura. That's the story we're talking about. There are new players which are emerging much stronger. We're talking about the Tipra Mota party, the TMC, the manner in which it has made inroads. It looks like that BJP, we are still waiting for that to be called out. But BJP at 29, and they're pretty confident that in the next few rounds of polling, they'll be able to comfortably form the government. What's the story and the lesson is for the Congress party? Because there are clearly abundant.
See, we are in coalition in Tripura, and for that matter, the fight is still going on neck to neck. It is still, we have to still wait and see what comes out of the actual results towards the end of the day. But I would like to say that nobody is talking about booth capturing and all the threats that are being faced by our Congress candidates in the many states that have gone to elections, especially in Nagaland and Tripura. Nobody's talking about that. If they were so confident of forming the government, why did they do booth capturing? Why did they have proxy voting? These are questions that need to be addressed at this juncture.
But
because
Babita,
every vote counts. Every single vote counts.
Well, many would argue
Nagaland,
that if these are malpractices that you accuse any political party of, then you have to go to the Election Commission and authorities. One can't be a star loser here. Well, there's some breaking news which is coming in right now. Let's cut across to those breaking developments. The Election Commission has to be independent. That's what the Supreme Court of India has said. The top court has said that the panel must pick the poll panel chief, Prime Minister, the Leader of Opposition, Chief Justice of India to pick the Chief Election Commissioner. Unanimous judgment by the top court. You'd remember that there was a litigation that was ongoing at the Supreme Court of India when it comes to the election of the Chief Election Commissioner, the manner in which he is appointed, and that entire debate ensued at the Supreme Court of India. These are orders which are being passed. Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition, Chief Justice of India. There's a particular method which is enshrined in the Constitution under which the Chief Election Commission is appointed. I want to first cut across to my colleague Ananya, who's with us on the broadcast. Ananya, tell us more about this order, this litigation, and who had filed this petition.
Well, these were a batch of petitions that were filed before the topmost court of the country, and the Constitution bench was dealing with this particular issue with regards to the independence of the Election Commission of India and the process of appointment of election commissioners and the chief election commissioners. The Supreme Court 5 judges bench today gave two separate verdicts. However, both of them are unanimous in nature, wherein a judgment was rendered by Justice K.M. Joseph, and a separate judgment was rendered by Justice Ajay Rastogi. By Justice K.M. Joseph spoke for all of the other judges except for Justice Rastogi. Justice Rastogi had his own view. Now, what Justice K.M. Joseph led the bench basically said was that the independence is very, very necessary of the appointment of, in fact, the election commissioners and the chief election commissioners, and the same shall be done by the President of India on the advice of a committee that should be headed, that should have the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice of India, and also the leader of opposition. While Justice Rastogi, while agreeing with the views of Justice K.M. Joseph and other judges on the bench, added that the process of removal of these election commissioners, the election commissioners shall be same as that of the CEC, which is by way of impeachment, is what Justice Ajay Rastogi has said. A big judgment coming in from the topmost part of the country for the independence of the appointment of election commissioner and the CECs. And if you remember that this is almost the same process by which a CBI director is actually, is elected, and that's why this is a panel that would now be considering the appointments of the CEC and the ECs, and now the President of India would be taking the advice of this particular panel to appoint a chief election commissioner or an election commissioner. In fact, the Supreme Court made various observations when it comes to independence of judiciary, and I'll read down some of those which has been given out by Justice K.M. Joseph. Justice Joseph say that the hallmark of a substantial and a liberal democratic democracy must be borne in mind. Democracy is inextricably linked to the power of the people. The power of the ballot is supreme, capable of unseating the most powerful party, says Justice Joseph. He also goes on to say that democracy can achieve only when the governing party attempts to uphold its letter and spirit.
And Ananya, look at the timing of it. Today is the day we are discussing election in 3 crucial northeastern states. 2023 has just begun, and this is going to be a very important year for many big states across the country, including Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, which will see elections in the later part of the year. My colleague Arunima with us on the broadcast. Arunima, what more can you tell us?
So Ananya just told us about the verdict from the Supreme Court. We are waiting for any reaction from the government side, because this will be called a big setback for the government. What was being alleged is that appointment. This is the allegation that was coming in from the opposition, that constitutional bodies, including the likes of the Election Commission, were getting compromised. This was a constant allegation that was being made by opposition. So they will hail it as a victory, and they will definitely paint this as a setback for the government. But is there any other legal recourse available that the government is considering? This was a constitutional bench, a 5-judge bench, which has come up with this verdict. And has just told us that this was a unanimous verdict. The only difference in opinion was that should this be limited only to the appointment of the CEC, or should this also be in place if an election commissioner has to be removed? The only background that we can think of, a precedent that we can think of in recent past, is that of Election Commissioner Lavasa, who was moved out before his tenure ended. And in that case also, finger pointing was done, charges were done that because he gave an opinion which was not favorable to the government, was he subsequently removed. So that opposition had raked into an issue then also. So this verdict in a way will have to be considered by the government and its legal team to decide the impact of it. We were just talking about how this is coming on a day when northeastern states are telling us about their mandate, and we are running up to assembly elections in crucial states, and then to the 2024 general elections. So in that backdrop, what changes? What is it that the government is planning? We're just waiting for them to tell us.
Okay, Arunima, we'll just request you to stay on with us. We'll request Ananya also to stay on with us. We have Majid Memon of the TMC now joining us. So good to have you on the broadcast with us. How do you see the decision that's coming from the top court, essentially pushing for more transparency?
A full bench decision from Supreme Court is most appropriately timed, and it has come when probably our Indian democracy needed it very badly. Because all these years, for the past, particularly last 8 to 9 years, what we have been watching is that the Election Commission seems to be leaning on the ruling side. They are always ready to oblige and please the ruling party, which unfortunately is not the Election Commission is carved out for. We have, as opposition, been pointing out to the Election Commission time and again. Number of occasions came when we made representation. I remember there was a representation made by the entire opposition, which constituted more than 60% of the people's mandate of the 2019 last general election. Yet, the Election Commission was leaning on the 30% of the ruling side and then decide in their favor.
Mr. Memon, sorry, I'm interrupting you there. Trying to keep it strictly legal, and I'd like if you can don the hat of a lawyer and tell us more about this. The present process that the Supreme Court is prescribing vis-a-vis what existed earlier, can you contrast that for us, and more importantly, how drastic of a departure it is from the earlier practice? Because that's the moot story here.
As far as the constitutional mandate is concerned, Supreme Court is right in saying that even the appointment of election commission cannot be just at the mercy of the ruling party, that they can just pull somebody and put it there on the seats.
Yeah.
Of course, that system of LOP's role, CGI's role is stressed. Secondly, the functioning of election commission has to be transparent. It must enjoy the confidence of the people of this country, not the just ruling party, which unfortunately was what has been experienced.
Mr. Majid Memon, getting us all that perspective, this is a big order coming in from the Supreme Court of India. It will have direct bearing in the manner in which the Chief Election Commissioner is appointed. The political voices that we have seen in the election season come on the Election Commission, and of course much more to follow in the days to come. We'll continue tracking that story and all that's happening in the northeastern states as well, slipping into a very short.
equally.
Well, welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18, your election headquarters. We continue to track the big picture coming in from the Northeast elections, Tripura, Nagaland, as well as Meghalaya. While it almost looks like that the leads will consolidate for Nagaland and it looks like a done deal there are two very interesting stories that are coming out of Tripura. The rise of Tripura, the new party, and Meghalaya, what's going to happen there. At about 1 hour ago, it looked like in Meghalaya that the UDP could be the kingmaker, but those numbers have also now changed. My colleague Anusha also continues to be with us in the studio. Our guests also continue to be with us. Quickly, let's talk about what's happening in Tripura and why it's turning out to be such an interesting story. If you look at where the numbers hold, the BJP is still shy of that halfway mark. And look how much they've lost from 2018, down about 15. The Left plus Congress alliance has gained about 2, but very away from that halfway mark. The Tripura, the new entrant of Pradyut Debbarma, stands at about 11. So it's going to be very interesting where these alliances are going to be formed. Just quickly as to what's really happening as far as the tribal seats is concerned, because that becomes very, very crucial as far as Tripura is concerned. And we'll just quickly take a look at what's happening with the tribal seats, because that's where the rise of Tripura is actually seen to be the maximum. So out of the 20 out of the 60 seats, look at Tripura, that's got about 10. The BJP has lost about 13, and that's going to be a crucial factor to watch out for. They're just currently at 5. Tripura, as I said, has seen 10. They're the new entrant. Left plus Congress at about 4. They've seen a plus of 2. Others at 1. TMC is still at 0. For the BJP, this is going to be a concerning picture as far as the tribal seats is concerned. Because when we started to talk about Tripura, the biggest question was, with this entrant of Tripura, whose vote share are they going to eat into? Are they going to eat into BJP plus? Or are they going to eat into Left plus? As of now, if you look at the tribal seats, it looks like Tripura, the new entrant, has eaten into BJP plus because they're down about 13. And that's the question that I want to take to the spokesperson of the BJP also. Ankur Jhunjhunwala continues to be with us. Babita Sharma, spokesperson of the Congress, continues to be with us. And Rashid Kidwai also continues to be with us. Ankurji, that's where I want to focus on. What's happened as far as the tribal seats is concerned. If you look at the numbers, Tripura has made gains of 10. You're down about 13. If these leads actually consolidate, just getting about 5 of the 20.
See, last elections also in the tribal areas, we had we were in partnership with we were in partnership, and that is how the seats, the numbers had added up. Today, this time also, when you will look at the BJP seats alone, I think there is very little difference. Having said that, I am quite confident, we are quite confident that as the day progresses, we will, I'm repeating this probably, that we will cross the halfway mark. The counting numbers are showing 29 right now, but there are other estimates which are showing it to be more than 30. Only 3 rounds of counting has happened, 4th round in some seats. As the day progresses, we are quite confident that we will cross the halfway mark with our alliance partner.
All right, that's the word coming in from Ankur Jhunjhunwala, who's very confident there that the BJP is going to form next government. From the state of Tripura, there's the latest update which is coming in here on CNN News 18. The updates that we have, that the incumbent Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha has won. That's a seat we're calling out. The numbers and the counting, the more repeated rounds of counting are over. And Chief Minister Manik Saha has won that election. And an election, Ridhima, that BJP has been watching so closely. A state where they made those inroads. And a state that they would want to retain. There are a lot of new entrants, as you showed, but some gains that have been made, some losses that they've suffered.
But you know what is interesting when we talk about the incumbent Chief Minister Manik Saha also is for the BJP, this was again one of those states where they in fact changed the Chief Minister. So Biplab Dev was changed and Manik Saha was brought in. This is a formula that in fact has worked for him, for them in Gujarat. We've seen this work in Uttarakhand as well, and it seems to be working as far as Tripura also is concerned, because this is exactly what we've been pointing out, that in 2018 this story would have been unheard, that the BJP would completely basically topple the left bastion, right? And this time around, they're almost shy of that halfway mark. And now you have the news coming in of the Chief Minister holding his bastion as well. So this change of Chief Minister and the Prime Minister's Look East policy, all of that seems to have consolidated the BJP's position
I'm
as
going
far
to
as
take
Tripura
that.
is
I'm going to
concerned.
take that point forward that Ridhima is talking about. Adwaita, coming to you, the fact that the Chief Minister was changed in the state, and this is a policy that the BJP or an approach that the BJP, Mr. Rashid Kidwai, coming to you, we've lost Adwaita Kala, we'll get her back. Mr. Rashid Kidwai, is this an approach that has worked for the BJP, the change of the Chief Minister's face? How critical it is when you look at it from the perspective of ground level politics?
I think this is a very interesting feature, because normally the state elections are fought on the basis of chief ministerial face, etc. But BJP has perfected this art, and that is to do with that they have the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who find some traction in the context of Tripura. That when Biplab Das was replaced with Saha came in, so there was a new face and brought some semblance of normalcy in governance, etc. Plus the BJP, I mean Narendra Modi appointed Pratima Bhaumik, who's a member of parliament from Tripura, as Minister of State at the center. So that found some kind of traction among women voters. I mean, there is in the realm of possibility that not now, but some time to come, maybe, Bhaumik would become as a woman chief minister of the state. So this kind of rotation policy, the musical chair, you may call it, it's helping the BJP. For another government, another party, this could have boomeranged, because if you change chief minister, it leads to instability, as it happened in the times of Rajiv Gandhi era, etc.
So you're saying that this is something that could have also boomeranged. Babita Sharma, coming to you and taking your perspective on it, the Northeast policy, the Look East policy of the Prime Minister, special thrust is being given in the region when it comes to infrastructure creation, development projects. You have the beeline of the top leaders of the BJP who went there and campaigned, including the Prime Minister himself. Did the Congress not put up a wholehearted fight when it comes to these elections, when it comes to states like Tripura?
See, the Congress had always fought wholeheartedly. That's a wrong notion and a wrong narrative that's been pointed out. Because when we go to the ground, I was there myself in Meghalaya, we have given our best. Now I feel that because Tripura has not given a sweep to the BJP, it also proves that people are conscious about common man's needs. It is not only the Northeast policy people are worried about. It is also the high prices, inflation. Why are we not getting the benefit of the international crude oil price, which is the lowest now? And why are we not getting the gas LPG prices at a low rate? Why the benefits have not come to the consumers? These are issues which need to be addressed, especially in local
Babita
elections.
I agree with the point that you're making, that the local issues need to be at the heart and at the priority, because these elections, the smaller seats, a lot of smaller constituencies, smaller regions as well. But just as far as the Congress's plan and ideology is concerned, when we look at Tripura and we say left plus Congress, doesn't that become doubly problematic for voters on the ground and also for the party cadre? And the reason that I'm saying this is, these are two parties who couldn't be any more different. So how do you expect two parties that are seen ideologically so different for the rest of the year, they've had their differences for years and decades together, then suddenly you expect the voter to also think that this alliance will work and the cadre to also come together? Do you think that is why we're seeing the numbers slip as far as the left plus Congress alliance in Tripura is concerned?
See, we had the UPA with the left front, if you remember, that we had a good governance at that time. We were in alliance with the CPM. So it cannot be said that we are ideologically different. We had the same concerns. We had the common minimum programs. And we have concerns for the common man. We have concerns for the people in the ground, unlike the BJP, who have people concerns only for the corporates, like Adani and Ambani. So it is not an unlikely alliance, as people try to point out.
Adwaita, I want to bring you also in the conversation. Babita is saying that it's not an unlikely alliance, but help me understand, how do you expect the cadre or the voter also to suddenly see these two parties come together? Because as I said, historically, whether it's in Kerala or other places, we've seen them to be pole apart, and then they come together for an alliance, hoping that the report card could turn in their favor. Isn't that problematic right from the beginning?
Oh, on a cadre level, absolutely. because, I have actually worked on the ground in Kerala covering political violence and the left's political violence. And trust me, the Congress there, the Congress workers, the cadre there have been mercilessly killed. So there is genuine angst when it comes to communist violence, and the same would be can be said for West Bengal when they were in power, as well as Tripura. This is the blueprint that the left follows, and the people who are impacted by this violence are the cadre, are the grassroots workers, not the leaders sitting in Delhi and having chai in parliament, or the great equation that Rahul Gandhi has with Sitaram Yechuri that we keep hearing about. I mean, this is all a very Lutyens sort of approach to the issue. On the ground, there is abject violence. So I don't think it's that easy to conquer this kind of thing when you've lost people that you love, who are part of your family, who have been your friends, to brutal political violence, which the left is known for. So I think there's definitely going to be a problem with that. It can't be this opportunistic. It may work in some quarters, like pushing Rahul Gandhi's ticket, and that too, he was helped by the Muslim League and in Kerala to win his Wayanad seat because of the demographics of that seat. But with the left, it isn't that comfortable. And if you speak to Congress people from Kerala in particular, off the record, they will tell you that they don't appreciate this at all. And neither do a lot of Congress people, even at the center. This kind of march of the Congress to the left, and the hard left at that, ideologically, is also something that a lot of Congress people are not comfortable with.
The synergy on the ground amongst the workers is something very critical, and if that really was there on the ground, that's the key issue that Ridhima and I were also talking about. Let's cut to the story of Meghalaya. Ankur, I'm coming to you. NPP plus BJP 26 and 4, those are the numbers. You've been maintaining that you're confident that you'll cross the halfway mark, but there is a story emerging in the state of Meghalaya with the rise of the TMC, with the kind of inroads that smaller parties are making, and the kind of losses that your alliance partner has suffered, the Chief Minister's party has suffered in different regions of the state of Meghalaya. What is the learning from the numbers which are coming in at this point in time?
See, as far as Meghalaya is concerned, BJP started with 2 seats in the last elections, and this time we fought on all 60 seats, meaning we fought against all political parties that were fighting elections. And as the results are showing, we are looking at least at 8-9 seats, if not more. And I'm sure because only 50% of the counting has been done so far, so the numbers are going to stack up more in favor of the BJP. There is going to be a coalition government in Meghalaya, there is no doubt about it. But this time around, there is going to be a big difference. The difference being that the BJP is going to lead a coalition government which is in line with the BJP agenda of development, BJP agenda of a corruption-free government. So from that perspective, this time around, it is going to be quite different. And the BJP itself is expected to more than double its vote share, more than double its, not more than double, in fact, quadruple its tally itself. So this time it's going to be much different.
It's going to be much different, and you're right in pointing out that compared to the numbers that the BJP had earlier in the last 2 elections, significant inroads have been made. But yes, the benchmark, as the Prime Minister has highlighted the vision of the Northeast, so the benchmark for the BJP could be much, much expectedly higher. Ridhima will tell us more about the state of Meghalaya, what has emerged, who are the key winners, losers, what are the pockets, different, the Garo, Khasi and Jaintia hills, the Garo region specifically. What is the story emerging from there?
The story, let's first give you an overall picture, Anusha, of what's really happening in Meghalaya. We started with 59 because, you had the demise of one of the leaders. So we started with 59 as far as Meghalaya is concerned. But a very interesting picture that's emerging. Now look at the numbers where they stand. NPP plus BJP, that could comfortably cross the halfway mark. They're about at 30. So if they get one more, they're comfortable as far as the majority mark is concerned. About an hour ago, this picture looked very, very different. And that was because of the leads that we're seeing as far as others is concerned. You have, as far as the breakup of the others, you have the UDP as part of the others, which has about 11 to 12 leads. And about an hour ago, they were seeing very significant gains. So it looked like possibly they could be the kingmaker. But numbers have shuffled up. So as of now, the NPP plus BJP, that looks like it could cross that halfway mark. They're at 27. The NPP is seeing the lead of almost 7 from last time. BJP is seeing a lead of 2 from last time. So 27 plus 4 is 31. So they are at the halfway mark. Will these numbers actually hold and these leads consolidate? Then that's one story. The other story, of course, is the rise as far as TMC is concerned. Again, about an hour ago, this picture looked very, very different because TMC was in double digits. So it looked like TMC could become the opposition in the state, but now they've fallen to single digits. They're just about 7. Look at, they're the latest entrant. Now, Meghalaya is a very interesting story, Anusha, because if you go back to 2018, you had Conrad Sangma and the BJP, in fact, come together as far as this alliance is concerned.
Yeah.
But before these elections, Conrad Sangma and the BJP decided to fight it solo because there were some differences.
And the minister from the government
Now,
didn't resign,
if you look at these numbers, it's possible that we could go back to what we had seen in 2018. So that's a very interesting picture that's coming in as far as Meghalaya is concerned. For the Congress, again, it's a similar story that we've been tracking in Tripura, whether it's Nagaland. They're down by about 17. They're just currently at 4. So that's another story to focus on what's happening as far as the Congress's hold in electoral states is concerned.
And as Ridhima was showing the numbers, one thing is abundantly clear. TMC has made inroads. The BJP has held on to the seats. They are, in fact, increasing their tally compared to the last election. This is going to be a coalition government. But the losses suffered by the Congress party in the state are stark. We'll talk about that and much more on the other side of a quick break. Stay tuned. Welcome here on CNN News 18. We continue our coverage on the election results coming in from Meghalaya, Nagaland and Tripura. Well, the leads are consolidating. There are numbers which are emerging. Let's tell you first the story of Tripura and how it is emerging. You can see the BJP maintaining a lead, crossing the halfway mark at 33. That's the number emerging for the BJP. You also have a party like the Tripura Mota, which has made and managed to get a lead of about 9. Those are the seats which are very, very critical in the tribal-dominated areas of the state. And then you also have the parties like TMC and the left plus the Congress party. Significant gains that have been made by Tripura. And of course, BJP continues to maintain the kind of gains it had made in the last elections. They've been confident since the morning that they're going to form the next government. They will not require the support of any other political party. BJP plus at 33 right now. The story from the state of Meghalaya and how that is emerging. Let's show you the numbers from the state of Meghalaya. Significant damage that the Congress party has suffered, and the profit has gone to different political parties, including the TMC that has made inroads about 7 seats. You also have other parties which looked predominant, that looked like that they could eat into the vote share of the NPP. That has not happened. But the Congress party reduced to a mere 4. The BJP at 4, but this is a party that has done, if you compare in the last 2 elections, the vote share has gone up and the number of seats has also gone up. While TMC, they'd be very happy with the numbers which are emerging for them. 7 seats. And if you look at the tally that we just showed you some time ago on the magic wall also, as Ridhima was pointing out, all these gains have been made at the cost of the Indian National Congress. The Congress party has lost a lot of ground in the state of Meghalaya. They've not been able to manage that. Let's come to one state which has given us a far more clear picture, and that is the state of Nagaland. BJP in alliance here on a seat-sharing formula before this election with the ruling party. And in the state of Nagaland, it's a clear mandate for the present Chief Minister and his political party. The BJP plus, of course, maintaining their leads much, above the halfway mark at 36. You also have the Indian National Congress at 3, NPP and others at 16. But yes, Nagaland in many ways, and of course, till the last ballot is counted, you can never say. But it is abundantly clear that Nagaland has gone to the present ruling government, and the Chief Minister has managed to retain his power and his seat. But the key stories emerging from the state of Tripura and Meghalaya, because Nagaland has given a very clear mandate, and the kind of disruptors, new entrants like TMC that we have seen are very, very interesting facets to watch out for. Across to Advaita as well, who's with us on the broadcast. Advaita, we've been talking about Tripura, we've been talking about the state of Meghalaya. Let's talk about Nagaland also a little bit. What do the numbers from the state tell us, and the fact that the ruling government has been able to retain the power, the manner in which the state has given a very clear mandate, so much focus that the Union of India, including the Home Ministry, had put on the security situation within the state and trying to broker a peace deal. Perhaps all of those efforts have yielded results. And of course, the local issues and sentiments take the precedence over any other issues.
Absolutely. I mean, earlier in the show, we were counting on the number of times Prime Minister in office, Prime Minister Modi has visited the Northeast, the kind of connect he's tried to build with the Northeast, which I think was very important, because there was a certain, there was this sense of the mainland and the Northeast that we were all familiar with before Prime Minister Modi came to office. And I think that sense of, we are something separate, and then that's the mainland, that has been broken through. And these results reflect that. The overall picture is, of course, that the BJP is holding on to the Northeast. Even a decade ago, like the opposition likes to talk about the South and Telangana and Andhra and Tamil Nadu and Kerala and say, well, BJP has no footprint there. That's exactly the conversation they were having about the Northeast as well. But look at this now. I mean, in Meghalaya, you're right. The BJP was 2 seats. Now it's 4 seats. It's a Christian-dominated state, a state where the Congress considered that its plank is that it's the voice of the minorities, should have done much better than what they've done. Now look at Tripura and TMC. TMC made so much noise about Tripura, had such a grand plan. But again, like Goa, it's come a cropper. They've just managed to get 1 seat. So TMC's role as the pole of opposition and as a party that goes beyond West Bengal is actually been dashed. So I think the Congress can take a little pleasure from the fact that at least the TMC is not in a position to challenge them quite as much as they would have been had they performed better in Tripura and performed like the early trends were showing for Mukul Sangma in Meghalaya, which has just not happened.
Yeah, and I agree with the point that you're making, Advaita. We also have the spokesperson of the BJP, Ankur Jhunjhunwala, also that continues to be with us. Ankur ji, how are you seeing the BJP consolidate its position as far as the Northeast is concerned? And I agree with the point that Advaita is making, that if you go back almost a decade, this was almost unthinkable. Today, 6 out of the 8 northeastern states, the BJP is seeing massive inroads, especially as far as Tripura is concerned. From 2018, a massive change was seen. Then Nagaland consolidating its position. We're also talking about states that have a majority of the Christian population. So this tag of the BJP, which was essentially seen as a Hindu party, do you think that is now being taken with the kind of numbers that we are seeing?
So you see, 10 years ago, when we spoke about the BJP and its non-presence in the northeastern states, there was a propaganda against the party that BJP is, because the northeastern states are Christian majority states. There was a propaganda against the party that the BJP is anti-Christian. This propaganda held ground for some time. But in the 70 years of Congress rule, mostly Congress rule in the Northeast, people saw that there was no development happening. What was pointed out correctly is that there was a feeling of disconnect, that is mainland India and this is us, and there was a difference. But that barrier has been broken, very correctly pointed out. And it is very clear, if you will look at our previous Prime Minister, he visited the Northeast 2 times in 1 decade of Congress rule in the center. And those 2 times when he visited the Northeast was to cast his own vote. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has visited the Northeast 60 times. There are union ministers visiting this region every 15 to 20 days to take stock of how the progress is going. And it is for everybody to see that the progress in the northeastern region, the connect that they feel with the rest of the country, has improved many folds. And naturally, because of this, the BJP, the people gave the BJP a chance at first, and now the BJP is, retaining power, gaining more support from the people in the Northeast. And this is going to continue for a long time to come, because the BJP has a very pro-development kind of a policy, which the people really need.
Yeah.
So I think this is here to stay. BJP is here to stay.
You're here to stay. That's what you're asserting. Advaita, coming to you, and I'm talking broadly about the northeastern region. And as we were talking earlier, greater political, cultural and social integration, the divide that existed between the Northeast versus the mainland, those kind of binaries that had existed earlier. The repeated visits of the Prime Minister, the ruling party at the center, and the manner in which it has tried to propel growth, create infrastructure, that is also very important from the security point of view when it comes to the northeastern states. The kind of inroads they are making, the opposition often accuses the BJP of polarizing the political atmosphere to gain certain kind of votes. These are Christian-dominated states, as Ridhima was earlier pointing out. When you come to Meghalaya, when you come to Nagaland, does that criticism in some way fall flat then?
No, absolutely, it falls flat. And I think any Indian who takes internal security and territorial integrity seriously should be quite pleased by this, because what you see happening in Arunachal Pradesh, what you see China flexing constantly on our borders, I think it's extremely important that there is a sense of nationalism and a sense of belonging in these states. And I think the BJP and the Prime Minister in particular has taken that to heart, and marked by visits, marked by development projects. He has made it a point to ensure that there is this feeling of mainland versus the rest doesn't exist or is reduced to the large extent. The Naga Accord, for example, also something that was struggled with. So for a long time, for mainstream political national parties, the Northeast was something that was just there. They partied up. I mean, they got together with a regional party and said, let's see how it goes. Even this time round, Rahul Gandhi has not campaigned in the Northeast. He's only gone to Shillong. He hasn't really spent much time there at all.
As you rightly pointed out, key leaders of the Congress party have stayed away from campaigning in this state. I don't know whether it's to their advantage or disadvantage. We'll continue talking about the numbers and the leads emerging in. For now, my colleague Maria Shakil tracking the G20 summit happening here in the national capital. Maria, over to you.
Hello everyone, this is a special
special broadcast where I'm coming to you live from the Rashtrapati Bhavan Convention Center where the G20 foreign ministers meeting is happening. The first conversation is over and the bilaterals will begin any moment now. There are a number of bilaterals that have been lined up between India's Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, and the Secretary of State, also one with his Chinese counterpart. But first, let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said in his opening remarks.
I welcome you to India for the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. India has selected the theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future for its G20 presidency. It signals the need for unity of purpose and unity of action. I hope that your meeting today will reflect the spirit of coming together for achieving common and concrete objectives.
This grouping bears an exceptional responsibility. We first came together in the midst of a global crisis and are today, once again, actually confronting multiple ones. These include the impact of the COVID pandemic, concerns of fragile supply chains, the knock-on effects of ongoing conflicts, anxiety of debt crisis, and the disruption of climate events. There are some matters of sharp differences of opinions and views. Yet, we must find common ground and provide direction because that is what the world expects of us.
So with that big message, the question is, can India emerge as a consensus builder and will there be a joint statement at all? With me is Diplomatic Affairs Editor of The Hindu, Suhasini Haidar, someone I see at all G20 summits and all international summits. Suhasini, you have been pretty hands-on and on ground covering these summits. You know, all eyes will be on whether India actually manages to do that tightrope walk, and finally, if there are issues that they manage to put on the forefront in the backdrop of the war, will there be a joint statement?
Well, at the moment, India is working against many odds. The first odd is that at the Bangalore Finance Ministers meeting just a week ago, we saw there was no consensus. They were only able to bring out what is called an outcome document with a chairman's summary of the differences. Very clear that the Russia-China combine is coming out, making it very clear they're not even okay with the old language in the Bali G20 document. The Europeans and the Americans, the G7-led countries, making it equally clear that they will not take anything less. So you've already got that as a backdrop. In all of this, what we understand is negotiators have been meeting both on Tuesday night, then on Wednesday night, working till 4 a.m., trying to see if there's any common ground. We understand a lot of the paragraphs are already ready, but eventually the operative paragraph will be about Ukraine. I think there are some other differences on Indo-Pacific matters, on like India's push for the UN Security Council reform, but those are minor issues. It's eventually about Ukraine and what language Russia will sign on to and how much the Western countries will be okay with that.
But lastly, we have seen that India has managed to convince the West and also the Quad nations about why India has taken a very nuanced position on the Russia-Ukraine war. And of course, you know, Russia and India go a long way as far as the long-standing ties are concerned. Looking at the bilateral, Suhasini, how significant is it that India has managed to ensure that the Chinese foreign minister agrees for a bilateral of this nature?
Well, I think this is his first visit. Chen Gang has not been to India before as foreign minister. We're in the midst of the standoff at the line of actual control. We don't really have political relations otherwise. So it is important that while Chen Gang is here, that India gets its point across. I think that will be a very important bilateral. I'm not so sure that that bilateral will have enough for the G20, in fact, because India and China have so many bilateral issues to discuss, whether it's on the border, whether it's on trade. However, the Chinese delegation is key to trying to find consensus because it was a surprise to most people when China joined Russia in blocking the consensus at the finance ministers' meeting. At the end, obviously, it is at the political level. When these leaders get into a room and agree to a certain document, that's when it will happen. It may not even happen today. The fact is that the foreign ministers' meeting is the last senior level meeting of this kind before the summit itself. And while it's not necessary for the foreign ministers to bring out a communique, it's happened in the past, but it's not mandatory for the G20 process. The G20 summit always sees a communique. And it would be extremely difficult for India as a host if it was not able to bring that consensus by September.
So we can wait for consensus to emerge before the leaders meet in September.
Well, certainly, but if you don't get the consensus today, this is your last chance in a sense because you've got all the foreign ministers in one place. Eventually, India is going to have to do the diplomatic heavy lifting. You said that India was successful. It has been successful in convincing their bilateral partners that their stand on Russia is not connected to their problem with the war. They have been able to convince at the UN, for example, more than 20 times India has abstained from any vote that criticizes Russia. India has not criticized Russia yet. So they've been able to do that. They were even able to be instrumental in the Indonesia G20 in bringing together and bringing Prime Minister Modi's statement on war, not the era of war, to the forefront. However, the moment you are in the hot seat, when you are the host and you have to forge the consensus, it is for you to now take give the favors, take the IOUs, and ensure that you can find some language that everyone can agree on. If you succeed, you're seen as a success.
Thank you so much, Suhasini Haider, there giving us a full picture of what to expect. But yes, in another 15 minutes, we can expect those visuals to come in. Abhishek Jha is also joining us live. Abhishek, where you are, what has been the outcome of the first the foreign ministers meet, which happened in terms of any big takeaway? What were the message that was communicated by the key ministers?
Maria, as you have had a conversation with Suhasini, and she outlined how the summit has been very challenging for India because of the growing geopolitical tensions and countries drifting away from each other because of the Ukraine-Russia war. But another aspect of this G20 forum has also been that India is trying to raise its voice and criticize the multilateral organizations in the world, especially UN, which has literally failed. If you see the recent developments of recent past, Prime Minister has also highlighted in his address to the foreign minister that if you talk about the pandemic, talk about Russia-Ukraine war, climate change, global financial system, which is crumbling down, and the inflationary pressures across the globe are high. There is a talk of recession. So clearly, the institution which has been there for 8 decades almost now is not being able to deal with the crisis of current times. And this is what External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has also highlighted.
But if you look at the Prime Minister's statement with which this entire summit began here in New Delhi, he said very clearly that no group can claim global leadership without listening to those most affected by its decisions. And of course, India's G20 presidency, the main objective of it is that India is emerging as the voice of Global South. Let me give you a sense again, and I'll ask my camera person Ravinder to pan and show you where we are. This is the Rashtrapati Bhavan Convention Center. You can see the flags of all the G20 nations. There is a huge media contingent which is present. That's where, next to the fountain, is where the bilaterals will be happening. Ravinder, if you can pan to your left to show that to our viewers. And we can expect 3 press conferences that will begin in the next few hours, which includes one by the Foreign Minister of Russia, Lavrov, one by S. Jaishankar, of course, around 4:30, and then by Antony Blinken, which is going to take place at the U.S. Embassy. Let me get a quick word also from Siddhant, who covers the External Affairs Ministry for us, and he's joining me right here. In terms of optics, the message certainly which has come from Dr. S. Jaishankar is that they are looking at points where India and all these nations can converge collective decisions which can be taken rather than issues which are there. These are vexing issues, like in the backdrop of the Russia-Ukraine war. Let that not dominate the issues which matter, like inflation, like food security, and such concerns.
Absolutely. And Maria, in fact, in Bengaluru, India was not expecting the way, things turned out, that Russia and China had reservations for paragraph 3 and 4 on Russia-Ukraine war. This time around, we were all inside the media center, and we saw that how Prime Minister Modi and EAM Jaishankar both have sent out a strong message to the G20 members. They both have spoken about building consensus. They both have also spoken about how India is a land of Gandhi and Buddha. Yes. We believe in uniting. We don't believe in dividing. So this was a message from Prime Minister Modi today. So this time around, India had this in mind, that before the start of the meeting, let's give a clear message to G20 countries. So that tomorrow nobody questions us, because we are here to build the consensus.
Yes.
And that is what
India is the host nation, and hence that tightrope walk that we keep talking about, that is the big challenge before India. Patikrit Pain and Dr. Swasti Rao is joining us. Dr. Rao, of course, the big focus would be what will be the nature of the joint statement, and if that comes out actually at all. But India certainly sending a message that India is the consensus builder, and is hoping to really ensure that message gets communicated through a joint statement.
That's right, Maria. And we must remember, I've been following the debates that you are doing there, and Suhasini made some very valid points. And we must remember that the Ukraine war has truly unleashed an intersectional global moment for India's statecraft. So we have the credibility to emerge as the voice of the global South. We can harness our international posturing as a long-standing democracy, which is rooted in non-alignment. At the same time, we have expanded our cooperation with the West and Russia remains a friend and a partner as well. But having said that, what is happening today in New Delhi is definitely a test for India's deft diplomatic pragmatism, more so because the last meeting, the finance ministers and the heads of the central banks, that was held in Bengaluru, the differences came out and we were not able to reach a communique. And I think somebody also mentioned that the purpose of having this foreign ministers meeting is not to discuss the Ukraine war. The agenda is different. The agenda is more developmental. It is about how to deal with food and energy security, how to deal with global debt, a lot of resilience of supply chains.
Let's focus on this very crucial bilateral, which pictures of which would be coming to our viewers very shortly. This is on India-China bilateral. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar hosting that bilateral and interacting with his Chinese counterpart. Of course, he is a new foreign minister. This is his first visit to India. But also this meeting coming in the backdrop of the first working group meeting which happened on 22nd of February 2023, which was in-person meeting happening in Beijing.
Right, Maria. See, that is the beauty of all these grand multilateral forums, because they also give you the opportunity to engage bilaterally with so many of your friends and allies and also adversaries. So I think what is important is that we must remember it's not just the G20, but India is also holding the presidency of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization simultaneously, where China is a member. Yes. I do not expect any breakthrough or sort of a breakthrough to come on the LAC issue per se, but as far as driving the agenda and about this entire responsibility that I think both India and China understand very well with respect to what their participation in terms of global trade and all the climate discourse, etc. I think at the same time we understand that there's a lot riding on the big players' shoulders, and I think these bilaterals also give a very good opportunity and space to sort of talk about that and address each other's concerns better, not just for the G20, but also for, like I said, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the RIC mechanism, which is the Russia, India, China. So I think these are platforms where we get a chance to address each other's concerns, and which is a very valid way of how to go about not just convergences, but also divergences.
Yes, and issues that cannot be resolved should be on the back burner. Issues that can be converged upon, where consensus can be arrived at, should be in the foreground, is a message that is coming in. Patikrit, even as the disengagement process continues at the LAC, the big visual opportunity or the big political message in terms of optics certainly would be that India and China are meeting, that this is an in-person meeting which is happening right at the top.
Maria, let me tell you one thing that, in spite of the face-off and challenges and problems that India and China has, it would never be a problem when it comes to developing a communique for any G20 meeting. Secondly, they would not allow, and they have never allowed, that kind of a problem to escalate into a war. So I think in certain respect, India and China has shown much more maturity in terms of dealing this. And I think the Indian foreign minister had made it very clear on several occasions. But I think the bigger issue here is this meeting, and throughout this year, you would see these meetings would become a slanging match. And that is the reason South Korea and Japan did not send their foreign ministers, because they knew that European Union and United States would expect them to actually, fight and support their views, which these countries are finding it very difficult to actually do beyond the point, because the sanctions culture is creating major problem in most of the countries and not just Europe only. And that is what Prime Minister Modi has been pressing upon. I think for India, let me tell you, whether we come out with a communique or not, it would have no impact so far as the war is concerned. It would have no relevance. The war would only end if and only if United States and Europe understand.
Prime Minister said, this is not the era of war at Samarkand, which was reiterated in Bali, which formed part of the joint statement. What changed from then to now, where most countries have hardened their stand?
Well, first of all, we have to understand that message was only not for Russia or Ukraine. It was also for the West, which has been responsible for many wars. The problem is this, and that is where United Nations reform is important. That's what Prime Minister is mentioning, that the conflict resolution mechanism, United Nations, is a complete flop. From 1945 onwards, when United Nations was created till today, has UN been able to solve any or prevent any conflict? The answer is no. There have been innumerable wars where United Nations has remained a mute spectator. Secondly, when these sanctions come up, and these arbitrary unilateral sanctions by the West, it impacts the developing countries more than it impacts anybody else. There are many countries which have a debt problem today because of this culture of sanctions, which increase commodity prices like anything. And of course, the culture of war, which has huge impact on the supply chain aspect. So multilateral institutions must change, and this is what he's mentioning, that the conflict resolution mechanism of United Nations must change to make sure that wars don't happen. Today, war has become an end objective, and unfortunately, there are these deep-pocketed military-industrial complexes which manipulate geopolitical situations to make sure wars happen, because it helps them.
And the point that you made about democratization of these institutions is what the Prime Minister has been insisting on, and he has been talking about it in the context of India emerging as the voice of the global South. Dr. Swasti Rao, when Dr. S. Jaishankar and his Chinese counterpart meet, what is it on the table?
Well, I think, like I earlier mentioned, that it is not just about, I think Patikrit has also said it very correctly, it is not just about the divisions, but also convergences. And the fact that we are both somewhere representing not just, together at the G20, but also SCO and the RIC, as well as BRICS. I think there would be a lot of, talk on how to sort of develop, for example, independent payment channels. I mean, that's one thing that we've been talking in the BRICS as well. And of course, like I said, how to tackle the climate change better, how to tackle the agenda of the global South, because let's remember that China has also been able to very successfully project itself as a development partner for the global South. So I think that is one thing that we need to also watch out for, because I think that's a very deft maneuvering that China has done. And also let's remember, Maria, that China has just been lifted its COVID restrictions, and very long COVID restrictions. I think we all know that they ran for years. So they've just lifted the COVID restrictions, the economy is bouncing back. And if you remember the Chinese representatives, whether it was at Davos before the Munich Security Conference, I think they've been calling for more investment and all of that. So I think China is also looking very eagerly at bouncing back its economic traction that had got dampened because of the COVID restrictions. So I think this is a place where we can actually come up with certain structural and certain constructive maps of how to go about this entire thing, okay, particularly with respect to recovery from COVID, etc. And the other thing that I want to say, Maria, is that we must remember that the point is not to evade the fact that there is a war in Europe, okay, that the point is never that, right? I was at some other debate where they said that it's better to not just mention it. I said, why not? I mean, you can't evade it. It is already an inflection point, okay? The point is to find a modus vivendi, which is a common ground. And how do you find the modus vivendi? If you don't find the modus vivendi, you run the risk of rendering the G20 as ineffective as the United Nations already. So the modus vivendi has to focus on all the developmental agenda. We have to sort of remind everyone that we have come this far with a lot of heartburn, with a lot of diplomatic struggle, with a lot of cooperation, right? So it is not a great idea to let all this be, gone down the drain just because there's a war in Europe.
In a post-COVID world, the challenges that we have seen, particularly in several Asian countries with regards to their economies, that is certainly a priority, isn't it? When we look at food security or energy security going ahead, India wants those issues to be on the talking table. That is if you look at the two conversations that have happened, one which of course happened in the first half, another one is going to begin in an hour. The focus that India wants is on cooperation on disaster management issues, which relates to ensuring that countries in which the debt is rising, they can be provided some kind of relief. If that is what the economic agenda of India is, then several countries should be coming forward to it. You cannot really let war be casting a shadow, a long shadow on this summit. Patikrit?
Well, that's absolutely true, and that is exactly what the Prime Minister is mentioning, that whether you talk about issues of food insecurity or energy insecurity, everything boils down to the culture of sanctions and wars. Eventually, if the war has to end, even then, I think as India as an arbiter can ask and should ask the Europeans and the Americans to sit and talk with Russia. That mutual respect and communication has completely stopped. Yes. Secondly, look at why do we have a problem of debt today? The problem of debt is because of the unprecedented rise in the price of commodities, because of which these smaller countries with very small foreign exchange reserve are finding it difficult to actually buy, and because of which they are into debt. And once they are into debt, again, the multilateral developmental institutions are not willing to actually accommodate their issues and bail them out in certain way. You know, when Sri Lankan crisis happened, none of the countries came. None of the multilateral organizations came to help Sri Lanka. India actually provided the help and actually demonstrated India as a solution provider. India has been a first respondent, whether it's a Turkey or a Sri Lanka, yes, where ideally United Nations organization should go. UN becomes the last organization to go when a crisis happens, whether it is the Russia-Ukraine war, whether it is a Sri Lankan crisis, whether it's a Turkey crisis. Where is United Nations? And because United Nations has become a failure, there is a lot of anticipation from G20, because G20, especially under India's presidency rather, it is saying that we would become the voice of the global south of 120 countries who have no voice. Remember, it was India who told the Europeans that you must stop thinking that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problem. This is the fundamental change that must come. And this war itself, Maria, is a Europe-centric war that should have been avoided, that could have been avoided. The Europeans and the Americans must sit and
absolutely. One Earth, one family, one future is the motto of this G20. As the foreign affairs ministers meet in the national capital, Dr. Swasti Rao and Patikrit, really appreciate your time. That's a wrap from me. News and updates on the other side.
warm welcome here on CNN News 18, your election headquarters. We continue to track the pulse of the elections and the numbers which are emerging. With me is my colleague Ridhima Bhatnagar, who takes you through the numbers on the magic wall. Let's begin by some latest developments which are coming in at this point in time. And as the counting comes to closer to an end, most of the rounds of the counting are over. This is the latest information that we are picking up at this point in time, that this is a decisive victory for BJP in the state of Tripura. That's exactly what's happening right now. And in the state of Meghalaya as well, that's the similar story. But in the state of Tripura, that's the story which is emerging, that it's a decisive victory for the BJP. And more importantly, they would not require the support of any new allies, new faces that had emerged from the tribal belts. So those kind of parties BJP is not going to require. Similar is the story in the state of Meghalaya. NPP plus BJP, the two political parties which fought the elections separately, once again join hands and form the government in the state of Meghalaya. Nagaland as well in alliance 40-20. That's the seat sharing formula that they had agreed with the NPP, and that's going to be the formula for the BJP to come to power in alliance in the state of Nagaland as well, one of the states that has given a very clear, decisive mandate. And before I go to Ridhima to break down those numbers on the magic wall, a quick word coming in from my colleague Kamalika Sen-Gupta as well, who's joining us on the broadcast and giving us more perspective. Kamalika, a victory for the BJP in the state of Tripura. It was a cliffhanger. It emerged as a cliffhanger, but now numbers showing a very clear lead.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one thing is for sure that right now the numbers show that they don't require any more help from any other party, specifically Tripura Motha, which was in talk. So the number is 34. They have crossed the magic number, and that's why we have seen that from morning there was not, you know, some big celebrations were not there, but absolutely it was you know, at a certain point of time they waited. Now they're in various places. There are celebrations from the BJP party workers, but from morning, you know, as we were telling in the morning, the BJP top leaders were saying that nothing because 12. Right now we are standing in front of the just inside the CM house, and the door is closed. Any moment the door will open, and we are expecting him to come out. The entire media jamawra, that's what we say in quote unquote Hindi, they are there waiting for the chief minister in various places in Agartala. Celebrations have started, but let me tell you, as what we were saying in our coverage, it was not very easy for BJP, and they really worked hard, though they had that development. On the other hand, Maria, I would definitely like to emphasize on this point that, you know, the Bengal model was again seen here. The Congress vote did not transfer into left. There where the arch rivals, they shaked hands to oust BJP, that's not there. So, you know, really, and we have to see in 3 states, where is Congress? Congress is absolutely wiped out. That's a very big thing, you know, in the 3 of the states where Congress is very predominant at one point of time, they are not here. So specifically, lot of political takes that we can take from this, and it will definitely have some ramifications in 2024. And obviously, the new debut of Trinamool Congress is Meghalaya. That also should be emphasized.
Absolutely. And the laddus will be out very soon. It took some time for the BJP. Was on the magic wall. Who's gained, who's lost, and more importantly, the key players who have emerged. Say, for example, the Trinamool Congress.
Oh, absolutely. And as you said, the laddus will be out. Manik Shah today will, in fact, be a happy man. The BJP, though they've crossed the majority mark, that was 31, they are comfortable at 33. But the story also is of BJP's own performance if you compare it to 2018. If you compare these BJP numbers, out of a total of 60 in 2018, the BJP had 44. So they're seeing a reduction of about 11. That left plus Congress alliance just didn't hold up because the numbers as of now are about 16. The Tripura Morta, which about an hour and a half ago was seen as the kingmaker, and possibly questions were being asked of which way it will go. All of that is completely out of the picture now, because the BJP on their own is going to be very comfortable as far as holding their position in Tripura is concerned. As far as others, it's 1. TMC is completely 0. So the first big story of Tripura is the BJP not needing any support as far as Tripura and others are concerned. The second big story is Tripura, which was seen as possibly a kingmaker, has not managed to create any difference as far as BJP consolidating its position in Tripura is concerned. But let's quickly talk to you about what's happening in Meghalaya also. That also was seen as a cliffhanger, but there also it looks like very similar to what we had seen in 2018. It is going to be the NPP plus BJP, which means 27 plus 5. Halfway mark is 31. TMC there has managed to make a little more inroads, but at 6. The others, which again at about 2 hours ago was seen possibly of changing the game, the UDP and others, they're just at 17. So as of now, you will see a very similar picture, Danusha, what we had seen in 2018, which was the NPP plus BJP, even though they decided to fight this separately. Now as the numbers are settling more or less, 27 plus 5, so that is what the new government will look like. In Tripura, as we said, for the BJP, it looks like they won't need the support of Tripura. Nagaland, as we've been pointing out, almost looks like a done deal now. So it's going to be a big day as far as the BJP and their policies are concerned, because we go back to what we've been saying. Compare these pictures to 10 years ago. 6 out of the 8 northeastern states as far as the BJP now is concerned.
And the smaller regional players, as you pointed out, whether in Tripura or in Meghalaya, will not have that great of a role as we were thinking earlier. The kingmakers that were expected to emerge, that's not going to happen. But there's a story for the Congress party as well. As my colleague Kamalika was pointing out, Congress does not seem to be anywhere. Trinamool Congress, TMC, has made huge inroads and it's trying to expand its footprint in the northeastern region in different states. It's abundantly clear with the numbers coming in from Meghalaya, and they're also opening their account in other states as well. Mayur Jha, the spokesperson of the Congress party, is joining us on the broadcast. Mayur, good afternoon. Thank you so much for speaking with us. It's not a great performance by the Congress party by any standards, especially in the state of Meghalaya. Most of your political competitors, including the TMC, have eaten into your vote share.
You're absolutely right. It requires a lot of introspection, the results today, and we also need to be, we also need to introspect on the fact as to what led to the circumstances where, leaders like Pradyut Barman and Mukul Sangma had to leave the party. So all these things have been discussed in internal forums. And remember, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, it was Mr. Rahul Gandhi who promoted both Mr. Mukul Sangma and Mr. Pradyut Barman, and they were both, hugely aligned with the policies of the Congress party and with the leadership of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Then what are the circumstances that led to a situation that they had to leave the party? This is something that is being deliberated upon as far as within the Congress party ecosystem is concerned, and there will be further deliberations on that, and a course correction will take place. Even in the Raipur conclave recently, it was decided that course correction as far as leaders leaving the Congress party is concerned, that course correction needs to take place, and that is...
But Mayur Jha, this is something that we ask the Congress spokesperson after every state election. Just a few months ago when we saw the Gujarat elections, this is exactly what the Congress spokespersons had said, that course correction is needed. Does Congress today have that kind of space and leverage, or does it actually quickly have to turn the result book in its favor? Because this is just the start as far as the election season for 2023 is concerned. Then you'll have Karnataka and others following up as well. You already have the footprint of the Congress diminishing, and then the kind of performance that you're seeing in the Northeast also, that's going to be a big question mark. Your alliance in Tripura with the left has not garnered you any numbers. As far as Meghalaya is concerned, that's also not helped you gain any numbers. So where do you see positioning yourself as far as the Northeast is concerned?
See, as far as Tripura is concerned, we had 1.5% votes 5 years back. Today, we are at about 10% votes. And, this is no consolation. This is something that we do not need to get comfortable about. But, just purely in terms of statistics, this is the figure that I'm telling you. Both Tripura and Meghalaya are states where stalwart leaders had left the party in the recent past. Mukul Sangma is a stalwart tribal leader as far as Meghalaya is concerned. Pradyut Barman is a, he's been a youth Congress, he's been a youth Congress state president of the state. He's been an NSUI state president of the state before being the state Congress president. So someone who has been groomed through the rank and file of the Congress party, that kind of a leader was Pradyut Barman. So both in Tripura and Meghalaya, we were fighting elections without our biggest faces being there with us. As far as Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh are concerned, this is something which is not really the problem as far as these states are concerned. I'm not saying that we should get extremely comfortable with the prevailing situations there, but I'm telling you with a lot of confidence that the election cycle of May and the election cycle of November, December will have an entirely different story as far as the Congress party is concerned. Today is a bad day. There is absolutely
Let's see, sir, how that pans out for the Congress
board.
party, because there are various questions as to why some top leaders of the Congress party did not campaign as vociferously or aggressively in the states which were looking at the elections compared to the BJP, which has
All
thrown
these,
in
all these
all their
questions will
might.
be.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to bring in Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao and also Mr. Rashid Kidwai, who are joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon to both of you. Mr. Rao, coming to you first and talking to you about the story emerging from Meghalaya. Two aspects I want to talk to you about. NPP plus BJP, comfortably you're past the halfway mark. Why did the BJP decide to fight the election solo, and now you'll be most likely back in alliance in the government? There are also significant losses which have been witnessed in different parts of Meghalaya, especially in the tribal areas. Is that something BJP is likely to work upon? That's a story emerging from Tripura as well.
Good afternoon to you and all the panelists. Looking at the overall outcome of the elections in 3 states together, in the northeastern states, I think BJP has a lot to rejoice about. Our numbers have increased in Meghalaya, though we won only 2 seats in the last election. Today we are likely to be the numbers that you show for 6. So it's significantly an improvement in a state which has traditionally never voted for the BJP. And Tripura getting re-elected to power in a state where BJP did not exist until 2018 is a huge shot in the arm for the BJP. So it's certainly a day for BJP to rejoice, and also thank people of compliment and thank people of northeastern region for reposing faith in the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who has given unprecedented thrust to the development of the northeast, integration of northeastern region, peace and tranquility in the region. So certainly today is a day for us to celebrate. We have improved our numbers everywhere. In Tripura, despite a Congress left alliance, a very unholy alliance, and they fought against each other until 2018. Today they have fought together against us, and yet we defeated them very convincingly.
Yeah,
so
and this is
honestly,
something,
today is a day
Narasimha,
to
I
rejoice.
agree with the point that you're making. On one hand, the BJP is saying they're rejoicing because they've consolidated their position. The Prime Minister's push towards focusing on the Northeast seems to have worked for the BJP. But the other big question also is this entire quote-unquote unholy alliance as far as the left plus Congress is concerned, because how do you expect two polar opposite parties, their cadre and their workers, to come on ground and work together? But Rashid, I want to bring in the conversation, and I first want to talk to you about the new entrants as far as the Northeast was concerned. Specifically, as far as Tripura is concerned, Tripura was seen as possibly somebody that could either eat into the BJP's vote share or will eat into the left or the Congress. Now it looks like, because we're seeing some sort of reduction as far as the BJP numbers is concerned, Tripura seems to have made inroads as far as the tribal areas is concerned. How do you see the performance of the new entrants? One is Tripura and the other is the TMC.
So I think it's a great lesson for the entire opposition. One can go on criticizing the Congress, and Congress deserves also criticism on many counts. But it's not a good thing for Tripura or for the TMC, because if you look at TMC outside Bengal is trying to make inroads, but it is not being very successful. Whether it is Goa or now Meghalaya, etc. There is a very strong case for opposition to go back and look how 1977 election was fought when there was one candidate against Indira Gandhi. I mean, you can go on saying about the difference of ideology. Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao would remember that in order to beat Rajiv Gandhi government, the left and VP Singh government and the BJP, they all had come together. And even in 77, there was a similar kind of alignment was there. So when there is a dominant party or a dominant leader, the only way to beat is to come together and do it. Now the BJP can give a lecture, but the BJP's past has also been the same. So there is a very big thing. What I'm saying is that one-on-one election, one candidate against the BJP or NDA nominee. It's very impractical. The problem with Mamata Banerjee or Pradyot Balwan or Congress and all, they all have huge ego. There is no communication. They wake up only to the election time. There was not even a tacit understanding. Janav Ramesh came and said, that Mukul Sharma
you pointed out, and we've spoken about this, the kind of thinking which is required within the Congress party, and the Congress spokesperson also spoke about it. Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao made a point here that the BJP has much to rejoice when it comes to these particular northeastern states. Meghalaya and Nagaland, let's take these two states, Christian-dominated states. Often is the narrative that BJP is, of course, is one party, which is the majority party, and, a majority vote bank is what they look out. Yes, they are in alliance. They are much junior alliance partners in both these states, especially in Meghalaya and Nagaland. But the fact that the BJP is making inroads and aggressively trying to expand, compare that to the Congress party, is there much for the BJP, in your assessment, to rejoice? Would you agree with Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao?
Yeah, I think BJP's pragmatism is to be, rejoiced and respected. You see, the BJP is fighting against dynasty culture. Yes, but it is again going back to that, that Konrad Sangma, who's P.A. Sangma's son. So there is a dynasty culture. The BJP was saying about corruption, etc. The BJP, when the BJP gets, 4, 6 seats and all, it is considered as a success. If a Congress gets, 4 seats, it's considered as utter failure.
No, sir. I don't think that's a fair assessment to make for any political party. I'll come back to you, Mr. Kidwai. I request all of you to stay with us in the broadcast. There's a breaking bit of development coming in from the G20 summit. There's a bilateral between India and Italy. The counterparts are meeting right now. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is in India to attend the 8th edition of the Raisina Dialogue. This is yet another very crucial dialogue which is being held on the sidelines of the G20. Multiple dignitaries from across the world are going to be here. Let's try and listen in as to what's happening. Those are the developments coming in. It's a key meeting which is happening between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and you have the Italian counterpart, Giorgia Meloni, who's present in India right now. Raisina Dialogue, a prestigious conversation which India is all scheduled to hold between the 2nd to the 4th of March. My colleague Abhishek Jha with us on the broadcast. Abhishek, tell us the importance of this meeting and what lies ahead.
Clearly, we have known that Italy has been a long-term strategic partner with India. There's a lot of trade and commerce also with Italy. So, in the present global context, we have known that Italy, as a member of NATO and member of the European Union, has been standing with Ukrainian side. And when we know that Prime Minister Modi will be having a discussion with any European leader, of course, the war in Ukraine would come for discussion. And in this context, this meeting holds importance because the West has increasingly understood the fact that the Indian side has some capability to drill some sense in Russians, for that matter, to understand that the fact that it's not an era of war and that this is a timely thing that the war should end by. And India has always maintained also that dialogue and diplomacy could be the only way forward for the cessation of this hostility. So in that context, it is important. Also, at least a major defense partner with India. So there could have been some discussion how to increase the bilateral, trade and bilateral relationship in that context. So clearly, and we know that today evening, Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister will be present at the opening of Raisina Dialogue, which is one of the most celebrated think tank, event of India, where the world leaders, almost 40 foreign ministers and major senior ministers from across the world are participating.
Okay, Abhishek, we leave the conversation there. Thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're quickly shifting our focus to some other breaking developments coming in as well. The NIA, or the National Investigative Agency, has now attached properties of Pak-based J&K terrorist Mushtaq Sarkar in a major offensive against terrorists operating from the Pakistani soil. The NIA has now attached the Srinagar-based property of Mushtaq Sarkar, the founder and chief commander of Al-Umar Mujahideen. Before we bring in our colleagues, we have a ground report as well.
Property of Mushtaq Ahmed Zargar, who was released during the hijacking of aeroplane which was hijacked from Kathmandu, and later on there were 3 people who were released on that particular hijacking. His house located in the heart of downtown has been attached. We are told that this is by the order of MHA. He was designated as a militant by the order of MHA. It says that this property of 2 mullahs falling under Khasra number 182 has been attached, which has the ownership of Mushtaq Ahmed Zargar, who is also known as Latram. Now he was a designated individual under UAP, and this house stands attached. Now there have been cases like these where MHA and other agencies have been going after all those militants who have shifted their base from Kashmir to other parts of Pakistan. And as part of that particular move, it seems like the founder of Al-Umar Mujahideen's house has also been attached.
And our colleague Ishan, in fact, is now joining us on the broadcast to help us understand which are these properties which, in fact, have been attached. So, Ishan, break these details down for our viewers. We are seeing a crackdown by the NIA. Various properties have been attached. How many such properties are being attached and who do they belong to?
Well, it is an ongoing process under which several properties of these commanders are being attached. So most of them are now in Pakistan and operating from that soil. And NI has been cracking down on such cases and certain properties. Now, remember, Mushtaq Zargar was the one among three, including Masood Azhar and Umar and Masood Azhar, were those two, apart from Mushtaq Zargar, who were released when IC-814, a very famous hijacking was done. He was taken in exchange of releasing all those passengers, and ever since then he has been operational and based in Pakistan. And today morning, NIA officials came to his residence in the old city of Srinagar and then seized that particular property. It's a small house in the heart of downtown where it was seized. Now there has been an ongoing process where several militants who are operational from across the border have been operating, and where MHA has been saying that they have been causing harm and have been instrumental in reviving the militancy and providing logistics and funds from across. There has been a crackdown on certain elements by the NIA and other agencies as well. Remember, he was already designated by the NIA under UAP, and today the action has happened and that particular house has been seized. Similarly, we have seen actions taking place in the previous cases as well, where several militants, including one of those commanders who was a deputy of Hizb, his house was also, attached, and several processes are happening. Back to you.
Okay. Ishan, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll keep a close eye on all those developments. We'll, of course, keep a very close eye on all the elections and the results that continue to come out from the Northeast as well, Tripura, Nagaland and Meghalaya. For now, it's a wrap from Anusha and me, but keep a close eye on CNN News 18, your election headquarters.
Thanks for watching.
big win. They got 44 out of 60. That was a 2/3 majority. So to be able to retain a state like that with a similar kind of a majority, if you were to go by the Axis My India poll, they will be in that same ballpark. The only poll which is saying it will be a hung house and the Tripura Mota will come into play is the ETG poll. But all the other polls.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 and I am Poonam Burde. Our focus through the day, of course, is going to be on the big election result from 3 states of the Northeast. But it's not just that. Diplomatically as well, for India, it is a big day. And that's because it's the G20 year's first big event that's happening here in the national capital. And that's the foreign ministers meeting. The session 1 has just ended. Session 2 is just going to begin in a short while from now. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, is meeting with his US counterpart, Anthony Blinken. The bilateral meeting has just begun at Rashtrapati Bhavan. That's the latest that we are gathering. This meeting, of course, taking place on the sidelines of the G20 meeting of foreign ministers, the precursor to the big G20 summit later on in the year. Abhishek, my colleague, reporting live from the Rashtrapati Bhavan Convention Centre, getting us the very latest. Now, Anthony Blinken this morning, Abhishek, spoke about how he came with 2 imperatives for G20. One was to ensure that our shared goals were advanced, and the second was to ensure that US and India together were working for the needs of the world. Anthony Blinken came out and said that we've succeeded at both. That really sets the tone for the bilateral meeting between him and S. Jaishankar.
So clearly, this meeting was one of the most awaited meeting between the two sides of India and USA. We have also seen Jaishankar meeting his Russian counterpart Lavrov yesterday. So clearly, a thing that is very much in play, that India is clearly a bridge between the two sides, that is Western Bloc, EU and NATO, led by USA, and Russia on the other side. In the context of Ukraine and Russia war. In fact, also Chinese Foreign Minister Yang is very much in Delhi, and we are expecting a bilateral with him also of External Affairs Minister Jaishankar. So India is having a very challenging time at the same time, and a very influential position is India is currently at, where it can try to bridge the divide between the two sides, so that the other issues of the global importance, which Prime Minister Modi has also underlined during his morning address to the foreign ministers meeting, that the issues like climate change, issues like pandemic, issues like financial architecture of the world, these are also important issues where the multilateral platforms have failed, and institutions like G20, which actually has about more than 60% of global population and 85% of trade happening among the members, has a huge responsibility to be united, to fight and to address and to look into other challenges also.
Absolutely. Do stay on with me. Political editor Maria Shakil also reporting live from the Rashtrapati Bhavan Convention Centre, where all of these G20 events are taking place. And Maria, we're given to understand that the first bilateral between India and another country of today has just begun. Anthony Blinken meeting with S. Jaishankar.
Yes, that's right. It is with Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. That first bilateral is happening, and in fact that news is being brought to us by Siddhant. So the entire event, Siddhant, is almost running an hour and a half late.
That's right, Maria. Entire event is running almost an hour late, and in fact just a few minutes back we've got this confirmation that both Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State, and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar are right now taking bilateral meetings, and in fact there are multiple issues to be discussed, Maria, in terms of geopolitics, especially I'm sure Russia-Ukraine war will be discussed, and in fact India's position on the same. At the same time, Mr. Blinken has been friends with India, and in fact friends with Mr. Jaishankar.
Yes,
that personal equation is also between the two leaders. So Mr. Blinken is in fact one foreign minister who has arrived last in the national capital. He arrived late night, and in fact, he also couldn't attend the dinner. So perhaps this is the first meeting that he's having with Mr. Jaishankar.
And he is expected to hold a press conference, which is again being delayed by an hour. So roughly around 7:30 is when we can.
That's right. And also, Maria, what is a major concern for we as a journalist is that there are a lot of press conferences, engagements, dialogue going to get clash late in the evening, maybe 5 or 6, because this session is already running late. Then there is a Raisina dialogue. Then there is a press conference of Russian foreign minister. Then there is Antony Blinken's press conference. So a lot more is lined up on the cards, and I don't know how
and it's all about in the evening. And with the results coming in of the 3 states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also expected to go to the BJP headquarters at the ITO. But you know, the big takeaway certainly is that will there be a joint statement, or will it go the Bengaluru way, where the finance ministers meeting could not really arrive at a consensus because there were disagreements, particularly in the context of how the Russia-Ukraine war should be worded. India, remember, has done a tightrope walk, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi's own words had been that this is not the era of war. But if you look at Prime Minister's statement this morning, his opening address to the G20 foreign ministers, the message was about looking at points where issues can be resolved rather than issues which cannot be resolved. So looking at points which are largely the convergence points, or where some kind of consensus can be arrived at. So will India be able to emerge as that consensus builder? Will there be a joint statement? Is something that we'll have to wait and see. And roughly around 5:30 is when we'll know about it, after all the sessions and Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar addresses a press conference.
Right, so all of those details will come out later in the evening when these slew of press conferences and media briefings that take place. But this is not the only bilateral that is being watched keenly by experts, not just here in the country, but outside as well. The bilateral that's going to happen next, Maria, is also something which is extremely important, and that's the one with the Chinese foreign minister. Given the time that time and again, S. Jaishankar has come out and said that ties are not normal between India and China.
Yes, but it also shows India's deft diplomacy and Dr. S. Jaishankar's own maneuvering abilities when they actually managed to get the Chinese foreign minister on the talking table. And hence it will be a bilateral which will be watched out not just by India and China, but by the world at large. But you know, Poonam, that is also coming in the backdrop of that crucial working groups meeting which happened on 22nd of February 2023, which was the first in-person meeting in Beijing in which the issues of disengagement along the line of actual control was taken up. So I think, again, India and China coming on the talking table, realizing fully well that in the post-COVID scenario, you know, the situation has changed. The economic challenges are far graver. And as far as, you know, energy challenge or other concerns are far big than perhaps, you know, issues of sovereignty. India, though, has reiterated its position, and Prime Minister has done it himself, that when it is about protecting India's sovereignty and territorial integrity, that remains priority. But for these G20 nations, as Abhishek was pointing out, this is the biggest grouping. Economics is the big concern, and particularly trying to ensure that India emerges as the voice of the global South, as Prime Minister has put it as. But yes, whether the stage will be set for the big summit that takes place in September of the leaders, which is the head of states, for which perhaps the stage will be laid and the ground will be set through a joint statement, if that is issued towards the end of the day.
Right, so there are several key issues that are going to come up, and this is extremely important, Abhishek. Like Maria was also pointing out, India is going to be the link, the crucial one that links the global South to the West. There has been some sort of division all through these decades, but now these developing economies, the emerging economies, connecting them to the rest of the world, to the West especially, is something that India is going to take the lead in.
Of course, and we have seen in that India is raising voice at United Nations Security Council, United Nations other lateral organizations, where it has clearly said that in the last 8 decades of world, there has been multiple changes in terms of economic dynamics, strategic dynamics, defense architecture. So with the changing realities of the world, that should also reflect at one of the institutions which is, look forwarded in a way that it will have a panacea, a solution for every problem that the world is facing, be it a human, man-made problem like wars, or the natural calamities like earthquakes, disasters, or a pandemic like COVID-19, which we have just witnessed. And also whether this will be an equitable a way to distribute its resources to other part of the world, because recently India had conducted this global Summit of South, where Prime Minister had invited almost 100 countries to participate, and which the information and the discussion that happened, that what are the priorities, challenges, concerns of Global South, will also feed into the discussion that is happening today.
Yes.
And this will feed into the discussion that will happen late in September, where the world leaders will be in Delhi to have this summit level talks of G20.
Absolutely. Do stay on with me. Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow at the ORF, also joining me on this broadcast. And Sushant Sareen, it's going to be a balancing act really for India with all of these countries at the same venue, bilaterals happening on the sidelines, because it's Russia, China and the United States. Apart from everyone else, especially these three countries, they don't see eye to eye, and it's really going to be on India to strike that balance.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a diplomatic tightrope walk for India. We will have to, indulge in very high-wire diplomacy to try and come out with some kind of a consensus. But I think it is important for India to not get caught up in the trap between squabbling guests or squabbling delegates, because why let them spoil your own party? So I think India should not lose sight or should not lose the focus on this very substantive issues which are going to be deliberated and some kind of understanding reached on them, even if a joint community is not possible because of the Ukraine crisis. So I think that is where the focus should be. We shouldn't trap ourselves into measuring success by whether or not we can come up with some kind of a consensus document. Because if that's not possible, then perhaps it is better to focus on the more substantive issues. But other than that, yes, once you get onto the high table, then these are problems that will come your way. And I think Indian diplomats are skillful enough to tread these treacherous waters and try and maximize the meeting today. But let us see how it works out. I'd be extremely skeptical if there was some kind of a consensus document which can come out. If it comes out, it will be great. But I think the chances of that are pretty slim right now.
Right, and it's really something that all of those countries should work towards. It's also something that the Prime Minister spoke of this morning, that differences aside, we need to work as one, because it is the world that needs to take center stage, and we, and as India and as the president country of the G20 year, need to keep that in mind. Sushant Sareen, thank you so much for getting us your perspective on that. We are shifting focus now to the other big story and the big news that's coming in from the Northeast. And that, of course, is the counting of votes that is underway in 3 states, which is Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland. Now, as far as Nagaland goes, it's a clean sweep for the NDPP and the BJP-led coalition. BJP has crossed the halfway mark in Tripura as well. The trend currently states that BJP has won over 30 seats in Tripura. The Left Congress Alliance has 16. The Tripura Mota Party has around 10 seats, and that really is the big talking point really as far as Tripura goes. It's a nascent party, and yet they have managed to make that kind of dent both in seats and in vote share. The state which will have to be watched closely, of course, is Meghalaya. Now, the ruling NPP has the numbers, but it will need support from another party to form the government, whether it's the BJP, whether it's the UDP or independents. That, of course, remains to be seen, because those numbers are still about fluctuating a little.
एग्जिट पोल के जो आए हैं आपने मालूम है, हम लोग जीत रहे हैं, तो शुभ काम शुभ तरीके से ही होना है, इसलिए माता त्रिपुरेश्वरी का पूजा ये इधर हो रहा है और सारी जगह पे एक उच्छ्वास का माहौल है। तो सुनामी का एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है। 8 बजे से काउंटिंग शुरू हो रहा है, तो 8 बजे के बाद देखिएगा कैसे हमारा ग्राफ ऊपर जाता है। 2/3 मेजोरिटी तो हो जाएगा, सुनामी का एक्सपेक्ट है हम लोगों को।
काउंटिंग शुरू हो गया है कैसा आप लोगों का गठबंधन एनडीपीपी और बीजेपी का बहुत आगे बढ़ रहा है?
ये तो होना ही था। मैं वो फिल्म का बात नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। एनडीपीपी और बीजेपी का गठबंधन पहले से तय था और इसके जो गठबंधन हुआ है ये राज्य का हित के लिए हुआ है और लोग जो बहुमूल्य गांवों में रहते हैं और अलग अलग जिलों में रहते सब समझते हैं ये बात को। और जो इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट मोदी सरकार ने डबल इंजन सरकार नागालैंड और दिल्ली मिला के दिया है उससे हम लोग प्रचंड आवाज से हम लोग जीत के आएंगे।
और क्रेडिट गोज टू
मोदी जी, ब्रांड मोदी, कुछ और बात नहीं है। नागालैंड की लोग एनडीपीपी बीजेपी को वोट दे रहे हैं, एनडीपी बीजेपी को जिता रहा है, वो मोदी जी के कारण है।
That is the Nagaland BJP chief there, of course, saying that this is not unexpected lines. Now, if you see the numbers on the bottom of your screens, you see the kind of leads that are trickling in. In Tripura, the BJP has a definite edge along with its allies. In Meghalaya as well, NPP is the leading party. We do know that Hemanta Biswa Sarma and Mr. Sangma had a meeting just a few days ago. Whether a deal has been struck, whether it is going to be the NPP plus BJP that forms government in Meghalaya, there is still no official confirmation, but many within political circles and of course experts believe that it is a done deal. Meghalaya is going back to the BJP. Nagaland, of course, is a complete sweep for the BJP. 38 for BJP and its allies. That's what we are seeing. It's a decisive victory for the BJP in Tripura, like I was pointing out. 33 for BJP and allies. The halfway mark, of course, is 30 there. Everyone else is left far behind. The NPP plus BJP is set to form government in Meghalaya as well. 28. 28 for the NPP, 4 for the BJP in Meghalaya. And Nagaland is a complete saffron sweep. 38 in a 60-member strong assembly for the BJP and its allies. So it's a decisive victory as far as Nagaland goes for the BJP. What exactly have been the reasons for that? It is the big push that the central government has made, that the BJP has made as far as Vikas and developmental projects go, as far as connectivity in terms of rail, road and air for the Northeast, which has often complained of being neglected by New Delhi. Arun Dhanda, my colleague, getting us the latest, joining me on the broadcast now. Arun, are we going to be seeing a victory lap and address of the Prime Minister perhaps later in the evening?
As the results are seeing that he is getting into a comfortable position, and we are expecting that Prime Minister may be reaching the BJP headquarters, because that has been the tradition of the Prime Minister, that whenever there are polls and whenever there's a good performance by the BJP in polls, he comes here. He thanks the workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party. But as of now, there is no confirmation in that regard, because whether Prime Minister Modi will be reaching here or not. But it has been a tradition that Prime Minister Modi, along with the BJP chief, reach here at the BJP headquarters and thank the workers. As the results are indicating, it shows that the kind of talks which BJP has been saying, that in last 8 years, Prime Minister Modi's focus has completely been in Northeast. More than 50 visits Prime Minister Modi conducted to the Northeastern states, and also importantly, he ensured that in every 15 days there is a cabinet minister who visits Northeastern states, so that the goal of the BJP government is to bring people of Northeast to the mainstream is something which achieved. And importantly, especially these three states, Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland, have a huge population of tribal, especially Nagaland and Meghalaya, where more than 80% are tribal population, and therefore, BJP has focused a lot on tribal. We have president of the country from the tribal community. We have also seen various schemes of the central government for the welfare of tribals. So it is going to be a very interesting end result. As we are seeing at this moment, it is going to be a redux of.
So it's tradition, as my colleague Arun was also pointing out, for the Prime Minister. But let's get you a quick look at what the results look like as we speak. And the numbers are on your screens. This is what we are getting to you. These, of course, are still leads. But the halfway mark of 31 has been crossed in Tripura. It's 33 for BJP and its allies. For the left, it is 15. Now, remember, in Tripura, the Congress and the left were an alliance, an uneasy alliance, so to say. Tripura Mota, which is a nascent party, still has 11 seats. That's the big news as well coming in from Tripura. Going across to another state where the BJP seems to have a decisive lead. But these are the numbers that are coming to you, and the numbers that you see on your screens are of Nagaland, where the BJP has a complete sweep. There's absolutely no reason why the BJP has to worry. This was on expected lines, says the BJP chief as well. 38 for BJP and its allies, way past the halfway mark of 31. The rest left far, far behind. Preeti, my colleague, joining us live, getting us the latest from on ground. What's the mood like, Preeti, from where you're reporting? The BJP seems to be able to retain all three states.
Yes, currently we are in Tura, in Garo Hills, which is a very important part of the state, which decides the fate of Meghalaya. And we have seen that today here, as it is the counting day, you can see the NDP supporters are... MPP is actually leading here in Meghalaya, although the start was a little bit slow on part of NPP, but the numbers are increasing, and Comrade Sangma, the incumbent chief minister, who was actually leading in a very small difference from his BJP opponent, you can say in the opposition, Bernard Marak, is now in a 3,000 votes of difference, which also states that he might be actually inching towards victory. So this is the state of Meghalaya, where in the Garo Hills, all the three chief minister candidates this is the place from where they belong. The main opposition, the leader of the opposition, we can say Mukul Sangma, then the incumbent chief minister Conrad Sangma, and also Bernard Marak, who is from BJP. If we go through the numbers of around the state, we can see that NPP is leading. However, the regional parties like UDP plays a very major role in these elections, because it is the UDP which will be actually the kingmaker. With whom will they lean towards in an alliance is also another question. However, it's just a few days ago we could see that after the poll day, the incumbent chief minister Conrad Sangma went to Guwahati, met the chief minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sharma. And when we say about Himanta Biswa Sharma, he has played a very important role when it comes to the elections of northeastern states. Although BJP comes out with lesser numbers than the other parties having a or leading, but he makes sure that BJP becomes the part of the ruling government. So we are also hoping that there might be some chances of NPP, UDP and BJP alliance, as it happened in the last elections in Meghalaya.
Right, so does that template repeat? That's something that we have to see. But as far as the meeting between Himanta Biswa Sharma and Conrad Sangma, like you were pointing out, Preeti, that's interesting, because officially we haven't had a word yet if that alliance is going to be formalized.
There is a saffron surge this time in Tripura after a very strong fight in Tripura, and we have with us the Chief Minister, and we hope that he is going to be the Chief Minister for the second time also. Congratulations. What led to this win? What's the feeling now?
Thank you very much for your this congratulation. And normal, of course, I am very happy. Our party peoples are very happy. And first of all, I want to thank our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Home Minister, our National President, JP Nadda ji, Rajnath ji, or above all, our Karyakartas. I want to give them thanks. Then because of them only, this what we have achieved, only because of them only.
The numbers, you said, it's like going to tsunami. Do you think it's like not as what you were expecting?
Yeah, what I said earlier, that there may be chances of tsunami. Initially we have seen, but later on we have seen that it has to some extent have been down. So we'll discuss about it, why it had happened. So anyway, we have already, we have the majority and we are going to form the government.
What do you want to say on Tripura Motha? And will, there are tribal developments, but that's an issue. So will you take them or, will you talk with them?
First of all, I want to congratulate their Supremo, and he has worked a lot. And for the development of the Janjati people, and as desired by our Honorable Prime Minister, we'll work together, although they will be in opposition. And if they want to work with us, always welcome, and we want it.
And you said that Congress will vote for you. You remember in the last interview we had, and it's an unholy alliance. So what the Congress vote did not transfer to left. That came to you. Why you think?
No, because it is an unholy alliance. But the CPM's Communist Party's votes all have gone to these Congress people. But Congress people have not casted their votes in favor of them.
Development worked, the changed airport and the changed roadways and all. Do you think that worked?
That would be more. There would be more development. There would be more development, and I will invite you to come. That what kind of development would be happened in Tripura, you will find by the grace of our Honorable Prime Minister.
One last question. Will Manik Shah be the Chief Minister? In last 1 year, the perception of Tripura has changed. So do you expect that you have worked well, so you'll get the numbers from the party?
See, I am a worker only, no? Just career karta. It depends upon our leadership. So if it happens, you will come to know.
Here was Manik Shah, who is very confident that he will, the number has come because of the development and the hard work of BJP. This is Kumalika Sengupta with Anshuman reporting from Agartala for CNN News 18.
Shifting focus now, but staying with elections, we are getting news that Prime Minister Modi is going to be addressing BJP Karyakartas at 7 p.m. at the BJP headquarters. Remember, this has been tradition for the Prime Minister. A victory lap of sorts has been the tradition for the BJP. Every single time election results have gone their way. This time, it's cause to celebrate 3 states that they were in power in with their allies, all 3 retained in the Northeast. That is something that the Prime Minister will come out and speak about. The Vikas push, the push for connectivity, for connecting the Northeast to the rest of the country, that is something that the BJP has often taken credit for, and rightly so. That is something that the Prime Minister is also expected to highlight when he addresses Karyakartas and BJP leaders at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital. It's also to boost morale. This is not the only election of the year. There are several other key states that go to polls as well. Of course, the run-up to 2024 has also begun. And that is something that the Prime Minister will also speak of when he addresses BJP Karyakartas and leaders at the headquarters later this evening. Maria Shakil, political editor, joining me on this broadcast. And Maria, this is in line with the tradition that the Prime Minister and the BJP have lived for the last several months and years.
Yes, that's right. And the new BJP headquarters at the ITO is very lucky for the party because we have seen in just about every election, the Prime Minister has visited the BJP headquarters and addressed the Karyakartas. It becomes particularly important because there have been efforts that have been made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi since 2014 of integrating northeastern states with mainland India. So the message is that in northeastern states...
Sorry to interrupt you there, Maria. We'll come back to that. But you are reporting from Rashtrapati Bhavan where the G20 foreign ministers meeting is taking place, and we have news coming in from there. These are pictures on your screens, viewers, that you see of Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State of the United States, and S. Jaishankar, India's foreign minister. This is of the bilateral meeting that is taking place as we speak. This is the first bilateral meeting of today. Remember, S. Jaishankar has been holding several bilaterals on the sidelines of the foreign ministers' meeting of the G20 nations. Anthony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State, is meeting with S. Jaishankar. There are several issues that are on agenda. Strengthening bilateral ties between the two, of course, tops the agenda for Anthony Blinken, something that he spoke of earlier on social media as well. Abhishek, my colleague, getting us the very latest on this. Abhishek, we are running behind schedule as far as the G20 foreign ministers meeting or the bilaterals go. But this bilateral is underway as we speak between Mr. Blinken and S. Jaishankar.
Very well, Poonam, because we know that when the issues are so complicated, the discussions are expected to carry the scheduled, time frame. But the current news of Secretary Blinken and Jaishankar meeting today is very significant because this meeting is also happening at a time when there is a clear divide between the two blocs, West, EU, USA, and then Russian side. Jaishankar had a meeting with the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov yesterday.
इस वर्ष भारत और इटली अपने द्विपक्षीय संबंधों की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं और इस अवसर पर हमने भारत इटली साझेदारी को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा देने का निर्णय लिया है। हमने अपने आर्थिक संबंधों को और सुदृढ़ करने पर जोर दिया। हमारे मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान से भारत में निवेश के अपार अवसर खुल रहे हैं। हमने रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, आईटी, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, टेलीकॉम, स्पेस जैसे क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विशेष जोर दिया। भारत और इटली के बीच एक स्टार्टअप ब्रिज की स्थापना की घोषणा आज हम कर रहे हैं, जिसका हम स्वागत करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, एक और क्षेत्र है जो दोनों देश एक नया अध्याय शुरू कर रहे हैं और वो है रक्षा सहयोग का। भारत में डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में को प्रोडक्शन एंड को डेवलपमेंट के अवसर बन रहे हैं जो दोनों देशों के लिए लाभदायक हो सकते हैं। हमने दोनों देशों की सेनाओं के बीच नियमित रूप से जॉइंट एक्सरसाइज और ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज आयोजित करने का भी निर्णय लिया। आतंकवाद और अलगाववाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और इटली कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रहे हैं। हमने इस सहयोग को और मजबूत करने पर विस्तार पूर्वक चर्चा की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और इटली के बीच सदियों पुराने सांस्कृतिक और पीपल टू पीपल संबंध है। हमने वर्तमान समय की अवस्था का अनुसार इन संबंधों को एक नया स्वरूप और नई ऊर्जा देने पर विचार विमर्श किया। दोनों देशों के बीच माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट पर चर्चा चल रही, उस पर जो चल रही वार्ता का विशेष महत्व है। इस समझौते के शीघ्र समापन से हमारे पीपल टू पीपल रिश्ते और सुदृढ़ होंगे। हमने दोनों देशों के उच्च शिक्षा संस्थानों के बीच सहयोग को बढ़ावा देने पर भी बल दिया। भारत और इटली के संबंधों की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मनाने के लिए हमने एक एक्शन प्लान बनाने का निर्णय लिया। इससे हम दोनों देशों की विविधता, इतिहास, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, स्पोर्ट्स और अन्य क्षेत्रों में उपलब्धियों को वैश्विक पटल पर शोकेस कर सकेंगे। फ्रेंड, कोविड महामारी और यूक्रेन संघर्ष से उत्पन्न फूड, फ्यूल और फर्टिलाइजर के क्राइसिस से सभी देश प्रभावित हुए हैं। विकासशील देशों पर इनका विशेष रूप से नकारात्मक प्रभाव पड़ा है। हमने इस बारे में अपनी साझा चिंता व्यक्त की। इन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए हमने संयुक्त प्रयासों पर बल दिया। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता में भी हम इस विषय को प्राथमिकता दे रहे हैं। यूक्रेन संघर्ष के शुरुआत से ही भारत ने यह स्पष्ट किया है कि इस विवाद को केवल डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए ही सुलझाया जा सकता है और भारत किसी भी शांति प्रक्रिया में योगदान देने के लिए पूर्ण रूप से तैयार है। हम इंडो पैसिफिक में इटली की सक्रिय भागीदारी का भी स्वागत करते हैं। यह बहुत खुशी की बात है कि इटली ने इंडो पैसिफिक ओशन इनिशिएटिव में शामिल होने का निर्णय लिया है। इससे हम इंडो पैसिफिक में अपना सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए ठोस विषयों की पहचान कर सकेंगे। वैश्विक वास्तविकताओं को बेहतर तरीके से दर्शाने के लिए मल्टीलेटरल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में सुधार आवश्यक है। हमने इस विषय पर भी विचार विमर्श किया। एक्सेलेंसी, आज शाम आप रायसीना डायलॉग में चीफ गेस्ट के तौर पर शामिल होंगी। वहां आपका संबोधन सुनने के लिए हम सभी बहुत उत्सुक हैं। आपकी इस भारत यात्रा और हमारी उपयोगी चर्चा के लिए आपका, आपके डेलीगेशन का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And your delegation.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Her Excellency, Ms. Yogdina Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Tendered Republic, to deliver her remarks. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Dunque, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Ovviamente non posso
Good evening to you all.
partire dal ringraziare.
Let me, first of all, thank Prime Minister Modi and India as a whole for the wonderful welcome that has been given to us. And this is further evidence of our hospitality, which is known the world over. But this is a further evidence of the deep friendship that is uniting our respective countries, and we are celebrating 75th year of such relations. And this has also been proven by the fact that this is my first bilateral visit in this region ever since I took office. And we want to further boost this relation, and this is the reason why we have decided to turn our partnership in a strategic partnership, because we have a very solid relationship. Just let me mention the trade relation. Let me just mention that in terms of trade between Italy and India, we have reached the record figure of almost 15 billion euros, which we have almost, and in 2 years we have more than doubled this trade. But we firmly believe that we can do even more than that. We firmly believe that for instance, reinserting direct flights between India and Italy can facilitate trade and investments. And this is a strategic choice that we are making here, because, as you know, the Italian government has decided to project intense activism in the Mediterranean Sea. And when we talk about the enlarged Mediterranean, this means that it also includes this area, because the Mediterranean Sea is interconnected with the Indo-Pacific, and we want to further increase this interconnection. We have many similarities. We are two peninsulas. We are 2,000-old tradition, relatively younger states, regions which have hard fought for their independence, for their freedom. So I think that there are many elements which bring us close to each other for the preservation of identity, which is one of the basic conditions to preserve the rights of one's own people. So there's a lot to be working on together, starting from some sectors where we want to enhance our cooperation. Let me mention defense, which was mentioned by the Prime Minister, and energy security. India has set up major objectives in this connection. India wants to work in terms of energy coming from renewables, and I think this is a very smart decision, and this is a sector wherein we can cooperate, and we have full convergence on this. And then we have to mention digital transition. We are working on very important projects which are connecting our two respective countries on this. And then emerging technologies, cybersecurity, space. These are all strategic issues, sectors in which we want to work together, and I think that much more can be done. We, as the Prime Minister was saying, we have decided to adhere to the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, and we have done so because we firmly believe that in an international scenario, which has to be based on rules of respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity, it is very important to guarantee stability and the vision of an Indo-Pacific which is open and respectful of the rules of sovereignty and of integrity of the nations. And this now brings me to another topic, the major shock that nations have been facing, the pandemics, and today the international crisis with the Russian aggression on the Ukraine, the impact on world security, the world order, which is based on rules, and food security, energy security, especially for more vulnerable countries. These are issues which become of the essence where now that India has the presidency of the G20, because I think that India can very well represent, in terms of even of leadership, represent the requirements of the countries of the global south. And we definitely do want to give a helping hand along this process to India. Prime Minister Modi knows very well Italy's position, which is giving full support to the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we both hope that India, having the presidency of the G20, may play a central role in facilitating a negotiating process for the cessation of hostilities for a just peace. And I think that in the previous Bali G20 summit, it has been important to hold the multilateral community united, and we hope that the Indian presidency can do even more on this and further confirming our friendship. So Prime Minister Modi knows that he can rely on us, on our cooperation, full round support for the upcoming G20 Indian summit, G20 summit. They can rely on Italy, on our government, to further enhance our relations. I firmly believe that there's a lot that we can do together, and I'm not sure if this will lead me to the approval rate that the Prime Minister Modi has reached. I think he's the most loved one of all around the world. But I mean, this has really proven that he has been a major leader, and congratulations for that, Prime Minister.
This concludes the press statements. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon.
बिल्कुल फ्री।
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 and these visuals on your screens are coming in from Prayagraj, where it's day 2 of bulldozer action against aides of Don Atiq Ahmed. We're given to understand that this is at a property of Safdar Ali, where bulldozers are now rolling in. Pranchu, my colleague, getting us the details of why exactly this is transpiring there. Yes, Pranchu.
Well, this entire area where this bulldozer action is taking place is a locality in Chakia area of Prayagraj, where many of these houses, in fact, this is an unauthorized piece of land where several houses have been constructed. Now, Safdar Ali owns a gun shop in Prayagraj, and, the unverified allegation at the moment is that probably the bullets used in this Umesh Pal murder case, and even in the past, the gang members probably got some sort of ammunition held from this particular gun shop. Though Safdar Ali, speaking to the local journalist there, has clearly said that, he doesn't have any connection with the Umesh Pal murder case or with Atiq Ahmed gang. The fact also is that Safdar Ali, for that matter, is not named as an accused in the Umesh Pal murder case. But the property which we are right now, the pictures we are showing, is an illegally constructed house, and the notice was served to it for demolition on 28th of February, after which
शाही पास नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन उसके बाद ये सफदर अली, तब ये मामला और ज्यादा उजागर होता है क्योंकि उमेश पाल हत्याकांड का 7वां दिन है। लेकिन सफदर अली से जब हमने एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत की, उन्होंने कहा कि इस लेन में जितने भी घर हैं वो बिना नक्शा पास किए बने हैं। लेकिन प्रशासन का ये कहना है, जब हमने प्रयागराज विकास प्राधिकरण के अधिकारियों से बात की, उन्होंने कहा कि पहले भी नोटिस दिया गया था कि ये घर तो बना दिया गया, लेकिन इसका नक्शा ही पास नहीं हुआ, और ऐसे में इस घर का अब ध्वस्तीकरण हो रहा है। आनंद, तो यहाँ पर जो कार्रवाई की गई है कि ये मानकों को ध्यान में नहीं रखा गया है, जो नॉर्म्स होते हैं उसका पालन नहीं किया गया है, इस वजह से इस घर पर ये बुलडोजर चल रहा है। लेकिन लिंक भी है, एक तो बिना नक्शा पास किए बिना, ऊपर से जो अवैध हथियारों की सप्लाई का आरोप है, तो पूरा कनेक्शन यहाँ पर निकल करके सामने आ रहा है, और अब ये कार्रवाई।
That was my colleague from News 18 India, getting us that report from the site where this demolition is taking place even as we speak. Pranchu also getting us the very latest as far as the investigation in the Umesh Pal murder case is concerned. Now remember, the demolition of the property, the owner of which is believed to run a gun shop in Prayagraj, though there is no direct link to the Umesh Pal murder case just yet.
कि पहले भी नोटिस दिया गया था, और 28 फरवरी की नोटिस की कॉपी हमारे पास है। ये सीधी तस्वीरें बुलडोजर के, आप देखेंगे 3 जेसीबी मशीन यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और एक कार्रवाई को वक्त लगेगा क्योंकि ये जो पहली मंजिल पर भी ये बुलडोजर चला है, और जो पहले आलिशान घर था, इसकी सूरत अब बदल चुकी है। दरअसल आनंद, इस कार्रवाई के जरिए अपराधियों को एक मैसेज भी है कि एक तो अगर आप बिना नक्शा पास करवाए घर बनाते हैं, दूसरी सबसे अहम बात कि आप किसी केस में इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, जो ये बातचीत सामने आई है, लेकिन जो नोटिस दिया गया है, हम देख रहे हैं कि एक के बाद एक एक्शन हो रहा है। और विकास, उस तरफ की तस्वीरें भी हम दिखा देते हैं। देखिए यहाँ पर ये रस्सी के जरिए ये पूरे एरिया को कवर किया जा रहा है ताकि हम आगे ना जा पाए, मीडिया की मौजूदगी है। इसके अलावा उधर देखिए वो बैरिकेडिंग की गई है, वो बैरिकेडिंग है, वहाँ पर लोग हैं, लोग अपने घरों के छतों के ऊपर भी है। विकास, वो तस्वीरें दिखाइए, क्योंकि यहाँ पर लोग कैमरा देख करके अंदर भी चले जा रहे हैं, लेकिन पूरे एरिया को कवर किया गया है ताकि कोई यहाँ पर ना आ पाए। ये नगर निगम की गाड़ियाँ हैं, और ये भी बैरिकेडिंग की गई है। ये तस्वीर अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं तो यहाँ पर ये पूरी बैरिकेडिंग की गई है, और इधर यहाँ पर ये पुलिस की टीम है, धूमनगंज थाने के पूरे जो प्रशासनिक अमला है वो भी पहुंचा हुआ है। धूमनगंज थाने से टीम है, एक्स्ट्रा फोर्स यहाँ पर मंगवाई गई है, और ये कार्रवाई की जा रही है। ये कार्रवाई इसलिए भी अहम हो जाती है क्योंकि प्रयागराज में अगर हम देखें तो उमेश पाल हत्याकांड के बाद जो ये कार्रवाई हुई है, इससे पहले आनंद, जो उत्तर प्रदेश में बुलडोजर है, ये तो न्याय का प्रतीक है, क्योंकि एक ब्रांड बना दिया योगी आदित्यनाथ ने बुलडोजर को कि अगर आप विकास में बाधा डालोगे, अगर आप ऐसा काम करोगे तो ये होगा। हालांकि पूरी डिटेल्स अब निकाली जाएंगी, लेकिन सुबह जब टीम यहाँ पर पहुँचती है, प्रशासन की तरफ से घर के लोगों को मौका दिया जाता है कि वो यहाँ पर घर के सामान को खाली कर पाए। घर तक यहाँ पर पूरा सामान इनका निकाला गया, क्योंकि जब हमने बातचीत की सफदर अली से, उसके बाद उन्होंने सफदर अली से बातचीत की, उन्होंने कहा कि उनको नोटिस नहीं मिला है। उन्होंने इस बात से इनकार किया कि उनको कोई नोटिस मिला है। उन्होंने कहा कि जब मीडिया की टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची तो उनको बताया गया, और ऐसे में उनको थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा टाइम दिया गया ताकि घर के सामान को नुकसान ना पहुंचे। घर की महिलाएं यहाँ से चले गई, जो जरूरी सामान था। उसके बाद बिजली का कनेक्शन काटा गया। एक बार फिर से मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखा देती हूँ। ये देखिए 3 जेसीबी मशीन है। कल सफदर अली के घर पर बुलडोजर चलता है। आज ये जो बुलडोजर चला है ये सफदर अली के घर पर चला है। सफदर अली का एक बार बैकग्राउंड मैं आपको बता दूं। सफदर अली जिन पर आरोप ये है कि जब ये घर उन्होंने बनवाया तो नक्शा पास नहीं करवाया। उन्होंने इस बात को खुद माना कि बिना नक्शा पास करवाए उन्होंने घर बनाया। दूसरी सबसे अहम बात कि उनकी हथियारों की दुकान है जो कि प्रयागराज में 1981 से है और ऐसे में उस दुकान के जरिए वो अतीक अहमद के गैंग के लोगों को हथियार पहुंचाते थे, लाभ पहुंचाते थे। हालांकि जब हमने सफदर अली से बात की, उनके दोनों बेटों से बात की, उन्होंने इस बात से इनकार किया कि
Bulldozers rolling on there in Prayagraj for day 2, and CNN News 18 will be getting you the latest from on ground. But for now, a quick break.
thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Grihatul Siddiqui. This afternoon, we are getting the first visuals of Antony Blinken and S. Jaishankar meeting at the G20 Foreign Ministers meet. This is a big bilateral that is slated to happen between the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Remember, key back-to-back bilateral meetings that are going to be held. Both of them will be having External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar in them. One is with the United States of America, the other one with China. This one with Antony Blinken and Jaishankar there on your screens. My colleague Abhishek Jha is also with us. Abhishek, this is a very important bilateral, something that we were looking forward to, and especially with China also in attendance at G20, considering India has assumed the presidency. This particular talk with Antony Blinken, along with the External Affairs Minister, will be of huge significance.
Of course, Griha, look at the G20 meeting in itself is a very significant meeting because of the timing that it is happening and the place that it is happening, that is in India, because India has been a country which has been regularly and frequently having a conversation on the geopolitical issues, tension, especially Russia-Ukraine conflict, with the Western side led by USA and European Union, and from the Russian side as well. China has been one country which has not been, where India has not been very much in talking terms for a very long time, ever since Galwan clash, and we know the reason why it has been so. But having said that, Secretary Blinken's meeting with Jaishankar is of significance because it is also happening after Jaishankar has already had a meeting with Lavrov yesterday. So clearly, when both the sides would be talking, they would be talking about Russia-Ukraine conflict. Though the USA side has said that the talk were also a bit to have more focus on bilateral trade ties, bilateral relationship, how to increase that and how to deepen the already stronger ties that India and USA share. But we know that also Chinese Foreign Minister Kingmaker is expected to have a bilateral meeting with Jaishankar. So at a time when all the sides are having a deep divide, which is actually drifting with each passing day, India is having a conversation with Russia, USA and China within a span of 72 hours is no less achievement, and we'll have to see will India be able to make a bridge between the the parties who have been at differences with each other.
Absolutely, and Abhishek, that's an important point that you're making, considering S. Jaishankar is going to straight go into another bilateral with Kingmaker, and considering US-China relationships are not hunky-dory at the moment. How does one read this, considering there is this meeting that is happening with the US Secretary of State at present, and after this finishes is that bilateral with China?
Clearly, Russia, in the context of the current geopolitical crisis, USA and China are also not at very good timings, because we know that in the early week of this month of February, first week, Secretary Blinken was expected to arrive in China with Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen, but then just few days ahead of their visit, this whole balloon saga started happening, and then the visit was postponed, and since then there has been a very acrimonious phase between the two sides, which was already at a very low point in terms of diplomatic ties, USA and China, and also like only yesterday when Secretary Blinken was asked when he was in Kazakhstan whether he will have a bilateral meeting with Lavrov or Chinese Foreign Minister, he totally denied it having any possibility of that. So clearly USA is not talking to Russia, USA is not talking to China, while India is talking to Russia, China and USA. So a clear sense that India is at a point where it can have a conversation with all sides, and it can be a bridge where it can convey the feelings and the sentiments of one side to the other one.
Absolutely. Abhishek, stay on with us. We also have our colleague Siddhant Mishra who's joining us. Siddhant, this very point that Abhishek was making, considering Blinken has made it amply clear that there are not going to be any conversations, any sort of bilateral with the Russian and Chinese counterpart. That also makes it very, very important, considering India is in the middle of all of that. And we are, pretty much clear on this one fact, that there is not going to be any clear communique when it comes to the Ukraine, and in fact, what is India's position vis-a-vis Russia when it comes to this war between Ukraine and Russia?
Well, look, I'm taking forward from where Abhishek left. Exactly, that is an idea. In fact, India wants to build consensus. But what we saw in finance ministers meet in Bengaluru, that instead of communique, chair's draft was released by India. And in fact, with a footnote saying that Russia and China don't agree to para 3 and 4. Even today, in today's meeting also, the efforts are being made to bring all countries on table, and this is perhaps the reason that in last 24 hours Mr. Jaishankar has taken more than 40 bilateral meetings, because lot has already been conveyed to these countries, and in fact the efforts are being made at all levels to convince them to build a consensus, and it would really be interesting to see whether the consensus will be built or not. But right now, this one meeting of Mr. Jaishankar with Antony Blinken is very significant, because yesterday Mr. Jaishankar met a Russian foreign minister, and in fact tomorrow he is expected to meet Chinese foreign minister. Yes. So in 72 hours, meeting three foreign ministers of three countries which don't have good relationship anymore. Also, America has supported India's presidency, and America has assured India of all sort of help as far as smooth going of this G20 presidency is concerned. But again, America has been making pressure on India to keep India away from Russia. And in fact, there have been multiple statements in the past coming from United States for India, saying that India should not buy weapons from Russia, or should divert the weapon purchase to the Western countries. So even that has been United States stand. But other than this, there are obviously multiple other issues in terms of technology, in terms of climate change, in terms of the funds, and there are a lot to be discussed as far as Indo-American ties are concerned. And this is the reason that right after the end of the first session today at the G20 meeting, where multilateralism was discussed, where food and energy security was discussed, EAM Jaishankar and Antony Blinken sat together, and in fact I've also been told that this was the longest bilateral taken by Mr. Jaishankar in last 48 hours. So there were lot to be discussed on the cards, and in fact we have been told that late in the evening Antony Blinken is going to address a press conference where he'll be speaking on what has been discussed in a bilateral meeting with Mr. Jaishankar, and also what has been America's stand in the two sessions of G20 foreign ministers.
Oh, absolutely. And, Siddhant, what we can talk about is the body language that we see through these visuals on our screens. We can see both of them smiling, trying to go ahead and understand how further can the India and US partnership really be taken forward to. How much of the coaxing bit can be part of this conversation? I mean, you have been following this story, and considering India has just had not a very good rapport with China, considering the Chinese spy balloon incident also, and he has just sworn off any sort of a conversation. How much of coaxing do you think from India's side will really happen vis-a-vis China when it comes to the United States of America?
Well, look, even many believe that India has been successful to some extent in building consensus, because if you remember, before the Bali declaration, the G20 in Indonesia, there were multiple statements coming from US and other Western countries to boycott Russia, to corner Russia in G20 event. In fact, if you remember, then Secretary of Treasury had also called for a boycott of one of the meetings of the G20 in Indonesia, because her Russian counterparts were participating in that. But this time around, because of India hosting G20 presidency, India has managed to avoid any such kind of walkouts or any such sort of boycott by any of the nations. So this is a big achievement, especially in times when world is divided into two blocks. Yes. So it's a big achievement for India. As far as China is concerned, yes, we are not in great terms with China. But again, 10 days back, one high-level delegation from Ministry of External Affairs was in Beijing to discuss disengagement, to review the disengagement that has taken place and also to discuss the process of disengagement on the eastern borders with the Chinese counterpart. So on diplomatic level also, the meetings are taking place between India and China. Then at the core commander level also, the meetings are taking place. In fact, we have successfully managed to push Chinese back. The disengagements have also taken place. So India has been successful in kind of bringing all these countries on board. We have never stopped diplomatic dialogue with any of these nations, and in fact, going by Prime Minister's message in Samarkand during SCO summit, that this is not an era of war, and that one message is the core of the G20 summit. And even today also, Prime Minister has given a very strong message saying that India is a land of Gandhi and Buddha. We unite, we don't divide.
Right.
So again, a strong message coming from Prime Minister Modi.
Oh, absolutely.
In a way, giving message to this. Yeah.
Absolutely. In fact, on that note, Siddhant, let me also bring in Abhishek. Abhishek, this particular thing that we're talking about vis-a-vis US and China, let's also bring in the Russian angle. Both of these people, Blinken and Mr. S. Jaishankar, are skilled diplomats. However, Blinken would want a strong condemnation vis-a-vis India when it comes to Russia. India has so far refrained from having a tough position against Russia. It has walked the fine line. How much of it do you think is going to change, or the status quo is going to remain?
Griha, clearly India is in a very tight position where it has to balance its ties with Russia, which has been a long-standing partner, trusted partner, strategic allies, defense partner. India-Russia call their partnership a special privileged strategic partnership. At the same time, India is also having USA side where, people-to-people connect, diaspora connect, India-USA trade ties, defense ties have increased in the last 2 decades at least to a level where they are very, at a very advanced level. But at the same time, India is not having a very good terms with China because of the Galwan clashes. But now China has been backing Russia very strongly at the international platform in the war against Ukraine that Russia has waged since last 1 year. So India has to balance the two sides where it should not look like it is siding along with either Russia or siding along with USA or NATO or European Union. So and also at the same time, it has to influence all the sides to come together, to sit together and to discuss so that at least the G20 does not lose its irrelevance, because we know for at least 2 times Russia, which has been one of the founding members of G20, has not been participating at the leaders level in the summit. In Indonesia, in Italy, Russia did not, Russian President Putin has not come. Even this time, if the boycott or the kind of isolation tactics that the West and USA would continue, and it looks like they will continue, probably this will be again a scenario where the Russian President might not like to visit this state. And if such things happen, then UN has already lost its relevance, because Prime Minister has also highlighted if G20, which has 85% of global trade under its ambit and almost 66% global population, if this also loses its structure and its relevance, then it will be a very challenging task for the world community.
And even as this conversation between Antony Blinken and External Affairs Minister is something that we're talking about, we were also referring, Abhishek, to the communique that is supposed to be coming out of G20. But China and Russia are clearly not okay with a lot of things, and that includes a lot of linguistic gulf that needs to be actually filled in. The war that US talks about and quotes as brutal war is being quoted by Russia as a special military operation. So they are not, coming, one-to-one when it comes to even how it is coded and written.
So clearly a lot of water has flown down the Volga since this special Russian military operation has started, because now at some stance at least we have also found that Russians have been using this whole military special operation as a war. So that special military operation is left quite bit behind. But talking about this current crisis, this military crisis that we can say that has been going on, and now Ukraine looks like just a front, because a lot of weaponry, ammunition, financial aid and and strategic and intelligence inputs have been coming from European Union, coming from NATO allies and USA to Ukraine, which has been fighting against Russia. And now there are strong intelligence inputs coming from USA that Russia is eyeing some sort of military help from China. And if that starts happening, then this whole war that is very much limited in Europe and that is happening between Russia and Ukraine will escalate into a very different dimension. It will spread across the world, which the world is currently trying to contain. And this is why this whole joint communique is something that in India is trying to bring together. It will not only have a very strong diplomatic messaging coming from India that it could bring all the warring side, all the differing side at one joint communique, but it will also do a good to the world at large.
Absolutely, and a possible US-India initiative also will be the talk when it comes to Blinken and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and also an impending Prime Minister Modi visit that could also happen when it comes to the United States of America. We'll leave it at that. We are getting some more breaking news on the broadcast. I'd like to thank both my colleagues at the moment and cut to Prayagraj, where the bulldozers haven't stopped rolling on the streets today as well. Now, after Zafar Ahmed, the authorities today are demolishing Safdar Ali's house, the visuals of which we are showing for our viewers. Safdar Ali is also a close associate of Atiq Ahmed. My colleague is joining us from the very space where this demolition exercise is being carried forward. Let's take a look.
सफदर अली वो अपने दो बेटों के साथ यहाँ पर रहता है। हालांकि सफदर अली ने कहा कि उसका अतीक अहमद से कोई संबंध नहीं है, लेकिन ऐसे ही घर नहीं तोड़ा जाता है और ये नोटिस दिया गया था। दरअसल जो तस्वीरें इस वक्त हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, इसमें नोटिस दिया गया था 28 फरवरी को, और वो नोटिस की कॉपी भी News18 इंडिया के पास है कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर कहा गया था कि 2 तारीख को यहाँ पर ये घर ध्वस्त हो जाएगा। लेकिन इनका ये कहना है सफदर अली का कि इनको पहले नोटिस नहीं मिला और ऐसे में प्रशासन ने पूरा टाइम इनको दिया कि ये घर को ध्वस्त करें। अगर मैं कुछ और तस्वीरें आपको दिखाऊं, क्योंकि मेरे सहयोगी विकास दिखा रहे हैं, ये जो 2 मंजिला घर है ये यहाँ पर तोड़ा जा रहा है, लेकिन पूरी बैरिकेडिंग यहाँ पर की गई है। आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर 3 जेसीबी मशीन्स हैं और अब अगले पोर्शन को ये ग्रिल को तोड़ते हुए ये आगे पिलर को तोड़ा जा रहा है। पिलर पर ये बुलडोजर चला है, बुलडोजर को जिसको मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने एक ब्रांड बना दिया। और ये तस्वीर अलग इसलिए हो जाती है क्योंकि उमेश पाल का कत्ल होता है। उमेश पाल हत्याकांड का 7वां दिन है और आज इसमें दूसरे घर पर ये बुलडोजर चला है जिसमें बिना नक्शा तो पास किए ये घर बना है, मानकों का ख्याल नहीं रखा गया है। उसके अलावा अतीक अहमद से करीबी अतीक अहमद को फायदा। और देखिए पूरी छत पर ये बुलडोजर चलता हुआ, यानी कि नींव तो कमजोर हो चुकी है और पूरे घर को ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है। पूरा काम ये पीटीए की देखरेख में हो रहा है। पीटीए यानी कि प्रयागराज विकास प्राधिकरण, और ये कार्रवाई उनकी तरफ से जारी है। News18 इंडिया पर तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं और ये इसके जरिए शासन प्रशासन ने अपने इरादे भी जाहिर कर दिए हैं। ये बुलडोजर चलता हुआ तो ये बुलडोजर चल रहा है जहां पर देखिए किस तरीके से छत को यहां पर ये गिराया जा रहा है और ये न्याय का प्रतीक है। हम आपको सीधी तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। ये सफदर अली का घर है जिस पर ये डंडा चला है। चाहे आप अतीक अहमद को आपने फायदा पहुंचाया, उन तक हथियार पहुंचाए, अब उस दुकान पर भी छानबीन होगी। पूरा गन हाउस है, एसएसए गन हाउस, यानी कि सफदर अली गन हाउस नाम से इनकी दुकान भी है। और ये सीधी तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं क्योंकि उमेश पाल हत्याकांड होता है जिसमें अतीक अहमद का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है कि वो बंद तो साबरमती जेल में है लेकिन डायरेक्ट इन्वॉल्वमेंट। और अब ये छत पर बुलडोजर चलता हुआ ये तस्वीरें काफी ज्यादा अहम हो जाती है, जिसमें आप देखिए ये पूरे लेंटर छत को उठाया जा रहा है। ये तस्वीरें आप देख लीजिए और तस्वीरें इसलिए खास हो जाती है क्योंकि ये जो बुलडोजर चला है ये अवैध अतिक्रमण के खिलाफ तो है ही, साथ ही अगर आप माफियाओं का साथ देंगे। और मेरे सहयोगी अमित भी हमारे साथ लगातार बने हुए हैं। अमित, एक तरफ तो अतीक अहमद का बेटा सरेंडर करेगा, दूसरी तरफ ये जो बुलडोजर चल रहा है, शासन प्रशासन ने अपने इरादे भी जाहिर कर दिए हैं इस कार्रवाई के जरिए।
कार्रवाई चंद मिनटों में अंजाम दे दी गई, यानी चंद मिनटों में ये कार्रवाई यहाँ पर हो गई। अब ये देखिए कि ये कार्रवाई होने के बाद यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर किस तरह से ये कार्रवाई हुई है। अभी आगे ये कार्रवाई चल रही है, लेकिन अब ये बिल्डिंग थोड़ी देर में भरभरा कर इसका जो अगला हिस्सा है वो नीचे आ सकता है। कार्रवाई ये जारी रहेगी, पूरे मकान को ध्वस्त करना है। लेकिन जो अगला हिस्सा है वो हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि अगला हिस्सा अब लगभग गिर चुका है। 2 मंजिली ये बिल्डिंग 250 वर्ग गज में बनी थी, 4 करोड़ इसकी कीमत, आलीशान मकान था 60 फीट रोड पर। आप देख सकते हैं कि चारों तरफ यहाँ पर लोग अपने घरों की छतों पर इस पूरे कार्रवाई को अंजाम को देख रहे हैं और अब कोशिश यही की जा रही है कि माफिया के इस मकान को पूरी तरह से जमींदोज कर दिया जाए। यानी कि इस बड़ी कार्रवाई को आज अंजाम दिया जा रहा है उमेश पाल हत्याकांड में। जी 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 यहाँ पर नहीं कोई चीज़ मिली है हथियारों से संबंधित, चूँकि इनकी आर्म्स की दुकान है, तो आर्म्स की दुकान जानसेनगंज में है SSA के नाम से, तो वहाँ पर आर्म्स वगैरह रखते होंगे, घर पर इन्होंने नहीं रखा था। और इनको सूचना थी, ये ज़रूर कह रहे थे सफदर अली कि उन्हें इस बात की सूचना नहीं थी, लेकिन जो हमको यहाँ से सूत्रों से पता लगा है कि इनको पूरी सूचना थी और इन्होंने मकान में काफ़ी सामान को पहले ही खाली कर दिया था, यानी सामान काफ़ी हद तक खाली हो चुका था और उसके बाद आज यहाँ पर सामान खाली हुआ। तो यहाँ पर कोई ऐसी चीज़ें नहीं मिली है, क्योंकि दुकान है, जो कुछ भी होगा सब वहाँ पर होगा। हालांकि आरोपों से इनकार कर रहे हैं, इनका कहना है कि जो स्टॉक है वो सरकारी स्तर पर आता है, स्टॉकों की जांच कराई जा सकती है, उन पर किसी तरह का आरोप नहीं है। ये भी कहते हैं कि अतीक अहमद से उनका कोई कनेक्शन नहीं है, कोई उनकी संपर्क नहीं है। हालांकि जान पहचान की बात से उन्होंने इनकार नहीं किया कि बोले एक ही इलाके के लोग हैं, हम उनको जानते हैं, और बहानेबाजी इस तरह की बताई कि आप आए हैं, आपसे मुलाकात हुई तो आपसे भी थोड़ी देर में जान पहचान हो जाएगी। बहुत ही होशियारी से अपने हर बात का जवाब सफदर अली
यहाँ पर चला है। ये देखिए, ये बुलडोजर है, बाबा का बुलडोजर, और ऐसे में अपराधी जो है थर-थर कांपे। अपराधी कानून को अपने हाथ में लेने के बारे में सोचे नहीं, माफियाओं का राज ना हो। माफिया ये जो हरकतें करते आए हैं, अपने आशियाने बनाए हैं, लोगों का खून बहा करके, लोगों की जमा पूंजी दे करके उन तक ये मैसेज जाए, और प्रशासन ने अपने इरादे भी जाहिर कर दिए हैं। और ये देखिए, ये घर जो है, ये सिर्फ घर पर बुलडोजर नहीं चला है, ये उन तमाम अपराधियों पर भी बुलडोजर चला है, ये उन तमाम माफियाओं पर भी बुलडोजर चला है जो यहाँ पर गलत कामों में संलिप्त रहते हैं, जिनको राजनीतिक संरक्षण मिलता है। और जैसा कि बीजेपी ने कहा, मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने कहा कि राजनीतिक संरक्षण मिला है। दरअसल अतीक अहमद, मैं आपको ये एरिया बताऊं जहाँ पर मेरी मौजूदगी है। दरअसल जो ये लेन है, अगर आप 10 साल पहले प्रयागराज आते तो यहाँ पर लोग अतीक अहमद के नाम से ही कांपते थे। कोई अतीक अहमद को अपना चाचा बताता था, कोई उनको अपना रिश्तेदार बताता था। ऐसे में अब जो ये कार्रवाई हुई है, ये लेन, और विकास आप वो तस्वीरें दिखाइए, क्योंकि जो व्यवस्था है वो कैसी है। एक तरफ बुलडोजर है, वो बैरिकेडिंग यहाँ पर की गई है, बैरिकेडिंग की गई है। विकास इस तरफ आप दिखाइए, ये भी बैरिकेडिंग की गई है। उधर यहाँ पर प्रयागराज नगर निगम की टीमें मौजूद है, यानी कि पूरी तैयारी की गई है। और किस तरीके से ये घर के सिर्फ एक हिस्से को नहीं तोड़ा जा रहा है, पूरे घर को यहाँ पर जमींदोज किया जा रहा है, पूरे घर को मिट्टी में मिलाया जा रहा है। ये पूरा प्रहार हुआ है, और ऐसे में जो भी अतीक अहमद के करीबी हैं, जो उस तक लाभ पहुंचाते आए हैं, उनकी कमर तोड़ने की कोशिश है कि उसके गैंग के नेटवर्क को तोड़ा जाए। जिस भी तरीके से, चाहे वो लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट मुहैया करवाते आए हों, पैसों की मदद करते आए हों, हथियार पहुंचाते आए हों, जिस भी तरीके से लाभ पहुंचाया और यहाँ पर कानून के आगे आए, सरकारी काम में बाधा डाली, प्रदेश का माहौल खराब करने की कोशिश की, उन तक ये बुलडोजर चलेगा, उन तक ये कार्रवाई होगी। और ये कार्रवाई हो भी रही है, क्योंकि ये देखिए, ये पूरी रस्सी यहाँ पर ये है, ये बैरिकेडिंग यहाँ पर की गई है, और ये जेसीबी मशीन है। हम भी ग्राउंड जीरो पर मौजूद हैं, और तस्वीरें आप तक पहुँचा रहे हैं। आप देखिए कि ये पूरी लेन को यहाँ पर कवर किया गया है, PSC की मौजूदगी है। उधर आप देखिए, जो बड़े अधिकारी हैं वो मौजूद हैं, और अब पूरा घर यहाँ पर लगभग नेस्तनाबूद कर दिया गया है। कार्रवाई जारी है। न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पर सबसे पहले, सबसे बड़ी तस्वीर आज की हम आपको बता रहे हैं। कल सफदर अली का घर टूटा था, आज घर टूटा है सफदर अली का। कल जानकारी ये है कि गुड्डू मुस्लिम का भी घर टूट सकता है, यानी कि एक एक करके ये बुलडोजर चल रहा है। ऐसा नहीं है कि ये बुलडोजर पहली बार चला है, इससे पहले भी बुलडोजर चले हैं, लेकिन ये इसलिए अहम हो जाता है क्योंकि उमेश पाल हत्याकांड, जिसके जरिए राज्य सरकार पर निशाना साधा गया, ये बोला गया कि राज्य सरकार की नाकामी है, लेकिन ये मैसेज दे दिया गया है। मैसेज इसके जरिए दिया गया है कि अगर आप कानून को अपने हाथ में लेंगे, जो शूटर्स वहाँ पर होते हैं, जो कि नकाब भी नहीं पहनते हैं, सबने वो तस्वीरें देखी। उमेश पाल जो कि सरकारी गवाह था, आप ये समझिए, जो दर्शक जुड़े हैं, दरअसल जिस केस में 6 हफ्ते में फैसला आने वाला था, उसके गवाह को मार दिया अतीक अहमद ने। लेकिन अब अतीक अहमद जेल में रो रहा है, क्योंकि उसके करीबियों पर ये बुलडोजर चल रहा है। उसका बेटा आज सरेंडर करने वाला है, जैसा कि मेरे सहयोगी अमित सिंह बता रहे थे। तो ये जेसीबी मशीन है और थोड़ा आगे अगर हम आए विकास, उस तरफ अगर हम जाएं तो ये तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं। हम थोड़ा आगे आते हैं, मैं आपको दिखाती हूँ कि यहाँ पर व्यवस्था क्या है। इधर देखिए ये बैरिकेडिंग की गई है। विकास आप दिखाइए, वो तस्वीरें आप दिखाइए। इधर यहाँ पर देखिए कि माहौल खराब ना हो, कोई असामाजिक तत्व यहाँ पर ना हो। पूरी यहाँ पर पुलिस की मौजूदगी है, उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस की है। और पीछे आप देखेंगे वो बैरिकेडिंग यहाँ पर की गई है। वहाँ पर लोग मोबाइल से ये वीडियो भी बना रहे हैं। तो यानी कि जो पूरा इलाका है, इस पूरे इलाके को कवर किया गया है। पुलिस की मुस्तैदी है कि अगर कोई घटना होती है, बैरिकेडिंग यहाँ पर की गई है। और उधर ये तस्वीरें हम आपको 360 डिग्री दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे इस घर के ध्वस्तीकरण का काम हो रहा है। यानी कि अब मलबे को हटाया जाएगा, उसके बाद आगे की कार्रवाई होगी। और सुबह से देरी इसलिए हुई है क्योंकि 11 बजे तो यहाँ पर टीमें पहुँच गई थी। कार्रवाई इसलिए नहीं हो पाई क्योंकि यहाँ पर घर से सामान नहीं ले जाया जाता। अब उधर मैं आपको दिखाती हूँ। और देखिए ये बैरिकेडिंग, यहाँ पर जो एक्स्ट्रा फोर्स यहाँ पर है, ये पूरी बैरिकेड्स यहाँ पर किए गए हैं। यानी कि और अगर हम पीछे तक जाएं, विकास इधर से अगर आप दूर से वो एंगल दिखा पाएं तो देखिए कि पूरा प्रशासनिक अमला यहाँ पर मौजूद है, एसडीएम खुद यहाँ पर मौजूद है और ये बैरिकेडिंग की गई है। एक बार फिर से मैं आपको आज की ये कार्रवाई की तस्वीरें, इधर से हम आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। अब देखिए ये जफर अली का घर जो कि मिट्टी में मिल चुका है, जमींदोज हो चुका है, ध्वस्त हो चुका है। इस घर की पूरी सूरत बदल दी गई है। जो खूबसूरत घर था, जो उनका आशियाना था, लेकिन 2 मंजिला ये घर था, दरअसल नक्शा एक तो नहीं पास करवाया। और जो नक्शा, जो करोड़ों की संपत्ति बनाई, उसमें अतीक अहमद की गुर्गों को उसने हथियार सप्लाई किए। हालांकि जब न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया ने बातचीत की तो उन्होंने इस बात से साफ इनकार किया और उन्होंने कहा सफदर अली ने कि उनका कोई इस केस में इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है। अब देखिए ये पूरी कार्रवाई यहाँ पर करते हुए बड़े ही सावधानी से, अगर विकास आप दिखाएंगे ये पूरे एरिया को आप देखेंगे, उधर मीडिया के कैमरे हैं और इधर से ये एक और जेसीबी मशीन है। यानी कि एक जेसीबी मशीन इस वक्त लगी हुई है, 3 जेसीबी मशीन यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। और यहाँ पर सावधानी से अगर हम देखेंगे तो ये अब पूरा लेंटर नीचे आ चुका है। इसके बाद मलबे को हटाया जाएगा और फिर आगे की कार्रवाई की जाएगी। ये सबसे पहले न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पर तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं।
Let me bring in my colleague Pranshu Mishra, who's also joining us on the broadcast. Pranshu, it was Zafar Ahmed's house yesterday. Today it's Safdar Ali's. The UP government is amply clear that this is the way that they are going to crack down on mafias in the state.
Yes, that's right. In fact, it is clearly an extension of Yogi Adityanath's very stern policy against the organized and the big mafia. Though, the opposition has always also raised questions on the bulldozer policy, saying that ultimately whether the bulldozers have actually served the purpose or not, because the bulldozer policy is not a new one. It has been in vogue, in place right since 2017, and we have seen several instances. In fact, Atiq Ahmed's own house in the very same vicinity was demolished a few years back. There have been several demolitions done to Mukhtar Ansari's property. Vikas Dubey's properties were demolished. But the point the opposition says that despite demolition, the organized mafia, the big mafia, still continues to call the shots. And that's why the government's policy of encounter and bulldozer has failed. That is what the charge against the government is. But government really wants to demonstrate again on this point in the Umesh Pal murder case that anyone who is suspected of aiding the big gangs like Atiq Ahmed or Mukhtar Ansari will be dealt with strict force. Now, as our reporters on the ground were telling that, Safdar Ali may not be directly named as an accused in this entire Umesh Pal murder case. But the point is that the administration believes and of course has such evidences to believe that he has been in a close contact, a close, confidant of the Atiq Ahmed gang, was probably providing them some sort of logistical support or arms or ammunition support. And furthermore, the entire building, the house is under question, was also illegally constructed and therefore it has been demolished. So it has been demolished technically on the grounds of being an illegal building without the approval from the Prayagraj Development Authority. But everyone can easily connect the dots that this demolition actually comes in because he's suspected to have some sort of connivance with the Atiq Ahmed gang.
No, absolutely. And Pranshu, that's exactly my point here. Nobody is trying to, probably justify the presence of mafia in any state for that matter. But considering there is this killing that has happened in broad daylight, and Pat, the second day, there is a demolition taking place on the grounds of illegal constructions that have been brought up by these people who are in cahoots with the Atiq Ahmed gang. Do we not question the timing, and why wasn't it done earlier?
Yes, that's right. In fact, even the authorities and the officers do recognize that the number of other buildings and residences in that very same area where this demolition is taking place is illegally constructed. And we all know that how, various development authorities across cities, the officers actually, are involved in corrupt practices, allowing and overlooking the illegally constructed buildings. So the point is that, this demolition at this point in time is clearly being linked to Atiq Ahmed's gang and the fact that Umesh Pal murder took place. Officially, no one is saying that, but the larger messaging is very clear that this demolition has been done. Technically on the ground that it is illegal, but basically because of the reason that the man concerned, the person to whom this property belongs, is suspected of having some sort of understanding or relation with the Atiq Ahmed gang.
And then yet again, how does one read that statement that has been made by the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Pranshu, considering he made that gesture and made that dramatic statement that anybody who's associated with the mafia, unko mitti mein mila denge, and then you see this sort of a bulldozer action where the house is actually being doused to the ground and it's being put down to dust. So don't you think this is also a dramatic significance to the entire statement that the Chief Minister makes, and then you see these actions on the ground?
See, definitely, in fact, right from day one, when Yogi Adityanath became Chief Minister in March 2017, he has pursued a very stern policy, encounter policy. So the UP happens to be the state where maximum number of encounters have taken place. Every other day you hear this story or this news that, someone has been shot in leg and an encounter took place. There has been a very famous case of Vikas Dubey's encounter where many questions were raised. So the point is very clear that administration does on the ground, administration behaves according to the desires expressed by the political masters, the Chief Minister, the government in this case. And Yogi Adityanath's line of action has been very clear. But the larger question here is that, these bulldozers have been out against the big criminals and mafia right from day one. For past 5-6 years, we have seen similar action happening. In fact, other states have, copied from the Yogi's model of bulldozer, and we have seen bulldozer action taking place even in states like Madhya Pradesh. But the point is, the opposition's argument is that whether this bulldozer policy has been ultimately successful, because had it been successful, probably Umesh Pal's sort of murder would not have taken place, where mafia and the Gunda elements were openly roaming around committing a daylight murder in presence of the CCTV cameras. But Yogi Adityanath clearly, still wants to pursue with his hard, push against the mafia, with his bulldozer policy, and that's the reason why after his statement on the floor of Vidhan Sabha, where you rightly said, he said that, all this mafia would be, will be bitten to dust. We again see the bulldozers coming out. So ultimately, what is happening on the ground there is clearly an expression of the hard deal which Yogi government wants to offer to the organized mafia in the state.
Right, Pranshu, thank you so much. And the larger question also remains, and like Pranshu was also mentioning, that if this particular model of justice, which is the bulldozer justice of Yogi Adityanath, if it is legitimized like this, and you see these actions, then what is the need for the courts in the country is also the critical analysis of this entire action that we see happening in Uttar Pradesh. However, it is indeed a crackdown on mafia presence in the state, and this is the Chief Minister's way of responding to it. At least that's what the allegation and that's what the linkages are being drawn to. We leave it at that. We'll come back to the story as and when we have more updates. Right now, what we're doing is slipping into a very short break. Coming right back. Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Grihatul Siddiqui. Now, the Supreme Court of India has ruled that the Election Commission has to be independent. Now, the Apex Court has held that the election to the Chief Election Commissioner shall be, in fact, done by a committee comprising of the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice of India, and the leaders of the opposition. The election shall be done by the President of the country on the advice of this very committee. Also, a 5-judge constitution bench that was headed by Justice K.M. Joseph also said that if the leader of opposition is not there, then the leader of single largest opposition party in the Lok Sabha will be in that committee to appoint the election commissioners and the chief election commissioner. In addition to this, the procedure to remove the election commissioners shall be the same as that of the chief election commissioners.
पूरे फैसले को कैसे देखते हैं और जिस तरह आप पहले से मांग कर रहे थे कि चुनाव आयोग को पारदर्शी बनाया जाए और ताकतवर बनाया जाए, तो क्या कुछ सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ये आदेश?
देखिए, इस समय चुनाव के दौरान भारत में जाति का जहर घोल दिया जाता है, भाषा का जहर घोला जाता है, क्षेत्र का जहर घोला जाता है, कालाधन बंटवाया जाता है, शराब बंटवाई जाती है, पूरा इलेक्शन सिस्टम को पल्यूट कर दिया जाता है और इलेक्शन कमीशन उसको शांत होकर देखता रहता है। इसलिए हमने 5 मांग किया था कि सबसे पहले तो इलेक्शन कमीशन का इंडिपेंडेंट बजट होना चाहिए, इंडिपेंडेंट सेक्रेटरीट होना चाहिए, रूल मेकिंग पावर होना चाहिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन को जो हटाने का तरीका एक होना चाहिए, यानी तीनों इलेक्शन कमिश्नर्स को इक्वल प्रोटेक्शन होना चाहिए, इक्वल सिक्योरिटी होना चाहिए, इक्वल राइट होना चाहिए। अपॉइंटमेंट अब जो है वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर, लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन और चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया करेंगे, तो अच्छा है, इससे कम से कम कोई आरोप नहीं लगाएगा।
Very crucial judgment coming in from the Supreme Court, where it said that the election commissioners or any election commissioner, be it the state or the chief election commissioner, will be appointed by the president, and this will be done on the advice of a committee which will be comprised of the Prime Minister, leader of opposition, and of the CJI. How you look at this verdict, sir?
I think this is a very welcome move. It's very important that people of all sections of society have full faith in the efficacy of the Election Commission. It's been a long-standing demand of various parties that in order to ensure that there is total faith in the neutrality of Election Commission, it is a very important decision, and I'm glad that a panel headed by the Prime Minister, and then where the members are the Chief Justice of India and a leader of opposition. So this will be a good move, and I also welcome the other one, that the process of removal of the election commissioners will be the same as for the Chief Election Commissioner.
How do you see this verdict as a senior advocate?
Yeah, we have to welcome this judgment. In fact, if you see the director, how CBI director has been appointed, they are appointed by a high-power committee consisting of the Prime Minister, then leader of opposition party, Chief Justice. So that's how the Supreme Court has found that the executives cannot appoint this important post. The world's largest democracy is being decided by 3 persons sitting in Delhi, and the India consisting of 133 crore populations. And so many states are there, and elections have to be conducted. Free and fair elections are one of the basic feature of the constitution. So therefore, people's faith, and people's will should be transformed into a vote, and then they should be in a position to see that their person form the government. The elections have to be fought, according to the will of the people. And you can't trust because they are merely appointees. The elections for a state, I would understand that you can have it in a single phase or a 2 phase. I have never imagined a case where 8 phases are being conducted. What is the reason?
Supreme Court has delivered its verdict, while appointment of Chief Election Commissioner and Chief Justice Election Commissioner, it should be panel should be comprised of Prime Minister, Chief Justice of India, and leader of opposition in the Parliament. So, the Supreme Court as a given a verdict even for the removal of these two posts, Chief Election Commissioner and Election Commissioner. And again, these three has to play a role. Prime Minister, Chief Justice of India, and again Parliament, Leader of Opposition in the Parliament. And our party stand is we will go by this and we will welcome this.
Pretty similar responses coming in from this decision that has been made by the apex court of the country. Now, the West Bengal Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, has also welcomed the Supreme Court's decision. Mamata Banerjee has tweeted, and I'm quoting from her tweet, "Supreme Court's landmark order is a democratic victory. We welcome the decision of the Constitution Bench on the appointment of election commissioners and the Chief Election Commissioner. Will of the people prevails over the ill-fated attempts of the oppressive forces," unquote. Taking this across to my colleague Arunima Fest, who's joining me on the broadcast. Arunima, these are the kind of reactions that are coming in from the political leaders. So far, what we've heard is like a universal appeal, agreeing and welcoming this decision that has come out of the court.
Can you say that again, please? I think I missed your voice.
Arunima, I was just wanting to understand the kind of reactions that we have just managed to play out and this breaking that we have just played out for our viewers with even Mamata Banerjee welcoming this decision by the Supreme Court. It's a pretty unanimous sort of a response by the political parties. In the name of transparency, do you think this is how it is going to be, considering everybody has been welcoming this decision as opposed to what we've seen in the Supreme Court collegium debate?
See, the opposition has been very critical of the government, accusing the government of quote-unquote misusing constitutional positions, including the seat of Chief Election Commissioner, the way Election Commission was functioning. They started off with attacking the EVMs, if you recall, after the 2014 victory of the Bharatiya Janata Party and subsequent victories of the party in various assembly elections. The first attack came on the EVM. Then they recalibrated their strategy, and even now, though you hear off and on about the way elections are conducted via EVM, you also see direct attacks on the manner in which elections themselves are conducted. So in that backdrop, opposition is claiming, that this is a big setback for the government. But one thing that needs to be pointed out here is that this new manner of nominating or appointing the Chief Election Commissioner is very similar to what we have seen in the case of Director CBI. There also, after a Supreme Court verdict, a decision was taken that a 3-member committee comprising of the Prime Minister, the Leader of Opposition and the Chief Justice of India would select from a panel the most eligible person to become the Director of CBI. But you'd keep hearing opposition members attacking both the CBI and the ED. Yes, more ED than the CBI, but you do hear them attacking the CBI also for being a tool of the government, quote unquote. So if the process of appointment there also makes them unhappy and they continue to attack the agency, in a lot of opposition ruled states, the consent to prosecute has been taken away from CBI. Then it just makes you wonder what really gives them hope that what the Supreme Court is saying now will really underline their criticism.
All right. Arunima, thank you so much for that. Let me also bring in our colleague Ananya is joining us. He is going to bring us the court perspective. And Ananya, 5-judge bench, coming out with this unanimous decision that this is what is going to be the norm now till there is a fresh law that's been passed by the parliament. Says it all.
Well, definitely, it's a judgment coming in from the 5-judges bench of the topmost court of the country. In fact, also, this is a judgment which was given out by 2 judges separately, but the judgment was unanimous in nature. The Supreme Court bench headed by Justice K.M. Joseph clearly saying that while appointing ECs and CCs, there has to be a panel which should include this has to be done by the President of India and on the advice of a panel by Prime Minister, Chief Justice of India and the Leader of Opposition. In fact, the judgment also goes on to say and reminds the people of the country that the power of the ballot is supreme and is capable of unseating the most powerful parties of the country as well, is what Justice K.M. Joseph had to say. While Justice Ajay Rastogi, who rendered a separate judgment, however, agreeing to what Justice K.M. Joseph said, added that the process of removal of the ECs should be same as that of the CEC, that is the Chief Election Commissioner, which is by way of an impeachment, is what Justice Rastogi added in his part of the judgment. So definitely a big order coming in from the Supreme Court. But as Arinma was pointing out, the procedure is same as of the appointment of the CBI director, and we've seen how it is being criticized. So how long would this integrity of the Election Commission of India and the appointment would sustain is basically depending upon how the opposition parties would be actually they are welcoming the judgment at this point of time. But would that be the same after a year, after 2 years when elections are conducted, and will there be no kind of aspersions cast from the Election Commission of India? It's something that's a matter of time, and we'll get to know when
time would be the best judge, as it is in every other case. We will leave it at that. Thank you so much, Ananya and Arunima, for joining us with that big story. We are right now slipping into a very short break and coming right back with lots more that's in store for you. let's now talk about elections in the northeast, where 3 states, the counting of votes is currently on in Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland. Now, it's a clean sweep for the NDPP and BJP-led coalition in Nagaland. BJP has also crossed the halfway mark in Tripura. The trend currently states that BJP has won over 30 seats, Left has won over 10, and Tripura Motha has around 10 seats. The state which will have to be watched closely, however, is Meghalaya. The ruling NPP in Meghalaya has the numbers but will need support of another party to form the government. My colleague Kamalika is joining us live from the BJP office in Tripura, where all the action currently is. Kamalika, what do you see on ground? We already can see the victory signs that are out. Is it going to be BJP riding alone, or it would need the Kingmaker in Tripura Motha? What is the word? Alright, there are jubilant scenes that are being seen outside the BJP office. You also see a lot of sound bites that are currently happening, faces painted with victory colors. My colleague Kamalika is with us. We will see, we'll try and re-establish that connection. We can see a lot of jubilation that is currently there. Let's hear.
देखिए, वो राजनीति में कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। हम लोग हर निर्वाचन को चैलेंज मानते हैं और पूरे समय काम करते हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, जेपी नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में, और भाजपा के कार्यकर्ता एक साथ मिलकर काम करता है। और मोदी जी का डेवलपमेंट, मोदी जी का घर, मोदी जी का पानी, मोदी जी का रास्ता, ये जनता ने उसको देखा।
आपको लॉस हुआ है आदिवासी सीटों पर?
जी,
आपको लॉस हुआ है आदिवासी सीटों पर?
नहीं, आदिवासी सीट में लॉस हुआ, नुकसान हुआ। वोटों परसेंटेज देखिए ना, अभी तक मुझे जहाँ तक जानकारी है 40% के आसपास हमारे को वोट मिल चुकी है। और कम्युनिस्ट को जो कि 40% उनको वोट मिली थी 18 में, अभी 25% मिल चुके अभी तक। तो इसलिए ये प्रमाण करता है बीजेपी के साथ जनता है। कौन आदिवासी कौन नॉन आदिवासी उसमें हम नहीं जाता, हम सबका साथ सबका विकास।
24 में क्या होने वाला है उसका आगाज त्रिपुरा है।
ये देखिए, ये लास्ट टाइम जो इलेक्शन त्रिपुरा में हुई थी वो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी इलेक्शन थी कम्युनिस्ट के खिलाफ, और इस बार जो इलेक्शन हुई मोदी जी के डेवलपमेंट का इलेक्शन हुई है और त्रिपुरा के लोगों ने उस दिशा में मोहर लगाया। मैं आपके माध्यम से पूरे त्रिपुरावासी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, और जिन लोगों ने हम लोगों को वोटिंग नहीं किया उनको भी बधाई देता हूं। गणतंत्र डेमोक्रेसी में सबका अधिकार है अपना अपना मत जाहिर करने की, किंतु इतना सुंदर इलेक्शन हुआ। कम्युनिस्ट के समय इतना सुंदर इलेक्शन नहीं होती थी। इसके लिए मैं निर्वाचन कमीशन को भी बहुत बहुत देखिए, ये हमारे पार्टी के निर्णय होती है और मानिक शाह के नेतृत्व में हमने लड़ा। यहाँ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में वही हमारे सामने सबसे बड़ा विषय है और पार्टी के निर्णय सर्वोपरि है। जनता ने अपना निर्णय दे चुकी है और अपने आप सभी रिजल्ट जब आएगी आपके सामने संख्या आ जाएगी और पार्टी का निर्णय हमारे पार्टी के फोरम में होती है। आपके सामने मैं निर्णय नहीं कर सकता।
24 में तो होने वाला है, तो त्रिपुरा आज उसको दिखा दिया है कि ऐसा ही कुछ परिणाम।
बिल्कुल 24 का परिणाम आज दिखा दिया। कांग्रेस, सीपीएम सब इकट्ठा हो गया और मोदी लहर के सामने सबको हारना पड़ा। तो इसलिए ये त्रिपुरा के जनता ने दिखा दिया। और त्रिपुरा के जनता को 2019 में मोदी जी ने लोकसभा इलेक्शन में बोला था त्रिपुरा के लोग दूरदर्शी है, त्रिपुरा के लोग जानते हैं, त्रिपुरा के लोग मेहनती है, और त्रिपुरा के लोगों ने दिखा दिया भारत को, बाकी प्रांत को, जो क्या होने वाला है 2024। जी,
क्या आपको त्रिपुरा मोथा की वजह से नुकसान हुआ है?
देखिए, आज जनता के जीत की जीन है। मैं सभी मित्र को बधाई देता हूँ, सब होली खेले और राज्य में शांति बनाए रखें।
Thank you. This was Biplab Dev, the first chief minister, first BJP chief minister, who said that the party is win obviously, and it's the development win of Narendra Modi. This is Kamalika Sarutta with Anshuman Roy for CNN News 18, and you can see, it's all festive.
can see from outside the BJP offices in Tripura. And Biplab Deb, a very confident face, his face obviously smeared in red. Right now in the winning colors of the BJP. We will have to wait and watch if the BJP decides to actually give him the reins, if at all it is the party coming back in the power in Tripura. I'll leave it at that. My colleague Ridhima is going to be joining you up next. Well, good afternoon. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar, getting you all the top stories over the next 30 minutes. There's lots that's happening this Thursday afternoon. We're going to keep a close eye on all the results as far as the Northeast states are concerned. But for now, we're going to focus on the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. The first session of the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting concluded a short while ago. Now bilaterals are on the agenda. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, met with US Secretary of State Antony Blinken a short while ago. The second session of the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting will commence later in the evening. It will revolve around counter-terrorism.
I welcome you to India for the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. India has selected the theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future for its G20 presidency. It signals the need for unity of purpose and unity of action. I hope that your meeting today will reflect the spirit of coming together for achieving common and concrete objectives.
This grouping bears an exceptional responsibility. We first came together in the midst of a global crisis and are today, once again, actually confronting multiple ones. These include the impact of the COVID pandemic, concerns of fragile supply chains, the knock-on effects of ongoing conflicts, anxiety of debt crisis, and the disruption of climate events. There are some matters of sharp differences of opinions and views. Yet, we must find common ground and provide direction, because that is what the world expects of us.
And the big update that's coming in at this hour is that the India-China bilateral meet is currently underway. Remember, the timing of when this G20 foreign ministers meeting is happening is very, very crucial. Even though the G20 was initially formed for economic reasons, the timing of when this is happening in the backdrop of the Russia-Ukraine war becomes extremely crucial. Let's also bring in our managing editor, Zaka Jacob, who's been keeping a close eye on all those developments. Zaka, this is one of the most watched out meets, which is the India-China bilateral. As I said, even though when the G20 was formed, it was formed for economic reasons. But today, when all of this is happening is in the backdrop of the war, there are concerns at the LSE as well. In the backdrop of all of this, how crucial is this bilateral?
Oh, it's hugely important because this is the first time the new foreign minister of China, Qin Gang, has come to India. The first time that he's meeting Dr. Jaishankar, the Indian External Affairs Minister. And there is a lot to talk about. The situation of the line of actual control has not come back to the pre-April 2020 status quo as it existed. China had unilaterally at that time changed the status quo on the LAC. There were 7 friction points. There were over a dozen co-commander level talks that happened to find a resolution to those friction points. And out of the 7 friction points, 5 have seen some form of disengagement. It hasn't gone back to normalcy as yet, as we saw before April 2020. But there are still 2 points where there is still, a friction that's going on between Indian and Chinese troops. In fact, the External Affairs Minister had said previously in the run-up to the G20 as well, and in other contexts, that the India-China relationship is not normal at this time, and it cannot go back to normal until the situation at the line of actual control is resolved. He, in fact, also went on to add in that interview that he had given to Smita Prakash a few days ago that this is the largest peacetime mobilization that we've had at the line of actual control. So until that situation is resolved, and I'm not sure how much we are to that, but there will be definitely talk about that. But I think there is something moving, at least as far as the needle is concerned on this issue, because last week we had the WMCC meeting, the first in-person WMCC that happened in over 3 years since the COVID pandemic happened. And also, overall, we are seeing a slightly softer tone, if you will, from China. They have similar disputes with Japan. There is a little more of a softish tone with Japan. China and Australia, who have traded barbs at each other for the better part of the last 2 or 3 years. Suddenly, in the last 3-4 weeks, or about a couple of months or so, there have been reconciliatory noises, especially since the new Australian government came into office. So I think there is something that is going on. Whether or not this overall sort of tempering of Chinese statements and actions, whether that will result or whether that will reflect in what we're seeing at the line of actual control, that I'm not sure. That we'll have to wait and see. But I think it is important for Dr. Jaishankar and Qin to get off on the right foot, because Qin is going to be here for better or for worse, at least for the next 5 years. And Dr. Jaishankar is very much entrenched as the foreign minister of India. In fact, he's managed to create a bit of a constituency and a fan following for himself, if you will. So it's important that at that level, at the level of the foreign ministers, there is some kind of a working equation. Yes, there are issues. There are outstanding issues. Like I said, the LAC friction points have not been resolved yet. There are other outstanding issues as well. But I think, as they say in sports, a good start is half the job done.
So, Zaka, there are two important issues to focus. As you rightly pointed out, this quote-unquote softening of stand by Beijing is one, but compare that to the ground reality at the line of actual control. We've been all seeing, and we put out the satellite images here on our channel as well, as far as this build-up and aggression in terms of hamlets and others that can still be seen at the LAC. So if that's a reality that India knows, but we're also seeing, quote-unquote, the softening stand, how crucial or how easy or difficult is it going to be for India to put their priorities in front of China?
So look, I think India has made it very clear that, as I said, Dr. Jaishankar has said this in numerous occasions, that the India-China bilateral relationship cannot go back to normal until we go back to the pre-April 2020 position. Now, there were 7 friction points, 5 of which we have seen disengagement, 2 of which we've not seen even that. And I'm really not sure if the Chinese are willing to disengage in those 2 points, which is the Tsang and Dimchok, because they are the plains. The other parts, whether it was Gogra Hot Springs or other friction points that we had, were not the plains. So I'm not even sure if the Chinese are willing to disengage from those points. Look, there are 2 options. Either we can continue trying, impress upon the Chinese, dialogue, put pressure, and try to get them to vacate from the incursions they made, or we accept this as new reality or the new normal. And I think the External Affairs Minister has made it very clear that there's no question of accepting this as the new normal.
Yeah.
Therefore, the pressure
Yeah, Zaka, we actually seem to be losing your audio. We'll try and re-establish that connection with Zaka Jacob, but our other colleagues are also now joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, who tracks the Ministry of External Affairs, has been getting us all these reports, now joining us on the broadcast. Our colleague Siddhant has also been tracking these developments, now joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, yes, of course, this bilateral with China is very crucial, but overall, as far as what the G20 can achieve, what I'm essentially trying to understand, if the finance ministers' meeting last week in Bengaluru was anything to go by, is it any possibility at all that we could see some sort of a joint communique this time around?
Achieving a joint communique would be the first priority, I believe, of External Affairs Minister Jaishankar, because this will kind of create the blueprint that will be discussed during the leadership level summit that will happen later this year. So to have all the parties to agree upon one line, and each paragraph is the priority, because that is something that has not been achieved yet. Because the Bangalore Summit of Financial Ministers of G20 Summit, we saw how the differing voices emerged out, and India had to, satisfied with its chair's statement, which is not kind of joint statement that would have been the best possible outcome of that meeting. But this time also, foreign ministers of all the countries, in fact, European Union's foreign minister representative Joseph Borrell yesterday said that India will possibly be able to convince or convince Russia or the necessity of ending this war, and if India happens to be very much on that level where it can drill some sense in Russia's side, that will be possibly the best outcome of this this whole ministerial meeting that is happening in Delhi. So this was kind of sense that he was making. Today also we have seen Chinese foreign minister saying that that China has proposed a peace plan regarding Ukraine war, and that should be achieved. So clearly there is a consensus that the war should end, hostilities should go back, and the world should go back to the normal times. But then what should be the reason, and what all should be done in order to have all the sides agreed upon the text, the content of the draft? That is something very ambitious, and that is what External Affairs Commissioner must be trying while meeting or having bilateral with all the ministers.
True. Abhishek, we'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's bring in Siddhant also in the conversation. Siddhant, as I was mentioning to Zaka also a short while ago, when the G20 initially was formed, it was seen for more for economic reasons. But today, when this meeting and these bilaterals are happening in India, all of this is also happening in the backdrop of that war between Russia and Ukraine. So given the kind of circumstances and situations we are in, what is the role that India is hoping to play?
Well, look, exactly. In fact, I have been mentioning this, that I did manage to speak to one senior official, dealing with G20 events happening in India. And in fact, I was told by him that if it hadn't been for Russia-Ukraine war, negotiations with other countries would have been easier. Also, there is a belief that that both these blocs are making India to walk on a tighter rope. In fact, where on one end India is trying to build consensus, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar is holding more than 40 bilateral meetings in 48 hours. And in fact, from all level, the channels for dialogue have been opened so that a joint communique can be issued at the end of the meeting of foreign ministers. And in fact, this is the reason that that in last 72 hours, Mr. Jaishankar met Sergei Lavrov, Foreign Minister of Russia. Then he today met Antony Blinken, followed by his meeting, which is currently going on with the Foreign Minister of China. So all these three major players have met with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar. So the idea is to build consensus, and in fact through messaging also India is trying best to convince these countries. In fact, the message that Prime Minister today delivered at a G20 foreign ministers meeting, in that he gave this message loud and clear that India is a land of Gandhi and Buddha. We believe in uniting, not dividing. And the same was reiterated by Foreign Affairs Minister Jaishankar. Then Indian side has been reiterating the message which Prime Minister gave during the SCO meeting in Samarkand, that this is not an era for war. So time and again India has taken a balanced position, but then yes, India has also tried its best to build consensus, to get all these countries on board, and also to discuss the other important items on the agenda, which includes technology, which includes counter-terrorism, which includes food and energy security, which includes multilateralism. So those are also important items on the agenda, and India's focus is to deliver on those agendas and also to stick to the Bali Declaration. And in fact, in the finance ministers meeting also, India's focus was that, and in today's meeting also the focus is same. Back to you.
So that we'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's bring Abhishek also back in the conversation. Abhishek, I'm essentially trying to understand how tough India's job is today and what really has changed from the last G20 to now, because even when the last G20 happened, the task was cut out for Indonesia when we met in Bali because the war was still on. But many experts today believe that that position has further gotten problematic for the next country hosting the G20. Would you agree with that analysis, that things have only hardened for the worse from the last G20 to now, and that's why to get leaders on a common platform could be problematic?
Of course, we know that until the last G20 summit level talk that happened in Bali in November, it looked like this Russia-Ukraine war is a thing of something that shouldn't have occurred. And in fact, India was able to bring all the side to a joint communique where India influenced, and India sort of convinced Russia also that mentioning a little bit of war and a little bit of condemnation is not that big a criticism of Russia, because there's something that is happening on the ground. But now it looks like when the divide has increasingly been wider in terms of West, USA and European Union versus Russia on the issue of Russia-Ukraine war, we have seen multiple economic sanction and trade sanction being imposed on Russia. There has been oil price cap which has been imposed on Russia so that Russia cannot generate enough revenue to continue to be able to wage this war that USA and other its allies have been saying. So clearly, Russia is being coerced, is being cornered by USA and its allies in a most possible manner in terms of commerce, in terms of economics, in terms of militarily. There have been multiple intelligence input which has damaged a number of Russian artilleries and Russian military assets also. So clearly, a war that is actually being fought currently at a level playing field, and Russia would not like to have this way. Now it is being reported that now Russians are also seeking military assistance or weaponry assistance from China. This is what the USA side has been saying, and if that starts happening, then it will clearly escalate to another dimension. And now also we have seen that China is backing strongly Russia in a diplomatic way, because China and Russia were the two major countries who did not agree upon the Bangalore draft of sort of joint communique. So India had to release this whole chair's statement. So clearly India, there has a lot that has changed, and Russia has been sort of cornered by the West, and now Russia is putting its foot down that it will not go further down, and it will fight back. It will fight back economically, it will fight back militarily, and it is trying to shore up all sort of support diplomatically, military and others.
So Abhishek, I just want to understand, as far as the agenda and the positioning that have been taken by various countries. For our External Affairs Minister for India, Dr. Jaishankar, has about 40 of these bilaterals as far as the agenda is concerned. But we're already seeing various countries take their own position. For example, the Secretary of State Antony Blinken has already made it clear the United States will have no sit down, whether it's China or Russia. What is the kind of positioning that various countries have taken?
See, I mean, if we talk about the G20, the very idea of having a G20 was to enhance and strengthen the global economical, architecture. Though over the years of time, there has been multiple geopolitical tension and geostrategic affairs which have also, impacted global money flow or global financial structure. Pandemic was the one. Russia-Ukraine is the one, because Russia-Ukraine has the conflict has clearly increase the kind of fuel crisis in the world, fertilizer crisis in the world. There's not enough of fuel, fertilizer and food in the world, and the kind of crisis in terms of fertilizer is also going to impact the next season's harvest. So clearly, one war is also going to impact agriculture and economic aspect of the world. So this strategic and defense scenario have also increasingly become important to discuss at the G20. But other issues like climate change, cyber security, artificial intelligence, money laundering, terrorism, these are also important issues. And when we talk about the 40-odd meeting that External Affairs Minister Jaishankar is having over the course of 72 hours, then clearly other issues other than Russia-Ukraine war is also very much on the agenda, because Russia-Ukraine war is nothing. Global South, and if you talk about the other parts of the world, they are impacted by other issues as well.
True. Abhishek and Siddhant, we'll just request both of you to stay on with us. We'll continue this conversation in just a bit, but let's also listen into some reactions that we've already got.
Going to echo the wise words of Prime Minister Modi, who was right when he said to Putin, and it has been quoted already, but worth quoting again, I know that today's era is not the era of war. And Vladimir Putin must listen to those words and heed those words, but sadly, he is not doing so yet.
There is no alternative for Ukraine than success on the battlefield. Only if Ukraine is successful on the battlefield, it will be able to be successful at a negotiation table. And there is much more. There is much more than just Ukrainian sovereignty at stake here. There's universal values at stake. There's European safety and security at stake. And in the end, this war is also a litmus test for European and Dutch and global credibility.
And we're also now getting some breaking developments coming in as far as the G20 is concerned, where Moscow and Beijing has gone on to claim that there is Western blackmail and even threat as far as the G20 summit is concerned. So fireworks, Russia and China, they're very clearly taking on the West when they claim that there is blackmail and threat. Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, fireworks clearly as far as the G20 summit is concerned. You have Russia taking on the West, Russia with China taking on the West. What are these threats and blackmail that they're talking about?
We know that this whole confidence of Russia talking in a very strongest manner to the world is also coming from a point where now it has got huge support from China, which has its own issues with West and USA. So clearly, Lavrov, foreign minister of Russia, who is making this statement that his blackmailing thing wouldn't work. You're sort of taking the whole world at hostage because of the one issue, which is kind of bilateral that Russia has been claiming between Russia and Ukraine, where in fact Russia is being cornered by NATO and European Union and USA, which has been alleging that Russian weaponry supply to Chinese weapons supply to Russia will only fuel the war. In that context, only Russia and China have criticized USA that in fact the war has been going on for so long because the NATO and USA have been supplying unlimited access and advanced weaponry to Ukraine. Otherwise, the war would have ended. But these are the different perspectives of the two warring sides. Currently, the crisis has been that now Russia and China, if they join hands together in terms of economic might and in terms of military might, it will be a huge challenge for West and USA to deal with it at the same time, because apart from the Ukraine crisis, there is another crisis that is brewing up in Taiwan Strait, that is Taiwan, and we know how ambitiously China is trying to capture Taiwan and integrate it with the mainland. And if away from Ukraine-Russia front, there is another front that opens up. That will be a great challenge for the world, and they would not like Russia and China to join hands on one front at least. That will be a major challenge for them.
Right. Abhishek, we'll just request you to stay on with us. Our colleague Siddhant is also now back with us. Siddhant, give us better context of who really is claiming blackmail here and what are these threats that they're referring to?
Well, look, what we are getting to know right now is that, yes, the foreign minister of Russia has expressed his thoughts during the first session, which was chaired by Foreign Minister Jaishankar. And in fact, we are still awaiting the full statement. But what we have been given to understand from the content that Russian media is reporting is that Moscow and Beijing blast at Western Bloc, and in fact the words like blackmail and threats have also been used. So clearly what we could sense right now is that there was a divide between Russia and the Western Bloc during the first session of meeting, which was chaired by S. Jaishankar, and in fact Russia has apologized to India for being a reason of Western delegation not attending the state dinner hosted by India yesterday. So in a way, it's Russia taking a jibe at America, because Antony Blinken arrived late and he couldn't attend the dinner. So in a way, it's a jibe which Russia has taken at US, and in fact they have apologized to India. And in fact there is something even beyond what we are reporting right now, but it would be better for us to wait for an official statement.
Sure.
And in fact Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, is also going to address a press conference this evening, where I'm sure that journalists are going to ask him about his thoughts in the first session of foreign ministers meeting.
Oh, absolutely. Siddhant and Abhishek, we leave the conversation there. We'll request both of you to keep tracking all these developments for us. We're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with lots more.
सबकी भलाई।
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying for us. It's D-Day as far as the Northeast is concerned. There are very crucial elections that are taking place in Tripura, Meghalaya as well as Nagaland. So let's quickly give you an overview as to where things currently stand. Let's first begin with the state of Tripura. Very exciting day of ups and downs that we've seen as far as Tripura is concerned. As of now, the BJP is in a very comfortable position. At 34, they've crossed the halfway mark, which remember is at 31. Tripura, which was seen to be possibly could have been a disruptor, has only managed to get 12. And as I said, you still have a long day to go. As far as left plus Congress is concerned, that now stands at 14. So for the BJP, yes, today they will be happy that they've managed to consolidate their position above of 31. That's the halfway mark. But also remember, from 2018, they've seen a reduction as well. So that will be crucial to watch out for as well. That's the story playing out in Tripura. Let's also now talk to you about what's really happening in Meghalaya. Also earlier in the day, a lot of action, ups and downs in Meghalaya. At one point, many thought that possibly within the others, the UDP could be a turning chapter. But all of that seems to be out of the picture, because if you look at the numbers that we're putting out, as of now, it's the NPP at 28 and the BJP at 3, which means above that 31 mark, which is the halfway mark. So NPP plus BJP. Congress is just being reduced to 4. TMC, a relatively new entrant, just at 5. And others, which as I said earlier in the day was seen possibly of creating some disruptions, is now at 19. So it looks like for Meghalaya again, we'll go back to that scene that we'd seen in 2018, which was NPP plus the BJP. Now, let's talk to you about what we're seeing as far as Nagaland is concerned. Out of all the 3 states, actually Nagaland was the first to give a very clear picture that it is going to as far as the BJP is concerned. Just look at the numbers. 37 as far as that saffron mark is concerned. 31 is a halfway mark. For the BJP, it's at 37. The Congress hasn't managed to get any single seat. It's at 0. The NPF is at 2. The NPP at 4 and others only at 17. So as I said, Nagaland was actually one of the first out of the 3 states to give a very clear majority. So the BJP today will in fact be very confident that out of the entire Northeast states, 6 out of the 8 Northeast states, the BJP is seeing a present. The Prime Minister's Look East policy, the focus on Northeast to bridge that gap that Northeast is part of the country and needs equal importance and equal priority. That seems to be working as far as the BJP numbers are concerned. Let's also now break down some other details. Let's talk to you about as far as the strike rate that we've seen in Tripura, in Meghalaya and Nagaland. We want to break it down in terms of various parties. So you'll see the graphic that is now coming up. As far as the BJP is concerned, when you're talking about Tripura first, they're seeing a strike rate of 60%. The CPM, 26%. The Congress, which remember was fighting on 13 seats, is only seeing a strike rate of 23, because just about 3 on 13. Then look at Tripura, which was the new entrant. This was seen as somebody who was having a lot of resonance on the ground because of their demand for a separate Tripura land. They're seeing a strike rate of 29%. And the TMC is seeing a strike rate of 0%. So those numbers will not make Mamata Banerjee very happy as far as their national ambitions are concerned. But similarly, let's also break down the picture of what's happening in Meghalaya as far as the strike rate within political parties is concerned. As we pointed out earlier in the day, it looked like that possibly the UDP or the others could be the kingmaker. But as of now, the dynamics look like it's pretty much similar to 2018, where it's the NPP and the BJP. The NPP is seeing a strike rate of 50%, the BJP is seeing a strike rate of 5%, Congress at 7% and TMC also at 7%. We'll continue to get you analysis of what the ground reality looks like with numbers and reactions, some political reactions already coming in.
It looks like we are short, but we'll wait for the final results.
but let's hope for the best. And once the final numbers are out, then we'll take a call. We don't know yet. Once I go back and see the evidence, another
Congratulations. What led to this win? What's the feeling now?
Thank you very much for your this congratulation. And normal, of course, I'm very happy. Our party peoples are very happy. And first of all, I want to thank our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Home Minister, our National President, JP Nadda ji, Rajnath ji, or above all, our Karyakartas. I want to give them thanks. Then because of them only, this what we have achieved only because of them only.
The numbers, you said, it's like a tsunami. Do you think it's like not as what you were expecting?
Yeah, what I said earlier, that there may be chances of tsunami. Initially we have seen, but later on we have seen that it has to some extent have been down. So we'll discuss about it, why it had happened. So anyway, we have already, we have the majority and we are going to form the government.
काउंटिंग शुरू हो गया है कैसा आप लोगों का गठबंधन एनडीपीपी और बीजेपी का आगे बहुत आगे बढ़ रहा है
ये तो होना ही था मैं वो फिल्म का बात नहीं बोल रहा हूँ एनडीपीपी और बीजेपी का गठबंधन पहले से तय था और इसके जो गठबंधन हुआ है ये राज्य का हित के लिए हुआ है और लोग जो बहुमूल्य गांवों में रहते हैं और अलग अलग जिलों में रहते सब समझते हैं ये बात को और जो इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट मोदी सरकार ने डबल इंजन सरकार नागालैंड और दिल्ली मिला के दिया है उससे हम लोग प्रचंड आवाज से हम लोग जीत के आएंगे
और क्रेडिट गोज टू
मोदी जी ब्रांड मोदी कुछ और बात नहीं है नागालैंड की लोग एनडीपीपी बीजेपी को वोट दे रहे हैं एनडीपी बीजेपी को जिता रहा है वो मोदी जी के कारण है
So multiple political reactions coming in. The BJP is saying this is brand Modi, which has led to the BJP to extend its foothold and in areas where it already had the government to consolidate its position. So let's understand what really is happening in Tripura. Our colleague Kamalika continues to be with us. Kamalika, yes, the BJP is happy today as far as Tripura is concerned. They've been able to consolidate their position. But as far as the numbers are concerned, they are seeing a good 10 to 12 reduction because of the inroads that Tripura has made as far as the tribal seats is concerned. Is that a concern within the BJP today?
Yeah, obviously, Chief Minister Manik Shah told us that there will be analysis after the Shapath and everything. There will be analysis on this because their numbers have gone down. It's 31 is the magic number and they've got 34. So there where the concern area is and because the Lok Sabha polls are there, Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar, that is there. But obviously the churning inside BJP will take place. But there are a couple of factors which led to this. While we were covering Tripura, in every report of ours we have mentioned that it was not a cakewalk for BJP. Why it was not a cakewalk for BJP? In one side, look-taste policy really made huge development here. We have done stories that how there's a 5-star airport, the national highways connectivity, rail connectivity. People have got immense benefits from this government. There's no doubt on that. But on the other hand, this 20-seat factor. Now, the Motha factor was there. Tribal vote was a factor. Though Motha was expected to do somewhere around 15, they have not done that. But there, the tribal vote is obviously a jhatka that BJP had got. Number two, there is the masterstroke which BJP actually played 1 year back was changing the chief minister. The Manik Shah's perception image was a different perception, as a quote-unquote Bhadralok image. There were complaints, the opposition was complaining, people at large was complaining at various law and order situations before 2018. And BJP, like a good student, 2 years back they wake up. Actually, when the Shudip Rai Burman was in BJP, there was revolts here against Biplav. At that point of time, BJP woke up. They sent the central observers. They went to every district, every booth. They got the report, and in a drop of a hat, they actually changed the chief minister. They brought in Manik Shah, doctor, well-educated, and a very bhadralok image. That really paid them all, because on ground, they understood that the ground is difficult. And obviously, the TTADC election, that means the tribal autonomous election where Tripura Motha, out of the blue, suddenly got 18 seats out of 28. BJP, like a good student, actually woke up, they worked hard. I'm telling you, even for 3% Manipuri voters, the Manipur chief minister was flown in here. He did door-to-door campaigns, he did sabhas. We have seen Hemant Biswa Sharma. Credit definitely should go to Hemant Biswa Sharma, because he is the Chanakya of his, not only because of coaching. We have seen him working hard here every night to get in the numbers right. But obviously they have to work more on the tribal vote bank, and that's why Pratima Bhauming has been made the candidate, and she has won in 3,000 vote in Dhanpur, which was a very difficult seat. So BJP will be working more on tribal, development-focused tribal. That might be their strategy, but obviously Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar.
Oh, absolutely. And Kamalka, as you rightly pointed out, this entire formula of changing the chief minister, when Biplab Dev was changed and Manik Shah was brought in, that seems to have worked, and they seem to have taken that example from Gujarat and other states as well. But while the BJP, of course, will be looking at what went wrong for the tribal seats, as far as the opposition is concerned, a lot of introspection is needed. Let's talk specifically as far as the Congress is concerned, completely out of the picture, decimated for the lack of a better word. Nagaland, it's 0. Meghalaya, single digits. Tripura also, that left plus Congress alliance, hasn't even managed to get them even close to that majority mark. What's gone wrong as far as the Congress's thinking is concerned?
Oh, everything is wrong for Congress. That, that can be, my take after covering 3 states, and specifically Tripura. Congress, no big leaders came up from Congress. When Rahul Gandhi wake up, that was too late. He went to Meghalaya. Where was Rahul Gandhi here in Tripura? Number one, when they had this seat-sharing alliance, it was a marriage of convenience, though. But nobody was in love with each other. We can say it like that, because in one side it was the Congress. In one side it was the CPIM. They were arch rivals. Chief Minister, BJP Chief Minister Manik Shah, in our interview, said previously that the Congress will vote for them. Congress and left has been arch rivals, and they have been fighting tooth and nail. So when they came together, the opposition, the opposition.
So a lot for the opposition, specifically the Congress, to introspect to see where they lie and what their national ambitions are. Kamalika, we'll request you to stay on with us. We'll continue to come back to you. We're slipping into a very short break. We're coming back with lots more. Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're now getting the first visuals of that very crucial bilateral of India and China, which is currently underway. You can see the foreign ministers of China as well as our External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. Jaishankar. We saw a brief handshake there as well. Remember, all eyes on this very crucial bilateral because of the situation at the line of actual control. A tweet also, in fact, has been put out, and that handshake between both those leaders. All of this happening on the sidelines of the G20 summit. Now, what are going to be the big takeaways as far as this bilateral is concerned is something we'll get our colleagues also to talk to us about. But the timing of when all of this is happening, because there are concerns still as far as the aggression of the Chinese forces at the line of actual control. So what is going to be the position taken by India? Let's bring in our colleague Siddhant also, who's been tracking these developments. Siddhant, now the first visuals also coming in. This is a bilateral that is being keenly watched. It is important on multiple levels, morely because of the position and the situation at the line of actual control, the aggression that still continues by the Chinese side. What is the position that is going to be taken by India?
That EAM Jaishankar has said that, okay, I think there is some audio issue. Would ask my video journalist to see if audio can be connected.
We can hear you,
Okay,
Siddhant. We can hear you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, yes. So basically, this is the first tweet that has come from EAM Jaishankar, and in fact, with this photograph that he has posted along with his counterpart, it's very clearly written that border issues have been discussed, and along with that, the other important issues related to G20. Now, look, since 2020, there has been dip in a relationship between India and China, especially since the time of Galwan and the standoff that we have seen on the eastern borders. And in fact, post that, efforts have been made by India for the disengagement. The commander level meetings have also taken place. And 10 days back, there was one high level delegation from Ministry of External Affairs, which was sent to Beijing to have a dialogue with their counterparts at a diplomatic level for disengagement, to review the disengagement that has taken place and the possibility of further disengagement process. So the efforts are being made at diplomatic level as far as border, the peace on border is concerned. But at the same time, the relations have taken a hit post the Galwan incident. And in fact, from both the sides, there have been commentary made on each other. And in fact, if you remember the recent interview which EAM Jaishankar has given to Smita Prakash, ANI, and he very clearly mentioned that under Narendra Modi's government, we have the maximum number of personnel deployed on the eastern border.
But we've also heard from the External Affairs Minister that the relations between India and China can never go back to what they were in the past till the time these friction areas are taken care of. Siddhant, we'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's also bring in our colleague and managing editor, Zaka Jacob, who in fact is joining us from our newsroom. And Zaka, that context of when this bilateral is happening is very crucial. There are still friction points as far as the aggression around the line of actual control is concerned. But you're also seeing a quote-unquote softened stand by Beijing. In the backdrop of all of this, how crucial is this bilateral and what can India achieve, hope to achieve by the end of this bilateral?
So I think the first and most important thing is this is the first time that the Indian and Chinese foreign ministers are meeting after a new Chinese foreign minister took over in Beijing after the party congress last fall. Qin Gang is a different kind of diplomat. He's not like a Wang Yi. He's not like a Yang Jiechi. He used to be the ambassador to the United States. He used to be a foreign ministry spokesperson before. And he's not considered one of those quote-unquote wolf warrior diplomats. Now, a lot of Chinese diplomats, particularly in the last few years, during COVID and just before that, during the Xi Jinping era, really, had become these wolf warriors. They were talking a lot. They were very hawkish. They were very aggressive. But Qin Gang is not considered to be one of them. He's far more softer in his public comments, certainly, and which is why, taking off from Xi Jinping's Spring Festival address and then whatever Qin Gang has said in public comments about relations with the United States, relations with India, there seems to be a slightly softer tone. And you can see evidence of that in how things seem to have turned a page in China's relations with Japan, or China's relations with Australia, with whom, with them too. China had very tense ties up until 6 months ago or so. But there seems to be a new page having been turned in those relationships, and the hope is that in the India bilateral relationship as well, that there will be a semblance of normalcy. Now, how may we reach that sense of normalcy? That can only happen, as External Affairs Minister Jaishankar said, if we go back to the status quo ante as it existed pre-April 2020, which is that China goes back to the attempt away from unilaterally trying to change the status quo. There were 7 friction points where the status quo was unilaterally changed by China. Out of those 7 points, at 5 points, we have seen some amount of disengagement. We have not seen a full withdrawal and a pre-2020 position in any of those 5 points, but we have seen disengagement. There is no eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation between the Indian and Chinese troops. But the other 2 points, which is Dapsang and Nimchok, which are the plains, that friction continues as it existed in April and May of 2020. So until we go back to all 7 points of pre-April 2020 status quo ante, the Indian position is the relationship cannot be qualified as normal. Whereas the Chinese position is, look, the boundary issue is a vexed one, it's a historic one, let's put that aside, let's put that on the back burner, and let's deal with all the other issues. I don't think that works for India. Whether or not some new ground will be broken, we'll have to wait and see. But I think there is definitely a softening of stand coming from the Chinese side, not just vis-a-vis the India relationship, but also in its relationship with other fraught neighbors.
Right. Zaka, we'll just request you to stay on with us. We, in fact, also have Dr. Andrew K.P. Leung, international and independent China strategist, who's also now joining us. Dr. Andrew, how do you see this bilateral between India and China? India has made its position clear time and again that India and China can never go back to their past relationship till the time the friction points at the line of actual control are addressed.
Well, the so-called line of actual control controversy has been lasting for so long. And because territorial integrity is such an important issue on both sides, so there is no point just doing more of the same. I think the important thing, first of all, is to put in guardrails on both sides. In other words, identify clearly, what are some of the flashpoints, and then both sides should avoid, causing these flashpoints to happen. And secondly, there should be a process of de-escalation. If there are certain positions which are seen to be provocative by either side, there should be a process of de-escalation without sacrificing the principles of territorial integrity on both sides. And then thirdly, I think that both sides should explore cooperative areas. Both sides see eye to eye, for example, on climate change, on relationship with Russia, and the Ukraine, over the Ukraine war, and so on and so forth. So I think that by building more areas for cooperation, that would provide a greater degree of trust. And with greater trust, there could be areas for further exploration to de-escalate and to resolve some of the issues in future.
Right. I'll just request you to stay on with us, Andrew, because we also have Yana Tangent, political affairs commentator, also now joining us. Yana, I want to understand, when Beijing says we value the ties, when we're seeing this first meeting happen between both the foreign ministers, they're saying that challenges have been addressed. Should we see this as a new chapter between ties between both the countries?
Well, let's hope so. But I mean, this is the G20. It's not a purely bilateral between China and India. And I agree with Andrew in a sense that there has to be some trust building built up. There's been a lot lost over the years. Both sides feel that the other side is in the wrong. Right now, it's time to figure out if there are larger issues like climate change, a possible nuclear war in Ukraine, the DPRK. I mean, there's so many different things out there, the economy. And that this is an opportunity for India to really step up and say that it's interested in issues that are global and really kind of take a lead role here along with the rest of the global south.
Right. Yeah, and I just request you to stay on with us. I want to quickly bring our managing editor Zaka also back in the conversation. And Zaka, I'm just making a slight deviation. While yes, Beijing is saying they value the ties, you know, we're seeing the tweet that has been put out by our External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, that challenges were addressed. But as far as what the G20 aims to achieve, if anything is to go by with the last Finance Affairs meeting in Bengaluru, is a joint communique even possible at this stage?
I think they're really trying hard. I'm given to understand that even last night, after the Rashtrapati Bhavan dinner, after the dinner hosted by the External Affairs Minister, there were diplomats from all countries working into the late hours, trying to figure out the language. What happened at Bangalore, with the Finance Ministers meeting, was those paragraphs from the Indonesia, the Bali summit that happened last year, when they finally thrashed through an agreement, the language of which was acceptable to all members. Some members wanted those same two paragraphs to be included in the G20 finance ministers meeting, to which Russia and China took objection, and that's why they couldn't come up with a joint communique. I'm given to understand that in the foreign ministers meeting, diplomats of all countries, and led by India, of course, India has a stake in ensuring that a joint communique comes out because India is the host, and this will really set the tone for the big summit that's going to happen in September. India has suggested to some of the other parties about a change of language compared to what happened in the Bali summit, or the statement that was issued in the end of the Bali summit, and if that new language is acceptable to all parties. So they are very, very hopeful of thrashing out a joint communique. The Indian position has been that even if a joint communique were not to come through, basis one issue, and we know what that issue is, which is the Russia-Ukraine war, that doesn't mean that all other issues there was no consensus, or all other issues there was no eye-to-eye meeting among all members, whether it is on counterterrorism, whether it's on climate change, whether it's on the global financial architecture. There are a whole broad range of issues on which there has been agreement, there has been forward movement, but unfortunately, because of this one outstanding issue, which is the Russia-Ukraine war, it threatens to derail the possibility of a joint communique. But like I said, Indian diplomats are trying really, really hard, and we will know in the next couple of hours or so whether or not there was a joint communique at the end of it. If they do manage to come up with one, that would be a coup. If they don't, well, it will be seen, at least it will be widely perceived by the Western media, Western institutions, as a setback to India. But I think that's not how Indian diplomats are characterizing that.
All right, thank you so much for that, Zaka. In fact, we are cutting across and staying with our chief focus, which remains on G20.
We face, including in particular in the strategic domain.
Thank you, sir. We have a little running out of time. Okay, I'll just take Akhilesh. Quick.
So, I'm Akhilesh Suman from Sansad TV. Just can you throw some more light on Russia-Ukraine conflict? What was Italian Prime Minister's?
Go ahead, please.
Oh,
Akhilesh, can you please repeat your question?
I wanted you to throw some more light on Russia-Ukraine conflict. What was Italian Prime Minister expectation from us, and what was our response?
Okay.
Foreign Secretary Shashank Matu from the Mint. So you mentioned maritime cooperation. Before the Prime Minister's arrival, there was talk of Italy posting a liaison officer to the Information Fusion Center. And another question was about whether we'll see more of an Italian military footprint in terms of under the rubric of maritime cooperation in this part of the world.
Yeah, this is the last question, sir. We'll have to close.
Majay from Doordarshan News. What are the 5 sectors that you mentioned? I believe it's space, cyber, sea, skills and industries. If I'm not wrong, please correct me. And please give us the detail about this migration mobility partnership agreement. Does it? Yeah.
May I request, instead of asking FS to press, it's on record. We will get it to you. But on the MMP
I thought I mentioned not more than 5 actually in that sense. Akhilesh, on Russia, Ukraine, very quickly, as I said right up in the beginning, there was a very deep understanding and appreciation by the Italian Prime Minister of India's position on Russia, Ukraine. She appreciated very much and recognized very much that India as a voice of peace, India's advocacy, Prime Minister's advocacy that dialogue and diplomacy is a path forward, is the way forward, is perhaps the only way forward to resolve the conflict, was very, very deeply appreciated. And both leaders agreed to stay in regular touch on the situation on Russia-Ukraine. Shashank, to your question on liaison at the IFC, I think that has been done, so it's a confirmation. I think on the larger question of military presence, I have already covered it under the rubric of what I said earlier in the field of defense cooperation. I'm sure things will begin to flow out of that. It's not correct for me to highlight specific or something which is yet to happen, and we'll see it down the line. To the Darshan question, as I said, I think I commented on, I underlined and highlighted sectors, many more than 5.
Do you want anything to add to MMP?
Yeah, on the MMP, as I said, declaration of intent has already been signed on the mobility and migration partnership agreement. I think it's a great arrangement for which at multiple levels. It's a strong, good arrangement at the economic level because it meets the industry. It's also a very good arrangement at the level of people-to-people connectivity because it brings the two societies closer, especially the youth segments of the society. And as a result, brings the relationship much closer, makes it more deeper, something which is of tremendous value to all of us.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you also to Secretary West, sir, as well as Joint Secretary Europe West for being here.
Thank you very much.
That was the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Quatra, taking questions from all the journalists who are assembled on the sidelines of the G20 presidency that India has assumed. You're also seeing visuals on your screen of External Affairs Minister, who's currently meeting China's Foreign Minister, Qin Gang. And remember, he in fact is on his first trip to India. And this bilateral becomes very, very important considering the outcome that it will be coming out of this. We've also just seen the Foreign Secretary taking on the questions of all the journalists, talking about the India, in fact, the Russia-Ukraine crisis and the G20, the casting of shadow that it has on G20, considering the presidency currently is with India. We will have our eyes on this big story. Right now, we are also playing out those visuals of the China Foreign Minister, Qin Gang, along with the External Affairs Minister, Mr. S. Jaishankar. Remember, Qin Gang is on his first solo trip to India. During these very bilaterals, the two countries discussed border standoff. That becomes a key issue, and that is something that needs to be skirted upon before any sort of a communication really can be done along with China. Of course, all eyes remain on this bilateral that has just closely followed that bilateral with S. Jaishankar and Antony Blinken. Remember, Antony Blinken had refused to have any sort of a dialogue with his Russian or Chinese counterparts. So that was a key point that we were looking at earlier. And today, we, of course, have to look at this particular bilateral with Qin Gang along with the External Affairs Minister, Mr. S. Jaishankar, where the key question after that LAC border standoff still remains. Taking this across, my colleague Siddhant Mishra is also joining us on the broadcast. Siddhant, first of all, the outcome, what has come out of the Foreign Ministers Summit, one of the important events at G20 as India has assumed the presidency, that needs to be looked at first. And of course, this particular bilateral is something that we will take a look at after this.
Well, yes. Look, right now we are getting to know stories from various quarters, and in fact, international media is also reporting about the fireworks after Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has apologized to India for being a reason that West has not attended the dinner which was hosted by Jaishankar yesterday, and in fact, they also alleged West of kidnapping and threats. So such words are also being used. But then again, Russian media is using such words. Then we have also been told that China has also made certain statements in the foreign minister's meet. But right now, we are still awaiting for S. Jaishankar's press conference, which he is going to address in Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, where detailed statement of India is going to come. And in fact, the chair's outcome document will also be presented before the media. So through that only we'll be able to understand that what exactly happened and whether India has managed to build the consensus, and if consensus has been built, then in what form, in the form of communique or in the form of outcome document. So that can only be clarified after EAM Jaishankar's press conference, A. B, what is even more significant is that in last 72 hours, Mr. Jaishankar took bilateral meetings with America, with Russia, with China. Now, this is a big achievement for India. You know, these three powers, those who are not sharing the best of bilateral relationship with each other, are sitting in one national the capital of India and meeting the foreign minister. And in fact, the statements have also come from all sides. Like if talking about China, then China has again pushed the solution agenda that they have made, and in fact they have pushed the same during the first session of the bilateral of the G20 meeting that happened. In fact, China also spoke about how some countries are trying to create blocks and divide. So clearly hitting at the Western world, that how NATO forces and the West world are aligning. So China has again, spoken. China has spoken about dialogue and the solution to this entire crisis that is affecting geopolitics. But again, has criticized West for forming blocs. Then has also said that the solution for this entire problem is through dialogue. Then India's core, the soul of the entire negotiation was Vasudev Kutumbakam, and the message which Prime Minister Modi had given in Samarkand during SCO summit, that this is not an era for war. India has stick to the same message, and in fact, this morning, Prime Minister Modi, realizing the significance of foreign ministers' meeting and what happened in the finance ministers' meeting, Prime Minister Modi did address the foreign ministers, and again he gave the message loud and clear, saying that we are the land of Gandhis and Buddhas, and we believe in uniting, not dividing. So then after the Prime Minister's message, the idea was again clear for the G20 foreign ministers that what India is looking for, what is India's focus, and also other than the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which is overshadowing the entire event, India has always been vocal about the other important items on the agenda, which includes food and supply, energy supply, which also includes multilateralism, which includes counterterrorism, which includes development cooperation. So there are multiple other agendas which are on the cards.
Okay.
So India's idea has always been to stick to the Bali Declaration, also to build the consensus, and also to take the items which are of a greater importance ahead. In this one meeting which took place in the national capital.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Siddhant. In fact, let me also bring in my colleague Abhishek Jha, who's joining us live from the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan. Abhishek, we are going to expect that press conference by the External Affairs Minister. Of course, he's going to lay down before the press assembled on what all was in the offing, what was the outcome of the bilateral. However, what is it looking like coming in from those very quarters, considering we are talking about Mr. Chingang? He is nothing like his predecessor. The body language says it all. However, the key issue when it comes to the border standoff between India and China would have actually cast a shadow on this bilateral. How do you think the two leaders have managed to skirt over it?
Of course, see, India and China, they have ties that runs into people-to-people engagement and other aspect of commerce, trade, economy. But since the last 3 years almost, since the Galwan clash, the bilateral ties has almost zeroed into the border clashes and the disengagement process that India wants with China. So there has been multiple rounds of talk between the two sides at the core commander level and at diplomatic level. Also, earlier we have seen last week only Joint Secretary Ambule was in Beijing to discuss about these border disputes. And now, when as Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, has met with his Chinese counterpart Kingmaker, he has tweeted that the talks were focused on restoring the peace and tranquility along the bordering area. So that means clearly that the major discussion points during the bilateral talks was how India and China should disengage, how the conflict level of diplomatic ties or bilateral ties could be achieved, because Jaishankar has been saying in the past that India-China relationship has literally hit a very difficult period, difficult point, and unless until the restoration, the peace and tranquility is restored in the border areas, there cannot be a normal ties between India and China. Though we know that a lot of Indian import is dependent on China, and India is trying to get rid of it. India is trying to maintain the trade surplus that is not in favor of China anymore, but that will require a few years' time. But the work has started. Meanwhile, this whole conflict, or diplomatic conflict that has been going on between India and China, that is the first priority that External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar wants to address when he had a chance to meet with his Chinese counterpart.
And Abhishek, what about the communique? You know, there's much talk around it, considering it's Russia and China who are blocking anything that has been accepted by the other nations who are attending the G20 summit. And of course, all action, all eyes remain on that too, on whether at all there could be a joint communique actually possible with China and Russia blocking it. In fact, Mr. Lavrov is currently speaking. Let's cut across live to those visuals.
The vest down, channel, please. Mr. Lavrov, you mentioned that the number of countries who would like to join such groupings as BRICS and has increased over 2022. Does it mean that such groupings will be a counterbalance for the West? We have never approached participation in the international fora as a task to build a team, an alliance against someone. What we need is a balance of interests, and it is only ensured when there is a mutually respectful dialogue, when every country seeks not only to promote its positions, but also to do it in a way that the partners' positions are reflected. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization and BRICS are both based on exactly these principles of equality, mutual respect and mutual trust, and the principle of consensus. The G20 was actually established in order to address economic and financial issues that the international community faced quite a long time ago. The first meeting of G20 at the level of ministers of finance and heads of central banks were held back in 1999, and in 2008, when another wave of global economic crisis broke out, it was decided to hold these discussions on financial issues at the level of heads of states and governments. That was when everyone agreed that G20 doesn't deal with geopolitical issues that are on the UN agenda, and primarily its Security Council and the General Assembly. And now G20 is a platform that unites the G7 countries, the leading countries of the West, the BRICS countries, the whole five, and a whole number of countries that, in terms of their approach, positions and interests, are closer to the BRICS position. Nonetheless, it is a platform for effective dialogue, for negotiating approach, as it used to be till the last year, when the West sacrificed to its ambitions on Ukrainian affairs all areas, all tracks of work that should be at the cornerstone of the G20. And now, I mentioned it in my speech at G20, all multilateral institutions are going through a test whether or not they reflect the current geopolitical realities. This goes for the UN, for G20, and whether or not they are relevant in the new conditions. It will be able to say so only only those countries will be relevant who can do something else but present their claims in order to justify their right for hegemony. TVC TV channel. Good afternoon, distinguished minister. You've had lots of meetings and consultations. Do tell us, what has G20 shown, demonstrated in terms of non-Western countries? What are they going to do in a situation when the West formulates their situation the following way: either you are with us or against us? For the sustainability of the world order, what does it mean? Well,
концентрируется на практической работе по обеспечению наших интересов, полностью сознавая, подчеркну это еще раз, что делать это необходимо с учетом законных интересов других участников процесса. И мы к этому готовы. Но насколько Запад осознает типовость своей линии,
realizes the futility of its current policy, and they say that Russia should face a strategic defeat, that allegedly it is an existential problem for the West. They stated explicitly, they don't conceal it. They would like the attempt to preserve their hegemony on world arena. The developing countries do realize it, they see it, they are aware of it, but some of them
давление с использованием приемов.
They are getting sucker punched against, so to say, and in their statements, in one way or another, they have to make certain statements, certain claims. They speak about how they adhere to the main principles of the UN Charter. They speak about the territorial integrity. They speak about the respect for sovereignty. We also agree with this. We also support this. But I would like to remind you that the UN Charter, like any document that was adopted by the entire global community, cannot be executed randomly. It's not many that you can pick items from. And like I said, in the UN Charter, it is enshrined, and it even concentrates upon this principle, the principle of the right of the peoples to self-determination. And since the very beginning of the UN, its member states paid attention that the principle of the sovereignty and territorial integrity and this principle of the right of the peoples for self-determination, it has to be somehow interpreted, and the process was launched where all the countries participated, which ended with the adoption of the Declaration on the Principles of Interstate Relations based on the United Nations Charter. This document has never refuted, has never cancelled since then, and there the interaction between these two principles is interpreted in the following way. Every state must adhere to the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity of any other state. It represents the entire nation that lives there.
Не отражают интересов ни крымчан, ни жителей Востока Украины.
It is obvious that the government does not represent the interests of the people in Crimea or in Donbass. I think everyone understands this perfectly. There is no need to delve into it any further.
Geeta Mohan from India Today. Minister Lavrov just wanted to know whether if there's going to be a joint communique. Was there a discussion on that? And why did Russia, including China, move back from the Bali Declaration? Also, you mentioned that the G20 forum has become a farce, apologized to India for the behavior of the West. What transpired in that room?
It's an interesting expression. Why Russia, including China? Что касается причин, по которым не состоялось принятие декларации.
The reasons why the declaration was not adopted, and instead of this, Indian presidency will outline their vision of the discussion as some kind of a summary by the president. I have just explained it in a lot of detail in your question, why the formula, the same formula that was put into the Bali Declaration. I also touched upon this. The summit on Bali took place more than 6 months ago, and since then a lot of things have happened that show what is going on in Ukraine, including the admission of guilt, basically, of 3 signatories of the Minsk Accords. And via Ms. Merkel, via Mr. Hollande and Mr. Poroshenko, they were directly stating that they were never going to implement these accords. And the accords, I would like to remind you, concerned including the provision of unalienable rights, human rights, in particular the rights of the Russian-speaking population to speak their native language, to teach their children in Russian. All this was not just undermined, but it was banned by law. The decision the Ukrainian parliament adopted, the decrees that the Ukrainian president signed that went for the education in Russia, the media that worked in Russian in regards to the Russian literature and Russian culture on a general level, and many other things. Today on the sidelines, I talked to my Western counterparts. I wanted to draw their attention to this, and they're looking at you without blinking, but they are not saying anything in response. The only position they have, why Russia has allowed the invasion, and they all emphasize that it was unprovoked. This invasion reflects the reaction to the war that the West was preparing for many years, and that's why it was arming the Ukrainian regime. And I would like to remind you that they took power as a result of armed coup d'etat. So the Bali formula, that a thing of the last year, of the past, a lot of things became clearer, not only to us, because we knew about it since long, but to all those who really want to investigate what's going on. Mr. Lavrov, European media published the results of a poll, and it says that the Global South sees Russia as a partner and ally, which came as a surprise for the West. When do you think this strict division happened between the countries of the Golden Billion, so to say, and the rest? And isn't it the reason the Western leaders and diplomats are now traveling to, for example, Blinken went to the Central Asia, and Macron went to Africa, Scholz went to India? They go there to convince this country to join the sanctions, or it is a more global matter? If we speak about history, the ancestor of this Golden Billion is the colonial powers that were seizing the territories, conquering the territories on various continents, and they were imposing their order, their policies to exploit their natural resources, their human resources, and largely to live at their expense. And now, our Western counterparts, when more than 50 years, well, even more than that, it's been since the decolonization was over, but it's not finalized yet, it's not completed yet, because there is a resolution of the General Assembly regarding the that there are still French colonies, British colonies that violate the decisions of the General Assembly, and we also continue to work. In this regard, we will try to make sure that the UN decisions are implemented. Unfortunately, the West did not drop its neo-colonial habits, its neo-colonial aspirations, everything that is being done now to subdue the global economy, to make it work for the interests of the West. It's a neo-colonial instincts, neo-colonial practices.
санкции, о которых сегодня многие члены
These are sanctions. Many members of the G20, many developing countries were talking about as being harmful for the global economy, for food security, for energy security. And I'm talking about the attempts to manipulate the prices on the global markets. For example, introducing so-called price cap for oil is basically stealing someone else's natural resources, if we see it for what it is. Manipulating the rules of the global trade, including the norms and regulations that are still existing within the World Trade Organization, and many other things as well. Yes, we can see that the West is continuing with other ways under new conditions. They are still promoting their interests without considering the interests of the vast majority of other stakeholders of the global community, and the developing countries can see it for what it is. I have already touched upon this matter, the colossal, boorish moral pressure. Yes, some of them, when such pressure is exerted against them, they are saying certain things, or they're voting in certain manner to relieve themselves a little bit from the pressure from the United States and their allies. But almost no developing country, maybe one or two of them, made certain decisions. Almost none of them joined the sanctions against the Russian Federation because they are perfectly aware what is going on here, what kind of game the West is playing, and they understand that it's not about Ukraine. But the thing is that our Western counterparts want to prove to them that it's still up to them to make any kind of a decision, and the threats that are now being voiced against the Chinese People's Republic. Sometimes I wonder, are they sane, these people who are posing these threats? You cannot threat to anyone, but when you threat China under current conditions, I really can't wrap my mind around it. If we speak about the manners, well, our Western counterparts have gotten really bad with this, so they are not thinking about diplomacy anymore. They are now only deal in blackmailing and threatening everyone else.
This is Srinjoy Chaudhary.
Excuse me, and please use the second mic for interpreters.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Lavrov, this is Srinjoy Chaudhary of Times Now Network. My question is, this war has gone on for 1 year. If you're looking at a settlement, if you want peace, would you want India to be involved in the settlement? Do you want Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be involved in the process?
Мы имеем отношения с Индией, которые...
The relations we have with India can be described as the privileged strategic partnership, and they're described as such in the documents that we have signed. And these are not just words. This formula reflects the special character of our relations, starting with India's independence and up until today. That's the nature of our relations, and we appreciate highly the responsible and worthy of a great power stance that India is taking globally on all the key matters of the global agenda. And today, when addressing the participants of the foreign minister meeting, President Modi, I think he presented balanced and responsible position of the country as the president of the G20. And in this address, he was not just speaking about some isolated individual situation, because the West is trying to divide the geopolitical picture into individual episodes. But in the address by Mr. Modi, he gave the assessment of the situation across the globe in general terms, and I completely share it. I think it has already been published, so you can familiarize yourselves with it. As for the assistance in resolving the crisis, on many occasions we have publicly stated that we have never refused to listen to serious suggestions that are made out of the sincere willingness to find a political resolution. One more time, I would like to remind you, when we are called to start negotiations, I do not remember anyone from the Western colleagues or from anyone else from any other countries talk to Ukraine to call them upon starting, to call upon them to start negotiations. And I think there is a certain sad truth about this, because Ukraine is encouraged to continue war. When Ukraine was ready to be engaged in negotiations last March, and when Ukraine suggested principles on how the situation could be resolved that we have supported, and we were ready to sign an agreement based on these principles, Ukraine was slapped on their wrists. Everyone knows this. The United States, the United Kingdom, a number of other actors from the European Union. And from what I understand, they told the Kiev regime, if Russians are ready to sign an agreement on resolving the situation, it means that we need to drag it out, that we need to make them weaker to achieve the victory on the battlefield, to defeat them on the battlefield, to achieve the strategic defeat of Russia. Listen to what the foreign ministers from Germany, or what Josep Borrell said, the top diplomat from the European Union. No negotiations before Ukraine has advantage on the battlefield. So, to call upon Russia to start negotiations, which we have never refused to have if they are in earnest, I think that's not the right thing to do.
That's the Foreign Ministers Summit that's currently on, and you can see External Affairs Minister X. Jai Shankar on your screens there. We are going to hear from him. This is after the two important bilaterals that he is just about finished, one with Antony Blinken, the other with his Chinese counterpart, Xi Gang. And this is something that we are all waiting to understand on whether there is going to be a joint communique that is going to come from it. In fact, he started to speak. Let's hear him.
Shri Abhay Thakur, Additional Secretary G20 and Sous Sherpa of the G20 process. I would request EM sir to give us a sense of the conversations that are taking place in the morning. As you know, this meeting commenced yesterday afternoon with a gala dinner, and discussions have been going on at the Rashtrapati Bhavan Cultural Center since the morning. Sir, may I hand over the floor to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you. Good evening to all of you. The Indian presidency today hosted the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting, and I was privileged to chair two very productive sessions which are covering various dimensions of international cooperation. The second session is in fact still going on. It's at its concluding period. Now, we saw participation from all the G20 countries and the 9 guest countries. There were 13 international organizations that were represented at the meeting. We had the presence of foreign ministers of 27 countries, apart from India, the chair. And 2 countries, the Republic of Korea and Japan, were represented at the Vice Minister, the Minister of State level, which I believe is actually the largest gathering of foreign ministers hosted by the G20 presidency. Now, in the morning, we were addressed by the Prime Minister virtually. And I think some of that is on public, actually that is on public record, right? And for those of you who may not have seen it, He gave us some pretty forthright advice and I would say strong guidance on what the foreign ministers should do at the meeting. If I were to sum up what the Prime Minister told us, there were 5, to my mind, important points. One, he noted that multilateralism is in a crisis today, and in terms of preventing future wars and fostering international cooperation, which were its 2 primary tasks, it had failed. The second point he had made was that it was important to give a voice to the global south because the world was seeing a lot of countries actually regressing on their sustainable development goals pathway. We were witnessing unsustainable debt. These were countries who were most affected by global warming, and therefore it was particularly important to hear them. The third point he made was that the discussions, which we were just beginning at that time, he recognized that these discussions were affected by the geopolitical tensions of the day. But he asked us all as foreign ministers to remember that we had a responsibility for those who were not in the room. And therefore, he urged that we draw inspiration from India's civilizational ethos and focus not on what divides us, but on what unites us. He then spoke about the challenges that we should address, which included, of course, the impact of the pandemic, the lives lost in natural disasters, the breakdown of global supply chains, debt and financial crisis, challenges of resilience in healthcare systems, in infrastructure, in economies. And finally, he asked us as foreign ministers to trust in our collective wisdom and ability and to rise above our differences. So I mentioned this at some length because this was very much the spirit in which we approached the discussions today. Now, we had 2 sessions really of meetings, and the topics range from strengthening multilateralism, ensuring food and energy security, development cooperation, and the second session was on counterterrorism, global skill mapping, humanitarian assistance and disaster response, as well as women-led development. Now the G20 ministers, after the discussions today and the negotiations which preceded it, we have agreed to issue a common position where the G20 as a group has come together and arrived at a consensus on many important issues. So this has been adopted this afternoon as a chair's summary and outcome document. This would hold us in good stead as we move forward with other working group meetings of the presidency and, of course, in preparation for the summit which would take place in September. Now, what I'd like to do is really share some of the key takeaways from the outcome document and our discussions. These include, one, of course, the strong sentiment with G20 countries expressed on the need to strengthen multilateralism in the context of the dramatic changes in the global order. The G20 recognized in the context of the UN the essentiality of reforms and the need for reinvigorated multilateralism. 2, the important principles of international development cooperation, such as host country ownership, equal partnerships, tailoring such cooperation efforts with local needs. These were some aspects highlighted by the G20. They also touched upon the need for MDBs, the multilateral development banks, to mobilize additional financing and welcomed efforts to provide additional financing for sustainable development goals. The outcome document also stresses upon the need to have reliable food and fertilizer supply chains as well as resilient and sustainable energy supply chains. In the context of global food and energy insecurity, this, we believe, is a very important message. I would also like to highlight that the foreign ministers unequivocally condemn terrorism in all forms and manifestations and recognize that all acts of terrorism are criminal and unjustifiable. They call for strengthening of efforts to deny safe havens to terrorist groups, freedom of operations, movement and recruitment, as well as financial, material or political support. The G20 also reflected upon the threats arising from the misuse of new and emerging technologies and highlighted the importance of strengthening international cooperation in that regard. For the first time, the G20 foreign ministers considered and discussed the topic of counter-narcotics and called for inclusive and strong international cooperation in this regard. They also discussed the topic of global skills mapping, and this was in the context of the changing nature of work. They recognized that well-integrated, skilled workers benefit not only in their country of origin, but also the destination country where they may happen to be employed. The G20 also accepted the need to strengthen international cooperation in the field of humanitarian assistance and disaster risk reduction. This will be further discussed in the working group on this particular subject, which has been newly set up by the Indian presidency. Now, as you all know, women-led development is one of the key priorities of the Indian presidency, and it has been personally highlighted by the Prime Minister. After due deliberations on the G20 table, the foreign ministers affirmed the need to put gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, including their leadership, at the core of our efforts for inclusive recovery. Important discussions on global health were also held. The statement, the outcome document I'm talking about, highlights the need for strengthening key aspects of global health architecture, support for the pandemic fund, and continued political attention to global health. It stresses the need for implementing the One Health approach. The foreign ministers addressed climate action in the context of common but differentiated responsibilities and urged developed countries to fulfill their commitments to deliver on the goal of jointly mobilizing $100 billion per year urgently and through to 2025 to tackle climate change. Now, despite the challenges of the divergent positions on the conflict in Ukraine, the G20 foreign ministers were able to come to a consensus on addressing these key challenges that I have just mentioned. As the Prime Minister urged, we did indeed focus more on what unites us than what divides us. You would also see that it has been our endeavor to ensure that the voice of the Global South is heard on the G20 table. And that is why India had organized the Voice of the Global South Summit in January this year, in which I think 125 countries participated. So the agenda for the foreign ministers meeting, as well as the outcome document, has very clearly taken forward the priorities of the Global South. We are also particularly glad that to see so many of our friends and partners from the Global South on the table, because India, as President, had invited them. I would also like to point out that today's sessions commenced with a moment of silence to pay respect to those who lost their lives in the recent earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. Ahead of our deliberations in today's first session, as I told you, the Prime Minister gave his virtual address to the foreign ministers. I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to all G20 members, to all the participating delegations, obviously to our own team working on it, for the support which they have given to the priorities of the presidency, for the efficient holding of today's meeting. We believe that the outcome document is truly a reflection of G20's commitment to face global challenges squarely and collectively. The G20 foreign ministers, along with the ministers from the guest countries and heads of delegations from international organizations, will be calling upon the Prime Minister very shortly, in fact, immediately after this press conference. So this really, in summary, is a sense of what was discussed today, what was negotiated amongst the G20 members, and the chair's summary and outcome document will, of course, be released in due course. So I think, Arindam, that should pave the way for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for a detailed and comprehensive perspective, sir. Some ground rules before I open the floor for questions. Please introduce yourself and the organization that you represent. Please note, we will try to limit questions to one per organization outlet. We will also be grouping questions. And finally, we have a very hard cut on time, as Honorable Minister mentioned. He has to go somewhere, so please don't be disappointed. Let me start with a few hands here. 1 second. I saw the hand up there first. Sudhi, why don't you start?
Sir, Shruti Ranjan from Bloomberg. So if you could give us an understanding as to why the foreign ministers could not come to a consensus. We know India was trying very hard to convince everybody, in fact China and Russia, to kind of agree on this. Where did the hurdle come up? If you could give us an understanding. Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am, here on the right.
Thank you. Barbara Platt-Usher from the BBC. The Russians issued a statement after a meeting between China and Russia on the sidelines of the event, in which they criticized the West for employing blackmail and threats and interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. And I was wondering whether that had any impact on your efforts to come to a joint communique, or I know you've highlighted that you were able to deal with the issues you wanted to find consensus on, but to what degree did that affect the discussions? And to just clarify that a chair summary is not a joint communique, and whether you felt that you fell short of your expectations in terms of what you might have been able to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Right here. Yes.
Sir, Rishikesh from PTI. My question is the Russia-Ukraine conflict potentially derailing aspirations of global South under India's presidency, sir? And especially India's concerns about Indo-Pacific region, Chinese aggression
Sorry,
in the
could
Indo-Pacific region.
you clarify your question? Sorry.
My question is:
You
is
got
the
it. You got it. Okay, fair enough. Siddhant, go ahead.
So Siddhant from Vion, sir, do you think that Siddhant from Vion, my question is, do you think the Russia-Ukraine conflict is potentially paralyzing the grouping because of the divide between Russia and the West? And my second question, what was your meeting with the Chinese foreign minister?
The first question has already been asked. I'll take that as second one. So, to you.
Okay. In a sense, the first three questions cover a very similar area, so I'm really clubbing it together. I'll ignore your first question because you're allowed only one, so I'll take the China question. The picture which I was sharing with you was the G20 delegations, the members, the negotiators, the ministers. We met, we discussed, the officials also obviously negotiated. Now, there were a very large number of issues on which there was agreement. And in fact, if you look at the detailed picture that I have presented to you, there was agreement on various aspects of strengthening multilateralism, on promoting food and energy security, on climate change, climate action, ensuring biodiversity, on gender issues, on global health, on counter-terrorism, on new emerging technologies, counter-narcotics, how do we go about with development cooperation. So there are, I would say, I don't want to put a percentage on it because that's not a fair way of depicting, a collection of issues. But do appreciate that
on the bulk of the issues which concern especially the global south, the developing countries, there was a considerable meeting of minds, and a considerable meeting of minds which has been captured by the outcome document. Now, the question, why was, did we fall short of expectations? Why is it called what it is? If we had had a perfect meeting of minds on all issues and captured it fully, then obviously it would have been a collective statement. But there were issues, and I think the issues, I would say, very frankly, concerned the Ukraine conflict, on which there were divergences. So on the bulk of the issues, we were able to get an outcome document. There was a chair summary because there were differences on the Ukraine issue which we could not reconcile between various parties who held differing positions. Now, is the conflict impacting the global south? Of course it is. I mean, it's not something new. In fact, India has been saying this very strongly for pretty much close to a year, that this is affecting. In fact, today in my own session, I actually used the word saying, for much of the global south, this is a make or break issue. That the costs of fuel, the costs of food, the cost of fertilizer, the availability of fertilizer, which means next year's food, these are all extremely pressing issues. And if you see some of the countries who were already struggling with debt, who were already impacted by the pandemic, for them, this conflict, the knock-on effects of this conflict coming on top of that, has been really, damaging is a very, very mild word. So it is a matter of very, very deep concern for us, which is why we have kept the focus in this meeting very much on the concerns of the global south. We feel these are the most vulnerable countries. It's not realistic, it's not credible to talk about the future of the global economy and the multilateral order if we are not able to really address and focus on the issues of those who are most in need. So that's been broadly the approach. So just to sum up, I would say in terms of the outcome document, which we will be putting out very, very shortly, you will see that, the bulk, there is, almost, I would say, 95% in terms of paragraph agreement. And it is just on 2 paragraphs that we were not able to get everybody on the same page or same para, as you might call it. On the China meeting, I met Minister Chingang on the sidelines of the conference this afternoon. It's our first meeting after he took over as foreign minister. So we spent, I don't know, maybe about 45 minutes talking to each other. And the bulk of our conversation, understandably, was about the current state of our relationship, which many of you have heard me describe as abnormal. And I think those were among the adjectives that I used in that meeting. We have, there are real problems in that relationship that need to be looked at, that need to be discussed very openly and candidly between us. That's what we sought to do today. We also had a brief discussion on what was happening in the G20 framework, but the thrust of the meeting was really on our bilateral relationship and the challenges in the bilateral relationship, especially that of peace and tranquility in the border areas.
Sorry, let me take another round of questions, if you have some. Okay. There, yes, please. No, there, please.
Dr. Jaishankar Mujib Bashar from the New York Times. Although the state...
super stations.
भारत की कोशिश से वो हो सका था कि बाली डिक्लेरेशन जारी हो सका। अब आने वाले महीनों में क्या कोशिश होगी कि समिट में एक ज्वाइंट डिक्लेरेशन आ सके, सभी लोगों के बीच यूक्रेन मसले पर सहमति बन सके।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Look, I wouldn't put it the way you put it, that the statement fell short. I mean, there are in diplomacy occasions when you are able to get 20 countries to agree on everything. There are occasions when you don't. So, for me, the primary objective of this meeting and of our presidency was really to highlight what were the key problems facing the global economy, especially the problems faced by the more vulnerable economies of the world. Now, if you, as I said, and when you look at the outcome document, you will see this for yourself. The bulk of the issues which are concerning developing countries, I think they were very satisfactorily addressed. I mean, it's not like we can give instantaneous solutions, but I think the thinking, the policy prescriptions, the commitments, the mindset were all absolutely on the right direction. So, yes, on one particular issue, because of very polarized views of some countries, we were not able to bridge it on this particular occasion. Whereas, as our colleague pointed out from there, we were able to do that with, a number of us were able to do that collectively in Bali. But obviously, the Bali situation today, for whatever reason, some countries feel cannot be extrapolated. So I would urge you really to look on the fact that substantively on the key development issues of debt, issues of finance, issues of food, issues of fuel, issues of health, issues of climate. In fact, this meeting was able to get everybody around the table. And as I said, this is no easy task given the state of polarization in the world. On your question about global skills mapping, essentially today there is a growing demand in the developed world for skills and talents. There is a growing availability, but they are not necessarily in the developed world. Much of that availability is in the developing world. So how do you match the demand and supply for the benefit of the global economy? That is the really crucial issue. For a country like India, which has significant human resources, and which fortunately now has a government which pays attention to the development of those human resources, which actually focuses on skills and talent and innovation and education. This is an opportunity for us. So especially in the last 9 years, we have also been looking at what are called mobility and migration partnership, which allow for legal mobility, which ensure that talent and skills which go out get the same treatment in those particular geographies as their own citizens, and which ensure that all of this is legal and free of any sort of illegal activities. Now, it's not just India. I'm citing India because we are among the countries where, very active in this. But there are other countries as well. So this is widely recognized. In fact, in today's intervention, I'm not, I think the etiquette is that you don't specifically say what, individual ministers said. But I can tell you that some of the relevant international organizations and some of the other ministers there spoke at some length about the importance of how do you ensure, smooth mobility, how do you ensure protected mobility, legal mobility, because this is today one of the big issues before the international economy. On the Taiwan Straits issue, I think the answer is very simple. No, the matter was not discussed today. जो आपका जो सवाल है कि बाली में हम लोग जो हैं उस समय माने हमारे कारण ही नहीं, हम सब मिलके, हमारा योगदान तो था ज़रूर उसमें कि हम लोग उस समय वहाँ सहमति बना पाए। अब क्या हुआ है कि बाली के बाद अभी जो है दुनिया में काफ़ी कुछ घटनाएं हुई हैं। अब जो G20 के सदस्य जो हैं, जो इस मुद्दे के साथ जो जुड़े हुए हैं, उनके इस मामले में अलग अलग विचार हैं और हम जो हैं इस बार उनके विचार माने उनके बीच में इतना गैप था कि हम लोगों ने प्रयास तो की, पर प्रयास के बावजूद हम जो है इस समय सहमति बना नहीं पाए। तो आप देखेंगे कि जैसे हमने बेंगलोर में किया था वैसे ही जो बाली में जो तय हुआ है उसी को हमने दोहराया है और हमारी जो सोच है कि G20 के ज़्यादा सदस्य जो हैं वो अभी भी बाली के जो आउटकम जो था उसके साथ वो जुड़े हुए हैं। So essentially he asked me saying, you know, that why were you not able to carry forward what happened in Bali, and I explained that, you know, given the state of polarization, given presumably developments which have happened since then, we found that positions were very far apart, and we tried very hard. We were not the only country who tried. You know, the G20 works very, very collectively, but we were not able to bridge the gap. But you know, I want to conclude by highlighting one very important point. In the past, for quite a few years now, G20 foreign ministers have met. This is the first time that the G20 foreign ministers have produced an outcome document. The outcome document, I think, reflects consensus and cooperation and collaboration on a very vast number of issues that are particularly important today for the international community, for the global south. So very frankly, I think it's a good day's work that we have done, and I'm very happy to share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you also, Foreign Secretary, sir, and Su Sherpa Abhay. Thank you all for joining us today. Good evening.
That was External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar briefing the media after the two sessions concluded of the G20 foreign ministers meeting. The big news point coming through the fore is that bulk of the issues were addressed and consensus was built, but there was one sticking point, that was Ukraine, which is why there is going to be no joint communication from the finance ministers of these countries. What we are going to be seeing in a short while from now is a statement by the chair and documents which go on to point to the discussions that took place during each of those two sessions. But Ukraine still remains an issue between the G20 countries. This also comes at a time when the Russian foreign minister is come out and lashed out at the West for propping up Ukraine and stalling negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. Bilaterals have been on the agenda as well. It's not just the G20 summit. There were bilaterals that were held by S. Jaishankar with his counterparts from the United States and from China just a short while ago. S. Jaishankar held talks with US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, focusing on bilateral ties and pressing global issues, including the Ukraine conflict. Meanwhile, we do know that during the bilateral with China, there was also the issue of border security concerns in border areas that came up. Remember, we had seen a softening of stand from the Chinese side before they landed here for the G20 FM's meeting. We value our ties, and our ties are extremely crucial to Beijing, is what the message was. Is that going to be signaling a climb down from China? Well, we'll get more details of what exactly transpired in that one-on-one meeting between S. Jaishankar and his Chinese counterpart. But at the G20, it is India's moment to shine. India is leading the way. India is the bridge between the global south and the west. That's the message that the Prime Minister this morning also sent in as he inaugurated this key meeting. Listen in.
I welcome you to India for the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. India has selected the theme of one earth, one family, one future for its G20 presidency. It signals the need for unity of purpose and unity of action. I hope that your meeting today will reflect the spirit of coming together for achieving common and concrete objectives.
We had two sessions really of meetings, and the topics range from strengthening multilateralism, ensuring food and energy security, development cooperation, and the second session was on counterterrorism, global skill mapping, humanitarian assistance and disaster response, as well as women-led development. Now the G20 ministers, after the discussions today and the negotiations which preceded it, we have agreed to issue a common position where the G20 as a group has come together and arrived at a consensus on many important issues.
Abhishek, my colleague, reporting live from the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, where the External Affairs Minister was just addressing the media. Now, what's important is that several bulk of the issues were addressed, but Ukraine still remains a sticking point, Abhishek, and that is something that, unfortunately, we could not build consensus on.
Clearly, while the External Affairs Minister was addressing media, he was very frank and candid about the wide divide that has become more prominent in the last 4 or 5 months ever since the Bali Declaration, where sort of a consensus was agreed upon and a joint declaration came out. But since then, there has been presumably a lot of international affairs that has not let that divide bridge, and it has only drifted apart, and that has been the major reason why there could not be any joint declaration. However, the chair's statement will be there, and an outcome document is something that India is going to release very soon. This is something of the very similar kind that has happened in Bengaluru, where those paragraphs where the dissent were very much between the two sides. One was Russian and Chinese side, the other was USA and European side, was also mentioned with the caveat that these are the disagreement points. So that is something of that nature is going to happen this time also. While India did try to bring the different side on a very consensus way on various issues, but the Ukraine is a very tipping point where both sides have now very much are very much rigid on their stance, and they are not moving in a direction where it could be brought together in a consensual way.
Right. Well, what S. Jaishankar also came out and confirmed, Abhishek, is that there is going to be, instead of the joint communique, instead of the joint statement, there is going to be a statement of the chair that we are expecting to be put out in public domain. When can we expect details of that to come out?
That will happen very soon, like in few hours' time. We'll be able to have understanding of actually what transpired during the discussion about these 29 ministers, like 19 countries, one European Union, and then there were other invited countries and guest countries whom India had invited under its own chairmanship. What transpired, what discussion took place, what were the, apart from Ukraine, which is much talked, and we know what exactly is going on in Ukraine outside the G20 ambit also, and inside G20, what are the differing perception on the same issue. But apart from that, there are other issues of global financial architecture, how to strengthen that, the food crisis, fuel crisis, fertilizer crisis. We know that there has been, for 1 year or at least now, fertilizers has been scarce in the global market, and now it is going to have a cascading effect when the farmers across the world, especially in the global south, will not be able to have their farm produce at a very good rate. So the productivity will be reduced, and the food crisis that is already impacting economies around the world, and especially in the global south, they will have even tougher days ahead. So these are the issues where much of the broader consensus was very much there. This is what as Jaishankar was referring to as bulk issues. Like apart from Ukraine, the issues that concerns world were mostly agreed upon, and this is why this joint declaration would not be coming. But of course, the chair statement and the outcome document will be coming from this G20 meeting.
Yes, do keep an eye out on that. Siddhant, my colleague, also joining us live. And Siddhant, the G20 may have not been able to build consensus as far as Ukraine goes, but there were bilaterals with the United States and with China as well. Territorial integrity is something that definitely came up as far as Jaishankar's meeting with his Chinese counterpart is concerned.
Well, that's right, and in fact, you know, Mr. Jaishankar has told this in a press briefing that how the efforts were made to build consensus, and in fact, he himself took more than 40 bilaterals to convince these countries, and in fact, he also referred to the Prime Minister's message this morning, in which Prime Ministers made these foreign ministers from various countries realize that we are sitting here in Delhi doing this meeting for those who are not a part of these meetings. He, in fact, Mr. Jaishankar also gave emphasis to the debt, to the devastation that has happened after post-COVID, and also he said that this is the bad situation because, you know, for what is a roadmap for food and energy.
Yes, sorry to interrupt you there, Siddhant. I'll come back to you, but Foreign Affairs analyst Ravinder Sachdev joining us in this broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. How do you look at the fact that despite efforts being made by India, unfortunately there was no consensus as far as Ukraine goes? Do you think that this is going to cast a shadow on the summit that we see of the G20 heads of state later this year?
I look at it two ways. One, yeah, it will have an impact on the G20, leaders summit in September. But on the other hand, I think given the reality and the realpolitik of the world, we should not be much under pressure that we have to generate a consensus joint communique, and if we are not able to do it, then it's a failure of our leadership. I think the world recognizes the complications are so complex, right, that it will take a sea change, a tectonic change of sorts, before the world starts coming to a joint statement of things. So that's one thing I would say, that yes, we've tried and we will try, we will keep on trying. And especially in the morning session, as you were saying and your colleague, what Prime Minister Modi and India are pushing for is that G20 is not only a forum for these 20 to discuss the world between them. It is a forum, virtually I think is transforming into a forum like a UN. UN is in absentia, right? So the G20 is a forum of the 20 economies who have to look and think of issues which affect those who are not in the room. Because all of this is interconnected. So I think there is a, sea change happening, and it will take time. So joint communiques, we can come out, we may not be able to come out. I would think I will not lay much to it. Because you see, it's not mere words, which a nation would say. There's raw interests of every nation now. And every nation is very clear about what their real bottom line interests are. There can be no amount of smooth talking or wordsmithery, that can create a joint statement. Because everybody understands, what is at stake. So I think India would not, because the finance ministers meet also ended with no thing, only a chairman summary. So you're right. I think by the time we reach September, it will cast some shadow, but who knows, some other, maybe some kind of joint communique could emerge in September. I'm not saying that may not. But these are the pieces, complications which are leading to it.
Right, and as far as the bilaterals that took place on the sidelines, Ravinder Sachdev, the one with China especially is the one that's been keenly watched, because we've time and again had External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar come out and say that ties between India and China are not normal. And until we come to the negotiating table, until we both, and China especially, decide to stay on their side of the border and decide to maintain status quo, until that negotiation happens, relationship can't be normal. So what exactly transpired between these two leaders in that closed-door meeting, that's going to be extremely keenly watched.
Oh, yeah. My estimate would be the conversation could go on two tracks. One track it could go, okay, India could say to China, live and let live. You do not trouble us. We do not trouble you. Let's solve the boundary situation. The discussion goes on that track, one. Or the discussion goes on the other track, wherein we say move back from, X point, Y point on the boundary, so many military level talks, and China says, oh, you don't ban our Chinese apps. It gets into you and me, arguments and counter arguments. To some extent, my estimate would be that the discussion would have been on the second track, wherein, we are laying out what we think they are doing wrong and they're laying out what they think we are doing wrong. Because there is no intent, it seems, from China on the first track, which I'm referring to, the first track being that China and India, we agree to live and let live, keep the status quo, and look at solving the border issue. There is no such, I think, intent from the Chinese side on that. And if there's no intent by the Chinese side on that, and then I think India will not pick up that. Because, you see, if we talk of peace and settlement, then it's in a negotiation, it seems you're coming from a weaker position that we are the more needy ones. So India will not put that up unless China gives an indication, but China has given no indication. So that track, which would be the real need for India and China relations long term, would not have been discussed. My sense would be it would be the second, track or the trajectory, wherein we would have laid out our concern. Prime Minister Jaishankar would have said exactly as you said that, unless the border issue is solved, we cannot look at life as normal. China would say that, yeah, life can be normal. Let's look, but why are you banning our apps? Why are you taking action against our companies, etc., etc.
Right. So whether or not we see a statement coming to the fore from the Chinese side about what exactly transpired or not, we'll keep an eye out on that. But Rabinder Sachdev, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. My colleagues Siddhant and Abhishek also continue to get us the very latest from on ground there. The meeting has concluded, Abhishek. We are expecting the statement of the chair. Siddhant is also with me. And Siddhant, we are expecting that statement, even though it's not going to be a joint communique. We are expecting a statement from the chair, which perhaps is not the tradition. But that's what we are going to get in just a short while from now. And it's going to be a busy evening because we are going to be seeing news conferences by several other world leaders, including Antony Blinken, in a short while.
Well, that's right. Look, India has given efforts to build consensus. And in fact, EAM took multiple bilaterals to convince foreign ministers personally, but that did not work. But look, the idea of India was to give emphasis to the main items on the list other than the Russia-Ukraine war. And in fact, while addressing a press conference also, EAM Jaishankar highlighted those items, that how progress has been made on those agendas, which includes global talent mapping, which also includes food and energy security, which also includes multilateralism. But again, you're absolutely right. There's not going to be any communique or joint statement. There's going to be chair's summary outcome. Why? Because again, Russia and perhaps some countries have shown reservations for some of the paragraphs mentioned in the Bali declaration. But again, EAM Jaishankar made it very clear that that last time around the consensus were built in Bali. This time around, the word geopolitics has changed, and a few countries has extrapolated what they were convinced with last time around in Indonesia. Attempts were made to convince them. In fact, the Prime Minister made appeal this morning to the foreign ministers of these countries that we are here, we are doing this meeting not for the people in the room, but the people, those who are outside the room. And in fact, the larger message of unity was also given by the Prime Minister. Even India has given emphasis on people, even the Global South. If we talk about Global South, then how Global South is affected because of Russia-Ukraine conflict. then also the developments in the geopolitics. Many of these nations are not doing economically well, and then a lot of people are affected because of COVID. Then there is a problem of food supply. So all those issues were addressed today, and in fact, India is quite convinced. India is quite satisfied with the way the consensus have been built on the other agendas.
Yes, and bulk of issues were addressed is what the confirmation came to the fore from S. Shankar as well. Siddhant, do stay on with me because we have more information that's now trickling in, and the big breaking news that we are getting at this point in time is that a confirmation has come to the fore from the MEA that the Quad Summit is going to take place tomorrow. Remember, it's a meeting of the foreign ministers of India, Australia, Japan and United States. Up until now, we did not have any confirmation whether or not this Quad meeting is going to take place on the sidelines of the G20 foreign ministers meeting. But now a confirmation has come to the fore, and Siddhant getting us the details from the MEA. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right. So, Quad meeting of foreign ministers was on the cards, and in fact, yesterday, the first mentioning of Quad meeting could be seen in Antony Blinken's schedule, but there was no confirmation, independent confirmation from the government of India. This time around, we are getting this confirmation that tomorrow there's going to be Quad meeting in New Delhi, and we have also been told that Japanese foreign minister who couldn't come for today's G20 meeting because of the domestic compulsion, because the parliament did not give him approval, as they have some kind of setup where the parliamentarians have to attend budget session. So because of which the foreign minister couldn't come to attend the G20 meeting today. So his deputy was dispatched by Japan, but we have been told by late night or early morning tomorrow, the foreign minister of Japan is going to arrive for the Quad meeting. And in fact, all these four nations foreign ministers are going to sit at around 8:30 in the morning, and they are going to discuss multiple issues in terms of security as far as Indo-Pacific region is concerned. Last time around, they met in the month of September in 2022. So this is perhaps for the second time in 1 year the foreign ministers are going to meet, and it is also going to be significant because it is happening on the sidelines of G20 event taking place in India. At the same time, this entire Quad, the Quad grouping is also very important because it is new, it is newly formed, and also it reflects and it is also to send out a message to the other countries that how these four countries are growing together. So yes, tomorrow's Quad meeting is going to be very important, and the confirmation is coming from Government of India now. Back to you.
Right, that confirmation has now come to the fore, and like Siddhant, my colleague, was also pointing out, it was not too long ago. It was less than 6 months ago in September in 2022 when the last Quad meeting took place. Now, Siddhant, we had External Affairs Minister S. Shankar meet his Chinese counterpart as well. And as far as the Quad goes, countering China as far as the Indo-Pacific goes, that's also something that has been high on agenda. So perhaps we could look at that coming up in the tomorrow's meeting as well.
Well, absolutely. And in fact, today also India made its stand very clear. If you go through the tweets that have been made from the handle of External Affairs Minister, you will see that in most of the meetings he has expressed his happiness meeting his counterparts, or has written that the bilateral issues are discussed. But when it was about posting picture with his Chinese counterpart, then very clearly it was written that the border issue was discussed and several other bilateral issues were also discussed. So that is in a way a messaging which has been done by External Affairs Minister for his Chinese counterpart, that border issue is still on priority for India. Reason being because Chinese media has been reporting that it is an opportunity for India to bridge the gap between the two blocs. Chinese media has also been reporting that China is keen in keeping good bilateral relations with India, given the fact that India doesn't bring geopolitical conflict in between. So that was a statement which came from Chinese media. So to counter that, it was very clearly said by External Affairs Minister in his briefing also, and in fact in the tweet that has been made by his office today, that border issues were discussed. So
yes, so that is something that could come up in the Quad meeting tomorrow as well. Do stay on with me, Siddhant. Prasoon Sharma, Foreign Affairs expert, also joining us on this broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18, Mr. Sharma. How do you look at what's transpired in the foreign ministers' meeting today? The fact that a consensus could not be built, which is why moving away from tradition, perhaps we're not going to have a joint statement. Do you think that is something that is going to shadow the rest of India's G20 presidency?
I don't think so. As our foreign minister mentioned, that there were many points where there was a consensus. And many countries, even having this depolarization, they accepted major points which India raised. So I think it's a commendable job from Indian side. And if you see the kind of support India is getting from both the polar sides, whether it's western part or Russia, it's commendable as well. And I think the backdoor meetings and diplomacy India is facilitating to, get some consensus to stop this war and other critical points. So I think India's G20 will be historic, and there will be some major diplomatic wins for India as well as for the global community.
Yes, and the fact of the matter is that all three countries that do not see eye to eye were on the negotiating table. Ukraine did come up. There may have been some heated words that were exchanged, but the fact is that India is still managing to be that bridge between the global south and the west. Mr. Sharma, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Reactions are trickling in. Like the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also pointed out, this perhaps is the largest congregation of foreign ministers of the world. Let's listen in to what some of his counterparts who were here for the meeting had to say.
Going to echo the wise words of Prime Minister Modi, who was right when he said to Putin, and it has been quoted already, but worth quoting again, I know that today's era is not the era of war. And Vladimir Putin must listen to those words and heed those words, but sadly, he is not doing so yet.
There is no alternative for Ukraine than success on the battlefield. Only if Ukraine is successful on the battlefield, it will be able to be successful at a negotiation table. And there is much more than just Ukrainian sovereignty at stake here. There's universal values at stake. There's European safety and security at stake. And in the end, this war is also a litmus test for European and Dutch and global credibility.
G20 foreign ministers meeting is over, but there's lots that is going to happen in the next few hours. There are a slew of news briefings that are going to take place. There's also the Raisina dialogue, which the Prime Minister is going to be inaugurating. We'll keep an eye out on all of that for you here on CNN News 18. Before now, a quick break.
Adityanath says this is a message, an unambiguous, unequivocal one to the mafias, jinko mitti mein mila denge, whereas the opposition led by Akhilesh Yadav saying that this is simply extrajudicial killing.
When you say that this was a fixed match, the police didn't do and what it needed to do, obviously your allegation is that the present-day government didn't do what it needed to do. But why do you believe that there is a fixed match? Why would the government let somebody like Amritpal run riot?
Russia is in a conflict. We are buying oil because it makes sense. But we are also telling Ukraine that we are with you. We'll help you. We're sending them aid. America is doing the same. It's upgrading the F-16s for the Pakistanis while calling India as a global strategic ally. So everybody knows how to play this game. So is India going to keep the focus on trade and economics?
Is the BJP fairly confident
I have covered the party and I know that they do not leave anything to chance, and 11 months is a long enough time for politics to change.
Welcome back. Today, the Supreme Court made a big push for transparency and independence of the Election Commission. The Apex Court held that election to the CEC, which is the Chief Election Commissioner, shall be done by a committee that comprises of the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice of India and the Leader of Opposition in the Parliament. The election shall be done by the President on the advice of this particular committee is what the Supreme Court unanimously came out and said. A 5-judge constitution bench headed by Justice Joseph said that if the LOP is not there, then the leader of the single largest opposition party in the Lok Sabha will be in this committee to appoint the ECs and the CEC. In addition to this, the procedure to remove the election commissioners shall also be the same as that of ECs. Now, a political war of words has also erupted over this. Listen in to some reactions coming in.
पूरे फैसले को कैसे देखते हैं और जिस तरह आप पहले से मांग कर रहे थे कि चुनाव आयोग को पारदर्शी बनाया जाए और ताकतवर बनाया जाए, तो क्या कुछ सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ये आदेश?
देखिए, इस समय चुनाव के दौरान भारत में जाति का जहर घोल दिया जाता है, भाषा का जहर घोला जाता है, क्षेत्र का जहर घोला जाता है, कालाधन बंटवाया जाता है, शराब बंटवाई जाती है, पूरा इलेक्शन सिस्टम को पल्यूट कर दिया जाता है और इलेक्शन कमीशन उसको शांत होकर देखता रहता है। इसलिए हमने 5 मांग किया था कि सबसे पहले तो इलेक्शन कमीशन का इंडिपेंडेंट बजट होना चाहिए, इंडिपेंडेंट सेक्रेटरीट होना चाहिए, रूल मेकिंग पावर होना चाहिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन को जो हटाने का तरीका एक होना चाहिए, यानी तीनों इलेक्शन कमिश्नर्स को इक्वल प्रोटेक्शन होना चाहिए, इक्वल सिक्योरिटी होना चाहिए, इक्वल राइट होना चाहिए। अपॉइंटमेंट अब जो है वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर, लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन और चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया करेंगे, तो अच्छा है, इससे कम से कम कोई आरोप नहीं लगाएगा।
जो उच्चतम न्यायालय ने बरनवाल केस के नाम से जो कहा है कि मुख्य चुनाव कमिश्नर सिर्फ एक ऐसी समिति जिसमें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के मुख्य न्यायाधीश और नेता प्रतिपक्ष मेंबरान हों, वही उनका चयन कर सकती हैं। ये क्यों ऐतिहासिक है? ये ऐतिहासिक इसलिए है क्योंकि आज संस्थाओं पे 360 डिग्री से इस सरकार का प्रहार है, परोक्ष रूप से या सीधे रूप से। प्रयत्न दिन प्रतिदिन अलग अलग तौर तरीकों से होता है।
How do you see this verdict as a senior advocate?
Yeah, we have to welcome this judgment. In fact, if you see the director, how CBI director has been appointed, they are appointed by a high power committee consisting of the Prime Minister, then leader of opposition party, Chief Justice. So that's how the Supreme Court has found that the executives cannot appoint this important post. The world's largest democracy is being decided by 3 of persons sitting in Delhi, and the India consisting of 133 crore populations, and so many states are there, and elections have to be conducted. Free and fair elections are one of the basic feature of the constitution.
Ananya Bhatnagar, my colleague, joining us for more details on this. Ananya, now the Supreme Court came out with 2 different verdicts, but 2 different judgments, but both of them were unanimous as far as the transparency push for the Election Commission goes. But just to put this in perspective of our viewers, because the political fight is also going on, what exactly was the central government stand on this?
Well, Poonam, this is a very, very important judgment that is coming from the topmost part of the country because, we've seen how the opposition has been pushing that the Modi government is on the agencies. It's pushing if there is no transparency there. And the Supreme Court now coming out saying that the power of the ballot is supreme. And it is so supreme that it can churn out and can throw out any of the supremest power who is at stake is what the topmost of the country said. In fact, it also, though there were 2 judgments, one given by Justice K.M. Joseph speaking for the 3 judges on the bench, while for the other 4 judges on the bench, while for the 3 judges, on the bench, while the other judgment was given out by Justice Ajay Rastogi, agreeing to the view of Justice K.M. Joseph that there should be transparency and there should be a committee headed by the Prime Minister of India, the Chief Justice of India, and also, in fact, the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha, who would advise the president, and the president would be making the appointments of the CECs and the ECs, while Justice Ajay Rastogi in a separate judgment added that the process for removing the ECs should be same as that of the Chief Election Commissioner, which is by way of an impeachment, is what the topmost court of the country has said, while giving out a very, very detailed judgment clearly saying that independence of the Election Commission is very, very necessary for the democracy. And this is also coming at a time when we are seeing how the opposition parties are attacking that the institutions are being handheld by the government. So this would definitely be a very, very important aspect for transparency. But at the same point of time, you see, this is the same process by which a CBI director is also, appointed. But we've seen how the opposition parties hit out at the in many of the states where opposition is leading the consent for the CBI to probe and investigate has also been taken back. So how long would this song of independence and of the democracy and the election commission would continue is something that is a matter of time, and we'll get to know when the opposition.
Right, Ananya. Thank you so much for putting that in perspective for us and getting us the latest coming in from the Supreme Court. With that, it's time for a quick break on this edition. Back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
India, Zee Matrix, Times Now, ETG and also Jan Ki Baat. All of them have come out and very clearly said that Nagaland is firmly in the bastion of the BJP plus. So it's very comfortably placed. They're running away with it. The NPF, which used to be formidable at one point in time, seems to be slipping further. The Congress, nowhere. And the others. Now, here again, it's a very, very interesting story. As far as Nagaland is concerned, it's again under Nephew Rio that the BJP has mounted the challenge, and the BJP plus there, if you look at it, NDPP, seem to be very, very comfortable.
Today we'll get the results of the three northeastern states, Nagaland, Meghalaya and Tripura. It's hugely important, particularly for the BJP, because they need to show that this momentum, this electoral momentum is continuing. You got Karnataka coming up next, then you have Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and then of course the big one, like you said, Anand, in 2024. It's going to be one hell of an election ride, not just for the Northeast. This has implications for wider political ramifications, but let's see how that story plays out over the next 2 or 3 hours.
Absolutely, and we got all the details here on the Magic Wall, and of course Alexa is going to get us a lot of the details as the results come in live. Now you've got the counters on the screen. It's like an L. You see that, ladies and gentlemen? So you've got Tripura here, you've got Meghalaya. There you go, that's Meghalaya, and then there is Nagaland here on the screens. Now, there is a reason why the counter is already ticking on Meghalaya and Nagaland. So Nagaland is 1 out of 60 because one of the BJP contestants in that has been elected unopposed. So it's already won for the BJP in Nagaland. Now, they seem to be, the exit pollsters say that they are in comfortable position to win with their allies. Repeat what's going to happen. So for them to come there. In Meghalaya, one of the candidates, there was a demise of a candidate right in the middle of the campaigning polls. So that's why there are no elections there. So out of the 180 seats, we're going to see results for only 178. So 59 in Meghalaya and 1 out of 60 already done. So 179 results is what we're going to see. One is already declared, beg your pardon, and this is 59 and Tripura will be 60. This is a busy morning, ladies and gentlemen, because there is also the G20 summit which is on and it's happening. A lot of activity in the national capital. So we'll go across there because Maria Shakil along with Siddhant and Abhishek Jha will be joining us live with all the activity from there. So we will be hopping, skipping across multiple dimensions of the newscast, but the focus will always remain the election coverage, the news, that is the result day. What's the story that's going to be stitched? What's the narrative that's going to be stitched? Will the Northeast dictate the tone for the remaining states? All of this is what will be spoken about. Now, as far as the fight that is As far as the fight is concerned, let's try and, before we go down to our reporters, let's try and understand and start from the state which BJP is trying to retain on its own, that is Tripura. It was an amazing story that was scripted, and when they first came to power, uprooting the left, and before we get to Zaka on that, let's try and quickly look at these exit poll numbers. Now, the numbers say that the BJP will consolidate, it won't Some of them say it won't be a landslide, it will be hung. The Tipra Muta will come into play as the Kingmaker. That's what the Times Now, ETG and Jan Ki Baat numbers are saying. But Zee Metrics and Access My India say that the BJP will be comfortably past the halfway number. Zaka, if Tripura is retained by the BJP and that too comfortably, it's a statement and at multiple levels, because then this third party which comes in and diffuses the vote share for the opposition. In this case, it would be Pratyodey Burman's Tipra Muta.
So I think one of the fascinating things about the Tripura election is, last time the BJP came from behind and surprised everyone with not just, dislodging 30 years of left rule. Manik Sarkar's rule was dislodged, but they got a big win. They got 44 out of 60. That was a 2/3 majority. So to be able to retain a state like that with a similar kind of a majority, if we were to go by the Access My India poll, they will be in that same ballpark. The only poll which is saying it will be a hung house and the Tipra Muta will come into play is the ETG poll. But all the other polls are saying that the BJP will retain the state and retain it rather comfortably. Remember, the halfway mark is 30 plus 1. So if they are going to retain the state anywhere in these numbers, whether it's the Access numbers or whether it is the Z numbers or the Jan Ki Baat numbers, then you're pretty much looking at a kind of majority that the BJP had last time around. And remember, this is a state where they changed the chief minister, much like they did in Uttarakhand, much like they've done in other states. So that will be a strategy that could get some validation if these numbers hold and if the BJP comes back in the same ballpark as it won last time. Two factors, like I said, before I give it to you. One is this party, can they emerge Kingmaker, particularly in the tribal districts? Will they eat into either the BJP votes? Remember, the BJP won big time the tribal votes in 2018, also because of the alliance with the IPFT. And left in Congress for the first time, remember, these were the traditional parties in Tripura. For the last 30-40 years, the contest was always between left and Congress until the BJP came to the scene 5 years ago and stole the show. Now, left and Congress are together. Arithmetically, it may be a formidable alliance, but elections don't always work on arithmetic.
For the left and Congress to come together, one wonders what the compulsions, political compulsions have been, that in just about 5 to 6 years or inside a decade, these two arch rivals have actually come together. The Trinamool has also tried to make inroads, but they don't seem to be getting much there. And
so far, I think almost all the...
Welcome back. News coming in, and this is on the front of the elections in the Northeast, where Prime Minister Modi has just taken to Twitter to thank BJP Karyakartas across all three states. Remember, results came out today for Tripura, Nagaland and Meghalaya. The Prime Minister taking to Twitter, he says, and I quote, "Grateful to all of those who supported BJP in Meghalaya in these assembly elections. We will continue to work hard and enhance the development trajectory of the state." Maria, my colleague and political editor of CNN News 18, also joining us on this broadcast. Maria, Prime Minister setting the tone of what's to come perhaps when he does that victory lap and the address at the BJP headquarters here in Delhi.
Yes, that's right. And more than the numbers game in these three states, the BJP has managed to send this message, Poonam, that this is about their ideological expansion, which is not limited to the Hindi heartland, but they are able to win and register victories in minority-dominated states and clearly on a development plan. If you look at it, the BJP certainly gets that fillip because this is the first of the 9 states that go to polls this year. In the first round of 3 states, and all these 3 states are in the northeastern states, all the 3 states, in fact, giving an affirmative victory to the BJP is a message that is coming clearly that it is about the Prime Minister's brand image. As far as Meghalaya is concerned, the BJP is fairly confident that they will be able to form the government with Conrad Sangma. In other 2 states of Nagaland and in Tripura, it's a decisive and convincing victory for the BJP. I think the message that is coming from the Prime Minister is that from the east to the west, from the north to the south, every victory in any state of India for the BJP is essentially a validation of their policies, the infrastructure push. And above all, Poonam, the message is that BJP workers should be preparing themselves for the next round of elections because there are 6
states that go to polls in the next few months, and of course the big battle for 2024.
Yes.
But I think I would be seeing this as a message that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who himself has been traveling extensively to the northeastern states, Poonam. In the last 8 years, he has been to these states more than 50 times.
Yes.
And his ministers have traveled extensively as well. So the message here is that northeastern parts of India have been completely integrated to the mainland India.
Absolutely, and all eyes are going to be on the Prime Minister's victory lap later tonight. For the moment, Maria, thank you so much for putting that in perspective and getting us the latest. Moving on now to more breaking news that's coming in, and this is on the sidelines of the G20 summit of the foreign ministers. Russian spokesperson has now come out and confirmed that there was a pull aside of sorts between US Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Foreign Minister of Russia Lavrov. There was no talks or a full-fledged meeting, but there was a small pull aside of sorts between the two leaders. And it's interesting because Ukraine is the sticking point between the two countries. No consensus as far as Ukraine is concerned came to the fore after the foreign ministers' meeting. Siddhant with me for more on this. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right. So this statement has come from Russian spokesperson Maria Zakharova saying that U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken asked for a contact. They are not calling it a bilateral meeting. They're calling it a contact. And U.S. has asked for a contact. And during the second session of G20 meet, they had a contact. So Russians are confirming that Blinken and Lavrov met. And in fact, some of the journalists, those who have come with Antony Blinken from U.S. are also confirming that this meeting did take place for 10 minutes. And in fact, both the leaders spoke on the sidelines of G20 in India. And Mr. Blinken, Secretary of State Blinken, conveyed it to Lavrov that Russia should rejoin the New START nuclear arms treaty. A.
Yes.
B. They have also asked Russia to release the U.S. Marine soldier Paul Whelan, who was abducted in 2000, allegedly abducted by Russia in 2018 and is still in detention. And then they have also asked...
so interesting meetings and optics on the sidelines of the key foreign ministers meeting at G20. For the moment, Siddhant, thank you so much. With that, it's a wrap from my side, but news and updates continue here on CNN News 18. Shivani Gupta joins you next.
Lodge, but they got a big win. They got 44 out of 60. That was a two-thirds majority. So to be able to retain a state like that with a similar kind of a majority, if you were to go by the Access My India poll, they will be in that same ballpark. The only poll which is saying it will be a hung house and the Tipra Mota will come into play is the ETG poll. But all the other polls are saying that the BJP will retain the state and retain it rather comfortably. Remember, the halfway mark is 30 plus 1. So if they are going to retain the state anywhere in these numbers, whether it's the Axis numbers or whether it is the Z numbers or the Jan Ki Baat numbers, then you're pretty much looking at a kind of majority that the BJP had last time around. And remember, this is a state where they changed the chief minister, much like they did in Uttarakhand, much like they've done in other states. So that will be a strategy that could get some validation if these numbers hold and if the BJP comes back in the same ballpark as it won last time. Two factors, like I said, before I give it to you. One is this party, can they emerge kingmaker, particularly in the tribal districts? Will they eat into either the BJP votes? Remember, the BJP won big time the tribal votes in 2018, also because of the alliance with the IPFT. And left in Congress for the first time, remember, these were the traditional parties in Tripura. For the last 30-40 years, the contest was always between left and Congress until the BJP came to the scene 5 years ago and stole the show. Now, left and Congress are together. Arithmetically, it may be a formidable alliance, but elections don't always work on arithmetic.
For the left and Congress to come together, one wonders what the compulsions, political compulsions have been, that in just about 5 to 6 years or inside a decade, these two arch rivals have actually come together. The Trinamool has also tried to make inroads, but they don't seem to be getting much there. And
so far, I think almost all the polls are saying either between 0 or 3, 1. And I think that's because there's already a third player. in
Yeah.
Tripura. Unlike in Meghalaya, where the TMC is also contesting there they might have a little more impact than in Tripura. But I think in Tripura, the third player who could have impact is the Tripura Mota. And I think he will eat into both BJP votes as well as, of course, the opposition votes.
Will he pull the steam off, the pressure cooker? Does he do that job where the indigenous groups of Tripura are rallying around Tripura Murtha, and there is a fair share of vote share that he pulls around 18 to 20% and pulls about 11 seats. So he becomes a contender there. What does he do? Does he join the party that is going to form the government, or does he decide to sit in opposition? It all depends on the results. If the BJP wins clearly, then we'll have to see what happens. Largely in the Northeast, what happens is the regional parties back the party which is going to help them in the center. Now, that is a sentiment we've seen in Meghalaya. Let's look at Nagaland right now. How does Nagaland look at this point? Now, Access My India, Zee Matrix, Times Now, ETG and also Jan Ki Baat, all of them have come out and very clearly said that Nagaland is firmly in the bastion of the BJP plus. So it's very comfortably placed. They're running away with it. The NPF, which used to be formidable at one point in time, seems to be slipping further. The Congress, nowhere. And the others. Now, here again, it's a very, very interesting story as far as Nagaland is concerned. It's again under Nephew Rio that the BJP has mounted the challenge, and the BJP plus there, if you look at it, NDPP, seem to be very, very comfortable.
Today we'll get the results of the three northeastern states, Nagaland, Meghalaya and Tripura. It's hugely important, particularly for the BJP, because they need to show that this momentum, this electoral momentum is continuing. You got Karnataka coming up next, then you have Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and then of course the big one, like you said, Anand, in 2024. It's going to be one hell of an election ride, not just for the Northeast. This has implications for wider political ramifications, but let's see how that story plays out over the next 2 or 3 hours.
Absolutely, and we got all the details here on the Magic Wall, and of course Alexa is going to get us a lot of the details as the results come in live. Now you've got the counters on the screen. It's like an L. You see that, ladies and gentlemen? So you've got Tripura here, you've got Meghalaya. There you go, that's Meghalaya, and then there is Nagaland here on the screens. Now, there is a reason why the counter is already ticking on Meghalaya and Nagaland. So Nagaland is 1 out of 60 because one of the BJP contestants in that has been elected unopposed. So it's already won for the BJP in Nagaland. Now, they seem to be, the exit pollsters say that they are in comfortable position to win with their allies. Repeat what's going to happen. So the for them to come there. In Meghalaya, one of the candidates, there was a demise of a candidate right in the middle of the campaigning poll. So that's why there are no elections there. So out of the 180 seats, we're going to see results for only 178. So 59 in Meghalaya and 1 out of 60 already done. So 179 results is what we're going to see. One is already declared, beg your pardon, and this is 59 and Tripura will be 60. This is a busy morning, ladies and gentlemen, because there is also the G20 summit which is on and it's happening. A lot of activity in the national capital. So we'll go across there because Maria Shakil along with Siddhant and Abhishek Jha will be joining us live with all the activity from there. So we will be hopping, skipping across multiple dimensions of the newscast, but the focus will always remain the election coverage, the news that is the result day. What's the story that's going to be stitched? What's the narrative that's going to be stitched? Will the Northeast dictate the tone for the remaining states? All of this is what will be spoken about. Now, as far as the fight that is As far as the fight is concerned, let's try and, before we go down to our reporters, let's try and understand and start from the state which BJP is trying to retain on its own, that is Tripura. It was an amazing story that was scripted, and when they first came to power, uprooting the left, and before we get to Zaka on that, let's try and quickly look at these exit poll numbers. Now the numbers say that the BJP will consolidate, some of them say it won't be a landslide, it will be hung. The Tripura Murtha will come into play as the Kingmaker. That's what the Times Now, ETG and Jan Ki Baat numbers are saying. But Zee Matrix and Access My India say that the BJP will be comfortably past the halfway number. Zaka, if Tripura is retained by the BJP and that too comfortably, it's a statement and at multiple levels, because then this third party which comes in and diffuses the vote share for the opposition. In this case, it would be Pratyodey Burman's Tripura Murtha.
So I think one of the fascinating things about the Tripura election is
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. The Supreme Court today quashed the present system of appointment of Chief Election Commissioner and the other election commissioners and ruled that a panel consisting of the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice of India and the Leader of the Opposition will make these appointments now. This is quite a departure from the current system where only the elected government decided with no say of the opposition or the judiciary. The order has met with mixed responses, some hailing it for bringing it more transparency and independence into the process by virtue of checks and balances, others criticizing the court for usurping the government's domain and expanding it to others when there is no such provision. The reality is the Constitution actually left it to elected governments to formulate a formula for selection and legislate on it. No government since independence has done it. So are the courts just filling the gap left by the governments, or is this a case of pure judicial overreach? Will the union government now bring in a bill on this issue? And where does this latest order, which the centre opposed, land the relationship between the two arms of democracy, a relationship already strained over the collegium system? We'll take those questions to our guests in just a bit. First up, more about the major judgment. A 5-judge constitution bench in a unanimous verdict agreed CEC selection should be in the same manner as the CBI directors. This is what the court also added. CEC election commissioners to be appointed on the advice of a panel. This panel will comprise of the PM, the Lok Sabha leader of opposition and CJI. When there is no leader of Lok Sabha, leader of the single largest opposition party will be part of this panel. The appointment will be done by the President of India. Now, while the court did say that this will continue to hold good only till a law is passed in this regard, it is still seen as a setback for the centre because the court added EC's appointment needs to be insulated from executive interference. So the message is also very clear. The centre had expectedly opposed this petition. This is what their contention was. The judiciary cannot interfere in the selection of the CEC and the election commissioners. Inclusion of CJI in the process would amount to judicial overreach. Inclusion is violation of the separation of powers. They also added court can quash an appointment if an unqualified person is chosen. And the presumption that the inclusion of the judiciary will bring fairness to the process is wholly flawed. This decision of forming up a panel, that too with the inclusion of the CJI, is in stark contrast to the current system. So this is what Article 324(2) of the Indian Constitution says. Election Commission shall consist of a CEC and election commissioners. The CEC shall be appointed by the President. Council of Ministers will aid and advise the President. And the process is to be followed until Parliament enacts a law. So why did the judiciary step into this? There are some other examples from past too when the SC has stepped into the domain of appointments of key positions. In 2019, in the case of the CBI director appointment, for example, the Supreme Court had directed that the tenure should be a minimum of 2 years, not less than 2 years, and the transfer of the director can only happen with the consent of the appointment panel. A year later, in the Enforcement Directorate's director appointment also, the Supreme Court ordered that the director's tenure can be more than 2 years. Earlier in 2006, Supreme Court had directed that state governments can appoint a DGP only from the top 3 senior-most officers, and that DGP should have a fixed tenure of at least 2 years. Now, this decision by the court isn't happening in a vacuum. Immediately, everyone linked it to the debate currently on over judges' appointment and how the Supreme Court has been resisting a debate over how they themselves select judges for High Courts and the Supreme Court. There has been this heated executive versus judiciary debate, and where do their powers end? Government, in fact, has called the collegium system, quote, opaque. The centre has made it very clear they do want the NJAC system for appointment of judges to come back, a bill that was passed by Parliament but later struck down by the Supreme Court. Government wants greater say in the appointment of judges, which used to be the norm earlier. On the other hand, the Supreme Court has repeatedly hit back at the government, the centre, for questioning the collegium system. So the big debate that's coming in after the Supreme Court order on the selection of the CEC and the other election commissioners, is this mere plugging of a hole by the courts or judicial overreach?
इलेक्शन कमीशन का इंडिपेंडेंट बजट होना चाहिए, इंडिपेंडेंट सेक्रेटरीट होना चाहिए, रूल मेकिंग पावर होना चाहिए।
ऐतिहासिक इसलिए है क्योंकि आज संस्थाओं पे 360 डिग्री से इस सरकार का प्रहार है, परोक्ष रूप से या सीधे रूप से।
We have to welcome this judgment. In fact, if you see the director, how CBI director has been appointed, this is they are appointed by a high power committee that the executives cannot appoint this important post.
Let's go across to our guest joining us. Amitabh Sinha, Supreme Court lawyer. So is C. Arima Sundaram. Adil Singh Boparai is from the Congress party. The BJP has declined to be part of this panel. Virag Gupta is a constitutional expert and Mohammad Amin is former ECI joint director. I do thank you all for your time. I want to begin with the lawyers on the panel first. C. Arima Sundaram, the question that everybody is asking or debating today, why should this order not be seen as a judicial overreach? Ultimately, such a decision should have come from the parliament and not from the court.
Look, the answer to this is very simple. That this decision was to come about, that this is the movement of the courts over the years is very clear. It was an inevitability. And I'll tell you why. Over the years, the courts have come into trying to form a wide panel away from exclusivity of the executive to appoint so far as key appointments are concerned. So far as the judiciary was concerned, of course, that was taken on the ground that those are judicial appointments, they should be independent of the judiciary, separation of powers. Thereafter, other key appointments like the CBI director and other appointments came up, and again it was felt that there should be a broad-based panel which includes not just the executive alone, that is to say the executive as in the ruling government alone, the ruling dispensation alone, should include the opposition, should include the judiciary. What was to happen with the CEC was but an inevitability, and I'll explain to you exactly why. You see, there are certain appointments which are sheer executive appointments. Let's take appointments like the governor. Let's take appointments like the bureaucrats, the secretaries, the chief secretary, cabinet secretary. These are pure executive appointments. Those are appointments which continue and remain to be entirely within the realm of the executive. There are other appointments like, let's take the CEC, which is really a constitutional appointment which deals with the basic fulcrum of democracy itself and goes to the root of democracy. Same way, the CBI was meant to be an independent agency to do an independent inquiry, more or less in lines with what the FBI in the United States is, and to be independent as an investigative body, able to investigate also into governmental errors. So therefore, the movement of the court has been that in such bodies which don't come solely within the executive realm, like I said, governors, executives, the bureaucracy, chief secretaries, cabinet secretary, the army, etc. When it comes within the realm of the larger constitutional framework, dealing with independent agencies and especially something like the CEC, dealing with the very fulcrum of democracy, the entire basis of democracy rests in the CEC's hands really because of the elections. It was but natural that a panel like this would be suggested by the court. I'm not surprised with it at all. I don't think it is judicial overreach because unless the Constitution expressly covered the issue to such an extent that it was not capable of forming this kind of body, the idea is that, look, let there be such a body. Having said that, I have to point out one caveat.
Okay.
You see, there could be one criticism in that when you have the Prime Minister, which is the leader of the House, you have the leader of the opposition, and you have the Chief Justice of India. Often you're going to have a disagreement between the opposition and the government on the selection. In which case, the final selection boils down to the judiciary. So the judiciary actually becomes the selection, the person who selects. And I think this is where there could be some criticism, saying that is this not becoming really a case where in reality, in factual, practical terms, that the judiciary will be appointing the CEC as well. And there could be a criticism there. But so far as the overall concept of having a representative body to decide this which consists not only of the executive, the ruling dispensation, but includes opposition, includes judiciary, I think conceptually, I think that is correct. And that is the right way to head, unless we're going to appointments which are exclusively within the executive
But here's my
realm,
question,
in
Arima
which case the
Sundaram, and
judiciary
I'll take that to
interfering can be
Amitabh
called
Sinha.
overreach.
Fundamentally, the issue is not who's on the panel. Fundamentally, the question is who should decide what the panel is and how the selection should happen. Now, you say, rightly so, that the courts have been moving in this direction. But the question I'm asking Amitabh Sinha is this the court's domain in the first place? If the Constitution did not assign the court this responsibility and it was the legislature's responsibility to decide this, then why are they intervening in this, rightly or wrongly? Whether we like the outcome is a separate issue. Fundamentally, I'm discussing the separation of powers right now. Amitabh Sinha, on top of that is the inclusion of the CJI, which Arima Sundaram has included in his opening comments, giving virtually the judiciary a veto as to who becomes the CEC. And thirdly, is the additional angle that you don't want any interference of a larger group of people when it comes to your own appointment, but you are interfering in all other appointments. Amitabh Sinha.
Thank you, Shivani, for your very intelligent comment or whatever it may be called when you were asking question to me. See, I really appreciate the answer given by Mr. Sundaram, my brother. But the important thing here is that what your question was also, that whether it is constitutional, whether it is legal or not. See, the headline of your story also is clearly showing that whether it is judicial overreach or not. See, overreach is a very particular word, and judicial overreach is now very evident, in every, most of the cases where the sensitivity is there or the national issues are there. So my point is, see, in this situation, then the Supreme Court has violated Keshwar and Bharti case. See, the basic structure, the basic fiber of the Constitution is being violated by the Supreme Court itself. So when the Supreme Court is here to look after whether the violation of any system is there or not, Supreme Court has started giving instruction that this type of governance should be there. And the most important thing, Justice Joseph's observation, I know oral observation, certainly it was there, that we need, just Mr. Sessions type of CEC. It means he is directly doubting the integrity of the present CEC. So this is very unfortunate, let me tell you. And what my basic contention of this against this Constitution Constitution bench judgment is that everywhere Supreme Court is trying to put their nose. Supreme Court is trying to decide what exactly is good or bad. But where is the people's mandate? If the government is being chosen by the people's mandate and people is supreme in this country, so judiciary has nothing to do with anything like that. And lastly, see, Mr. Joseph has said that finally the judiciary will decide who will become the CEC. It means his basic hidden message is whether CEC is capable to sack the Prime Minister who is properly elected by the government or not. This is very unfortunate. So it is just like a judicial coup. Let me tell you a very a very strong word against it. This is sort of a judicial coup. So this is nothing but unrequired thing. Why judiciary is behaving in such manner? It means the judiciary or this constitution bench has no faith in the people's mandate. This is my clear view, and generally what my point is that people in India also are thinking that whether they have voted for a proper government or not because of under the light of this constitutional judgment.
Okay, I will go to Virag Gupta in just a bit, but I do want to bring in Mohammad Amin as well. As a former member of the Election Commission, do you believe that this is a welcome decision or this actually creates any further issues as well?
No, sir, we can welcome the honorable court order and just we can say this was long awaited. And so many times you can see all parties are having hue and cry about this election commission, and they are having the problem with the election commission that they are favoring to the government so many times. And this time Mr. Goel was appointed as an election commissioner. So that was the objection of the Supreme Court. They want to see the file. So the election commission has already sent, the government has, the law ministry has sent on the file to the Supreme Court. But they have found there is nothing against the selection process. But they want to make their own judgment, and they have given the judgment about the selection, how to choose the Chief Election Commissioner. Actually, this is the constitutional body, and the public want to be a good person. But always see, last election commissioners was appointed. So every government, this government or before that government, they have objection. So about the selection of and they are always blaming to the commission that they are favoring to the ruling government. But this is not fair. But we can say this is the good attempt by the Supreme Court has given to the government. They can make a law in the parliament. And
I was going to come to exactly that question. Wouldn't it have been better if the Supreme Court directed the government that please formulate a policy and bring a law on that instead of directly ordering the government that this is what the panel is going to be? Ultimately, the Constitution left it to the government. Arima Sundaram is waving his finger. Yes, Arima Sundaram, I'll come to that to you in just a bit. Yes, Mr. Amin.
Legally, I just can say this is a welcome to this is good for the Election Commission.
Okay. So fundamentally, I want to reiterate, Arima Sundaram, that I am not objecting to the fact that 3 people will decide who the election commissioner is going to be. I think fundamentally, we all look forward to consensus. That's our basic nature. And the more there are checks and balances, I think people feel that there will be greater transparency. But why? The fundamental question that keeps coming back to is whether they should have decided it, but they have left a door open, that this stands only till the government brings in a law. Very quickly, Arima Sundaram, I'll go to our other guests.
You see, why I shook my head earlier was, you said, could the court not have directed the government to pass a law? The answer is no. The court cannot direct the legislature to enact a legislation. That is not possible at all.
But they suggested so in the past to the government. They have made their recommendations in the past to the government.
No, the law, sorry, you are not getting the point. You cannot direct the legislature to pass a law. But where you feel a vacuum exists, it's been held as far back as the Vishaka case and various after. Vishaka was about harassment at the workplace for women and all that. Where the courts find that there is a lacuna, the law has been well laid down that the court can lay down guidelines to be followed until there is a legislation. So there can always be a legislation which is brought in, but until then the guidelines can be laid down by the court when the court feels a vacuum needs to be filled in, where a situation needs to be addressed. And that's what the court has done here.
All right. Adil Singh, Boparai, I want to come to you. One of the other objections that people are raising is that this whole suggestion, and the government also said this, that this whole suggestion that a process can be free and fair only if a judge is sitting on that process, even though we are having this debate in the country of what about judges' appointment themselves, don't you think that for anyone in politics, forget about whose government is in power currently, that is a fundamental question to ask. If everything can be fair only when there is a judicial oversight, then how do we do so many things in our country that don't mandate a judicial oversight?
The objections to this historic judgment are preposterous, and it only reflects a lack of understanding of our revered constitution. Free and fair elections is part of the basic structure of the constitution. And a system of checks and balances ensures that the arbiter to our elections is a person who is non-partisan. I think this is the rationale behind the Supreme Court judgment. And now coming to India 2023, today you are witnessing an onslaught on institutions by a majoritarian government. You cannot have the executive ride roughshod over institutions just because they have a majority in parliament. We're a country which is a constitutional democracy governed by the rule of law. Merely because you are in the majority does not automatically mean that you're right. And the constitution is what the judiciary interprets the constitution to be. And finally, I don't understand what is the difficulty with transparency.
Then why not the collegium? That's what people are asking. Why don't we need greater transparency in the collegium, for example, then? This is the obvious question that everybody is asking.
Again, this is what I said earlier. People who are raising objections are reflecting and demonstrating a lack of understanding. there is consultation in the process of appointment of judges. Once the High Court Collegium makes a recommendation, the name goes to the Law Ministry. The name is vetted by the Intelligence Bureau. The government can give its inputs. The government can return the names. The problem today is people today are relying upon WhatsApp information.
No, but it's not the same as a panel.
And that is unfortunately molding their opinion.
No, but Adil, to be fair, it's not the same as a panel where everybody is going to have a vote. It's not quite the same.
Let me reiterate again, since you put a question about the judiciary. I again reiterate that the collegium system involves and entails a consultation method with the government for the process of appointment of judges.
Fair enough.
I don't want to repeat it again and again. But coming to the moot point, today you're witnessing an onslaught of institutions. Hence, it is important that you have a collegium or a body of persons electing somebody as critical as an election commissioner. In fact, the Congress party will go one step further. Today, the need of the hour is to even have the process of appointing the director of the Enforcement Directorate through a collegium.
Okay.
Because today, institutions and investigating agencies have become an extension of the government of the day. And I say this in national interest.
No, actually, I repeat myself one more time. I think the issue is not so much if there should be a consultation. First of all, consultation and a panel are two different things. But even if you were to have a panel, I don't think the objection is to that alone. The objection is who should it come from? The judiciary or the legislature, the parliament, which is the will of the people. I go across to Virag Gupta now, constitutional expert. Where do you stand on this? We haven't heard from the government just yet. We haven't heard from the BJP, that is the power at the center, that is in power at the center. But could this fall under the realm of judicial overreach or not?
This is a welcome judgment and I don't feel that it's a judicial overreach. Whatsoever you have discussed, I will reply all those points in one line, 5 points, what other guests were speaking. Number one, Mr. Sinha said that this is some judicial overreach or some separation of power in the Keshwan and Bharti matter. Now, I personally feel when the governments are failing, even all the reforms are coming because of judiciary only. This CBI reform also came because of the Supreme Court judgment in the Vineet Narayan, then CVC Act came, then Lokpal Act came. So this is a welcome judgment which is good for the democracy because elections are the key to the democracy, and Article 324 talks about superintendence, direction and control of the Election Commission. So Election Commission has to be free and fair. So that is the first point. Regarding second point, that filling the gap of the Article 324(2), what learned senior advocate Sundaram Saab was saying, that this is like Vishakha and other guidelines. So I humbly disagree with him. This is not a guideline like Vishakha. This is a judgment and which is binding as per Article 141 of the Constitution. So guidelines are many times can be ignored, and guidelines are meant for general guidelines. But this is a judgment because it was required, because CBI I think came by some Lokpal Act in 2013. So ideally it should have been done by the Parliament, but after the Supreme Court judgment, it is good that as soon as Parliament comes with a law explaining all those things, so that judicial overreach aspect should be over.
But can I ask you a follow-up question? You said elections are the most important thing, and we all agree to that. The fundamental point is again that only. If you don't like, you're saying governments are failing. If people don't like a government, they vote them out. But that does not mean that we start being run by courts in a quasi manner. That's the point.
No.
What is the government's job? The government has to do. If they're failing, they'll be voted out. We cannot quite, as citizens, sit in judgment of a Supreme Court order because we don't have any powers in that domain. But when it comes to a government act, the citizens have power. Yes.
Separation of power also means that all the agencies, all the constitutional bodies should be independent. They should not be the pocket agencies of any government, whether Congress, BJP or whatsoever may be. So if selection process is being defined by the Supreme Court is not saying, and it is wrong to observe that finally the judgment will be by the Chief Justice. because ultimately they are saying that there should be a due selection process. So defining the selection process, I don't feel that this is a judicial overreach. But there is one problem, because normally PILs and such type of petitions goes to the Chief Justice Court, and if Chief Justice is part of the panel, selection panel, and if he is the part of the selection panel, then how will they hear the matters which are arising from any order passed by the election commissioner? So normally in such type of things, there should be provision, like it has been done in the CBI matter also, that Chief Justice or the person nominated by the Chief Justice. That is the third point. Now the fourth point is that government has said in the Supreme Court that if some wrong selection is done, then it can be quashed by the Supreme Court. I don't agree, because once election commissioner is appointed and Chief Election Commissioner has the status of the former Supreme Court judge, so they can only be removed as per the impeachment process. By this judgment, other two election commissioner has also got the same status, but once they can remove by the due process, so I don't think that Supreme Court can, because in this matter also, one election commissioner was appointed in the lightning speed as observed by the Supreme Court.
Okay, fair enough. I'm running out of time. I'll just give Amitabh Sinha the final 30 seconds. Should the government now bring in a law, and ultimately is the executive or the legislature paying the price that they didn't formulate a policy on this? They should have done it, as the Constitution said.
Shivani, my very first problem or the objection with this judgment is, see, Supreme Court or the judiciary has the power to evaluate the entire election process through election laws. Election petitions are the direct jurisdiction of judiciary.
Right.
So they don't have the confidence on themselves also, and they are saying, and they are not able to shorten the time limit for the election petitions, and they are trying to intervene and interfere in the executive. This is really a very wrong precedence is being set. So my point is that this should not be done. Transparency in judiciary is also required, and every time my fellow panelists, they are saying that CBI is not a constitutional body.
Right.
The Election Commission is a constitutional body, and they are interfering in the appointment of constitutional body.
So what should the government do now? Amitabh Sinha, what do you think the government should do now? Should they challenge this?
If the makers of constitution were not ready clear about this, you are trying to say that the makers of the constitution were not clear about that. They have given this entire process in the hands of executive.
Exactly.
So I think the government should certainly not act as per this thing, and a law should be enacted so that this overreach should not be
I'll leave it at that. Fundamentally, there is a constitutional provision on this. If there was a gap, then it should be filled by the parliament, which is the will of the people. If the constitution needs to change or be amended or updated, there is a body, which is the parliament, that should do that. Those changes should not come from other bodies and other arms of democracy, is the point fundamentally that everyone has been left thinking about as far as this order is concerned. I thank our learned guests for joining us and appreciate your time. I'm slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you some updates from the G20 summit happening in the national capital. Also, the Prime Minister is set to speak in a bit from now at the Raisena Dialogues. Stay with us.
Saying that the BJP will retain the state and retain it rather comfortably. Remember, the halfway mark is 30 plus 1. So if they are going to retain the state anywhere in these numbers, whether it's the Axis numbers or whether it is the Z numbers or the Jan Ki Baat numbers, then you're pretty much looking at a kind of majority that the BJP had last time around. And remember, this is a state where they changed the chief minister, much like they did in Uttarakhand, much like they've done in other states. So that will be a strategy that could get some validation if these numbers hold and if the BJP comes back in the same ballpark as it won last time. Two factors, like I said, before I give it to you. One is this party, can they emerge kingmaker, particularly in the tribal districts? Will they eat into either the BJP votes? Remember, the BJP won big time the tribal votes in 2018, also because of the alliance with the IPFT. And left in Congress for the first time, remember, these were the traditional parties in Tripura. For the last 30-40 years, the contest was always between left and Congress until the BJP came to the scene 5 years ago and stole the show. Now, left and Congress are together Arithmetically, it may be a formidable alliance, but elections don't always work on arithmetic.
For the left and Congress to come together, one wonders what the compulsions, political compulsions have been, that in just about 5 to 6 years or inside a decade, these two arch rivals have actually come together. The Trinamool has also tried to make inroads, but they don't seem to be getting much there. And
so far, I think almost all the polls are saying either between 0 or 3, 1. And I think that's because there's already a third player in Tripura. Unlike in Meghalaya, where the TMC is also contesting there they might have a little more impact than in Tripura. But I think in Tripura, the third player who could have impact is the Tipra Mota. And I think he will eat into both BJP votes as well as, of course, the opposition votes.
Will he pull the steam off, the pressure cooker? Does he do that job where the indigenous groups of Tripura are rallying around Tipra Mota, and there is a fair share of vote share that he pulls around 18 to 20% and pulls about 11 seats. So he becomes a contender there. What does he do? Does he join the party that is going to form the government, or does he decide to sit in opposition? It all depends on the results. If the BJP wins clearly, then we'll have to see what happens. Largely in the northeast, what happens is the regional parties back the party which is going to help them in the center. Now, that is a sentiment we've seen in Meghalaya. Let's look at Nagaland right now. How does Nagaland look at this point? Now, Access My India, Zee Matrix, Times Now, ETG, and also Jan Ki Baat, all of them have come out and very clearly said that Nagaland is firmly in the bastion of the BJP plus. So it's very comfortably placed. They're running away with it. The NPF, which used to be formidable at one point in time, seems to be slipping further. The Congress, nowhere. And the others. Now, here again, it's a very, very interesting story. As far as Nagaland is concerned, it's again under Nephew Rio that the BJP has mounted the challenge, and the BJP plus there, if you look at it, NDPP, seem to be very, very comfortable.
Today we'll get the results of the three northeastern states, Nagaland, Meghalaya and Tripura. It's hugely important, particularly for the BJP, because they need to show that this momentum, this electoral momentum is continuing. You got Karnataka coming up next, then you have Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and then of course the big one, like you said, Anand, in 2024. It's going to be one hell of an election ride, not just for the Northeast. This has implications for wider political ramifications, but let's see how that story plays out over the next 2 or 3 hours.
Absolutely, and we got all the details here on the Magic Wall, and of course Alexa is going to get us a lot of the details as the results come in live. Now, you've got the counters on the screen. It's like an L. You see that, ladies and gentlemen? So you've got Tripura here, you've got Meghalaya. There you go, that's Meghalaya, and then there is Nagaland here on the screens. Now, there is a reason why the counter is already ticking on Meghalaya and Nagaland. So Nagaland is 1 out of 60 because one of the BJP contestants in that has been elected unopposed. So it's already won for the BJP in Nagaland. Now, they seem to be, the exit pollsters say that they are in comfortable position to win with their allies. Repeat what's going to happen. So the for them to come there. In Meghalaya, one of the candidates, there was a demise of a candidate right in the middle of the campaigning and polls. So that's why there are no elections there. So out of the 180 seats, we're going to see results for only 178. So 59 in Meghalaya and 1 out of 60 already done. So 179 results is what we're going to see. One is already declared, beg your pardon, and this is 59, and Tripura will be 60. This is a busy morning, ladies and gentlemen, because there is also the G20 summit which is on, and it's happening. A lot of activity in the national capital. So we'll go across there because Maria Shakil along with Siddhant and Abhishek Jha will be joining us live with all the activity from there. So we will be hopping, skipping across multiple dimensions of the newscast, but the focus will always remain the election coverage, the news that is the result day. What's the story that's going to be stitched? What's the narrative that's going to be stitched? Will the Northeast dictate the tone for the remaining states? All of this is what will be spoken about. Now, as far as the fight that is As far as the fight is concerned, let's try and, before we go down to our reporters, let's try and understand and start from the state which BJP is trying to retain on its own, that is Tripura. It was an amazing story that was scripted, and when they first came to power, uprooting the left, and before we get to Zaka on that, let's try and quickly look at these exit poll numbers. Now, the numbers say that the BJP will consolidate, some of them say it won't be a landslide, it will be hung. The Tipra Mota will come into play as the Kingmaker. That's what the Times Now, ETG and Jan Ki Baat numbers are saying. But Zee Matrix and Access My India say that the BJP will be comfortably past the halfway number. Zaka, if Tripura is retained by the BJP and that too comfortably, it's a statement and at multiple levels, because then this third party which comes in and diffuses the vote share for the opposition. In this case, it would be Pratyodey Burman's Tripura Mota.
So I think one of the fascinating things about the Tripura election is, last time the BJP came from behind and surprised everyone with not just, dislodging 30 years of left rule. Manik Sarkar's rule was dislodged, but they got a big win. They got 44 out of 60. That was a 2/3 majority. So to be able to retain a state like that with a similar kind of a majority, if we were to go by the Axis My India poll, they will be in that same ballpark. The only poll which is saying it will be a hung house and the Tripura Mota will come into play is the ETG poll. But all the other polls are saying that the BJP will retain the state and retain it rather comfortably. Remember, the halfway mark is 30 plus 1. So if they are going to retain the state anywhere in these numbers, whether it's the Axis numbers or whether it is the Z numbers or the Jan Ki Baat numbers, then you're pretty much looking at a kind of majority that the BJP had last.
Welcome back. Let's get you some updates. Both sessions of the G20 foreign ministers meet concluded a short while ago. A bulk of issues were addressed. Broadly, a consensus was built. Remember, the Prime Minister set the stage of the G20 meetings today by really putting out the statement that multilateralism is in crisis today. There was one sticking point, which was Ukraine, of course, which is why there's not going to be any joint communication from the foreign ministers of these countries regarding the Russia-Ukraine war. In fact, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has lashed out at the West for stalling negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. Bilateral meets were also on the agenda. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar held bilateral talks with US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, focusing on bilateral ties and pressing global issues, including the Ukraine conflict. Jaishankar also met, importantly, China's Foreign Minister Qin Gang, who's on his first trip to India. The India-China meeting holds immense significance in the wake of the continuing military standoff between the two sides in Ladakh at the line of actual control. The discussions were focused on addressing these current challenges to the bilateral relationship. On the other hand, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is also in India for the 8th edition of the Raisena Dialogues. She hailed Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that he's one of the most loved leaders globally. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to inaugurate India's flagship event of geopolitics in just a bit. But before that, some statements by the foreign ministers.
We spent, I don't know, maybe about 45 minutes talking to each other. And the bulk of our conversation, understandably, was about the current state of our relationship. There are real problems in that relationship that need to be looked at, that need to be discussed very openly and candidly between us.
We can see that the West is continuing with other ways under new conditions. They are still promoting their interests without considering the interests of the vast majority of other stakeholders of the global community, and the developing countries can see it for what it is. I have already touched upon this matter, the colossal, boorish moral pressure. Yes, some of them, when such pressure is exerted against them, they are saying certain things or they're voting in certain manner to relieve themselves a little bit from the pressure from the United States and their allies.
I want to go across first to my colleague Siddhant, who's been tracking developments from the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan. Siddhant, importantly, India-China foreign ministers talk. This is extremely important in the climate that it is coming. Tell us more of what has come out from that meeting.
Well, yes, the bilateral talks between the foreign ministers of two nations did take place on the sidelines of G20 summit. And perhaps one of the most important meeting which happened on the sidelines of G20, reason being that both the foreign ministers met for a longer time, and in fact the border issue was raised during the meeting, and that was also officially conveyed to the press, that the border issue was raised. At the same time, several issues related to G20 were raised in the meeting. So India has again made its stand clear. Irrespective of what Chinese have to say on the bilateral relations between the two nations, India has made its stand clear that if they want any solution to the recent escalation in relationship, then for that they need to first discuss the border issue. And this is perhaps the reason that even today, when the photograph of the two ministers were put out on Twitter, then the caption it was clearly written that border issues was discussed. So sending out a clear message to China from New Delhi that border issue is a priority for India. Whereas China believes that if India wants a solution to the recent escalation, then they should give away the geopolitical confrontation and should address other important issues. So
Siddhant,
this has
I'll
been
keep coming
China's
back
stand.
to you. These are live visuals that are now coming in from the Raisina dialogues happening from today for the next couple of days. The Prime Minister has arrived. He's expected to inaugurate and speak. Already in the morning, the Prime Minister has made a very important statement as far as the current global climate is concerned at the start of the G20 summit, which India is hosting. And his message has been very clear that, the world needs to do more. Post the World War II, countries came together so that they don't see conflicts anymore. But we live in a very conflicted world today. Also, multilateralism has come under question. That's the Prime Minister
of India,
in company with the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni. We'll keep an eye on those visuals. We'll go across to the Prime Minister when he's speaking. But let me also bring in the guest who's joining us, Foreign Affairs expert. Okay, all right.
A very, very warm welcome to the Raisina Dialogue. This edition of the dialogue is special. It is the first dialogue in India's Amrit Kal, or Golden Age, an epoch marking the 25 years leading up to a century of India's independence, when colonial rule left our country starving of resources. It could not shackle the hopes and dreams of 1 billion people. Today, those aspirations remain alive, and 75 years that passed have led to this very moment of resurgence.
All right. We'll just go across to the Raisina dialogues as the Prime Minister begins his speech. Rabindranath Sachdev, Foreign Affairs expert, is also joining us on the show. How crucial do you see what is turning out to be a standoff of sorts when it comes to the Ukraine issue? Russia, possibly China on one side and the rest of the global world on the other side. And then, India is hosting this summit in this climate. There's been friction in the past, even in the present meeting. Is there any danger that Ukraine may completely derail the G20, other issues and summit-related concerns?
Thank you so much. Yeah, if not a danger, Ukraine will play the role of a catalyst. I think, see, where the world of today is, as Prime Minister has said, there's a global breakdown happening. That reality has to seep into everyone. And this is being precipitated definitely by the Ukraine crisis. Minus the Ukraine crisis also, already the world was shifting and moving away. The Euro-Atlantic Center and their regime and their worldview was, see, the center of gravity of the world about 80 years ago was different. The center of gravity of the world now is much more distributed across the world. That reality has to set in. And multilateral organizations, especially the UN, have really failed to prevent conflicts the world over.
Yeah.
So
the PM has been very categorically very critical of the UN in the past, even in his speech at the UNGA. And now today on multilateralism, what do you think is his key point is? Because I think the Indian message has been for quite a while that you need to divide decision-making properly amongst countries like India. And it cannot be a cohort of some.
Absolutely so. But you see, the unfortunate thing is there can never be a reform of the UN. I don't think the UNSC can ever be reformed. Nobody will give up their veto and nobody will want other people into the tent. What could be done, should be done, maybe be done, is to create another organization, a tribunal focused on preventing conflicts all over the world. That could be something which could become, see, right now, we are in a way, like a critical mass in physics or a tipping point. The world is at that tipping point. At this tipping point, it is good that, we are not able to issue the joint communique. Let the differences come up. Why sweep them under? What's been happening so far? Any differences and all papered over in diplomatic wordsmithery. The reality of the world is that the challenges which are there, the pains which different nations are facing are or cannot be papered over. They're real challenges.
And in fact, I was going to ask you exactly this. What do you make of the Russian response after the finance ministers meeting also, and during the external affairs ministers meetings also? Russia has been very categorical that the Western powers are abusing this platform to corner it.
No, certainly. I mean, Russia is categorical. Russia is saying it, and the Western powers are doing it. There's no doubt to it, right? But Russia made the mistake that it invaded. It picked up the weapon the first time, right? The first shot which was fired was by Russia. That's Russia's mistake and what's going on. But the build up to it, okay, to create the conditions which kind of, I would not say compelled, but which due to which Russia thought it needed to pick up the weapon, are or were created by the US and NATO without doubt. Big picture.
Yeah.
Now, Russia is saying it clearly. There is China, there is India. So the world is getting much more distributed in terms of the power centers. And what is happening is the US, by the way, Europe has gotten even more stronger due to the Ukraine war, more solidified. Us, we, our European values, you would hear the rhetoric coming often, right? Now, the US aims to be the solo superpower, which could be fine, and it wants to prevent China. Now, we have our own issues with China also. So there's a, kind of a alignment to our interests. But if you look at the bigger global picture, in this global picture, there is no other way, and nobody is ready to live and let live.
Can I ask you,
that is the paradigm
in such a climate, especially in the context of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, so much pressure was mounted on India in the initial months. It has continued in some form or the other. India had stood fast as far as its outlook is concerned. No compromise on its own national interest. Rest, of course, India stands for peace. That has been the message. But India is also not very willing to take any additional burden of the conflict on it, because we frankly have nothing to do with it. We have got our relationships with Russia. We're not going to throw them into the, into the gutter because of this. Overall, do you think India has managed this extremely well? And even the Western powers are beginning to realize that best they can hope for is that India mediates. India is not going to give an inch as far as its own interests are concerned.
Very interesting question. I would say that, when the war started, it was the first thing. It was something happening for the first time with everyone, right? Even with India, we were a new dynamic out there. So the first few months, we were wanting to stay on the sidelines, not get involved in anything. We wanted to wish it away, right? But yes, we did face pressure from the West and the US. And yes, we did, in fact, hold 3 contracts to the to Russia under American pressure in August of last year, or I think March, April. State Department official testified to the US Congress. The congressman asked, India is our friend, but why is it siding or abstaining in the UN votes? This State Department official, Donald Lu, the famous Donald Lu, right? He said, we understand India's legacy and relations and all, but India is coming around. They paused one order for MiG aircrafts upgrades, 2.1 billion, which is still pending, by the way. They paused an order on helicopters, and there was one more. So these were 3 orders which we put on pause. But later on, I think we fine-tuned our stance, and we got our logic very nicely, very correctly, which Minister Jaishankar started, articulating in the world forums that, you cannot be looking at the world only through the European lens. I mean, our problems are also there. It's not only your problems. You're not the center of the world, right? And then when Prime Minister in Samarkand with Putin said, the words that this is not an era of war.
Right.
I think India's diplomacy and our stance evolved, matured, and now the West is realizing, yes, that, and the US, that India will tread its own path. But no matter that, behind the curtains, we are facing questions. We are being pressed to take or to downgrade our relations with Russia. So there's no doubt on that. And of course, we'll also have to look long term. You see, very selfishly, in a way speaking, Russia has been a great friend. But if you see Russia's performance, the performance of the military industry has been disappointing, to say the least, perhaps, right?
Okay.
For whatsoever
Can I
reason.
ask you a
Plus,
broad,
if this
a
war
broad
continues-
overall question? You know, I must add a caveat that all of this power and the stance and the, you know, backbone that India is showing also comes from the fact that it is possibly the only bright spot as far as global economy is concerned. And it is using that heft. Ultimately, diplomatic heft comes from economic heft. So we must focus on that. But overall, you know, the world is looking with more respect, especially at the time when India is heading the G20 and hosting the presidency. Do you think that the outlook towards India from some of the traditional global powers has indeed fundamentally shifted?
Oh, yes, I do think so. And you're absolutely, absolutely right. You know, it's our economic heft, it's our people, what we have in India as such, and our trajectory which is going. And also remember, India is not so much an export-driven totally economy like China was.
Yeah.
China grew fantastic, but it was all export-driven. India is very much a domestic market economy also. So that rise of India is absolutely, I mean, if we were a Paraguay or a Uruguay or a, you know, small nation, no matter what our ancient legacy, no matter
Yeah,
what
people wouldn't care. That's the reality as far as diplomacy is concerned. Rabindranath, I request you to stay with me. I want to go across to my colleague Abhishek Jha. What's expected, for example, from the Raisina dialogue? Everybody very keenly waiting for the Prime Minister's speech, especially after the stage that he has set, Abhishek, in the morning, saying that multilateralism is in crisis. The world needs to wake up and look at the challenges it's facing. Give us a sense of how the day was at the G20 today. What were the highlights?
So clearly, the day started with Prime Minister's message that the world is at a crossroads where multilateral organizations, especially United Nations, has been failing time and again. He counted the recent developments or recent crises that the world has seen: pandemic, climate change, Russia-Ukraine war, food crisis, fuel crisis. And these are the fundamental aspects of the world, where the United Nations was mandated to deal with them and to keep them under control. But clearly, United Nations has not been able to deal with this crisis. So there should be a representation from other countries or other members of United Nations in a big way, where they can reflect the reality of the changing times. We know that India at the time of formation of United Nations was not on a very good space. But now India is the fourth or fifth largest economy. It has world's largest population. The strategic importance of India being in Asia is very important. It is world's largest market where every investing country is eyeing a good share. So clearly, a country like India should get a more prominence at United Nations and other multilateral organizations. So that was a sense that Prime Minister tried to convey to the state members.
Abhishek, I request you to just stay with me. Let me take a final comment from Rabindranath Sachdev as well. Overall, what would India and the global community hope to achieve from these G20 meetings today? At least a bare minimum that you think should happen.
I think what we should hope to achieve is, something which we have in this thing, Manthan. And, after that Manthan, the essence which comes out, the raw essence of the reality, of the new reality of the world, I think should come out. It would hit everybody in the sense that, they would realize that the world has changed, there are new dynamics, and the world has to shift gears. I think that's going to be the clear-cut message takeaway from these 2 days also. And going up to the G20 leaders meeting, there could be some things, etc., because this realization has come up now. It's precipitating. The world cannot go on like this. The world organizations in charge of, or so to say, for preventing conflict and all, are absolutely, toothless. So why not maybe let the UN be, UNSC be, why not create a separate tribunal commission or something which looks and which is having a partnership or a composition of all the new reality of this world.
Okay.
So that some challenges can be addressed. Otherwise, all of these nations are walking their own music to their own drums, and we are heading for conflicts and conflicts and conflicts.
Okay. The Italian Prime Minister
honor
is
for
speaking.
me
Let's
to
listen in.
inaugurate this year's Raisina Dialogue.
and to do so in front of such an extraordinary audience, an audience that includes representatives from across the G20, with whom Italy shares a special responsibility to find solutions to our common global challenges. With this in mind, well, I would like to take this opportunity to share my appreciation for Prime Minister Modi's hard work on handling a complex presidency and to reiterate Italy's full support to its success. I am told that the name of this international conference comes from Raisina Hill here in Delhi, from which the government is granted a broader view of India's capital city. In troubled times like today, this is, I think, a fitting metaphor of the vision that we as leaders, thinkers, civil servants need to adopt. It reminds me of the Palatino, the Campidoglio, and the other hills on which our ancestors founded ancient Rome more than 2,000 years ago, from which an extensive network of roads connected different provinces, leading from the center of the Italian peninsula to very diverse cultures. And I think that it is also the way we need of doing politics today. When I was running for the electoral campaign, I said that I didn't want to climb the institutions to gain power. I wanted to climb the institution, for it is the only way that you can have a better view of what is happening and give best solutions. And that is exactly what I see today. As we look at events around us, our identity shapes our field of vision, both as individuals and as nations. Identity is shaped deeply by geography, and at the same time, our thoughts could be shaped by provocation. Here I would like to try to interpret in a positive way the very interesting question posed by the organizers of this conference. And I will start from the word provocation, which could certainly be considered as an affront to our sensitivities, but also as a spur to think in a different way. A challenge to accept the challenges of uncertainty and turbulence, for nothing is more certain than the uncertainty of our historic times. This is definitely the era of uncertainty, and at the same time, a period of unprecedented.
With me, Maria Shakil. It is a saffron storm in the Northeast, ladies and gentlemen, where the BJP-led Northeast Democratic Alliance, that is NEDA, has once again shown the electoral power of brand Narendra Modi and the Vikas drive that has touched every corner of this region, from a development revamp to establishing peace and stability. Counting of votes is still underway in Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland, but it's a clean sweep for the BJP in Tripura, as it secures a second term and a landslide victory for the NDPP-BJP alliance in Nagaland that has decimated the opposition. All eyes are on Meghalaya, where Conrad Sangma's National People's Party is ahead, but a silver shy of the halfway mark, which has sparked an alliance buzz in the state. Now, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has tweeted that Conrad Sangma has in fact called Home Minister Amit Shah and sought his support to form the government. So it seems the BJP could see a triple victory in the elections. But looking at the big picture on the road to 2024, has the BJP established the Northeast as a bastion, where just 7 years back it had just one government? Is this another electoral endorsement of the Prime Minister's Vikas brand, and namely his Act East agenda? Most importantly, what is the opposition's next move after another electoral debacle?
Very happy. Our party peoples are very happy. And first of all, I want to thank our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Home Minister, our National President JP Nadda ji, Rajnath ji, or above all our Karyakartas. I want to give them thanks. Then because of them only, this what we have achieved only because of them.
जो गठबंधन हुआ है ये राज्य का हित के लिए हुआ है, और लोग जो बहुमूल्य गांवों में रहते हैं और अलग-अलग जिलों में रहते हैं, सब समझते हैं ये बात को।
What a day it has been for the BJP. Let me get you a sense of how the assembly of Tripura first will be looking like. The BJP has 133 seats, so it has very well crossed the halfway mark. The Trinamool Congress could not really open an account in Tripura, although we saw an aggressive campaigning by it. The Left Plus, which includes the Congress, is at 14. And Tipra, which is the political party of Pradyut Dev Burman, is at 13. Is there a possibility that Pradyut Dev Burman could join the BJP alliance and be part of the government? Nothing can be ruled out, because before the elections, there were several talks of him being in touch with the BJP top leadership and also at the same time being wooed in by the Congress party. Shifting focus now to another state, Meghalaya. In Meghalaya, the big picture that is emerging in the assembly, and this is how the assembly of Meghalaya will be looking like. Here are the numbers for Meghalaya. A beautiful state, certainly. I have visited Meghalaya and it's one of the most pretty states in Northeast. NPP is at 27, the BJP at 2. It was hoping to better its performance. It has almost repeated the same performance of last time. The Congress has 5. And the Trinamool Congress is at 5 as well, and others are at 20. So in an assembly of 59, the NPP is at 27. Conrad Sangma, the former chief minister, in fact, he is the outgoing chief minister who is returning as the chief minister, has dialed Home Minister Amit Shah, and that information was shared by Himanta Biswa Sarma, Assam chief minister, in which he said that he has sought support. Conrad Sangma has sought support of Home Minister Amit Shah in forming the government. Now looking at Nagaland, the beautiful state of Nagaland and its saffron sweep. Great news for the BJP in the state of Nagaland, where the BJP has gone and won 38 seats. It's a landslide victory for the BJP and others, NPF and NPP at 4 and 2. So way past the halfway mark, 16 as others. Who are these 16? We'll try and break down that for you in just a bit. Now let me give you a sense of what else are we looking at as far as the big picture in these states are concerned. Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland. The battle for Tripura. The scorecard, this is how it looks like as far as the strike rate is concerned. The BJP's strike rate has been 58%. The CPM is at 26%. The surprise entry in this election was Pradyut Burman's party with a strike rate of 31%. The BJP contested on 55 seats, won 32. The Congress on 13, won just 3. The Congress's performance has been the worst, clearly here. Meghalaya's strike rate now. I'll ask the producer to put that on your television screens. This is how it looks like. In Meghalaya, the BJP strike rate has been really bad. Their strike rate is at 3%. As far as Conrad Sangma's NPP is concerned, it's at 48%. The Congress is at 8%. And Mamata Banerjee is the surprise factor there, winning 5 out of 59 seats. Her party, remember, contested on all 59 seats in the state of Meghalaya. Another state now, Nagaland. These are the first set of elections that are taking place, ladies and gentlemen, in 2023. There are 6 more states which will be going to polls later this year. A crucial state of Karnataka as well, which is the window of the south for the BJP. Nagaland here. This is how it looks like. The BJP's strike rate in Nagaland is 60%, NDPP at 65%. The Congress is dismal again. They contested on 23 seats. They won just 2. Joining me on Malviya, senior leader of the BJP, Matthew Anthony, Congress spokesperson. We also have Professor Manojit Mandal, TMC spokesperson. Nalin Mehta will be joining me on the show in just a bit. Mr. Malviya, the year has begun well for your party. Can it be seen just from the numbers point of view, or will you say that it's a message of a visible ideological shift in states which are dominated by minorities?
Well, I think there are several messages in this win for the BJP. The Northeast, when we took office in Delhi in 2014, had just one state that was ruled by the BJP and NDA, and today the entire Northeast is with the BJP or the NDA, and that in itself is a major statement. Now, let me go state by state. You look at Tripura, it was a left citadel till we dislodged them the previous time. And this election, we managed to come back despite a left Congress coalition and an ambitious and aggressive TMC, which has actually drawn a blank and voted less than 1%. They have, in fact, got less votes than Nota. So that really tells you how a new player like TMC failed to impress in Tripura. Despite the regional party doing well, the BJP on its own has gone past the halfway mark. Come to Meghalaya. It's a Christian-dominated state. The BJP's performance over the last election has risen by almost 100%. We had 2 MLAs in the last assembly, in the outgoing assembly, and we now have 4 elected representatives. Again,
you still have 2, Mr. Malviya, as far as Meghalaya is concerned. We are looking at the numbers. It says still the BJP has 2.
Well, the numbers are coming in. Okay. The last that we had count, it was 4. But if it's 2 at the moment, we'll have to wait for the final results as far as Meghalaya is concerned. But the vote share in Meghalaya has gone up significantly. And we contested a whole host of seats much higher than the previous time. And it means that we've built a sustainable base for us in Meghalaya. Again, a state where TMC acquired 12 Congress MLAs and have now been reduced to 5. So that, again, is not a very good story for the TMC. The Congress is completely wiped out. They have 3 MLAs at the moment. Come to Nagaland, another Christian-dominated state, largely tribal. The BJP alliance has swept to power. Now, there are 2 things that are very important. One, the ideological aspect. It is widely perpetuated, not just in sections of Indian media, but also global media, that the liberal democracy in India is under threat and that minorities are not safe. This entire liberal conundrum that we keep hearing all the time with the white-skinned people carrying the cross
for the minorities of our country, have a message here from them that we stand resolutely with the BJP, with Prime Minister Modi, and the politics of development has triumphed over identity. Secondly, and if I may just finish this point, Northeast as a region has seen massive development under Prime Minister Modi. There was time when there would be economic blockades, but that is something that is now a thing of the past. There is massive tourism. I heard you say that you've been to Meghalaya. Perhaps it must be for tourism. And so several people like you are visiting the state. Talk about the Naga Peace Accord, which Prime Minister Modi has led, which has resulted in great amount of peace and tranquility in the state of Nagaland, and that means development and prosperity. In Tripura, for example, the Bru community was established, was rehabilitated. So a lot of such initiatives have gone into this big victory.
You know, the message that you're talking about, of course, it's a big political message for the opposition as well. Nalin Mehta is joining me here in the studio. Matthew Anthony, for all the talks of your Bharat Jodo, it looks like that the vote Jodo is not happening. Just look at your performance, which has gone from bad to worse in all these three states. Strike rate of 3%, 20%.
May I?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. I should be given the time to speak without interruption. So let me first say that Bharat Jodo has nothing to do with these elections because Bharat Jodo didn't actually touch the Northeast. There is another yatra which is being planned for the Northeast. Now, coming to the election state by state, let me put across this, in Tripura, out of the 13, we have won 3. So our strike rate is around a 25 to 28% there. And in Meghalaya, if you look at it, we started from ground zero after the desertion of the leaders from our camp to another camp. So whatever we have achieved in Meghalaya, 5 seats is a respectable achievement for us, from where we have started.
So were you looking at just respectable performances, as you put that as, or were you looking at decent enough for forming the government? ये चुनाव सत्ता के लिए लड़ा जाता है या moral victory के लिए?
That's why I requested. I need an uninterrupted time to put across the points, just like how the other party person did it. So let me complete it that Meghalaya, we expected a little bit more from this, but whatever we have achieved right now is a respectable achievement from where we started in Meghalaya for this election. Now, I agree that we need to win elections, but at the same time, politics doesn't end by an election. Look at the BJP where they were, they were failing consistently for decades before they coming into assuming this level of power in center as well as in other states. So similarly, we have to look at the elections from a perspective, not from a win and lose, but from a long-term procedure and long-term process. So,
so you can claim moral victory and look at long-term gains.
No.
But then that means you have given up on 2024. You're looking at 2029 or perhaps after that. Let me bring in TMC now. Professor Manojit Mandal, the clear picture that is coming in now is that as far as opposition space is concerned, you are better placed than the Congress. So that should be settled in the opposition space. I mean, what is the point of having a Congress party which scores a 0 in Nagaland? No, and has scored the similar number as you in the state of Meghalaya?
No, I congratulate all the winners, especially the MLAs of my party. They really fought hard, stuck to their guns. Coming back to your question, and my friend Mr. Amin Malviya, by the way, congratulations to you also, Mr. Malviya. To your eloquent vexing about your win and the kind of developmental work that you had done in Northeast. If this is the case, my simple question, why did you leave the government? What was your Prime Minister doing during the campaign? This was the most corrupt government in Meghalaya. And then the question that leads me to, and it's a very important one, are you going to ally with this political party, NPP, with which you had a government and you left midway? These are the questions that needs to be asked again and again.
But I think today the questions have to be asked to all those parties or players who were playing for the kill. You were one of them. You had all kind of strategy for Tripura. What happened to that? What happened to your Meghalaya strategy?
I tell you, in Meghalaya, we won about 20% of the votes, and that was with the effort of 9-10 months. You know,
but you got all the no. What about those MLAs of the Congress party who defected?
The Congress party, they won not on the Congress ticket, they won on the TMC tickets and on their own because the support of the people. And you probably, Maria, did not see all those rallies, probably 2 or 3 rallies that Mantadi conducted. I mean, look, the kind of response from the people.
Manojit Mandar, अगर rally के basis पे चुनाव जीता जाता, तो Mayawati would have never lost any election. So let's not emphasize too much on that. Okay, let me bring in. Because the Northeast elections are very, very important today, and I'm not too sure. If this kind of analysis will be actually helping any of the opposition parties. Particularly, you have to settle between you and the Congress party going ahead.
In case of Meghalaya, that question should also be put to BJP. They have been there since 2018. We are there from only 2022, last year. Look at the comparison. They are down to 2 and we are at 5.
Then why is the NPP not forming a government with you? Why is Conrad Sangma not dialing Mamata Banerjee for forming the government?
That only they can tell.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, finally he also realizes that it's about double engine. You know, Manojit, I have travelled to most of these states and I've seen the transformation that has happened. So let me bring Nalin Mehta here in the studio. Nalin, 9 states are going to polls this year, of which 3 have already polled, and all these 3 states have gone into the BJP's kitty. They are forming the government. Meghalaya, it will be with Conrad Sangma. The message is loud and clear, even in minority-dominated states, Christian-dominated states of Nagaland and Meghalaya, it is the BJP which is returning. Can it be seen as northeastern states aligning with the BJP, aligning with the central government, as the Congress or some analysts would be putting that as? Or should this be seen as integration, as Prime Minister Modi puts it?
So I think there is a deep-seated shift happening in the politics of the Northeast, which started from 2016 onwards. From before 2016, Maria, we have to remember the BJP had never won an electoral contest in the Northeast. It had not even come second in any assembly poll or national poll in any of the 8 northeastern states. Today, look at the 3 states. I'll give you one statistic. The Congress, which was once the predominant national party in the Northeast, today has won, at the last count that I saw about 20 minutes ago on the Election Commission's website, 8 seats across 3 states. The BJP has won, the last number was 48, almost 50, which is 6x what Congress has won in these 3 states. We have to remember that in the last election, in 2018, the Congress was the single largest party in Meghalaya, even though it didn't form the government. In Tripura, the BJP didn't even have a councillor before 2018. It swept last time. This time, after 5 years in power, after changing a chief minister like you did in Uttarakhand and in Gujarat, the BJP has retained power despite a once unthinkable left Congress alliance and despite the rise of the Tripura Mota. There is a fundamental transformation happening in Tripura at least. And the fact, and like you said, there are states in the Northeast. Nagaland is about 87% Christian. Yes. Meghalaya is 75% Christian. Tripura has 1/3 of Tripura is tribal population. Nagaland and Meghalaya are also largely tribal populations. So in these states, I think fundamentally these advances by the BJP, they essentially allow the BJP to say, and legitimately so, that it is no more just a Hindi party. It is by far the only pan-Indian national party in the way that the Congress once was. So that's why I think that's the larger message of these elections, because now it's happened not once but twice. Lightning strikes once. Yes. But in Assam you won twice. By you I mean BJP in this case. In Manipur they won twice, and in Arunachal now there's a second government.
Okay, so Matthew Anthony, the politics of this country for the next few decades will have the BJP strategically placed in a pole position, be it from the north to the east, or the east, east to the west, or from north to the south. It's very evident here that here is a machinery, election machine, winning machine, which has got a formula for each and every state, and they are continuing to win.
Maria, the question now I want to ask Amit Malviya here is that will he or the party can communicate to the rest of the India that beef eating is fine with them to the rest of the India? Now, when it comes to an ideology, we need to ask these questions. Then also about the beef eating as well as, the minority, the conversion loss which is happening in Karnataka, anti-conversion loss which is happening in Karnataka, the anti-conversion issues which is happening in Madhya Pradesh and all other parts of the country. Will BJP nationally announce, that it is fine
Mr.
with
Malviya,
them,
will
just
you
like how they
respond
did
to
in
this, please?
Northeast? It is political emptiness, political hollowness, or you are cheating the people.
No, please
it's a
respond to this.
misrepresentation of facts. There's no ideology, it's business.
Okay, Mr. Malviya. You have to unmute yourself.
I said the problem with the Congress and the assorted opposition is that they want to pick up on issues on which they will not win. Somebody just said that the BJP and the NPP fought separately and now they want to form an alliance. They forget that in Maharashtra, the BJP and the Shiv Sena, which have been in alliance for a very long time, we fought the assembly elections separately and then subsequently went on to form government and rule the state for 5 years. So parties that are ambitious and are willing to work hard are the ones who will take these chances, will try and expand their bases. Look, unlike the Congress, we don't have the luxury of going on a holiday to Gulmarg and skiing and claiming moral victory.
Let us not divert from the issues. My questions are very specific.
Well, let me finish what I had to say. They also forget that the BJP has ruled Goa for the longest time. I mean, we've been in power in Goa for 15 years. That's a state where there's uniform civil code. There's a large minority population. 35% of the population is Christian. So when they attribute some of these aspects to the BJP in the context of the Northeast, they forget that we've had the success that we've had in places like Goa. So they are free to decide the grounds on which they want to fight. We are very clear that we are going to go to people with the agenda of development, and that is what we've done for Northeast. On TMC in particular, I was listening to the representative speaking on behalf of the TMC, wax eloquent about the TMC's performance. I want to remind the TMC that they have 216 odd MLAs in West Bengal, and they have lost the Sagardigi bipod. So perhaps instead of trying to expand their own footprint in a bid to get a national party status so that Mamata Banerjee can have a shot at power in Delhi in 2024, they should look to retain the state of West Bengal, which is fast slipping out of their hands. 2 of their top ministers are in jail. 100 crore worth of cash has been seized from their houses. Chief Minister for much less crime have gone to jail. Mamata Banerjee is the kingpin of all the scams happening in the state, whether it is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, MNREGA, you name it.
Let Manojit Mandal respond, because Mr. Malviya, you have taken the role. Now you're responding like the BJP in charge of Bengal. The question that has been asked here about beef eating, because what is clearly appearing, Nalin Mehta, that these are non-issues. Is it really an issue? Is beef eating an issue in Nagaland or in Meghalaya?
So I think the BJP has adopted very differentiated political strategies for the Northeast. The BJP, the way it operates in the Northeast is different. Its different horses for different courses. And I think the BJP has shown great strategic adaptability in adapting itself to the local politics of these states. And it does not operate there the way it operates in the Hindi heartland, for example. And there are multiple reasons why there are 4-5 strategies the BJP adopted. A strategy of mergers and acquisitions in terms of starting Himanta Biswa Sarma to many other people, but also with the right tactical alliances. So I think it shows the fact that the BJP is focused on getting things done, which means it's tactical and flexible. And the results show that.
Okay. Manojit, you wanted to respond to Amit Malviya. Please go ahead.
No, I mean, please ask him, where are they in Sagardigi? They are at number 3. And they're talking about TMC's decimation. And without even fighting an election, they lost their 7 MLAs to TMC. They are now from 77 to 70 in Bengal. So please, Bengal is a different kettle of fish. Don't even talk about it. You tried your best with all those ED, muscle power, CBI, and everything, with all those
Manojit, we are
those
discussing
bar,
northeastern
he could not do
states.
anything.
Please.
No, but he
No,
brought
I told
the
him.
revolution.
I
No?
corrected him.
Yeah.
Please, you also
He
come
also
back to
talked
northeastern
about the
states.
corruption.
Huh.
So, we also know Shubhendu Adhikari was the most corrupt person, who is the asset of your party at this point in time. You showed him taking money from your party office in 2016. Don't forget that. Coming back to, I marvel at the fact when someone was speaking about BJP has not even a councillor in 2018. Now they are at 2 in Meghalaya. And by the same rate, you are not saying TMC within a span of 1 year, they could have 5 MLAs and garnered 15% of the vote. And this is marvelous analysis. What more can I talk about? We are a political
The point
party.
being made here is that you are acknowledging BJP's victory. Why not TMC's success?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
we are
the answer to that.
Okay, Manojit, listen to what
you answer.
Yes, Nalin is speaking.
Look, there are always new forces that arise in every election. For example, in the TMC has got a handful of seats. That's fine. What I'm saying is the nature of the BJP's rise in Tripura is of a paradigmically different thing. I mean, if a new party comes into a state and gets 5 or 6 or 7 states, that's different from an AAP coming in Delhi and sweeping the place, or a BJP coming out of nowhere and sweeping the state and then repeating the sweep
hold on
again.
to your thoughts. Prime Minister
There's a paradigmic difference.
Prime
It's
Minister
not
Narendra
incremental.
Modi is speaking at Raisina Dialogue.
I could request everyone to please remain seated. Please.
Please. And Chief Guest leave the room.
So that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the inaugural ceremony of Raisina Dialogue. Let me go back to the guests. Amit Malviya, the question now is what happens. BJP has sent a message that they are firmly in the pole position going ahead, that as far as their machinery is concerned, it's very well oiled. But, yes, Manojit, we are continuing with this discussion.
Okay, about Sagar, I tell you, there is not even a tacit but overt alliance between left, BJP and CPM in Bengal at this point in time. And we are making this charge.